Chapter 1. The Bestowal. In the 32nd year of the Kangxi reign, a heavy snowfall blanketed the forbidden city in the depths of winter. The palace maids and eunuchs rose before dawn to clear the snow, their breaths forming misty clouds that obscured their vision. After finishing her morning greetings, the Empress Dowager returned to the Yonghe Palace, as her cold hands and feet warmed by the charcoal fire. A sense of comfort enveloped her, causing her brow to relax. She took a sip of the ginger tea with brown sugar handed to her, feeling the warmth seep into her very core. As the fragrance of the tea wafted through the air, the Empress Dowager observed a maid kneeling nearby, tending to the embers. Dressed in a thick, azure robe, the maid's slender figure was subtly discernible. Her dark hair was styled into two small buns, adorned only by a modest fabric flower. Though her features were not striking when considered individually, together they exuded a comfort akin to the gentle warmth of the winter sun, with her fair skin standing out like polished jade. "Anren, how old are you this year?" the Empress Dowager suddenly inquired. The kneeling Anren paused her task, straightened her posture, and replied, "Your Majesty, I am 16 this year." 16, indeed, a young lady now, the Empress Dowager sighed. "I recall, when you first came to my side at the tender age of 6, how the years have flown by." "Yes," Anren replied, gracefully accepting the teacup offered by the Empress Dowager. Suddenly, a voice from outside called for permission to enter. The head maid, Rumo, lifted the curtain and entered, bowing as she announced, "Your Majesty, the fourth prince has come to pay his respects." Upon hearing her son's arrival, the Empress Dowager's joy was palpable, and she quickly beckoned. "Let him in at once. We must not let him catch cold in this frigid weather." "Yes," Rumo replied. "Has the longevity noodles been prepared?" The Empress Dowager inquired of Anren. "The fourth prince particularly enjoys your culinary skills and often speaks of wanting to eat your longevity noodles on his birthday." While this statement may have been somewhat exaggerated, the fourth prince, known for his stoic demeanor, had indeed praised her cooking on rare occasions, and the Empress Dowager cherished this memory. "The fourth prince's appreciation is a blessing for me," Anren responded. "The noodles are ready. I shall bring them forth." "Off you go. Off you go," the Empress Dowager said, clearly in high spirits. Anren curtsied and stepped back. Just as she reached the door, the curtain was lifted by two young palace maids, allowing the entrance of a slender youth dressed in a black robe, around 14 or 15 years of age. That he appeared somewhat lean, yet emanated a vibrant aura of nobility. "May the fourth prince enjoy good fortune." Anren quickly offered her greetings. Yinzhen halted, casting his gaze towards Anren, but only saw the sheen of her dark hair. Without uttering a word, he merely nodded before striding swiftly to kneel before the Empress Dowager, bowing 3 times with a resounding thud. "Greetings to mother." Well, the Empress Dowager responded eagerly, helping Yinzhen to rise while playfully chiding. "You are simply too earnest, my child." As the two took their seats, palace maids served tea and snacks. Rumo presented a tray holding a magnificent black fox fur cloak, which appeared quite imposing. The Empress Dowager smiled and remarked, "Today is your birthday. 2 rare pieces of black fox fur were graciously bestowed by His Majesty the other day, and I fashioned this cloak for you. Go try it on and see if it fits." With a smile, Rumo complimented, "This cloak was personally crafted by the Empress. Not a single thread was allowed to be touched by the servants." "I appreciate your efforts, mother," Yinzhen replied as he stood to don the cloak, the glossy black fur enveloping his youthful, handsome visage. Indeed, a perfect fit. Very nice," defy remarked, her eyes crinkling with delight. Yinzhen smiled gently. "Thank you, mother." But he removed the cloak and personally poured tea for defy, inquiring with genuine concern, "The weather has turned increasingly cold. How have you been sleeping at night? How is your appetite? Are you comfortable?" Despite the barrage of questions, defy felt no annoyance. Rather, her heart swelled with joy. Since the passing of the late Empress, her son had returned to her side. Although their initial interactions were somewhat awkward, the innate bond of mother and son gradually blossomed, revealing the boy's exterior coolness paired with an inner warmth. "Mother!" Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside, and a small bundle of energy burst in, throwing himself onto defay's lap. "Mother! I'm hungry." It was the 5-year-old 14th prince, Yinzhen. "You are far too lively," defay chided playfully, her smile widening upon seeing her younger son. She patted his hand gently. Mind your manners, do you not see your fourth brother present? Her tone was filled with affection. Fourth brother. Yinzhen wobbled as he performed a clumsy salute, mischievously winking at Yinzhen. The latter responded with a smile. At that moment, a palace maid announced, "Your Highness, breakfast is ready. Time to eat, time to eat." Upon hearing this, Yinzhen jumped up, patting his little belly, and tugged at defy to head to the dining hall, with Yinzhen leisurely trailing behind. With two little princes present, the area was bustling with palace maids attending to them. That Rumo stood behind defy, arranging dishes, while another senior maid, Ru Hua, positioned herself between the 14th prince and Yinzhen. At that precise moment, Ran entered with a bowl of longevity noodles, exchanging a glance with the two senior maids before discreetly taking her place behind Yinzhen. "Today is your birthday." Defay smiled. "I know how much you adore the taste of these longevity noodles, so I had your sister Ran prepare a bowl for you ahead of time. Do savor it." Yinzhen glanced back at Ran, maintaining a composed demeanor. "Thank you for your concern, mother." He then consumed the noodles with great relish. The longevity noodles consisted of a single strand, which could not be bitten in the midst of eating, making the bowl quite manageable, allowing Yinzhen to swallow it all in one. "An Rand's culinary skills are always exceptional," he remarked, wiping his mouth with a cloth after finishing. "I'm glad you enjoy it." Defay responded, her smile laden with meaning. After the three of them concluded breakfast, they returned to the inner chamber, but the 14th prince, unable to contain himself, clamored to go play. Defay instructed the others to leave, retaining only Rand to attend to her. "Time indeed flies come spring. You will be wed." Defay sighed. "I am growing old." "Mother, time is still kind to you," Yinzhen replied, seated upright on the chair, twirling the jade ring on his thumb, exhibiting a maturity beyond his years, entirely devoid of the bashfulness typically associated with youth when discussing matters of marriage. She pales in comparison to those tender young ladies. The Empress Dowager waved her hand dismissively. "Once you are married, you'll be an adult. I have heard that the prince's residence is nearing completion, and it seems you will be moving out shortly. However, you have always preferred to have fewer attendants, with only Su Peixing by your side, which makes me somewhat uneasy." Yinzhen set down his teacup and inquired, "What does mother mean by that?" "It is nothing unusual." "Ran, come here," the Empress Dowager beckoned. "Your sister Ran will also turn 17 next year. She possesses excellent culinary skills and has a gentle temperament. Mother thought it prudent for you to have someone reliable by your side, hence the suggestion of Ran." Ran, whose hands were clasped tightly within her sleeves, was taken aback at the unexpected proposition and hastily knelt down, her head nearly retreating into her shoulders. "Your Highness." Upon seeing her resemble a startled cat, Yinzhen realized she had not been informed in advance and must have been frightened that a hint of amusement flickered in his eyes, yet he maintained his composure. "Sister Ran is certainly a good choice, but I wonder if she is willing? Can Ran dare to refuse? Even if she had 100 times her courage, she would not dare to reject a prince of a feudal dynasty." She cautiously raised her gaze to the Empress Dowager, saw the approval in her eyes, and sighed inwardly before bowing her head. "This servant is willing," Yinzhen replied. "Since Sister Ran is willing, I have no objections." "Excellent, excellent," the Empress Dowager said, her eyes twinkling. "There is no time like the present. I shall have her prepare to move to your residence today." "Yes," Yinzhen replied. Chapter 2. The intoxication of Yinzhen. After sitting for a while, Yinzhen took his leave. His elder brother, the crown prince, had mentioned the celebration of his birthday, and it was likely that the other brothers were waiting at the residence. It would be inappropriate to keep them waiting for too long. Before departing, he also brought along the still slumbering 13 and 14. Once Yinzhen had left, Defay dismissed the others, leaving only Anren to converse with her. "Have you ever blamed me for not informing you in advance?" she inquired. "I would not dare, Your Highness," Anren replied, kneeling. "I serve in Yonghe Palace, and it is your grace that has afforded me my current circumstances. To be assigned to serve the fourth prince is a blessing I have earned over lifetimes." "Rise," Defay said, helping her up. "You have known the fourth prince for many years and are familiar with his habits and temperament. There is no need for me to instruct you further. With his impending marriage, I had already selected 2 candidates for trial, but they are rather young and somewhat impulsive. As a mother, I constantly worry for my son and wish to provide him with the best. Your gentle and compliant nature suggests that, even when the new Fukin arrives, you would adapt well, allowing me to rest easy. Indeed, Anren could hardly articulate more. As a lowly maid, she felt resigned to her fate. She had once hoped to endure until the age of 25, at which point she might request a Fae's grace to leave the palace. Alas, it seemed that this wish would remain unfulfilled for a lifetime. Defy patted her hand and presented her with a small notebook. It is getting late. You should return to your quarters and prepare. Someone will come to fetch you at the hour of shun. Yes, Anren acknowledged, accepting the notebook without daring to glance at its contents, and respectfully withdrew. During the day, the palace was naturally devoid of people. Anren sat on her bed, beside which lay a peach-red ceremonial robe, likely a gift from Defy. Leaning back against her neatly folded quilt, she covered her face with a handkerchief and let out a silent, brief sigh. Anren was not a true native of the Qing Dynasty. She hailed from the future. Centuries later, growing up, she had been dependent on her grandfather, who owned a traditional Chinese medicine shop. Influenced by her surroundings, she studied both traditional and Western medicine in university. After graduating, she worked in her family's shop, managing it successfully after her grandfather's passing. However, her overly placid disposition and aversion to socializing had rendered her a homebody, resulting in her remaining single until the age of 30. She had resigned herself to the prospect of a solitary life, believing it to be unremarkable. Yet, fate intervened with an earthquake that transported her to the Qing Dynasty, where she became a newly appointed 5-year-old maid. Fortunately, she had never been one to strive for prominence or entertain grand ambitions. In the cutthroat confines of the imperial harem, she had maintained a cautious demeanor, refraining from seeing, hearing, or inquiring too much. Eventually, she was assigned to Yonghe Palace, where, despite her subservience, she managed to live a stable life until the age of 16. Moreover, whether as compensation or by some other means, her apothecary had inexplicably been transported as well, transforming into a unique sanctuary unseen by anyone but her. The medicinal herbs within became inexhaustible, and special spiritual spring water appeared, quite extraordinary in nature. Milky white and remarkably viscous, its source elusive. The fragrance it emitted was delightful and alluring. Anren, with cautious curiosity, experimented with it several times, discovering that the concoctions made with this water yielded far superior results. When consumed alone, it could invigorate the body, enhance vitality, and even improve one's complexion. Anren diluted this water and secretly indulged in it for many years, not primarily for beauty, but rather to strengthen her physique amidst the multitude of responsibilities within the palace. Unintentionally, this led to her developing a skin as flawless as jade. After reclining on her bed for a while, Anren sat up, reflecting that since she had become the trial bride, a role historically held by the Song family, she could not repeat the past where a lack of affection led to her downfall, leaving her children unprotected. Historically, Yongzheng was a man of clear affections and aversions, a fact she had come to firmly believe after years of discreet observation. Thus, as long as she remained obedient, avoided disputes, and did not stand out, she should be able to live a stable life until old age. However, having witnessed numerous neglected concubines in the harem, she pondered that while she could not aspire to the legendary favor of the noble consort, it was at least her hope that Yinzhen would remember their youthful bond. With this thought in mind, she stepped outside to fetch water, heating it and mixing it with the spiritual spring water to fill a bucket. She thoroughly cleansed herself from head to toe, and after her bath, donned a peach-colored qipao, applying her homemade ointment as makeup. Soon, she beheld in the mirror a beautiful maiden with bright, expressive eyes. Men are creatures of sight, and Anren did not seek great wealth or power. But she also did not wish to wither away like the women in the cold palace. She thought that as long as she served Yinzhen well, upon his ascension, she could at least attain the status of a favored concubine. A position in the imperial court would not easily allow for her to be mistreated. In the main hall of Yonghe Palace, Ru Mo was engaged in painting the nails of Defy, while Hu Hua quietly reported Anren's activities in the palace to Defy. Upon hearing this, Defy nodded in satisfaction, remarking that Anren was indeed a sensible girl. Though her gentle nature pleased Defy, as she considered the future when Anren would marry into the family. She hoped that those around her son would be warm and perceptive, rather than mere obedient figures. Since Anren could adorn herself well, it seemed she possessed some foresight. If she could serve Yinzhen well and bring him joy, it would likely yield her greater respect in the future. At the hour of Shun, Anren was carried into the residence of the prince by a small palanquin, arriving in Yinzhen's courtyard. It was remarkably quiet, with a few young eunuchs stationed at the entrance. Upon her arrival, the little eunuchs, having received prior notice, flocked around her, eagerly declaring, "Sister, auspicious tidings. Fourth Master is slightly intoxicated and resting inside. Would it trouble you, esteemed eunuchs, to convey my presence?" Anren asked, discreetly slipping a few silver coins into their hands. This message was not meant for Yinzhen directly, as the status of these eunuchs did not permit them access to him. They were to approach Su Peisheng instead. Upon hearing of Anren's arrival, Su Peisheng, who was attending to the prince by the bedside, exclaimed in delight, "Quickly, quickly, please let her in." He was preoccupied and inadvertently overlooked his previous instructions regarding the proper accommodation of Anren. However, this afternoon, the princes were excessively boisterous, and under the pretext of celebrating the birth, they inundated him with a copious amount of wine. Just a moment ago, he had even vomited, and he remains inebriated. He hesitated to summon a physician, for the birthday banquet organized by the crown prince was a privilege. To call for a doctor on such a splendid occasion would be a slight against the prince. As Anren entered the room, she was immediately struck by the pungent aroma of alcohol, and she discreetly furrowed her brow. Upon seeing her, Su Peisheng reacted as if he had encountered a deity, exclaiming, "Ah, Sister Anren, you have finally arrived. The prince is severely intoxicated and has yet to regain his senses. What shall we do?" Anren hurried forward to assess Yinzhen's condition, and was met with the sight of his flushed face, rapid breathing, tightly furrowed brows, and lips pressed into a straight line, all exuding a strong scent of liquor. It was evident he was in considerable discomfort. How could he have become so intoxicated? Chapter 3. The Circle of Marriage. Anren, leveraging her body as a shield, took Yinzhen's pulse, feeling a sense of relief as she realized he was merely inebriated, not yet to the point of alcohol poisoning that could jeopardize his cardiovascular health. "Prepare some hangover soup," she instructed, her hands pressing on the acupoints on Yinzhen's head, while she directed Su Peisheng nearby. Su Peisheng hesitated, but, "Sir cannot keep down the hangover soup. He just vomited the last bowl." "Do not fret," Anren reassured him. "Just bring it to me. I have a method." "Yes, yes." Seeing her confidence sparked a glimmer of hope in Su Peisheng, who hurried off to the small kitchen to personally fetch a bowl of hangover soup. Anren propped Yinzhen against herself, taking the bowl from Su Peisheng while she held the spoon in one hand and continued to apply pressure on Yinzhen's acupoints with the other. Miraculously, he managed to drink the medicine without issue. After administering the remedy, Anren did not rush to let him lie down. Instead, she continued to massage his head. Su Peisheng observed with keen interest and was astonished. He noted that Yinzhen's complexion appeared significantly improved. Anren, relieved to see his demeanor calming and his breathing less labored, gently assisted him to lie down. She inquired of Su Peisheng where she might procure warm water, wishing to cleanse Yinzhen's face. Su Peisheng dared not allow her to fetch water herself. He promptly exited to instruct the young eunuch waiting outside to bring a basin of hot water, returning with it and discreetly leaving the room. With Anren present, he felt it unnecessary to linger and be a hindrance. As soon as Su Peisheng departed, Anren added a touch of spiritual spring water to the warm tea on the table, feeding it to Yinzhen. She then utilized a warm cloth to wipe his face and hands, discarding the cloth into the water before attempting to carry the basin outside to dispose of it. Unexpectedly, as she rose from the bedside, Yinzhen grasped her arm. "Fourth Master?" Anren called softly, noticing Yinzhen's eyes barely open. Yinzhen, somewhat dazed, was enveloped by a familiar medicinal scent, transporting him back to his childhood, to the sorrowful days following the death of his foster mother, Tongjia. He had knelt for 3 days and nights before her spirit, ultimately succumbing to unconsciousness. In that haze, he felt the presence of someone, the comforting scent of medicine surrounding him, as they tended to him, wiping his face and hands. coaxing him to drink medicine, whispering softly, "Fourth master, do not go." Yinzhen tightened his grip, aware that her departure was imminent upon his awakening. Anren winced at the force of his hold, urgently soothing him. "I am not leaving, I promise." Yet, Yinzhen appeared entranced, and with a sudden movement, Anren, unprepared, found herself tumbling onto him, their noses nearly touching, breaths mingling. "Oh my!" Anren's heart raced as she scrambled to rise, but as her hand brushed against Yinzhen's shoulder, their eyes met, plunging into the depths of his profound gaze. Anren's heart halted. Locked in that gaze, Yinzhen rolled over, pinning Anren beneath him, lowering his head to kiss her. "Wait, wait." Anren, caught off guard, struggled, but Yinzhen held her wrist firmly. Observing her flustered attempts to escape, Yinzhen frowned. "Do you not wish for this?" If she were unwilling, he would not press the matter. "And no, I do not." Upon observing his displeased expression, Anren felt a surge of panic within her and stammered out a peculiar excuse. I haven't yet undone my hair." In her fright, she completely forgot to refer to herself as a servant. Moreover, she was not entirely prepared. She had anticipated a delay, waiting until the night was fully dark. After he had dined, and then proceeding slowly, Yinzhen's demeanor softened as he kissed her gently, reassuringly stating, "It's all right, I will help you." Yet, he had never unbound a woman's hair before. By the time Anren's lustrous, dark tresses cascaded down, a considerable amount of time had elapsed, allowing Anren to gradually regain her composure from the initial shock. "All right." Yinzhen gazed at the blushing maiden beneath him, lifting her hair, the familiar scent of medicine wafting to his nose, intoxicating him anew. He leaned closer to Anren's fair neck, softly inquiring, "Why do you smell so delightful?" Having seemingly surpassed the awkward phase of his voice change, his deep tones resonated beside her ear, his warm breath grazing her neck. Anren felt her mind clouding, her limbs turning soft and weak, and she tremulously stammered for a fourth brother. "What did you call me?" Yinzhen's warm, moist lips brushed against Anren's neck, sensing her tremor beneath him. A smile crept across his face as he repeated, "What did you call me?" "What was that?" Anren felt she was faced with an insurmountable dilemma. Having been single for decades, she had never been so provocatively teased before, her thoughts muddled and confused. "Call me master," Yinzhen prompted, turning her face to meet his gaze, his voice guiding her gently. "Just say it for me." "Master." Anren, in her dazed state, found herself complying with Yinzhen's every word. "Good girl." Yinzhen pressed his lips to hers, praising her, so obedient. He then took her hand and placed it at his collar, coaxing, "Help me change." Anren's hands began to tremble. That night, the red candles in the room burned throughout, only extinguishing at dawn. Within, Yinzhen finally hoarsely uttered, "Bring water." Outside, Su Peixiong, who had endured the cold all night, jolted awake at the sound, promptly leading several young eunuchs to deliver steaming water into the bathing chamber. Despite having been active all night, Yinzhen was invigorated. He wrapped the peacefully sleeping Anren in a blanket and placed her into the bath. Su Peixiong personally tidied the disheveled bed, then waited at the door of the changing room. As Anren felt the warm water envelop her, she sighed contentedly. Yinzhen meticulously wiped her body, startling her awake. And she pitifully begged, "No." Yinzhen chuckled at her reaction, kissing her forehead while soothingly saying, "Be good. After your bath, you can sleep." He was aware that it was her first time, and though he ought to cherish her, he had indeed exhausted her. Initially, he had been somewhat intoxicated, but as time passed, he became fully alert, captivated by the alluring scent of medicine emanating from her, intensified by her emotions. When Yinzhen returned to his chamber, cradling the freshly bathed Anren, the bed was already tidied. He carefully tucked her under the covers, then rinsed himself off before finally holding Anren in his embrace. Yet, he did not sleep. Gazing upon Anren's serene visage, Yinzhen's thoughts gradually drifted away. For this was the first endeavor in his life that was entirely distinct from his previous existence. He had exchanged Song's legacy for that of Anren. In his former life, he had diligently toiled and ultimately ascended to the throne, laboring for the greater part of his years. Though he bore many regrets, he believed he had chosen the most exceptional heir among his sons, convinced that he would contribute to the flourishing future of the Qing Dynasty. Little did he anticipate that such a rebellious son would possess that temperament. After Yinzhen's demise, for reasons unknown, he found himself not in the underworld, but rather imprisoned within the Forbidden City, witnessing his descendants lead increasingly extravagant and disordered lives, culminating in the invasion by foreign powers and the fall of the Qing Dynasty. At the moment of its demise, he felt the shackles of his soul finally loosen, allowing him to drift away from the Forbidden City. He beheld the wheels of history rolling over the scarred lands of China, ultimately leading to a peaceful reunification. He transformed into a jade pendant, carried by an elderly traditional healer who traversed the expanse of the land. In his later years, the old man opened a herbal medicine shop in the capital, where the jade pendant was passed down through generations, eventually reaching his great-granddaughter. Although Yinzhen could not discern the visage of that great-granddaughter, he remembered her gentle nature, her unhurried demeanor, and her measured speech. Yet he could not fathom what transpired next. When he next opened his eyes, he found himself once again in the Forbidden City, reincarnated as the 10-year-old Yinzhen, just after the passing of his foster mother. Chapter 4. Contraception in his previous life. He was too young to recall whether Ran had taken care of him when he was 10 years old. However, in this life, with his adult soul having returned, he found himself deeply impressed by her. Upon learning that she was working in the Empress Dowager's palace, he had observed her, both intentionally and unintentionally, when he visited Yonghe Palace to summon her. Over the years, their interactions revealed to him the subtle resemblance of a medicinal shop daughter in Iran, which further enhanced his favorable opinion of her. Thus, when he discovered that the Empress Dowager was selecting potential brides for him, he discreetly orchestrated a minor error involving Song and another candidate, successfully diverting the Empress Dowager's attention towards Iran. As for Song, he held little affection for her. Initially, her position as his first woman earned her some special treatment, but her heavy-handedness and inability to raise her two daughters led to her engaging in some scandalous behavior. She presumed that Yinzhen was oblivious, but he was not one to be easily deceived, and ultimately, she lost his favor. Song was not an admirable person. Rather, there were no virtuous individuals in his harem. Even his legitimate consort, the future empress, could hardly be deemed blameless. Regrettably, even though he was granted a second chance at life, the choice of consort was beyond his control. Initially, the Ulanara clan had seemed gentle and virtuous, but her demeanor had changed after Honghu's passing. In this lifetime, Yinzhen intended to maintain a respectful distance from her, vowing to protect Honghu and prevent his premature demise. As for the other women, if they could be honest and compliant, he would grant them some dignity, should they stray from that path. Yinzhen gently caressed Rand's face, recognizing the unique significance she held in his heart since he decided to replace Song. As an emperor, he ought not to harbor such a peculiar attachment, yet he found it irresistible, particularly after inadvertently overhearing her express a desire to leave the palace at 25 to build a small courtyard and marry a suitable husband. Jealousy surged within him at the mere thought. How could he truly allow her to leave the palace? I hope you do not let me down. Yinzhen's expression was complex. Your Highness, it is time to attend the study. Su Peixin quietly reminded him from outside the door. When Ran awoke, the sun was already high in the sky. Struggling against her aching body, she sat up, surveying the unfamiliar surroundings before recalling where she was. Is the young lady awake? A palace maid entered, carrying a tea set. Upon seeing Ran awake, she hastily poured a cup of warm water and offered it to her. Please have some tea to soothe your throat. Ran drank the tea in one gulp and inquired, Who are you? I'm Chunha, assigned by the fourth prince from the imperial household to attend to you. The maid replied, bowing respectfully. Oh, I see. Ran lifted the covers to rise. But Chunha quickly supported her. Your Highness, I will fetch you some clothing. With that, she retrieved the garments and assisted Ran in dressing. Ran felt somewhat unaccustomed. After years of serving others, she now found herself in the position of being served. Once dressed, Chunha swiftly brought warm water for Ran to wash up. This was Yinzhen's chamber, and naturally, there was no elaborate grooming routine. Chunha explained, the prince has arranged for us to stay in the room next door, which has already been cleaned. Would your Highness like to move there? Then let's go. Ran followed Chunha into the adjacent room, which exuded a distinctly feminine charm. The space was divided into two sections. The outer room served as a hall for entertaining guests and dining, while the inner chamber provided a restful retreat, adorned with pristine bedding and a vanity table displaying an array of cosmetics. "Miss, allow me to assist you with your grooming," Chuanha suggested, noticing Anren's unkempt hair. Anren, without objection, obediently seated herself at the vanity for Chuanha to attend to her. With deft hands, Chuanha transformed Anren's thick, flowing hair into an exquisite and elegant hairstyle in no time. "Are you hungry, miss? I have warmed the meals on the stove. Shall I bring them in?" Chuanha inquired. Although it was not mealtime, Anren was currently the sole lady of the fourth prince's household, and thus there were those eager to curry favor with her. "Please do bring them," Anren yawned, appearing rather drowsy. Chuanha turned and exited the room. With no one around, Anren seized the opportunity to sip some spring water, which invigorated her considerably, before retrieving a white pill, swallowing it without hesitation. This was her own concocted contraceptive. This gentle medication bore no side effects and even had beautifying properties. It had been a signature product in her previous life, highly sought after by affluent women at a premium price. Little did she expect to find herself in need of it now. However, Anren had long since resolved that with the impending arrival of the spring consort, should she conceive before the consort's entry into the household, it would undoubtedly tarnish the consort's reputation. Not to mention, the future would likely be fraught with difficulties. It wasn't fear of the legitimate consort, but rather Anren's aversion to complications. After breakfast, Anren still felt weary and contemplated resting on the bed. Just then, Rumo, a maidservant from the defay's side, entered with a bowl of medicine. It was clear that Rumo, having navigated the intrigues of the palace for years, was well aware of the implications of arranging a trial marriage for a lady. Should it disrupt a legitimate marriage, the consequences would be grave. "Ange, the lady has expressed concern for your well-being, fearing you may be unwell due to the recent changes. She has instructed the kitchen to prepare a nourishing tonic for you," Rumo stated. Though her words were sweet, the underlying meaning was well understood. Anren was not angered. She recognized the potion as one of the gentlest contraceptives in the palace. While its consumption could induce some discomfort, should she desire children in the future, ceasing the medication and nurturing her health for 6 months would allow for conception. "Thank you for the lady's kindness," Anren replied, kneeling gracefully to express her gratitude as she accepted the medicine and drank it in one gulp. Rumo, pleased by her decorum, felt a pang of sympathy, having known Anren for many years, and quickly helped her to her feet, saying, "Please rise, the floor is cold." What transpired after Rumo's departure and how she would report back to Defay is another matter. Once alone, Anren seized the chance to feign rest, requesting Chuanha to step out. She sat on the edge of the bed, layered several thick cloths, pressed an acupoint, and with a sudden retch, expelled the contents of the bowl. After discarding the cloth soaked in medicinal liquid into the spatial realm, Anren finally felt at ease to recline upon her bed. Although the potion appeared to have minimal side effects, she deemed it unnecessary to consume it further, having her own methods of contraception. After all, excessive reliance on medication would not restore her to a state of pristine well-being. By noon, Yinzhen received the contraceptive from the Defay, with Su Peixiang discreetly whispering the news into his ear. Initially, Yinzhen furrowed his brow, but upon learning that Anren had willingly taken the medicine, a pang of guilt washed over him. While the potion would indeed benefit her current circumstances, he felt a profound sense of indebtedness to her. "I remember that there is a selection of fabric in the Empress Mother's storeroom that would be perfect for crafting a few new garments," Yinzhen remarked. "Please go and choose some and deliver them to Gege." The Empress Mother he referred to was his adoptive mother, the Tong Jia clan. "Understood," Su Peixiang replied, preparing to depart. "Wait," Yinzhen called him back. "Yesterday was my birthday, and I received a pair of white jade bracelets made from sheep fat. They are of decent quality. Take them to her as well." "Yes, Your Highness," Su Peixiang responded promptly. Chapter 5. Dining together. Anren was somewhat taken aback. Receiving a reward was not unexpected, given her position as one of the favored attendants of the noble consort. Yet this particular gift seemed rather extravagant. As a trial marriage princess without any significant status, she would have anticipated a few pieces of semi-new jewelry or some slightly worn fabric at most. However, She was pleasantly surprised as Yinzhen had been exceedingly generous, presenting her with a pair of exquisite white jade bangles. In contrast to gold and silver adornments, Anren had a profound appreciation for the warmth of jade. Thus, after cheerfully bidding farewell to Su Peixiong, she eagerly adorned her wrists with the lovely bangles. "Princess, those bangles truly compliment you," Chunha sincerely praised. "The crown prince holds you in high regard." Anren curled her lips into a subtle smile. Chunha, casting a furtive glance at Anren's expression, tentatively suggested, "Princess, it is nearly noon, and it would be time for the crown princess lunch. Would you like to send a bowl of soup to him?" The royal brothers had afternoon riding lessons and would not return to their quarters for lunch. If there was a small kitchen, all meals would be brought over by their attendants. Yinzhen certainly had a small kitchen of his own. Anren ceased her smile and raised her gaze toward Chunha, inquiring, "Chunha, how old are you this year? Who do you have at home?" Unlike Anren, who had been brought into the palace by an elderly matron, Chunha was a legitimate servant of the noble class. Chunha's expression turned solemn as she knelt, cautiously responding, "This servant is 17. My elderly mother passed away a few years ago, and there is no one left in my family." Anren nodded thoughtfully, continuing, "You are aware of my background. I am not of a higher birth than you. It is merely by a stroke of fortune that I have gained the favor of a noble, thus attaining my current status. However, since you are new here, you may not fully understand my disposition. I have always been somewhat indolent, averse to trouble, and prefer the company of embroidery and literature. Even if I were to leave the palace with the crown prince and establish my own abode, I would still be overshadowed by the esteemed main wife. I am not one to stir up trouble. Thus, should you choose to accompany me, wealth and grandeur may not be guaranteed. Do you comprehend?" Chunha, being no stranger to the palace's intricacies, understood the unspoken implications behind Anren's words. She recognized that her previous comment had overstepped bounds and that Anren was subtly advising her to seek greater aspirations if she desired a life of opulence. Yet Chunha herself was not one to court chaos. Her earlier remarks had simply been a fleeting moment of folly brought on by the allure of the reward. Unbeknownst to her, her flattery had missed its mark. Chunha knelt deeply before Anren, her tone resolute. "Rest assured, princess, I understand. I shall devote myself wholeheartedly to serving you in the future." This was a gesture of loyalty. Anren helped her to her feet, her smile genuine as she patted her hand, saying, "What is this about serving? We shall rely on each other from now on. But do not worry. I am not one to passively endure. If you suffer any injustice, I will certainly find a way to rectify it." "Indeed," Chunha replied, "time is of the essence. I shall go to the kitchen to fetch your meal, princess." "Go ahead," Anren encouraged. Anren was not particularly hungry, but if she waited until after the mealtime to request food, she feared there would be nothing left to eat. If the kitchen staff were generous enough to accommodate her request, it would be a display of their kindness. However, should she take advantage of their goodwill, it would be a sign of disrespect. The 2 dishes and a soup were flavors she had grown accustomed to over the years, lacking any novelty. Thus, Anren consumed only half, reserving the remainder for Chunha. The afternoon sunlight was particularly delightful as Anren sat on the couch by the window, basking in the warmth while crafting garments for Yinzhen. This was a task she had performed for years, and she was well aware of his measurements, making the endeavor feel effortless. By the end of the afternoon, she had completed a set of undergarments. Crafted from soft, fine cotton, the garments were devoid of intricate embroidery. Yet the meticulous stitching indicated a labor of love. As the winter day darkened swiftly, she lit a lamp in the room and neatly folded the finished clothing atop the couch. Rubbing her slightly sore eyes, she called for Chunha, but received no response. A young eunuch stationed outside answered in a high-pitched voice, "Miss, Chunha has gone to fetch the meal." Feeling a pang of hunger, Anren touched her belly and stepped outside to check. However, before Chunha returned, she was greeted by the returning Yinzhen. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, Yinzhen initially overlooked Anren, intending to return to his own quarters. However, a flicker of light from her room caught his attention, and instinctively he glanced over. Noticing Anren standing at the door in her thin attire, he furrowed his brow and promptly changed direction. Anren, gazing towards the kitchen, had not noticed Yinzhen's presence until a warm sensation enveloped her. Turning around, she was surprised to find him returned. "Your Grace," she instinctively curtsied, but he grasped her hand and pulled her up. His hands were cold, and his expression darkened slightly. "Why are you dressed so lightly?" Anren shrank her neck and replied softly, "Chunha went to fetch the meal. I was merely waiting to see when she would return." Yinzhen led her inside, seating her on his lap, and expressed his discontent. "Since she has already gone, she will surely return soon. There's no need for you to wait so anxiously. Are you hungry? It seems Chunha has not been attentive enough. Perhaps we should replace her tomorrow." "There's no need for that," Anren hastily interjected. "I merely lost track of time. Chunha has been very diligent." Noticing Yinzhen's stern demeanor, Anren traced gentle patterns in his palm and pleaded, "I made you some clothing. Would you like to see it?" Feeling a ticklish sensation as Yinzhen caught her mischief-making hand, he sensed her warmth returning. He handed her cloak to Su Peixiang, encircling Anren's slender waist, and a soothing fragrance wafted through the air, softening his expression. "What garment could possibly warrant such concern that you forgot the time?" Yinzhen whispered near her ear, a hint of joy flickering within him. The warmth of his breath brushed against her neck, causing Anren to feel a delightful itch. In a fluster, she pushed away from him to rise, her cheeks slightly flushed. To ease the tension, she hurriedly presented the undergarment she had crafted earlier. "This is the undergarment I made for you. Quite skillfully done," Yinzhen praised, pulling her close once more, his eyes twinkling with amusement. "Tonight, you shall assist me in wearing it." Anren. She felt her face was nearly ablaze. It was evident that Yinzhen intended to dine here. Su Peixiang had long since given the necessary orders. A succession of exquisite dishes was laid upon the table, while Anren's original meal was not even mentioned by Chunhe. The cuisine from the kitchen had been the same for years, and it was clear that Yinzhen had little interest in it. After sampling a few bites and noticing that Anren had nearly finished her meal, he set down his chopsticks and instructed for the dishes to be cleared away. "Once we leave the palace, I shall take you to Manjianglu to savor the delicacies of Jiangnan," Yinzhen said to Anren. Manjianglu? Anren had not ventured beyond the palace for many years, and was thus unaware of the esteemed reputation of Manjianglu in the capital. It could be considered the premier restaurant in the city, renowned particularly for its Jiangnan cuisine. Yinzhen, recognizing her lack of worldly experience, felt a twinge of affection. "Once we are outside the palace, you shall have more freedom. I will take you to explore various places." "Really?" Anren had yet to witness the capital of this era, and her eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. She had thought that even if she were to leave the palace, she would only be confined to that square space. She was pleasantly surprised by Yinzhen's open-mindedness, and with genuine delight, she exclaimed, "Thank you, my lord." Chapter 6. Delivering meals was a mere verbal expression of gratitude, all that was required. The young prince, Yinzhen, felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. He waved away the attendants in the room, and upon noticing Anren's bewildered expression, he swiftly lifted her into his arms and carried her into the inner chamber. "Let me see how you intend to express your gratitude," he declared. Anren, on the verge of tears, contemplated the insatiable desires of a man newly awakened to his appetites. She had yet to bathe. Yinzhen, however, donned the undergarment crafted by Anren, enveloping her in his embrace as she lay soundly asleep. The familiar scent of medicinal herbs wafted from her, and he gradually succumbed to slumber himself. The previous night, Yinzhen had only exerted himself twice, and remarkably, Anren's body seemed to have adapted quite well. Thus, when he arose in the morning, she naturally stirred awake alongside him. "You may continue to rest," he urged, noticing her attempt to rise. "With so many around, there is no need for you to attend to them. Sleep peacefully." In truth, sleep had evaded her, yet out of gratitude for Yinzhen's consideration, she refrained from being overly sentimental, and lay on the bed, her fair shoulders exposed, her long, raven hair cascading about her as she gazed at him through the delicate veil that separated them. It was noteworthy that this future emperor was merely 15 years of age. History had not been particularly kind in its assessment of him, yet without his pivotal role, the illustrious reign of Qianlong would not have been possible. Regrettably, his life was destined to be short-lived. This thought tightened in Ran's heart. She propped herself up, allowing the blanket to slip to her waist. But her modesty was soon compromised as Yinzhen entered again after dressing, lifting the curtain to reveal the pristine expanse of her back adorned with the marks of their previous night's activities. Yinzhen instinctively swallowed hard, caught off guard by his sudden entrance, and Ran hastily wrapped herself in the blanket. Yinzhen, seated beside her, maintained his composure. "Did I not instruct you to remain in bed? I find myself unable to sleep," and Ran confessed, tugging at his sleeve. In a hushed tone, she inquired, "When do you have your morning lessons?" Morning lessons were akin to the early study sessions of a later era. One could only partake in breakfast after their completion. "What is it?" Yinzhen asked. "I rise early and have little to occupy my time," and Ran explained. "I thought to prepare some breakfast for you. What do you think?" The last four words were spoken with great caution. She had no intention of vying for his affection. Rather, she felt a sense of loss at the thought of his untimely demise at such a young age. Having ascended to power for over a decade, he dedicated his every effort to the state, tirelessly striving for its prosperity. Such a noble spirit should not be extinguished so soon, and Ran was unaware if the mystical spring water she possessed could prolong life, but she knew it could enhance vitality. Thus, she resolved to prepare nourishing meals for him, hoping to fortify his health and extend his years. As for the next emperor, Qianlong, he was destined for longevity, and a delayed ascension would temper his disposition, preventing excesses. And Ran justified her thoughts with conviction, envisioning a future where she would have her own courtyard and a small kitchen to realize her culinary aspirations seamlessly. Yinzhen readily acquiesced, aware of Ran's culinary prowess. To restrict her from cooking would be a waste. If you wish to prepare meals, feel free to bring breakfast and lunch, but do take care not to overexert yourself. Of course, and Ran nodded, I shall not wear myself out. For her, cooking was a source of relaxation and joy. Yinzhen wore a faint smile, his serious countenance juxtaposed with the calmness as he reached beneath the covers to gently caress Anren's delicate waist, leaving her with the words, "I shall visit you tonight." With that, he turned and exited. Anren, momentarily stunned by the unexpected gesture, lingered in a daze. Had she just been teased by Yinzhen? Aware that Anren intended to prepare breakfast herself, Yinzhen retained a young eunuch by his side, surnamed Gua and named Guobihue. Despite his youth, he had been closely associated with Yinzhen and held a respectable position, earning him the affectionate title of Little Guogongong. Little Guogongong possessed an appealing appearance and a cheerful demeanor, garnering the admiration of the other eunuchs who found him easy to converse with. However, Anren saw through this facade. While he appeared amiable and engaging, he was adept at keeping vital information to himself, proving to be a rare talent. "Greetings, Missin," he exclaimed, rushing forward as Anren approached. "Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to command me." "How kind of you, Little Guogongong," Anren replied, performing a modest curtsy and graciously offering him a purse. "You have worked hard today. Please take this and enjoy a warm cup of tea." "How can I accept such a gift?" he protested, yet his face blossomed into a radiant smile as he tucked the purse into his sleeve. "If you need anything, please instruct me, and I shall procure it from the kitchen." The palace kitchen, even the smallest of its establishments, boasted the freshest and most comprehensive ingredients, leaving little to desire. Anren dismissed the others, retaining only Chuanhe and Little Guogongong to assist her. She rolled up her sleeves, deftly tied on an apron, and began to fetch spring water from a large vat. In her previous life, Anren resided in Jiang province, situated to the north, but not entirely of it. Her culinary preferences a blend of northern and southern styles. For instance, she believed that tofu pudding should be savory, yet the xiaomai must be filled with glutinous rice. Thus, her dishes defied strict categorization, though they were undeniably flavorful. This morning, pressed for time, Anren chose to prepare a simple meal for palm-sized scallion pancakes. A bowl of plain noodles topped with 2 poached eggs and 4 steamed glutinous rice dumplings. The kitchen had also prepared chicken broth, which she combined with minced pork to create a bowl of wontons in chicken soup. While the quantity was modest, the variety was ample, ensuring that if she shared with her favored princes, they would be sufficiently satisfied. As the morning lesson approached, Anren carefully packed the food into a container and handed it to little Gua Gonggong, advising, "Be cautious with the liquids inside." "Understood," he replied, standing at attention. As they made their way to the study, Guobihue arrived just as the morning class concluded. A throng of eunuchs awaited outside, each holding food containers. Upon hearing the entrance, they swiftly lined up and bowed as they entered the study. At this moment, the 11th prince, Kangshi's son, had yet to pass away. There were 12 princes in total attending their studies, the youngest being the newly enrolled 13th prince, merely 7 years of age. Yinzhen and the 13th prince have always shared a close bond. Owing to the 13th prince's untimely demise in a previous life, coupled with the hardships he endured, Yinzhen feels a profound sense of guilt and compassion towards him. Consequently, he always includes the 13th prince in his endeavors, cherishing their companionship even more than that of a biological brother. After finishing their morning lessons, the little 13th prince eagerly scurried over, bringing a chair to sit beside Yinzhen, as he typically shares his breakfast at the same table with him. Little Gua Gonggong carefully placed the food box on the table, arranging Anren's breakfast with great care. Yinzhen exhaled a sigh of relief. He had forgotten to inform Anren in advance that the young prince would be dining with him. Fortunately, Anren had prepared an ample amount, ensuring that both of them could enjoy a satisfying meal. Chapter 7. The brothers today's breakfast is unlike any other, fourth brother. At the age of 13, when one's appetite is at its peak, the fragrant aroma of scallion pancakes has already set his mouth watering. Yinzhen personally scooped a bowl of chicken soup and wontons for him, speaking in a gentle tone. This was prepared by the Angage in fourth brother's courtyard. Her culinary skills are exceptional. Do have a sip of the soup to whet your appetite. 13 took the bowl and savored a sip of the chicken soup. It was not greasy, but rather warming to the body, prompting him to exclaim, "Little fourth sister-in-law cooks delicious meals." Yinzhen's lips curled into a slight smile, choosing not to correct 13's endearing term. Even though it was a breach of decorum for a princess, he was willing to bestow such dignity upon Anren. "Try the noodles as well." Yinzhen pointed to the bowl of noodles prepared by Su Peisheng. "First, eat the egg." Being young and having a small appetite, Yinzhen was concerned that if 13 started with the noodles, he might not have room for the egg. 13 relished each bite, alternating between the chicken soup, scallion pancake, and a savory xiao mai, utterly delighted with the meal. Sitting across from them, third brother had turned back several times, but seeing that Yinzhen continued to ignore him, he could no longer restrain himself. Little fourth has quite a fresh breakfast. The aroma is enticing, and it is far more appealing than my own breakfast, consisting of a bland bowl of congee and a few mundane dishes that I could hardly bear to look at. Yinzhen understood that third brother had a thick skin and was reluctant to engage, yet he had to maintain appearances, fearing third brother might attempt to partake in his breakfast. Thus, he remarked, "The ordinary Yangshan noodles are likely beneath your notice, third brother. If you desire them, you can simply instruct the palace chefs to prepare them for you. I assure you, their flavor will surpass this." "I don't want your Yangshan noodles," third brother retorted, smacking his lips and pointing at the golden scallion pancake. "This pancake looks quite delightful. I have yet to try such a delicacy." The implication was clear. He wished to taste it as well. Yinzhen sighed. "Very well. Given your audacity, I shall share a piece with you." He instructed Su Peisheng, who was attending, to serve a piece of scallion pancake onto third brother's plate. However, third brother, emboldened, pointed to the xiao mai. "What filling does this xiao mai contain?" "It does not appear to be lamb." Yinzhen's expression darkened. Growing somewhat impatient, he nodded towards Su Peisheng, signaling him to remove another. Hastily dividing the remainder with 13, "Eat quickly, as the grand lesson is about to commence." Having secured what he desired, third brother ceased his antics and happily turned back to finish his pancake and xiao mai with his congee, contemplating that he too would indulge in Yangshan noodles come morning. No, he would have them tonight when he returned home. When little Wugong returned with the food box to the brothers' quarters, Anren was preparing the ingredients for lunch, taking her time to ensure everything was in order and checking for any missing items. Upon seeing little Wugong return, she eagerly inquired, "How was the meal? Did it suit your palate?" Little Wugong smiled. How could the meal prepared by the princess herself be anything less than delightful? The elder brother finished everything, and 13 has been singing its praises. Yinzhen's regard brought great joy to Anren, and upon learning that 13 had dined with Yinzhen, she felt fortunate that she had made ample food that morning. However, considering the presence of a child, the menu for lunch would need to be adjusted. As time seemed to drag on, unlike when she was on constant alert at Yonghe Palace, Anren sought to occupy herself by requesting a brush and ink from eunuch Xiao Gua to transcribe Buddhist scriptures. It was not that she held a particularly deep faith. Rather, within the confines of the palace, the scriptures were the most reliable texts. For years, she had developed the habit of practicing her reading and writing through these texts. As the palace did not offer formal education for the palace maids, Anren's calligraphy was not exceptionally refined, yet it was sufficiently neat. She possessed a patient disposition, and once she began copying, she became completely absorbed, only to be reminded by Chuanhe that it was time for lunch. "Look at me," almost forgetting, Anren said, brushing off the dust from her clothing as she hurried to the kitchen. After washing her hands, she began preparing the meal. This time, she did not send the imperial chef away. They worked together in chopping vegetables and meat. When it came time to stir fry, Anren refrained from participating, instead directing the chef from the side. After all, the essence of spiritual spring water had already been added, and the day's quota was sufficient. She was not a servant, and it was unnecessary for her to personally prepare every meal, as that would surely exhaust her. The menu included cabbage with tofu, braised pork ribs, kung pao chicken, and considering the young child, she also prepared honey-glazed chicken wings, culminating in a pot of 3-flavor mushroom soup. The rice was glutinous, made with pre-soaked glutinous rice, to which she added diced carrots, green peas, corn, chopped shiitake mushrooms, and bits of Chinese sausage, drizzling it with soy sauce and salt, mixing it thoroughly before steaming it to perfection. Finally, she garnished it with tender green scallions, making it incredibly appetizing. Indeed, when the colorful glutinous rice was brought into the study, Xiao Shi-san exclaimed, successfully capturing the attention of the princes. "Wow, which chef made this? Fourth brother is already grown up. Does he still need such childlike dishes to entice his appetite?" The 9th prince, who had always harbored disdain for Yinzhen, spoke without restraint. Upon seeing the vibrant glutinous rice, he felt contempt and let out a derisive remark. Yinzhen cast a sidelong glance at him, choosing not to engage. However, the crown prince, observing the scene, chuckled and remarked, "I find it quite novel. While plain rice can be rather dull, such creativity is rather exquisite." Yinzhen smirked slightly and replied, "It is merely a selection of home-cooked dishes. Women tend to be meticulous, and thus their cooking is often more refined. Yet the taste remains commendable. Second brother, why not give a try?" He then personally served a bowl of glutinous rice, which Su Peixing passed to the crown prince. The crown prince did not refuse, waving his hand to have his plain rice removed, smiling elegantly. "Then I shall sample it." The 9th prince, with a mischievous glint in his eye, teased, "Oh, I see. I heard that fourth brother welcomed a concubine recently. This dish must have been prepared by her, right? TSK, quite impressive. I imagine fourth brother dotes on her immensely. I wonder how her beauty compares to that of the future fourth sister-in-law." Yinzhen, suppressing a smile, replied in a calm tone, "She was sent by Yang to serve me, responsible for making tea, cooking, and sewing. Such tasks are her duties. What would a young lad like you understand?" The 3rd prince, snickering in the front, chimed in without restraint. What could he possibly know? He hasn't even grown up yet. Amidst the cacophony of coughs surrounding him, the young 9th prince, merely 10 years of age, felt a flush of embarrassment color his delicate features. With his already somewhat effeminate and exquisite appearance, he now resembled a flustered young girl. "All right, enough of this. Let us hasten to our meal," declared the eldest prince, rapping the table with authority. As the eldest among them, his words carried significant weight. "Shall we forego the afternoon's archery and equestrian activities? If we do not fill our bellies now, we may find ourselves unable to mount our steeds or draw our bows later." Only then did the other princes quiet down. As for Anren, she had no intention of partaking in the evening meal. Instead, she selected a few distinctive and fresh dishes, meticulously penned the menu, and dispatched it to the imperial chefs for their consideration. She then retreated to her chamber to practice her calligraphy. Anren had always admired the characters penned by Yonghe, and with the Prince Yinzhen visiting that evening, she wondered if she might have the opportunity to borrow some of his exquisite works for imitation. If she could also acquire a few pieces from Yonghe himself, it would certainly become a treasured heirloom for future generations. Chapter 8. The charming little 13. This evening, Yinzhen returned early, accompanied by the young Prince 13. Upon their arrival, they hastily retreated to the study, and Ran, peering through the window, noticed not a single shadow of them. Unperturbed, she took out her needle and thread to begin crafting knee pads. The weather had grown increasingly cold, and as Yinzhen practiced archery and horsemanship, it was prudent to protect against the chill and avoid future ailments. In contrast to the constant vigilance required when attending to consort, Yinzhen was not one to be overly meticulous. His needs were simple: warmth and sustenance. In his grand schemes, the trivialities of life held little significance, making him quite easy to serve. And Ran was resigned to her role. Having entered the Qing Dynasty as a lowly maid, she had no intentions of rebellion. Serving anyone was merely a duty, and this gentleman, akin to an ambitious employer with his gaze fixed outward, required only her attentiveness to feel at ease during his visits. After years of serving consort, she had mastered the delicate balance required in her duties. With Prince 13 present, and Ran dined alone for supper. Yet, the imperial chef proved to be a clever man, aiming only to avoid mistakes. Upon presenting several fresh dishes, he showcased his culinary prowess, creating fare far superior to her own. Perhaps he feared the threat of being dismissed and sent back to the kitchen. The meal consisted of 2 dishes and a soup, though an additional delicacy of ginger milk was included, ostensibly for the young prince, though it was her own craving that prompted the order. The ginger flavor was subtle, allowing the richness of the milk to shine, and Ran even shared a portion with Chun-Hee, who relished it with delight. Isn't it delicious? This is perfect for warding off the winter chill. When summer arrives, I shall try making double-skim milk, she remarked with a smile. Delicious, Chun-Hee replied, savoring the exquisite treat with care, though she felt a lingering desire for more. However, she was quite content, following her mistress. She had sampled many delightful dishes throughout the day, sparking hopes for the days to come. The bond between Prince 13 and Yinzhen was indeed strong. At merely 7 years old, 13 was still a child with a child's temper. After enjoying a bowl of ginger milk, he was exuberant, insisting on staying the night with Yinzhen. Yinzhen, treating him almost like a son, found himself at a loss with the young prince's pleading puppy dog eyes. Reluctantly, he gestured for Su Peisheng to make a trip to Yonghe Palace to inform consort men. Within Yonghe Palace, consort men received word of the situation, which also reached consort. At that moment, the 5-year-old prince was causing a ruckus, refusing to sleep. Upon learning that 13 was with Yinzhen, he wriggled in consort's embrace like a twist of sugar. I want to sleep with brother 4. He is my real brother. Why does he only take 13 and not me? He whined in a childish voice. Consort affectionately patted his little bald head, smiling as she replied, when you are a bit older, you will be able to visit the study, and your brother 4 will surely take good care of you. She then called for Ru-Mo, instructing, have the wet nurse take Prince 4 back to rest. It's getting late, and we mustn't indulge him. Yes, Ru-Mo replied. After all the commotion, Prince 4 was tired. Children can shift from spirited to sleepy in an instant, and thus he made no fuss, obediently taking Ru-Mo's hand as they returned to his quarters. After the departure of the 14th prince, the noble consort's smile faded, and she gazed thoughtfully at the glowing coals in the stove. After a while, she sighed, seemingly reflecting on the close bond between the 4th and 13th princes. The attentive Ruhua glanced at the noble consort and remarked, this is certainly a testament to the grace of our Yonghe Palace. The 13th prince has been nurtured under your care since childhood, and the 4th prince, in his affection for his elder brother, has naturally looked after him more. Once the 14th prince begins his studies, who could rival the bond of blood? This sentiment was undoubtedly valid, and the noble consort's expression softened as she recalled the mischievous nature of the 14th prince. Chuckling, perhaps we should delay his schooling for another 2 years. He is still quite young. Ruhua dared not speak further, but recalled the young Yinzhen, who, from the age of 3, diligently practiced his writing even in the biting cold. hanging stones from his wrists while his hands turned red from the chill. Yet he never complained. At that time, the noble consort had welcomed the sixth prince, basking in her success, while Ruhua, concerned for the fourth prince, discreetly evaded the imperial consort to check on him. Now, the 14th prince, at 5 years old, could barely recognize a few characters. In the prince's quarters, the children retired early. Yinzhen was still practicing his calligraphy, while the 13th prince had already fallen into slumber. After completing his ablutions and changing into nightwear, Yinzhen sat on the edge of the bed, tucking in the 13th prince's quilt, and turned to Su Peixiang, asking, "Has Aunt's household settled down for the night?" The lights were extinguished at 1/4 past the hour of the rooster. Su Peixiang replied softly. Yinzhen nodded, instructing Su Peixiang to rest outside while he reclined on the bed to read for a while before surrendering to sleep. Having enjoyed a full night's rest, Anren, though rising early, still felt quite refreshed. She had grown accustomed to the routine of a palace maid. Hearing Chuanhe mention that the main courtyard had yet to light their lamps, Anren glanced at the sky, surmising that dawn was approaching. She casually donned a cloak and headed to the kitchen, where she stewed mutton soup and baked several pancakes. Being a prince in the Qing Dynasty was no simple task. Rising at 5 in the morning for lessons was a necessity. While high school students endured their struggles for just 2 years, the princes began their education at the tender age of 7 and continued until they left the palace to establish their own households. Rising so early was one matter, but they were often unable to eat breakfast beforehand. When hunger struck, they could only nibble on dry cakes to tide them over. The imagined luxuries of life were seldom witnessed among the princes of Kangshi's era. Once the main courtyard had lit its lamps, Anren summoned little Gua to deliver the mutton soup and returned to her quarters. Yinzhen typically arose half an hour earlier than required, and since the 13th prince fell asleep early and was somewhat unaccustomed to his bed, he awoke when Yinzhen got up. Rubbing his eyes and sitting up in bed, he sniffed the air, catching the delightful aroma of mutton, which was neither gamey nor strong, but rather possessed a unique fragrance. Seeing his eager expression, Yinzhen chuckled and called out, "Are you hungry? Go wash up quickly. Have some mutton soup to fill your belly." The 13th prince hurriedly washed up and sat at the table, slurping a hearty mouthful of soup, exclaiming, "So fresh." Yinzhen, taking his time, handed him a piece of pancake, saying, "Your fourth sister-in-law was worried you might go hungry, so she rose early to prepare this. Eat up, and after you finish, we shall attend our morning lessons." "Your fourth sister-in-law is not worried about me." The 13th prince shook his head knowingly, a look of understanding on his face. "She clearly cares more for the fourth prince. I am merely an afterthought." Seeing Yinzhen smile without uttering a word, the 13th prince expressed his envy, stating, "I too wish to find a considerate and affectionate consort like Sister Shaoxi." Although consort men treated him well, she had never personally prepared a meal for him. He was primarily cared for by his wet nurse. "You shall have something even better in the future," Yinzhen said, gently ruffling his hair. He reminisced about the Zhaojiao lady, whom the 13th prince married in a previous life. Initially, their relationship was rather subdued, yet the Zhaojiao lady remained steadfast, silently accompanying the 13th prince through thick and thin. Their bond deepened over time, and together they welcomed 7 children into the world. Regarding his sister-in-law, Yinzhen held her in high regard. Chapter 9. Goat milk. After consuming a bowl of mutton soup, although he was not completely satiated, a warm sensation enveloped his entire body. Yinzhen, accompanied by the 13th prince and a retinue of attendants, made his way to the study. As they passed through a royal garden, they beheld the vibrant red plum blossoms defiantly blooming in the cold wind. Approaching the plum tree, he selected the most exquisite blossom and handed it to Su Peixiang, instructing, "I possess a blue and white porcelain vase adorned with a magpie perched among the plum blossoms in my chamber. Pluck a few blossoms and deliver them alongside the vase to her, allowing her to admire them. These are naturally referred to in Ran." "Understood." Su Peixiang replied with a bow, passing the lantern he held to one of the attendants behind him while retaining a small eunuch to remain at the spot. "Allow me to gather them," the young eunuch offered, eager to please. Su Peixiang chuckled lightly and waved his hand, saying, "There is no need for you. Simply fetch a pair of scissors." The young master's rare appreciation for such beauty must be matched with meticulous care in presenting the flowers. At the time Ran received the plum blossoms, she was in the kitchen. Upon learning that Yinzhen had sent something, she hastily washed her hands and adjusted her attire before stepping outside. The elegant blue and white vase held the striking red blossoms, with delicate petals dusted with a hint of white frost, resembling a stunning ink wash painting. Truly beautiful, and Ran exclaimed sincerely. Yinzhen's taste and aesthetics would be highly regarded even in future generations, unlike his son Qianlong, whose preferences are rather peculiar. As long as the princess enjoys it, Su Peixiang replied with a smile, and Ran carefully handed the vase to Chuanhe, instructing, place it gently on the small couch by my window. Be cautious not to damage the flowers. She then turned to Su Peixiang and presented him with a substantial purse, her tone earnest. Thank you for your assistance. Su Peixiang swiftly accepted the red envelope, noting her bustling activity, and reminded her, the ginger milk and honey chicken wings from yesterday were quite well received by the young master. Indeed, I appreciate your reminder, and Ran said, her eyes sparkling and her smile even sweeter. She had not anticipated that Yinzhen had a fondness for sweets. This morning's breakfast was also lavish, and Ran prepared 2 egg pancakes, incorporating freshly blanched crisp vegetables, finely chopped scallions, and slices of cured meat, all enveloped in a rich egg batter. She had also kneaded meat filling into dough, forming bite-sized pan-fried buns, which were particularly enticing, considering Yinzhen's preferences. And Ran additionally concocted glutinous rice dumplings and sweet fermented rice soup, and ultimately boiled a large pot of goat milk. As Yinzhen was in a growth phase, the nutritious goat milk served as a source of calcium. To mitigate any potential aversion to the milk's natural scent, and Ran added osmanthus honey. Yinzhen indeed harbored a dislike for drinking milk. Although some families nowadays indulge even adult males in human milk, he had never adopted such a habit. After being weaned at 3, his wet nurse had been dismissed, though he could still tolerate dairy products. This was something Gege had specifically insisted upon, and upon observing Yinzhen's displeasure, the young eunuch, with a glimmer of cunning in his eye, softly remarked, and Gege claims that goat milk is a remarkable tonic. Rich in nutrients, the young master is at a crucial stage of growth. Consistent consumption may aid in his height. Yinzhen felt a stir of emotions within him. Though he considered himself rather capable, he could not help but lament his stature. He lacked the imposing physique of his elder brother, the tallness of his second brother, and even his third brother appeared more robust. Among his siblings, he did not lag behind, yet he remained inconspicuous. Furthermore, his skills in horsemanship and archery were rather modest, and in comparison to his brothers, he appeared somewhat frail. Masking his true feelings, he lifted the warm sheep's milk, expecting a gamey flavor, but to his surprise, it was imbued with a sweet osmanthus fragrance, rendering it quite palatable. Meanwhile, Anren sat in her chamber, embroidering a screen. With the new year approaching in just half a month, she found herself in dire straits, possessing little of worth to present. Her only skill lay in her embroidery, which was fairly decent. After all, she hailed from the side of the Concubine and had yet to leave the palace. Crafting a seasonal screen to please her former mistress might appease any whispers of ingratitude. As for Yinzhen's New Year gift, it was too late to create a new outfit. Her knee pads had yet to be delivered, but she could manage a simple safety net to suffice. Your embroidery of the maple leaves is truly exquisite, remarked Chuanhe, who had come closer to admire the work. The color palette is so harmonious that from a distance, it appears lifelike. Anren, gently stroking the smooth silk thread, reflected wistfully, this embroidery skill was taught to me by an elderly woman who hailed from Suzhou. She was summoned to the palace due to her exceptional talent. When I met her, she was in her 40s, though her eyesight was already failing. She remarked upon my earnestness and good-heartedness, thus imparting her craft to me. Alas, the palace has a way of losing its people. 5 years later, she succumbed to illness. When she departed, she was wrapped in a simple mat, carried away by 2 young eunuchs. I have not seen her since, and now, even her visage eludes my memory. Each year, the palace witnessed numerous deaths for various reasons. Some, like that elderly woman, were merely in their 40s, while others were in the bloom of youth, and some were tender saplings who had only recently entered the palace. A tattered mat marked their final resting place. Anrin felt a sense of gratitude for surviving thus far, knowing that even if she had to bow and scrape, even if she had to flatter and ingratiate, as long as she lived, what else truly mattered? Chuanha, feeling a pang of empathy, chose to remain silent. Outside, the cold wind howled, and snowflakes danced down from the heavens, soon enveloping the forbidden city in a pristine blanket of white. Anrin gazed at the sky, contemplating whether she should send some clothing to Yinzhen. While she pondered, Yinzhen entered, draped in a dark cloak, snowflakes settling upon him, a striking contrast of black and white. Inside, the warmth of the fire made Anrin feel somewhat restless, and fearing carbon monoxide poisoning, she opened the window slightly. At that moment, Yinzhen glanced up and spotted Anrin by the window. He paused and approached her. Noticing his approach, Anrin quickly straightened her attire and stepped outside to greet him. Chunha inside was about to lift the curtain when Yinzhen's steady voice called from outside, "There's no need to come out." Obediently, Anrin waited at the door, and Su Peixiong lifted the curtain as Yinzhen entered, covered in snow. Anrin hurriedly poured him a cup of hot tea and assisted him in removing his cloak. "You returned early today, my lord." Yinzhen finished his hot tea and nodded, saying, "The snow is too heavy. We cannot attend the equestrian archery class." So the teacher allowed us to return. The warmth of the stove enveloped him, gradually restoring his body as heat. He dismissed the others and pulled Anrin onto his lap, gesturing towards the window. "It is quite cold. Why is the window still open?" "Not only is it open, but you are also standing by it. Aren't you chilly?" "I am not cold," Anrin replied, nestling comfortably in his embrace, playing with the jade pendant hanging from his waist. "The room is warm due to the stove. It feels stifling. Opening the window allows for some fresh air, and a slight chill can invigorate the senses, especially when the warmth makes one drowsy." "Oh." Yinzhen raised an eyebrow, tilting Anrin's chin with a smile in his eyes. "I thought you were waiting by the window, longing for me." "Not all," Anrin said, feeling her cheeks flush as she evaded his teasing gaze. As someone devoid of romantic experience, she found it difficult to withstand his playful banter. History depicts Yinzhen as cold and indifferent, yet she had not anticipated such a restrained enthusiasm in his youth. "Do you truly not wish for me?" Yinzhen's tone shifted to one of mild displeasure as he held Anrin tightly in his embrace, resting his nose against her neck. The comforting scent of medicine wafting over him, alleviating the day's troubles. Anrin felt a ticklish sensation and pushed against him, attempting to escape, but he held on, resting his chin on her shoulder, his voice deep and soothing. "Do not move. Let me rest." Anrin, sensing his desire for stillness, ceased her movements. Leaning against the couch, Yinzhen held Anrin in his arms and drifted into slumber. However, moments of rest are always fleeting. Outside, Su Peixiong whispered, "Master, the assignments have arrived." Yinzhen, unusually deep in sleep, did not hear. Anrin, noticing his furrowed brow, hesitated to wake him. Unfortunately, as Yinzhen remained undisturbed, Su Peixiong's voice grew more insistent. "Master, the assignments have arrived." Slowly, Yinzhen opened his eyes. Chapter 10. Deserts at the tender age of 15, the young Prince Yinzhen had yet to enter into matrimony, and thus the affairs of the court held no sway over him. Nevertheless, he was a person of remarkable self-discipline, completing his studies with a fervor that surpassed his peers by a factor of 2. For instance, despite being granted a leisurely afternoon, he found little respite upon returning home. A towering stack of books lay upon his desk, a testament to the volume of assignments he had undertaken that very afternoon. With Rand present, there was no need for Su Peixiong's attentions. The only sound within the room was the crackling of the charcoal fire as Yinzhen diligently attended to his studies. While Rand quietly ground her materials, her gaze occasionally drifting to observe the elegant strokes of his calligraphy. Truly, the future Yongzheng emperor displayed an artistry in his writing that belied his young age. It was difficult to imagine the style his script would embody at 50 years hence. And Rand mused that should he choose to preserve a few samples of his work for posterity, they might one day be regarded as priceless treasures. Her ardent admiration did not go unnoticed by Yinzhen. Observing her rapt attention, he could not suppress a smile, lightly tapping her nose as he inquired, "What do you think of my writing?" His tone was imbued with a sense of pride. Having practiced his calligraphy for over 50 years across both his past and present lives, he had refined his style considerably at this youthful age, garnering praise from the emperor on several occasions. "Quite splendid," and Rand replied without hesitation. "And what makes it splendid?" He pressed. Caught off guard, and Rand faltered. Her unfamiliarity with the intricacies of brush writing left her at a loss. She searched her mind for a fitting idiom to describe the beauty of his characters, but found none, her cheeks flushing as she stammered, Everything about it is good." How uncultured she felt in that moment. Yinzhen chuckled at her flustered state, pulling her closer and handing her a brush, while producing a pristine sheet of Xian paper. "I have yet to see your handwriting. Write a few characters for me to admire." "Oh dear, isn't this akin to performing before the gods?" And Rand grimaced as she took the brush, but her nerves caused her hand to tremble uncontrollably. Yinzhen furrowed his brow, grasping her hand to guide it as he instructed, "Your strokes must be steady." And Rand wrote the character for Yin, neat and orderly, yet lacking any distinctive flair. "You must practice more," he remarked, guiding her hand to add the character Jean beside it, the contrast between the two letters starkly apparent. "May I have a few copies of your calligraphy?" And Rand was not one to shy away from constructive criticism, and seized the opportunity to express her admiration. "I simply wish to emulate your exquisite style." "You wish to emulate my writing?" Yinzhen was taken aback, but upon seeing the sincerity in her expression, he smiled. "Very well. I have several volumes of Buddhist scriptures that I transcribe in my leisure. I shall have Su Peixiang bring them to you. But do not attempt to deceive me. I shall be checking your progress." "Excellent." And Rand's spirits soared at the prospect. However, the next moment, Yinzhen's demeanor shifted as he said sternly, "Since the age of 3, I have practiced calligraphy with a stone tied to my wrist. I notice your strokes are rather erratic. If you truly wish to improve, perhaps you should begin this very moment by tying a weight to your wrist." He glanced around the room for a suitable object and, after a moment's contemplation, removed a jade pendant from his waist and tied it around Rand's wrist. "Let us see the results after half a day's practice." And Rand was left utterly astonished. Su Peixiang acted swiftly, bringing over several Buddhist scriptures. As Yinzhen occupied the only desk, and Rand chose to sit on a small couch by the window, where a square tea table was conveniently placed for her to practice calligraphy. The jade tablet was not particularly heavy, yet, perhaps due to a psychological effect, after an afternoon of copying, and Rand trembled, feeling as though her hands were no longer her own. "Is this fatigue?" Yinzhen lightly tapped her nose, massaging her wrist, and gently coaxed, "To master beautiful handwriting, one must exert considerable effort. If one desires to shine in the eyes of others and earn their praise, the path will be even more arduous." This advice, however, was not directed solely at Rand, but rather reflected his own experience. In his youth, although raised under the favor of the concubine, he was one among many children in the imperial harem. Unlike his elder brother, the firstborn, or his second brother, who was nurtured by the emperor himself, he had to strive harder than others to win the emperor's and empress's affection. Countless nights were spent immersed in study, even in dreams, and Rand, noticing his nonchalant demeanor, felt a pang of sympathy for the young man. The concubine treated him well, yet much of that kindness was rooted in her desire to please the emperor. Although his biological mother, the concubine, was indeed his own, her absence during his upbringing diminished their bond. It was evident in how she now lavished affection on the 14th prince. How much warmth could the young Yinzhen truly receive? Embracing Yinzhen's waist, and Rand rested her cheek against his chest and asked, "My lord, I have thought of a few desserts. May I prepare them for you to taste? A touch of sweetness could alleviate the bitterness within." Yinzhen's chest rumbled with rare, hearty laughter as he affectionately stroked Rand's silky hair, simply responding with a good. And Rand proceeded to the kitchen, first instructing little Gua to gather a few young eunuchs to stack bricks and set up a roasting oven at the door. Then she entered to prepare the ingredients. Desserts required eggs, flour, and sugar. After searching around, she fortuitously discovered a basket of apples and a basket of pears, freshly brought in that day. The royal chef, eager to please, inquired, "Might I inquire what the young lady plans to make?" "May I observe?" First, please help me separate some eggs, and Ran instructed. The egg whites and yolks must be divided. For the French caramel pudding, gelatin was unnecessary. She mixed the yolks with sugar, heated the milk, and combined it with the yolk mixture, straining it through fine cloth twice. And Ran then layered some oil paper and poured the prepared mixture inside. She summoned several young eunuchs to take turns whipping cream, starting the cake-based preparation. As she worked, she couldn't help but marvel at the luxury of having assistants. Had she been alone, her hands would surely have been rendered useless. And Ran intended to make snow-skin mooncakes, but lamented the absence of butter and the limited supply of milk. She resolved to extract some in a couple of days when time permitted, enabling her to create more desserts. The roasting oven was soon ready, and Rand checked it. Finding no issues, she placed the first batch of pudding inside for testing. Before long, a sweet aroma wafted through the air, prompting the nearby young eunuchs to stir, their noses twitching in anticipation. Sweets were a temptation few could resist, especially in this era where sugar was a rare and precious commodity. French caramel pudding, apple cream rolls, cream cakes, double-skim milk, and finally, a small bowl of ice cream. Sitting by the fireplace in the depths of winter, the thought of indulging in ice cream brings immense comfort. The enticing aroma swiftly permeates Yinzhen's courtyard, but fortunately, the strong winds today disperse the rich fragrance into the air, preventing it from attracting the attention of the other princes. Nonetheless, the sweetness is truly irresistible. Even the usually composed Yinzhen finds himself unable to remain seated. With his hands clasped behind his back, he strides towards the kitchen, where he observes Ran, bustling with sweat on her brow, meticulously arranging the dishes at the table. "Look at you, drenched in sweat," Yinzhen remarks with mild disdain, wiping her forehead. "Such tasks should be handled by others. Why burden yourself with unnecessary worries? This bread is too soft. They dare not take it." And Ran replies with a cheerful smile, recalling the moment when a young eunuch had mishandled a piece of soft cake, squashing it to his dismay, leaving his face pale with fright. "Here, try this," she says, placing a piece of thumb-sized cream pudding into Yinzhen's mouth. It's delightful. The rich flavor of egg envelopes his palate, yet it is not greasy. The texture is velvety smooth. After swallowing the pudding, Yinzhen suggests, send some to the 13th and 14th princes. They would surely enjoy it. Primarily the 13th. The 14th is merely an afterthought. I have already prepared it. And Ran points to a large food box that has been arranged nearby. I will have eunuch Gege deliver it shortly. And Ran is always meticulous in her work, and Yinzhen feels no apprehension. Chapter 11. Kangxi in the Yonghe Palace. It was quite a fortunate coincidence when a young eunuch Gege arrived, for the 13th and 14th princes were playfully frolicking in the main hall. The 14th, with his lively disposition, exhibited a touch of dominance, while the 13th, well acquainted with his brother's temperament, readily indulged him, resulting in a harmonious moment of play between the two. Upon hearing that Yinzhen had sent some delicacies for the 14th, the imperial concubine smiled broadly, beckoning both princes to come forth. "Your fourth brother is thinking of you. He has sent some treats. Do try them." The food box was indeed quite substantial, containing enough sweets for 4 people, lest the 13th receive too little. The 14th casually picked up a piece of cake and took a bite, white cream smudging around his mouth, resembling a little old man, which sent everyone in the room into peals of laughter. "Look at how you eat, like a little kitten." The imperial concubine chuckled so heartily that she could barely maintain her composure, reaching for a handkerchief to wipe the 14th's mouth. But he playfully shook his head and dodged her. "It's delicious, mother, don't wipe it." Fearing the cream would be removed, the 14th quickly extended his little tongue to lick around his mouth, his silly demeanor eliciting more laughter from the crowd. "What causes such merriment? I could hear your laughter from outside." The curtain was lifted, revealing a middle-aged man with a commanding presence, the renowned Kangxi Emperor. "Ah, little 14th, this is quite a rare sight. What is this? Are you entertaining your parents?" Kangxi helped the imperial concubine to her feet, signaling for everyone to remain seated before taking a seat on the couch, jovially pointing at the 14th. The imperial concubine, covering her mouth with a handkerchief, chuckled modestly, explaining, "Little Four has brought some delightful sweets for the 14th. This child has a voracious appetite and wishes not to waste a morsel." "Oh, Are they that sweet? Kangxi, seeing the unfamiliar treats in the box, playfully teased the 14th. Would your father like to have a taste? And are you willing to share? Though still small. The 14th was quite astute and promptly replied, of course, father can eat, and mother too, and 13th brother as well. Kangxi burst into hearty laughter, praising excellent. Our 14th is quite generous. As he sampled a piece of pudding, he regretted his fondness for sweets, though the flavor was novel. Its overly soft texture did not particularly impress him. Noticing the 13th gazing at him with admiration, he took another piece and fed it to him, saying, 13th, you should try this. Your father finds it quite pleasant. Experiencing the warmth of paternal affection for the first time, the 13th's cheeks flushed, and shyly he took a bite of the pudding. Though he discerned little flavor, his heart felt as if it might soar. Meanwhile, the 14th pouted, leaping into Kangxi's embrace, playfully demanding, Father, I want you to feed me too. He tilted his head back and opened his mouth wide like a fledgling waiting for food. In a splendid mood that day, Kangxi willingly complied, cradling the 14th as he offered him a spoonful of double-skim milk, carefully advising, eat slowly, don't choke. Sit properly and eat on your own. Don't tire your father. The imperial concubine chided gently, and the three of them appeared as a genuine family of three. 13 lowered his head, quietly savoring the dessert that aunt had bestowed upon him. As he indulged, thoughts of his fourth brother surfaced. Next year, he would be moving to the residence of his elder brother. Alas, with fourth brother departing the palace to establish his own household, such delightful treats would likely become a rarity. Within the elder brother's abode, Anren presented a bowl of ice cream. Eager to take credit, this ice cream is made exclusively for you. A unique creation, I did not share it with 13 or 14. In truth, she feared that the coldness of the ice cream might upset the stomachs of the two young boys, which was why she had refrained from offering it to them. Yinzhen, well aware of her intentions, cast a knowing glance at Anren, choosing not to expose a ruse. He sampled the ice cream from her hand. It's icy chill indeed, quite pleasant. How does it taste? Anren inquired. Not wishing to inflate her expectations excessively, Yinzhen responded nonchalantly. It's acceptable. Acceptable implied mediocrity, and it seemed not to suit his palate. Anren, undeterred, presented several other dishes before him. What about this one? It's all right. And this? Not bad. How about this? The flavors seemed lackluster, prompting a frown from Anren. Was it a flaw in her recipe? Lost in self-doubt, she lifted her head and encountered Yinzhen's amused gaze. The understanding was mutual. With a huff, Anren retorted, since you find the flavors unremarkable, then let us discard them all. She began to gather the dishes. All right. It was my mistake. Yinzhen quickly interjected, praising her. Your ingenuity and skill are a blessing to me. Turning away from him in feigned anger, Anren remained obstinate. Yinzhen gently turned her back towards him, pinching her cheek playfully, and coaxed, Tomorrow, I shall leave the palace. Is there anything you wish for me to bring back? I would gladly run an errand for you. Leave the palace? Anren expressed her envy. After contemplating, she realized she had no particular desires, primarily because she was unaware of what lay outside. She shook her head. I do not wish for anything. Perhaps you could bring me some delightful snacks instead. Tonghulu? Sugar figurines? At 16, having spent over a decade within the palace, her imagination of the outside world was quite limited. Yinzhen softened his tone, promising tomorrow, I shall procure them for you. Anren responded with a bright smile, revealing that her earlier irritation was not genuine. Such playful banter between the two was a form of amusement, for without it, life would be as dull as tepid water, devoid of interest. The pastries were delectable, yet both were not of gluttonous nature. After relishing the novelty, Anren had Chunha set aside a portion for a late-night snack, while the remainder was distributed among the younger eunuchs outside. That evening, Yinzhen naturally stayed with Anren. Compared to the fervor of the previous nights, his demeanor was unexpectedly gentle. The following morning, Anren, as was customary, awoke late. Fortunately, the pastries from the previous night remained untouched. Yinzhen made no fuss, allowing the kitchen to warm them before taking them to the study. Of course, goat milk was indispensable. Miss, would you like to have breakfast? Chunha inquired as she entered. Anren, clad in her nightgown and with her hair cascading loosely, reclined languidly on the couch, clutching a hand warmer. She instructed Chuanhe, "Please bring me the medicine first. Otherwise, I fear I may be unwell after dinner." Aside from the initial day when the prepared medicine was personally delivered, Yonghe Palace had also provided a prescription for contraceptives. In recent days, Chuanhe had been responsible for procuring the medicine and brewing it herself. Although Anren possessed her own supply, she was wary of rumors and consumed the concoction entirely, only to induce vomiting in solitude later. The discomfort was palpable, yet it was fleeting. With the arrival of spring, the legitimate consort would soon enter the household. If she were to conceive successfully, the birth would be imminent, lasting merely a little over a year, something Anren could endure. If her memory served her well, historically, the fourth consort had only borne the legitimate eldest son, Honghu, who tragically passed away at the tender age of 8. Once the legitimate consort entered the household, it would not be long, perhaps 6 months, before either Kangxi or the Empress would dispatch 2 more daughters to the residence. Anren calculated the timeline. Honghu was unlikely to survive into adulthood, and if she were to become pregnant, it would be prudent to have either a son or a pregnant daughter-in-law to create a semblance of balance and avoid drawing undue attention. However, time was of the essence. There were only 2 positions for the royal consort, and one's status was contingent upon bearing children. For the sake of her offspring, Anren could not remain merely a daughter-in-law incapable of nurturing a child. Soon, she reassured herself, stability was key. There was no need for haste. Chapter 12. Heavy snow after taking the medicine, and Ran experienced a bitter taste in her mouth. She forced herself to eat a few bites of food before offering the remainder to Chunhe. Wrapping herself in a blanket, she settled into a rocking chair beside the hearth, lost in thought. Outside, the snow began to fall once more. Chunhe braved the cold and lifted the curtain to enter, holding a small red lantern in her hand. Where did this lantern come from? And Ran's curiosity was piqued. Chunhe smiled as she handed it over, explaining, "With the new year approaching, the palace has been adorned beautifully. These little lanterns are hung everywhere. I thought they were charming, so I asked the young eunuch for one, intending to bring it back for you to enjoy." The lantern, crafted from paper and embellished with auspicious patterns, was vividly red. Though it could not be lit, its festive appearance was delightful, and Ran admired its beauty and, after playing with it for a while, placed it on the table before picking up a folding screen to resume her embroidery. The screen depicted the 4 seasons. She had already completed the spring, summer, and autumn scenes, leaving only the winter landscape to finish. Eager to complete it, she hoped to create a few small items for herself as well. The winter scene, featuring jade-like snow and crimson plum blossoms, was particularly captivating, and Ran embroidered with great ease. With the snow falling outside, Ran had no intention of venturing out, so she did not ask Chunhe to style her hair. Instead, she roamed barefoot across the floor, reveling in a joy she had not felt in a long time. After spending the morning stitching, her eyes grew tired, and in the afternoon, she took out Yinzhen's calligraphy book to practice, allowing her eyes to rest while simultaneously enhancing her aesthetic sensibility, truly a double benefit. And Ran diligently tied the jade pendant left by Yinzhen around her wrist. Though she felt a bit weary, the results were exceptional, and it seemed she had grown accustomed to wearing it for an extended period. In winter, the days were exceptionally short, and when Chunhe lit the lamp, the flickering candlelight revealed that night had fallen. "It feels as if I have only just awakened," and Ran murmured. With Yinzhen absent, she did not feel inclined to specially order dishes, so she had Chunhe prepare a simple dinner. After eating a few bites, she washed up and climbed into bed to warm herself under the covers. Evenings were not suitable for needlework, so Ran picked up a Buddhist scripture and sat cross-legged on her bed, resembling the serene figure of Guanyin. Yet, her mind was occupied with silently memorizing the properties and characteristics of various medicinal herbs. After spending over a decade in this place, Ran had never forsaken her medical knowledge. She simply refrained from revealing it publicly. In a palace filled with spies, should word of her medical prowess spread, she could either become a trusted confidant of the powerful or be deemed a significant threat. After all, no one desires a palace maid who is not entirely loyal yet possesses medical expertise by their side. Should she ever be bribed, they might find themselves unaware of their own demise. And Rand did not wish to become anyone's confidant, although such a position might offer a more comfortable life. It also meant losing her freedom, much like the two aunts, Ru Mo and Hu Hua, who had followed defy for years and were now past 30, with defy never hinting at any desire to release them from the palace. Thus, over the years, and Rand refrained from even glancing at the medical texts in her possession, choosing instead to quietly memorize a few medical principles each night before sleep. She looked forward to the day when Yinzhen would leave the palace after the new year, envisioning that she could follow him and perhaps acquire a small courtyard of her own, granting her a degree of freedom. As Rand recited the medical principles in her mind, to Yinzhen, it appeared as though she was simply daydreaming while holding the Buddhist scripture. If you wish to chant, do so at the desk, for it is inappropriate to show disrespect to the Bodhisattva. Yinzhen approached Anren, gently tapping her forehead with his fingers. Anren, pulled from the realm of medicine, touched her head and looked up with a smile, inquiring when he had returned. Not long ago, he replied. He removed the Buddhist scriptures from her hands and placed them aside, presenting her with 2 boxes, nodding for her to open them. Upon unveiling the first box, Anren discovered a food container filled with candied hawthorns, sugar figurines, and other delightful trinkets. The most captivating item was a sugar painting of a little rabbit, its ears perked up and in a crouching position, nibbling on grass, rendered with lifelike detail. Anren couldn't help but cherish it. Seeing her delight, Yinzhen opened the second box, asking if she would like to see its contents. Inside lay a pair of charming ceramic dolls, 1 male and 1 female, round and plump, with rosy cheeks and beautifully crafted features, their large eyes sparkling. They held 2 large carp, their smiles revealing tiny milk teeth. Anren immediately set the rabbit back in its box and cradled the dolls, exclaiming their cuteness. The dolls, a unique style from Huaxia, had become rare in later generations, often found only in remote areas and commanding high prices, making it unlikely for Anren to have seen such dolls in person. Do you fancy dolls? Yinzhen inquired, wrapping his arms around her and whispering in her ear. Anren gently caressed the dolls, nodding eagerly. They are so adorable. These are exquisite collectibles from the Qing Dynasty. Yinzhen chuckled lightly, suggesting, then how about you gift me a pair of such lovely children in the future? Taken aback, Anren blushed fiercely, stammering, well, that is something left to fate. In truth, she was not particularly inclined to have a daughter, not from a bias towards sons, but because the daughters of the Qing Dynasty, the princesses, would ultimately face hardship, and Anren wished to spare her daughter from such suffering. It seems I must strive harder, Yinzhen remarked, nodding toward the dolls in her hands, his implication clear. Anren nestled into his embrace, choosing to ignore him. After a moment of tender intimacy, Yinzhen noticed her head beginning to droop with drowsiness. He set the dolls aside, helping her to bed, carefully tucking the covers around her, explaining, I have matters to attend to tonight, so I won't be resting here. Let Chunha stay outside. If you need anything, just instruct her. Understood, Anren nodded. Sleep now, Yinzhen said, caressing her face before turning to leave the room, his voice faintly instructing Chunha to attend to Anren's needs. Anren closed her eyes and drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, back in his own quarters, Yinzhen found the warmth of the stove insufficient against an inexplicable chill. After being attended to by Su Peixiang for his evening routine, he reclined on the bed to read, a customary pre-sleep ritual. There were no pressing matters tonight, yet the palace was rife with spies. Should he stay at Anren's every night, it could pose significant risks for her, especially if word were to reach his fiancée, Olenara. It would undoubtedly prick her heart, and once married, she might swiftly seek to remove that thorn. Furthermore, as for his biological mother, the esteemed Empress Dowager, despite her fondness for Anren, it is likely that she would feel a twinge of discomfort upon realizing her son's deep affection for her. This is a common sentiment among mothers-in-law. For now, Anren must endure this situation, but once she leaves the palace and marries, bearing both legitimate and illegitimate sons, the favoritism towards Anren will not attract undue scrutiny. Yinzhen meticulously envisioned his future and recalled the journey to the outskirts of the capital earlier that day, where he passed a dilapidated temple. Inside, A multitude of beggars huddled together, predominantly the elderly and children, some of whom had succumbed to the cold, curled up on the ground in a pitiable state. He let out a deep sigh, lamenting his youth and the fact that the emperor's attention was solely on his elder brothers, who were held in such high esteem that they remained oblivious to the sufferings of the common folk. As the heavy snow fell, they could only exclaim that it heralded a bountiful year, unaware of how many impoverished souls would perish in the merciless chill. The opulence of the wealthy stands in stark contrast to the frozen corpses along the roads. Yinzhen closed his eyes, exhaling deeply, contemplating that in due time, when he ascends to power, there is no rush. After the new year, once he leaves the palace, certain matters can be prepared in advance. Chapter 13. Intoxication. The arrival of the new year was imminent, and Yinzhen could distinctly sense that Yinzhen was becoming increasingly occupied. Aside from the mandatory classes he attended daily, he would not return until the palace gates were locked for the night. By that time, Yinzhen had long succumbed to slumber. Occasionally, Yinzhen would come to check on her and, upon seeing her in peaceful repose, would refrain from disturbing her, instead instructing Chun he to fetch a blanket for her. Ultimately, however, they would still end up sharing the same bed, embracing each other in sleep. At times, he would return to his own quarters, busy from dawn until dusk, barely showing his face throughout the day. Yinzhen had completed the embroidery for her screen and personally delivered it to Yonghe Palace. The defy was quite fond of it, offering compliments and bestowing some rewards. After inquiring about Yinzhen's recent affairs, she permitted Yinzhen to return to the residence of her elder brother. On New Year's Eve, Yinzhen naturally had no time to accompany Yinzhen, but she did not mind. With great enthusiasm, she busied herself preparing a lavish feast and even surreptitiously obtained some rice wine from the imperial kitchen, inviting Chun-He to join her in the revelry. Cheers! Happy New Year! The fireworks erupted outside, illuminating the dark sky, as Yinzhen raised her cup and clinked it with Chun-He's, downing the rice wine in one go. Miss, perhaps you should drink a little less, Chun-He urged quickly. It's nothing, Yinzhen waved her hand dismissively. Her cheeks flushed. She patted her chest and declared, Don't mind my rosy cheeks. I simply flush when I drink. I'm not drunk at all, so rest assured. Chun-He, with a furrowed brow, thought to herself that it was impossible for her to relax under such circumstances. Yinzhen was already stammering and yet insisted she was sober. After the new year, Yinzhen began mumbling incoherently. After the new year, I can leave the palace. What did you say, miss? Chun-He could not quite catch her words. Yinzhen, however, paid her no heed, as she tilted the wine jar and poured more wine, exclaiming, I'm so happy indeed. Everyone is joyous during the new year. Chun-He quickly seized the wine jar, advising, Miss, you should eat something. Drinking on an empty stomach is harmful to your health. Yes, you are right, Yinzhen responded, using her chopsticks to poke at her. Laughing merrily, your medical knowledge is quite impressive. I'd give you 100% with that. She let out a soft sigh, lowering her voice conspiratorially. But don't let anyone know, all right. A 1T tell a soul. Chun-He replied, amused and exasperated. She hurriedly served Yinzhen some dishes. Say, miss, try this. It tastes delightful. Of course it does. Yinzhen shot her a playful glare, her once clear eyes now glimmering with mischief. She raised her chin proudly, asserting, How could the food I prepare be anything less than delicious? I have even one. Yinzhen's mind grew foggy, and she stumbled over her words. What was it that I won again? Before she could recollect, her legs gave way, and she collapsed to the ground. Miss, Chun-He gasped in alarm, but fortunately, she was quick enough to catch Yinzhen. Miss, Yinzhen paid her no mind, even drifting into a light snore. Thankfully, she had merely dozed off. Chun-He let out a sigh of relief, carefully helping Yinzhen back to her chamber, removing her garments, letting her hair down, and tucking her in snugly before bringing a basin of warm water to gently cleanse her face and hands. Yinzhen was deep in slumber, showing no signs of waking. Upon learning that Yinzhen was intoxicated and it was already the latter half of the night, Yinzhen accompanied Concubine and the concubines to usher in the new year. Finding amusement in the lively banter at the New Year's feast, which he deemed far more entertaining than any stage performance. Initially intending to return to the main courtyard, he noticed a flicker of light emanating from Yinzhen's chamber, leading him to believe she had not yet retired for the night. Curiosity compelled him to investigate, but upon entering, he was met with the overwhelming scent of alcohol. Due to Yinzhen's inebriation, Chun-Hee, concerned for her well-being, had spread bedding beneath the bed and remained by her side, leaving a candle lit, which inadvertently attracted Yinzhen's attention. His expression darkened as he brushed his fingers against Yinzhen's flushed cheek, his voice icy. Who permitted her to drink so excessively? Chun-Hee, overwhelmed with trepidation, fell to her knees, confessing, "It is my fault. I did not take proper care of the esteemed lady." Though fury surged within him, he recognized the constraints of a New Year's Eve and understood he could not linger too long. He cast a stern glance at the trembling Chun-Hee and commanded, "Attend to your lady properly. We shall discuss your negligence tomorrow." Such matters were not to be trifled with, especially when even the imperial physician could not be summoned. "Yes," Chun-Hee replied hastily. As he exited, Yinzhen, maintaining a grave demeanor, instructed Su Peixiong, "Send someone to remain here. Should anything arise during the night, report it immediately." Understood, Su Peixiong acknowledged, signaling a trusted aide to stay at the entrance. While Yinzhen's ire was palpable, Yinzhen enjoyed a restful slumber, stretching her limbs as she awoke, the sun already high in the sky. What a splendid day, she mused cheerfully, noticing Chun-Hee's dark circles, and inquired, "Did you not sleep well last night?" The firecrackers resounded throughout the night, and "I'm a light sleeper," Chun-Hee offered as an excuse. Could the Forbidden City truly echo with firecrackers all night? And Yinzhen was not easily deceived and pressed further. "Is there something troubling you? Speak freely, perhaps I can assist." Chun-Hee, casting a cautious glance at Yinzhen, knelt and revealed, "Last night, the esteemed lady drank heavily, and the esteemed brother was exceedingly displeased." "Exceedingly displeased?" Yinzhen gulped, instinctively recoiling. Sensing her life was in jeopardy, she cautiously asked, "What does it mean to be exceedingly displeased?" With a solemn expression, Chun-Hee conveyed the depth of Yinzhen's anger. Yinzhen suddenly felt the repercussions of her hangover and began to massage her temples, exclaiming, "Oh, dear Chun-Hee, I must have overindulged last night, for I feel quite dizzy upon waking. Quickly, assist me back to bed. I fear I shall need a rest for the day and avoid all visitors." "Oof. You may evade the first day, but can you truly escape the 15th? Yinzhen lifted the curtain and entered, having seemingly eavesdropped for an extended period. His countenance was anything but pleasant as he waved Chun-Hee away impatiently, leaving only Yinzhen and himself in the room. Understanding she could not evade the confrontation, Yinzhen promptly knelt at the edge of her bed, adopting a contrite demeanor. "It is my fault. And what exactly was your fault?" Yinzhen took a seat at the table, pouring himself a cup of tea to sip leisurely. "I should not have consumed alcohol, and I certainly should not have become intoxicated," Yinzhen admitted, taking full responsibility and vowing, "I shall not repeat this mistake." "Is there to be a next time?" Yinzhen's brow furrowed deeply. No next time," she hastily assured him. Yinzhen quickly waved her hand, declaring, "There will be no next time. I shall never touch a drop of alcohol again." Yinzhen cast her a sidelong glance, his expression softening as he beckoned her closer. Yinzhen hastily descended from the bed, barefoot and clad only in her night attire, rushing to stand before Yinzhen. He wrapped his arm around her waist, lifting her onto his lap. Concerned that she might catch a chill, he retrieved a blanket from nearby and enveloped her within its warmth. He lifted her chin and inquired, "Do you enjoy drinking?" "Not at all," Yinzhen replied promptly. "Is that so?" Yinzhen raised an eyebrow. "Speak candidly. I hold no grudge." "Well," Yinzhen said cautiously, "I do enjoy a sip or two." In her previous life, she had relished the occasional drink, favoring light beverages such as fruit wine and peach blossom wine, which contained lower alcohol content, leaving her merely tipsy. After spending over a decade here without indulging, she had momentarily lost her composure the previous night. Yinzhen silently admonished herself to never let it happen again. Chapter 14. Vigilance indulging in a drink is not entirely out of the question. Yinzhen pressed gentle kisses upon Yinzhen's lips, one after another, having been preoccupied for days with thoughts of her. "I have a fine wine from the western regions, suitable for ladies with a lower alcohol content. If you fancy it, I shall send a few jars your way on future occasion. Very well. And ran, rendered weak-kneed by Yinzhen's affectionate attentions, found herself longing for him after their prolonged separation. Despite feeling a semblance of shyness, she could not help but wrap her arms around his neck tightly. That wine is a royal gift, and I expect some form of recompense. Yinzhen lowered his head, teasingly nibbling at Enran's neck, his voice laced with seduction. Do you desire more? Indeed. Enran nuzzled her nose against his ear playfully, her tone almost petulant. She had never tasted the tribute wine and was curious to indulge. With her affirmative, a shadow crossed Yinzhen's eyes, and he swiftly lifted Enran, tossing her onto the bed, his entire being pressing down upon her. Enran, suddenly aware of the implications of this action, hastily pushed against him. Your Highness, is still daylight. This is quite inappropriate. Yinzhen captured her hand and pressed a kiss upon it, his voice low and gravelly. Fear not. I shall be here in your chamber all day. MMM. And Rant's eyes glimmered, and as she instinctively opened her mouth to protest, Yinzhen silenced her with his lips. Hush now. Be quiet. There are people outside. And Ran, you are aware of their presence, yet dare to act so? This is unbearable. Today, Yinzhen seemed particularly enduring, and Ran found herself flipped and turned as if she were a pancake, until finally, in exasperation, she bit down on his shoulder, prompting him to relent. By the time the sun began its descent, and Ran awakened to find the room lit with lamps. Aside from a slight ache in her body, she felt no sticky residue. The sheets had been replaced with fresh ones. Chunyi was seated on a small couch beside the bed, engaged in needlework. Has the princess awakened? Chunyi inquired, aiding her to sit up. Would you like some water? And Ran nodded silently, too embarrassed to speak, acutely aware of the scratchiness in her throat, indicating her voice had likely gone hoarse. How mortifying! After gulping down 3 cups of water, she finally began to feel somewhat revived. Chunyi remarked, Dinner is warming on the stove. I shall bring it to you. And Rant's stomach had been grumbling for some time, and upon hearing this, she eagerly nodded, throwing on a garment and dutifully waiting at the table. A plate of dumplings, a bowl of sweet rice balls, and several side dishes disappeared quickly as Ran devoured them hungrily, and she let out a satisfied burp at the end. Noticing several jars had mysteriously appeared in the room, she quickly cast a questioning glance at Chunyi. Were those? Chunyi smiled and replied, Those are the jars of tribute wine that Master Su brought, said to be a royal gift. Quite precious indeed. The prince is certainly willing to indulge you. Does he think this small gesture could sway me? And Ran rolled her eyes, instructing Chunyi to remove the jars. Out of sight, out of mind. Take them away. Climbing back into bed, she retrieved the peace ties she had intended to gift to Yinzhen for the new year, only to find that her plans had been delayed by him for an entire day. Had it not been for this, she could have presented the peace ties today. As it stood, she resolved to keep him waiting. He would receive nothing at all. Yinzhen was unaware that the New Year gift was about to elude him. At that moment, he was inspecting his new residence outside the palace, as he was merely a bald prince at present. The new estate was not particularly vast, but was exquisite in its design, complete with a charming little back garden. Surrounding it was a large expanse of land, intentionally reserved by Kangxi for future expansion. Yinzhen examined the topographical map and pointed to the Yimei Garden, which was nearest to the front courtyard, saying, Once the main courtyard is arranged, we shall tend to this area, leaving it for the family. Su Peixing thought to himself that even when the legitimate consort eventually entered the estate, her favored status would likely not surpass that of the Gege by much. Moreover, Gege was a person of integrity, and by providing her some care now, he would gain a measure of respect in return. When Yinzhen returned to the prince's quarters in the dark, he was met with an unwelcoming reception from Anren, as the room was enveloped in darkness. Chunha was waiting outside, and, upon seeing Yinzhen, cautiously remarked, Gege said she was tired today. You should return to the main courtyard to rest. After speaking, she anxiously scrutinized Yinzhen's expression, fearing he might be displeased. Yinzhen coughed softly, raising his hand to his lips, a deepening smile in his eyes, acknowledging that he had indeed pushed her too far today, making her upset understandable. He handed a sandalwood box to Chunha, instructing, Please deliver this to her. I shall visit again tomorrow. He had never intended to stay overnight, as it was the first day of the new year, which felt inappropriate. After seeing Yinzhen off to the main courtyard, Chuanha hurried into the inner chamber, where Anren was not asleep but sitting cross-legged on the bed, attentively listening. "What did he send for me?" Anren inquired eagerly. Chuanha handed her the box, hesitatingly asking, "Gege, are you truly not afraid of angering him by refusing him entry?" She always felt apprehensive about the fourth princess temper. "It's quite all right," Anren reassured her, waving her hand. "A little playful defiance can enhance affection. You'll understand one day." Chuanha, not wishing to comprehend such matters, took her leave when Anren had no further commands. Opening the box, Anren was greeted by the sight of a white jade plum blossom hairpin, its entire form imbued with a jade hue, with branches entwined. And the petals of the plum blossoms were delicate and exquisite, exuding an air of elegance. Anren found herself enchanted by it. Well then, given Yinzhen's sincerity, I shall send him a knee pads and safety cord tomorrow morning. With a smile illuminating her eyes, she carefully placed the jade pin back into the box and set it by her bedside before snuggling into her quilt to sleep. When Yinzhen arrived the following morning, Anren was seated at her mirror, preparing herself. He warmed himself by the fire while watching Chuanha style her hair. Noticing that she was toying with the jade pin, he smiled and asked, "Do you like it?" "I do," Anren replied, holding the pin against her headdress and asking Chuanha, "Where will it look best?" "Let me see," Yinzhen said, stepping closer. Chuanha discreetly excused herself to wait outside, as the two spent quite some time comparing in front of the mirror. Ultimately, Yinzhen gently adorned Anren with the jade pin himself. "Quite lovely," Yinzhen remarked. Just then, Su Peixiang called out to him, indicating he had something to report, prompting Yinzhen to step outside, leaving Anren seated before the mirror. Anren gently touched the jade hairpin atop her head, her eyes sparkling as she gazed into the mirror. Her face akin to a peach blossom, eyes glistening with the essence of spring. Suddenly, a jolt of realization struck her, and her smile froze in place. "Anren, dear Anren, what thoughts occupy your mind at this moment? Dare you to confess? This hairpin is merely a trinket bestowed upon you in passing. Many more exquisite treasures await in the future, such as the pair of mutton-fat jade bangles received after the first night together." Suppressing her smile, Anren admonished her reflection. "The Buddha teaches that one must not entertain frivolous thoughts. Anren, you must not walk the path of self-destruction. Have you not witnessed the fates of the concubines in the Qing Palace? To harbor delusions breeds obsessions, and such obsessions propel one toward actions contrary to their true self." She placed a hand upon her chest, feeling her once exuberant heart gradually return to a state of calm. Who does not admire youth, especially that of Yinzhen, the future Yongzheng emperor, with his cool exterior yet warm heart, possessing a sense of aesthetics and an appreciation for romance? However, a sovereign is never in want of love, nor does he hold it in high regard. Anren, possessing a timid disposition and modest capabilities, understood that to survive in such an era and to endure through time, she must steadfastly guard her own heart, to remain untouched by sentiment, to remain unfeeling. Chapter 15. The arrival of the Ulanara family as the new year approached. The teachers in the study granted the princes a few days of respite. Yinzhen accompanied and ran for a morning meal and noticed that she was not adorned with her plum blossom hairpin. He inquired, "Why are you not wearing that pin?" And Ran smiled, serving him a bowl of soup, and explained, "That pin is quite elegant, but it does not match my attire today. I shall save it for another occasion." Yinzhen assessed her thoughtfully, frowning slightly as he remarked, "It seems I have been too busy these past few days to consider this. Your outfit is neither brand new nor worn out, and I have not had the chance to procure anything new for you. In a couple of days, I shall have Su Peixiang bring you several new garments and fabrics. In the new year, one must wear new clothes. I am not lacking in funds." "Thank you, Your Highness," Ran replied. However, the jade plum blossom hairpin remained untouched for many years thereafter. Despite the festive season, Yinzhen was still quite occupied. The princes who had already left the palace took turns hosting banquets, while those preparing to depart invited their brothers to their new homes for warmth. Each day was filled with social obligations, and the scent of wine clung to Yinzhen. and Rand spent her days in the prince's residence. And although her current status would allow her to pay respects to the concubine without reproach, doing so felt like leveraging the concubine's influence to garner favor from Yinzhen. And Rand never engaged in such thankless endeavors. And besides, Yinzhen treated her quite well. Each day, she occupied herself with sewing, reading, and practicing calligraphy, finding her routine far from tedious. Time passed swiftly, and soon the Lantern Festival would arrive. "You should prepare yourself," Yinzhen advised. "We are moving out of the palace." "So soon?" And Rand exclaimed, surprised, as she had expected the move to occur after the 15th day of the new year. Yinzhen nodded and smiled. "The Lantern Festival is a lively time in the capital. The palace performances have grown stale over the years. There will be no curfew that night. Once the palace festivities conclude, I shall take you out to explore." "Really?" And Rand's eyes sparkled with delight. She had never witnessed the ancient Lantern Festival. She eagerly grasped Yinzhen's arm, pouring him a cup of tea with a charming smile. "Thank you, Your Highness. Flattering me with my own tea does not count as gratitude," Yinzhen teased, and Rand hurried into the inner chamber, emerging with a new garment and displaying it before Yinzhen. It was a deep blue outer robe, exquisitely crafted, simple yet elegant, adorned with embroidery of green bamboo at the cuffs and hem. The bamboo seemed remarkable as the fabric swayed, hints of silver glimmered, exuding an understated elegance. "This is the new garment I made for you," and Rand said. "Please try it on and see if it fits." At that moment, Su Peixing appeared at the door to assist. "What did you make this?" Yinzhen asked, extending his arms as Su Peixing helped him remove his outer robe while Rand personally dressed him in the new attire. It was completed just in these past few days, and Rand said, carefully fastening the buttons. Noticing that she wore a new outfit, albeit one he had gifted her, Yinzhen chuckled. "The fabric I provided was meant for you to create several garments for yourself. Yet it seems it has ended up on me. This deep blue shoe brocade suits you best," and Rand replied with a smile. "The moment it arrived, I knew it was perfect for you. You truly look like a tall, elegant tree in this attire." The clothing fitted him perfectly. Although it was winter attire, the cotton padding made it slightly bulky, yet with Yinzhen's well-proportioned physique, it appeared anything but cumbersome. The deep blue hue exuded a sense of calm and elegance, complemented by a black satin belt adorned with white jade. Should he ride past on the street, countless young ladies would undoubtedly find themselves captivated. Yinzhen smirked, evidently pleased with his attire, and instructed Su Peixing to hang it up for him to wear the following day. Su Peixing promptly complied. At that moment, the afternoon sun streamed through the window, casting a warm glow throughout the room. Yinzhen continued to dominate Anren's desk, while Anren practiced calligraphy on the soft couch. The room was enveloped in tranquility, the atmosphere harmonious and inviting. When Su Peixing entered to quietly relay a message, Yinzhen furrowed his brow, leaving behind a remark that he had matters to attend to before departing with Su Peixing. Anren faintly caught the mention of the new house and the Ulanara family, causing her pen to pause momentarily before she quickly regained her composure. Tomorrow marked the day of the heating ceremony at the fourth prince's new residence, and the Ulanara family, as the rightful in-laws, would naturally send representatives to offer their congratulations. Upon returning to the main study, Yinzhen soon welcomed a visitor, who bowed and introduced himself as Fei Yonghe, respectfully paying his respects to the fourth prince. No need for excessive courtesy. Yinzhen gestured for him to rise, instructing Su Peixing to provide the gentleman with a seat. "Thank you for your grace, fourth prince," Fei Yonghe replied. Su Peixing brought a chair, but Fei Yonghe, despite being Yinzhen's formal father-in-law, dared not assume an authoritative demeanor and sat only on the edge. "May I inquire about the purpose of your visit today?" Yinzhen, known for his directness, preferred to avoid unnecessary pleasantries. Fei Yonghe quickly responded. "Having heard that the fourth prince will be hosting a gathering tomorrow at his new home for the heating ceremony, I was concerned about the number of attendants. Should additional assistance be required, the Ulanara family stands ready to help." This was in essence a subtle probe into Yinzhen's sentiments towards the Ulanara family and his daughter, a glimpse into whether he might wield authority within the household in the future. It was said that the fourth prince maintained a clean reputation, with only a trial marriage candidate bestowed upon him by the esteemed defy. Such a candidate held little significance, being of low status and originating from the palace maid ranks, lacking any substantial support. Hence, the Ulanara family regarded her with disdain. No need for assistance, Yinzhen replied, his expression darkening as he set down his brush, causing ink to splatter. You should focus on your own affairs. I have sufficient personnel here. In a few months, I will be wed. I trust preparations are well underway. Fei Yonggu discerned the impatience in Yinzhen's tone and silently lamented his predicament, realizing he had overstepped today. Alas, he had been ensnared by the incessant demands of the two women in his life, leading him to such an imprudent course of action. Everything is prepared. He managed to muster a smile, still refraining from taking a seat. Yinzhen nodded with a stern expression. Do you have any other matters to discuss? It was clear he wished to dismiss him. No, nothing at all, Fei Yonggu hastily replied. I shall take my leave now. Yinzhen tossed aside the paper on his desk for a fresh sheet without lifting his gaze, merely acknowledging with a nonchalant grunt. Su Peixiang then escorted Fei Yonggu out of the princess abode. I appreciate your trouble, Master Su. Fei Yonggu presented a pouch to Su Peixiang. Upon receiving it, Su Peixiang squeezed the pouch, discerning its thin layers, likely filled with silver notes. He mused on the generosity of the Ulanara family, grinning as he said, My lord, do take care. No need to see me off, Fei Yonggu replied with a smile, and as he turned, he could not help but wipe the sweat from his brow. Alas, the fourth prince has always been taciturn. One wonders if his daughter can withstand it. With the silver notes in hand, Su Peixiang returned to the study of Yinzhen, only to find his expression troubled. He hurriedly approached and presented the pouch to Yinzhen, saying, Lord Fei Yonggu has generously rewarded this servant with quite a sum. Yinzhen, however, had no need for such trifles and glanced at him disdainfully, retorting, What you have received is yours. Why flaunt it before me? The Ulanara family is affluent, and there will be plenty of rewards in the future. Indeed, Su Peixiang replied, ingratiatingly, as long as I am in the service of His Highness. Can I possibly lack for their meager silver? It is but a trifling amount for purchasing wine. As long as you understand. Yinzhen's expression softened slightly. Observing the waning daylight, Su Peixiang inquired, It is getting late. Shall we summon the meal? Go to the inn family, Yinzhen instructed, setting down his brush. Very well. Chapter 16. Ulanala Qinghe Fayanggu returned home with a grim expression, only to be met by two faces filled with anticipation. He flicked his sleeves and let out a cold snort. Look at the foolish ideas you've come up with. His legitimate wife, of the Yinzhen clan, hailed from a once illustrious lineage, though now merely a collateral branch. The future fourth consort, Ulanala, bore the name Qinghe. Sensing Fayanggu's displeasure, the two women felt a pang of disappointment and followed him back to the main courtyard. Seated in silence at the head of the table, Fayanggu's mood was palpable. Yinzhen clutched her handkerchief, hesitant to speak. Despite her status as the primary wife, she was not favored. Fayanggu's respect for her stemmed only from their daughter's accomplishments. It's my daughter's fault. Please do not be angry, Father, Qinghe said, offering a cup of tea to Fayanggu. Her graceful and elegant demeanor, cultivated from a young age, rendered her an exceptional presence. With the wedding date approaching, my daughter has become overly anxious, leading her to act inappropriately. If anyone should be blamed, it is I. As she knelt before him, head bowed in a posture of submission, Fayanggu sighed. After all, she was his cherished daughter, and perhaps she would achieve great things in the future. He quickly helped her to her feet. You are simply too sensible. Remember, you will soon be the fourth princess consort, ultimately a princely wife. You cannot afford to kneel so casually. Yes, Qinghe replied, rising with his assistance. I shall heed Father's guidance. I do not truly wish to admonish you, Fayanggu sighed, gesturing for her to take a seat. The fourth prince is a man of stern demeanor, unwavering in his principles. He possesses a scale within his heart, and should anyone surpass that threshold, his disposition of better to be shattered than to be whole will lead him to cast that person aside without hesitation. Though only two princes currently held official positions in the court, Kangxi enjoyed discussing the prince's studies with his ministers. Thus, even if the princes were not present in court, The seasoned officials could glean insights into their characters through their academic pursuits. The evaluation of Yinzhen in the court could be summed up in 2 words: integrity. While such a character may not be suited for the throne, it's certainly made for an excellent minister. In the future, he would undoubtedly become a prince. My daughter, when you marry him, always remember to consider the 4th prince's boundaries before undertaking any endeavor. You must never, under any circumstances, transgress that line. Do you understand? Fai Yangu earnestly instructed. Qinghe comprehended. She nodded earnestly, for she was a clever girl and grasped the essence of his words. Simultaneously, she recognized that harmonious relations with her future husband might be challenging, as tenderness and affection could be hard to come by. Nevertheless, she felt reassured. As the Emperor's officially recognized primary consort, as long as she avoided major blunders, no one would dare to reproach her. Moreover, as the legitimate mistress of the household, she would take charge of the inner quarters upon entering the palace, and would secure her position by bearing several sons. With these thoughts, Qinghe's anxiety about the impending wedding began to dissipate, allowing her to revert to her former gentle and composed demeanor befitting a noble lady. In the prince's residence, Yinzhen was busy packing her belongings. Initially, she thought her stay would be brief, and thus had little to pack, but as she began to sort through her things, she was surprised to find several large trunks insufficient to contain all her possessions. Yinzhen gradually bestowed upon her numerous gifts, and even the esteemed concubine had presented her with some treasures. Furthermore, the little trinkets he casually brought back for her after leaving the palace filled an entire chest to the brim. Yinzhen took it upon herself to meticulously organize these small treasures, placing them in a fine rosewood box, intending that they serve as burial items for her after her demise. It is said that should fortune favor her with a burial in the imperial mausoleum, it would be far more spacious than a mere grave in later times, certainly accommodating this chest. The feng shui is favorable, the space ample, and it incurs no expense. What a splendid value. Qinghe, holding a small box, wore a worried expression. Miss, our funds are dwindling. Dwindling? Yinzhen turned her head and inquired. How much remains? Less than 100 taels. This indeed felt insufficient. When Yinzhen arrived at the prince's residence, she brought with her nearly 300 taels in private savings. As a second-rank head, maid, in the Yonghe Palace, she often received requests for favors, which Concubine had never minded, and with her monthly stipend over the years, she had managed to accumulate just about 300 taels. However, upon entering the prince's residence, she found herself without additional income and instead had to bestow rewards upon others. Thus, her silver seemed to flow away like water. Although she had received many gifts, these items could not be pawned, which was quite distressing. Once she moved out of the palace, she had heard that the 4th prince's residence was vast, with many servants, implying that the need for rewards would only increase. This thought left Yinzhen feeling even more despondent. Sighing deeply, she lamented, Well, we must conserve our resources. Every bit saved counts, Qinghe replied. What is there to save? Yinzhen entered, catching the tail end of the conversation. Is there a need for you to conserve here? Qinghe hurriedly placed the money box on the table and stood to pay her respects. Yinzhen grasped Yinzhen's hand and sat beside her, his eyes landing on the pitiful little box, filled with scattered silver coins and a 50-tael banknote. Is my dear Yinzhen short of silver? He chuckled. Yinzhen, uncharacteristically embarrassed, quickly tucked the box away and explained, It's not that I'm truly lacking. It's just that my funds are rather limited. The palace expenses are significant. Just bear with it for a few more days. Once we leave the palace, I shall have Su Peixing arrange for you to acquire 2 shops. And thus you will have a source of income, Yinzhen assured her. Yinzhen had no family to rely on, unlike his Fujin, who had received a dowry of cash, jewelry, fabrics, and shops from her family since childhood, with familial support behind her. Thus, she depended solely on Yinzhen. If she could manage to acquire 2 shops in her name, it would indeed provide a means of income. Speaking of family, Yinzhen inquired, Do you have any other relatives? None. Yinzhen shook her head. My parents passed away early, and I was later adopted by my uncle and aunt. I have a cousin who, after I entered the palace, inquired about me for the first few years, but I heard they have returned to their hometown. But to bring them back to the capital? Yinzhen suggested. Why would I want them to return? Anren smiled. They have lived in their hometown for over a decade, and it is reasonable to presume they have grown accustomed to it. Moreover, my relationship with them has never been particularly close after 10 years. Only a tenuous bond of blood remains. Walking down the street, we would likely not recognize each other. Forcing a familial connection would merely serve to heighten the awkwardness. Furthermore, in Anren's memory, her uncle possessed a rather feeble disposition, while her aunt was fiery yet cunning. As for her cousin, he had been spoiled by his mother since childhood. After all these years, one can only wonder about his character. Summoning them back to the capital seems less an act of reliance and more burden. If you wish to deny recognition, then so be it. Yinzhen comforted her and deftly shifted the subject. It appears you have nearly finished your preparations here. Please place the less important items outside. I will arrange for some people to transport these to the new location. We must avoid the chaos of having everything piled together on moving day, and we certainly cannot afford to misplace any luggage. Very well, Anren replied. Chapter 17. Relocation from the palace. The day of relocation was set for 2 days before the Lantern Festival. Early in the morning, the preparations began in earnest. Despite the room being nearly devoid of belongings aside from the furniture, Chunha flitted about like a spinning top. This must be taken, and so must that. Oh dear, I almost forgot this. This is a gift from the fourth master. Be careful with it. Anren watched with amusement from the side. Yinzhen had departed the palace early to attend to the new residents, leaving a multitude of people to move their possessions. Anren stood at the entrance, eagerly awaiting the arrival of Su Peixiang to escort her. Master Su, are we leaving the palace? Anren inquired. Su Peixiang smiled in response. Indeed, everything is in order. Come along. Miss Anren's heart fluttered, akin to a bird poised to escape its cage. Although this transition was merely from one confinement to another, the fleeting taste of freedom filled her with exhilaration. Suppressing her excitement, she followed closely behind Su Peixiang, aware that she lacked the privilege of a sedan chair within the palace, a distinction even Yinzhen had never attained. The journey out of the palace seemed meticulously arranged, as they encountered no one along the way. The carriage halted at a side gate of the Shindi Gate, and in that moment of exiting the palace, Anren felt her very soul tremble. Yet, in an effort to maintain composure, she forced herself to remain steady, avoiding any sideways glances as she entered the carriage. I wish I could lift the curtain to see what the Shindi Gate looks like now. Anren sighed, but alas, it was not permissible. As the carriage began to move slowly, it merged onto the main thoroughfare of the capital, where common folk bustled about. The cacophony of voices swelled to a lively din. Outside, Su Peixiang, sensing Anren's potential discomfort with the noise, explained, Rest assured, Miss, this road is the necessary route to the residence. We shall pass through shortly. No matter. I find it rather lively, Anren quietly replied, lifting a corner of the curtain to glimpse the rapidly passing stalls, with the vibrant calls of vendors filling the air, rich with the aroma of daily life. Regrettably, the stretch of road was brief, as the carriage soon turned a corner, entering the fourth master's residence through the back gate. Miss, we have arrived at Yimei Courtyard, Su Peixiang announced from outside. Chunha disembarked first, and Anren took her hand to descend from the carriage, only to find herself before a vast courtyard with its gates wide open. The plaque above bore the elegant characters Yimei Courtyard, penned by none other than Yinzhen himself. Did the master inscribe this? Anren recognized Yinzhen's handwriting immediately. Indeed, Su Peixiang confirmed, within the entire estate, only the main courtyard, Yilan Courtyard, and Yimei Courtyard bear the master's own calligraphy. Please proceed with your tasks, Master Su, Anren said, her eyes already drawn to the plum branches peeking over the courtyard wall. Her smile radiant as she turned to Chunha. Come, let's explore. Navigating past the shadow wall and around the rear building, they entered through the hanging flower gate into a courtyard that was both exquisite and spacious. 2 plum trees stood proudly, their blossoms in full bloom. Passing through the corridor, Anren stepped directly into the main house, while Chunha remained outside to direct the unpacking. Inside, an array of redwood furniture greeted her, all in pristine condition, complemented by several elegant vases, perfectly aligning with Yinzhen's refined taste. The inner chamber was spacious, divided by a small study and a bathing area. It retained an air of grandeur. On the intricately carved bed lay a peach-hued satin quilt embroidered with auspicious motifs, while the bed curtains were made of ethereal gauze and the drapes from shimmering brocade. The window was adorned with soft, smoke-colored fabric. Yinzhen was astonished. Was this not excessively luxurious? By the window stood her beloved cushioned couch, significantly larger than the one at the prince's residence, almost resembling a small bed. A square table rested atop it, graced with a set of delicate pastel floral teacups. Opposite the couch was a dressing table, embellished with a precious glass mirror, its surface cluttered with open boxes containing a plethora of hairpins and ornaments, a veritable treasure trove. In the center of the room stood a gilded cloisonne incense burner, shaped like 9 peaches, already infused with calming incense. "Miss, where shall we place this rosewood chest?" Yonghe inquired, accompanied by several young eunuchs struggling to carry the box inside. "Let it rest at the foot of the bed." Yinzhen indicated a vacant spot, realizing it contained trinkets gifted by Yinzhen. After a moment's thought, she pointed toward the wardrobe and added, "The other items can go over there. The jewelry can be placed beside the dressing table." Having spoken, she stifled a yawn. "I shall take a brief rest. You may tidy up as you please. I was far too excited last night and could not sleep, and this morning I was roused by the clattering noise. Yinzhen is unlikely to attend to me today, so I shall indulge in a daytime nap." To her surprise, she slept until the evening lights began to glow. Stretching languorously beneath the warm, soft quilt, she groaned, reluctant to rise. "What time is it?" She called to Yonghe. "It is already the hour of you, Mississippi." "I have sent Gege to the kitchen to fetch the meal," Yonghe replied. Now, the circumstances were different from those at the prince's residence. She had her own courtyard, and naturally, the number of attendants had increased. A throng of young eunuchs and palace maids stood ready outside, but a leader was missing. Yinzhen had developed a good rapport with Gege, who was eager to serve her, and they found harmony in their partnership, prompting Yinzhen to request Gege from Yinzhen. As a head of the courtyard, she could no longer refer to him simply as Little Gege, but rather all in the Yimei courtyard referred to him as Gege. Draped in a grand wool cloak, Yinzhen stood at the door, gazing at the starry sky. She tilted her head to listen and inquired of Yonghe, "Has the revelry in the front courtyard concluded?" Earlier that day, she could still hear the commotion, but now it had quieted down. There were no guests left in the front courtyard by mid-afternoon, Yonghe informed her. Indeed, Yinzhen was not one to revel in festivities. His endurance until the afternoon was commendable. Yinzhen pondered whether he had indulged in wine. Retrieving a box from within, she said, "Take this sobering pill to the front courtyard. If they refuse at the Moon Gate, kindly ask them to summon Master Su." She then pressed several small pouches into Yonghe's hands. The Moon Gate connected the front and rear courtyards, and typically, women from the rear courtyard were not permitted in the front, save for the mistress. "Understood," Yonghe replied and departed briskly. Yinzhen reflected on the scarcity of capable individuals available for assistance. Spring has yet to return, yet Gege has brought back the meal. Upon seeing Yinzhen waiting at the door, he was taken aback. "Is the young lady hungry?" he inquired. "Not at all," Yinzhen replied with a smile. "I asked Yonghe to assist me with a few matters, which is why I am waiting here. Please help me carry the food inside." "Certainly," Gege responded, hastily entering the room to arrange the dishes. "Enjoy your meal, young lady." "Have you eaten?" Yinzhen casually asked. Gege replied, "I sent the young eunuch waiting outside to eat first, and after he finished, he switched shifts with me." Yinzhen nodded, surveying the dishes, and remarked, "The cuisine today seems different." The imperial chef from the elder brother's kitchen did not come along. Gege chuckled and said, "I heard that the elder brother specially invited a chef from outside, renowned for his culinary skills, proficient in various regional cuisines. Tonight's dishes are inspired by the flavors of Jianghui." By chance, Yinzhen's hometown was not far from Jianghui. Now, savoring the familiar flavors uplifted her spirits. However, she realized she could not consume much alone. After sampling a bit of each dish, feeling quite satisfied, she remarked on the neatly arranged and exquisite meal. Indeed, the taste of Jianghui cuisine differs from that of Beijing cuisine, yet I find it quite delightful. You need not return to your quarters. I have barely touched the food. If you do not mind, please share with Chuanha. Naturally, Guobi Hua was pleased to accept, even expressing his gratitude with a bow. Thank you, young lady, he exclaimed. Please rise, Anren urged, assisting him to his feet. In my presence, there is no need for such formalities. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, kindly teach those young eunuchs and maidens outside with care, so they may learn the subtleties of demeanor. Chapter 18. Casual conversations having her own courtyard made various matters considerably more convenient. Now, outside the palace, there was no longer the intermittent scrutiny she had experienced within its walls, and her heart felt increasingly at ease with each passing day. Yinzhen seemed perpetually occupied. Since their relocation, he had not visited her again, and naturally, the promised Lantern Festival was not realized. However, generous gifts flowed into Yimei Garden like a continuous stream, which made the residents of the estate wary of underestimating this in Gege, who had been brought out from the palace. Though these gifts were not particularly valuable, they were delightful in their novelty, primarily consisting of small tokens that Yinzhen had procured from outside, intended to amuse her. Among these gifts, Anren was particularly pleased with the two shops, one a silk store and the other a medicinal herb shop, both overseen by Yinzhen's people, allowing her to simply await her share of the profits without concern. As February approached its midpoint, Anren overheard a little palace maid tidying up in the courtyard, mentioning that the spring blossoms were already blooming in the garden. With the sun shining brightly, she decided to adorn herself and take a stroll through the garden. Upon hearing Anren express her desire to visit the garden, Chuanha, who was arranging her hair, paused momentarily and remarked with a smile, Gege has remained within Yimei Garden for so long. What has prompted this sudden wish to wander in the garden? I heard there are flowers blooming, Anren replied, preoccupied with selecting her accessories, failing to detect the subtle nuance in Chuanha's tone. It is indeed rare for flowers to bloom this early in February, Chuanha advised gently. I passed through the garden and saw only a few scattered blooms. Most are still merely flower buds, hardly worth a visit. The spring breeze in February is like a sharp knife, and the weather remains quite chilly. With your monthly visitor arriving soon, it will be best to refrain from venturing out. Anren set down the hairpin she was holding and, with a soft smile, gazed into the mirror at Chuanha's eyes. Chuanha, you have never been adept at deceit. Is there truly anything in this estate that I must not see? Gege Chuanha gasped, kneeling down abruptly, her head bowed in silence. Rise, Anren urged, helping her to her feet and brushing the dust from her knees. We have shared a bond since our time in the palace, and you are well aware of my temperament. Is there truly anything you cannot share? I only feel that you are wronged. Chuanha's eyes shimmered with unshed tears. You believe that the AG is simply busy, allowing those trifling gifts to please you. Yet where does he find the time for Yimei Garden? The estate is adorned with red silk. He is preoccupied with preparations to marry a legitimate consort. Anren was momentarily taken aback, her expression reflecting a fleeting confusion before she responded with a tranquil smile. Ah, yes, in just a month he shall wed. How could I have forgotten the date? After a moment's reflection, she quickly instructed Chuanha, please fetch the fine brocade that he previously bestowed. As a Gege, I possess nothing worthy to present to a legitimate consort, so I shall simply embroider 2 pouches and a pair of soft cushions. Gege, Chuanha exclaimed, stamping her foot in distress. Anren pressed Chuanha back down gently, saying, Dear Chuanha, I know you care for me, but I am merely a lowly Gege. What right have I to be envious of a legitimate consort? Furthermore, the AG is a man of deep affection. You only see my grievances. Yet do you not recognize his willingness to indulge me? By indulging me, he holds me in his heart. We share a youthful bond, even when the legitimate consort enters. As long as we conduct ourselves with integrity, what reason have we to fear for our future happiness? The servant was unaware of what kind of good days the young lady spoke of. With tears in her eyes, she thought, since the young lady had made up her mind, she would naturally comply. Wiping her tears, she turned to find the brocade. Anren sat before the dressing table, sighing. She herself was uncertain about what those good days entailed. Initially, she had merely wished to live well, but later her desires grew, and she yearned for a child. For the sake of this child, her heart harbored deeper ambitions. Anren was also afraid, fearing that in the future, she might become someone she no longer recognized. While she dared not entertain any fanciful thoughts regarding Yinzhen, the notion of having a child, one connected to her by blood, became her obsession and her sole link to this world. Chun-Hee brought over suitable brocade, and Anren had half of her hair undone as she sat on the soft couch, selecting a vibrant magenta and a warm yellow fabric. While Chun-Hee gathered the rest away, she intended to make the magenta into a soft pillow cover and, after much contemplation, decided to embroider a pair of playful dragons and phoenixes in gold thread, symbolizing good fortune and exuding elegance. The two pouches would be crafted from warm yellow, adorned with designs of mandarin ducks frolicking in water and magpies perched on plum blossoms, patterns that would certainly convey felicitations for a new marriage. Chun-Hee, seated on a low stool beside her, began to sort the threads while Anren commenced sketching the patterns. It seems that people are often oblivious to the passage of time. Strangely enough, Yinzhen appeared today after a prolonged absence. Before Anren could don her shoes to welcome him, he had already entered the inner chamber. "What are you busy with?" he inquired, taking her hand and settling beside her on the soft couch. Chun-Hee, possessing keen insight, discreetly excused herself. "How has your calligraphy practice been?" Yinzhen noticed that she had lost some weight, yet she appeared spirited. A stack of paper and brushes lay on the table, leading him to assume Anren was practicing her writing. However, upon closer inspection, he discovered she was sketching a design of playful dragons and phoenixes. "What do you think of it?" Anren asked, feeling at ease in her own room, clad only in a Han dress with her long hair cascading down, her shoes discarded as she lounged on the soft couch in a rather unrefined manner. Yinzhen seldom witnessed her in such a relaxed state, and today it was a refreshing sight. "Come here," he beckoned. Anren, not bothering to rise from the couch, merely shifted the table and crawled over, only to be enveloped in his embrace. With his chin resting atop her head, inhaling her hair's fragrance, he felt a wave of relief. "What are you preparing for the legitimate lady?" "I intend to make a set of pillow covers," Anren replied, leaning against his chest and idly fiddling with the button of his collar. "I also wish to craft 2 pouches. "You have never made pouches for me," Yinzhen remarked with a hint of envy, noting that while she had sewn him clothing, knee guards, socks, and shoes, pouches remained absent. "The pouches worn by you are all crafted by the skilled artisans of the palace. Their embroidery is exquisite, and there is no need for me to undertake such work." Anren retorted, her reasoning sound. After all, the knee guards required only simple stitching, while the embroidery of pouches demanded meticulous effort, and she preferred to avoid the hassle. "Indeed, you make a valid point," Yinzhen said with a smile in his eyes, gently lifting her chin as he inquired seriously. "I have not visited you these past few days, and we missed the promised Lantern Festival. Do you feel wronged?" "I do not feel wronged," Anren replied. "You have important matters to attend to and cannot always be by my side." During this period, Chun-Hee mentioned that Yinzhen was preoccupied with his impending wedding. However, Anren understood that Yinzhen's heart was not consumed by romantic affairs. While the wedding was significant, it was likely that external matters were occupying his thoughts. Indeed, he appeared somewhat burdened, his figure having grown more corpulent. Yinzhen pinched her cheek, its fullness evident, and then elaborated. The heavy snowfall before the new year led to numerous tragedies in the outskirts of the capital, where many perished or were injured. Some families, being impoverished, found their thatched roofs collapsed under the weight of the snow, leaving them no choice but to seek refuge in dilapidated temples. On the Lantern Festival, chaos erupted in one such temple over territorial disputes, and I could not bear to witness their suffering. Thus, I have been occupied with providing for them. He possessed a compassionate heart, a concern for the welfare of the world. Anren remarked, "What the common people desire most is simply to be well-fed and warmly clothed. If every individual in the realm could attain such basic comforts, what a monumental virtue that would be. It would not be an exaggeration to revere it as divine." Yinzhen responded with a smile, "In my lifetime, I shall do all that I can." Anren fell silent. Even in future generations, where technology flourished and improved agricultural practices yielded abundant harvests, it could not be claimed that every citizen in the realm would be well fed. Yinzhen, too, ceased speaking, embracing Anren as they savored this rare moment of tranquility. He always felt that Anren exuded a serene and tranquil essence. Regardless of how turbulent or constrained his heart might feel, holding her would gradually smooth the tumult within him until it faded away completely. Chapter 19. Go game after many days without seeing Yinzhen, upon hearing that he would be staying overnight, and Ran personally ventured into the small kitchen to prepare several dishes. This small kitchen had been established only after Guobihua inquired about Yinzhen in the front courtyard. The stove had been recently constructed, with the bricks still retaining their natural hue. Do you have enough funds for your own kitchen? Yinzhen inquired, and Ran, picking up a piece of golden egg, smiled and replied, the 2 shops you provided are thriving. They delivered last month's profits a few days ago, and I have ample funds now. That is good. If it is insufficient, seek out Su Peisheng, Yinzhen advised. It seemed that Yinzhen was indeed hungry, as he devoured the entire spread of dishes, leaving Ran with little opportunity to eat. Fortunately, her appetite was modest, and she was satisfied with a mere nibble. Your cooking tastes delightful, Yinzhen admitted, feeling somewhat bashful. After days of being on the go, he had not indulged in any exquisite delicacies. Merely having hard bread to chew on was a luxury. Now, as he was in a period of growth, his appetite had increased day by day, and encountering food that suited his palate led him to overindulge uncontrollably. Concerned that he might overeat, and Ran suggested they take a few laps around the courtyard. She intended to stroll through the garden, yet Yinzhen, feigning fatigue, expressed his reluctance to wander far, secretly wishing to spare her the sight of the crimson silk decorations that adorned the estate, which would only deepen her heartache. Although he did not yearn for a grand wedding, the fact remained that she was his legitimate consort, and he wished to afford her some dignity. The entire estate was festooned with celebratory decorations for the impending nuptials, and even the palace maids and eunuchs passing by exhibited cheerful countenances. After a few laps around the courtyard, Yinzhen led and ran back inside to freshen up. The hot water had already been prepared. I have already washed up in the front courtyard. You may go now, he said, and Ran sensed something unusual about him that evening, but could not quite articulate it. When she emerged after her ablutions, Yinzhen had already removed his shoes and reclined on the soft couch. Do you know how to play chess? He asked and ran, revealing that Su Peisheng had brought a chessboard from the front courtyard and set it up in the room. The black and white pieces were smooth and glistening, and upon inspection, Ran discovered they were crafted from white jade and top-quality black jade. What an extravagance, she mused before shaking her head and saying, I only know how to play Gamoku and tic-tac-toe. Gamoku? Yinzhen raised an eyebrow, intrigued. How does one play? Like this, Ran explained, sitting cross-legged on the couch and detailing the rules of Gamoku to Yinzhen, who listened with keen interest. Let's play a game of Gamoku, he proposed. Certainly, Ran replied enthusiastically. She was quite skilled at Gamoku and had even secured second place in a school competition. In the first match, Ran emerged victorious. In the second, she narrowly triumphed. However, she faced defeats in the third, fourth, and fifth matches. As she tossed her pieces back into the box, her enthusiasm waned. I no longer wish to play, she admitted, feeling outmatched by Yinzhen's prowess. Are you truly finished? Yinzhen inquired with a chuckle. Indeed, I am done. You are far too skilled for me to compete, and Ran responded sincerely. Very well, if we are not to play, so be it. Yinzhen has lost his chess piece and calls for Chun He to enter and tidy the chessboard, gently holding in Ran's hand as they walk inside. The heavy bed curtains obscure Chun He's view, allowing Ran to nimbly climb onto the bed. Yinzhen then lowers the gauze curtain and proceeds to retrieve a book, and Ran, taken aback, observes Yinzhen as he languidly reclines on the bed. Noticing her gaze, he covers her with the quilt, stating, You should rest first. I shall read for a while longer. Reading before sleep. Could it be that he fears insomnia? And Ran pouts, but obediently lies flat. Ah, the primal desires of humanity. And Ran also finds herself missing Yinzhen. Who would have thought this man would alter his demeanor tonight and choose to read before sleep? Outside, the candles have been extinguished by Chun He, leaving only a flickering light on the table, casting a dim glow within the room, rendering visibility poor. And Ran turns to her side, gazing at Yinzhen's broad back, unable to resist the urge to poke her finger into his waist. Stop it, he admonishes, seizing her mischievous hand and drawing it forward. And Ran, Leaning closer, presses her body against his back, mumbling, "It's too dark. Perhaps we should read tomorrow instead." Yinzhen clears his throat. Unbeknownst to Enran, the book he holds is actually upside down. He suppresses a smile and responds, "Let me finish this chapter first. If she waits any longer, she might fall asleep." Summoning her resolve, Enran allows her hand to wander downward. Ouch! Yinzhen cannot withstand it any longer. Quickly grasping her hand and tossing the book aside onto the low bed. Turning his head, he finds his eyes reddened. Enran senses the shift in atmosphere and hastily retracts her hand, stammering, My hand slipped." In an instant, she burrows beneath the covers. With both of them sharing a single quilt, there is little space to escape. Yinzhen pulls Enran back, pinning her beneath him and tickling her. "Do you dare to provoke me again?" He challenges. I dare not, Enran pleads. Her sensitivity to tickling sending her squirming like a turtle on its back. Yet she cannot evade his touch. Laughter drains her of energy, and with tears brimming, she begs for mercy. "I was wrong. I truly won't do it again." Cocooned in the thick quilt, they have both worked up a sweat. Finally, Yinzhen relents, propping himself up to gaze at Enran below him, his tone gentle. "Do you think of me?" With both arms wrapped around his neck. Enran sincerely replies, "I do." She must admit, she is indeed drawn to his physique. "How much do you desire me?" Yinzhen persists. Enran plants a quick kiss on his lips, saying like this, "Is that all?" Yinzhen expresses his dissatisfaction. "Very well." Enran playfully smacks her lips against his face, splattering him with saliva. For who could blame her for his excessive teasing? She then shifts her attention to his neck, giving it a gentle bite, internally pleased with herself. After all, one need not have seen a pig run to know how to flirt. She thinks, this evidently provokes Yinzhen, who buries his face in her neck and grits his teeth. "Little girl, you have quite a few tricks. Let us see how I handle you." After the two of them shamelessly splashed water all over the room during their bath, they lay in bed as dawn began to break outside. The drowsiness had subsided, and Enran nestled in Yinzhen's embrace, finding it difficult to sleep. Yinzhen, however, had closed his eyes in a state of repose, gently patting Enran's back as one would soothe a child. "Can't sleep?" he inquired, pulling the quilt up around her once more. Enran stifled a yawn, her eyes devoid of slumber, murmuring, "It's almost dawn." "It's still early," Yinzhen reassured her. "You should indulge in a bit of a lie-in today." Enran inwardly scoffed at the notion that no amount of rest could compensate for the night's sleep, yet she closed her eyes, attempting to summon the embrace of sleep. Yinzhen's rhythmic patting seemed to possess a hypnotic quality, and the ever-alert Enran gradually succumbed to slumber. In her drowsy state, she faintly heard Yinzhen utter, "Have you ceased taking the contraceptive?" "All right," she instinctively replied, before slipping into a deeper realm of sleep. Chapter 20. The grand wedding of Yinzhen, the contraceptive, has been discontinued, hasn't it? Enran sat upon the bed, her gaze vacant, as that phrase reverberated incessantly in her mind, leaving her unable to discern whether it was a dream or a declaration from Yinzhen himself. It was not until Su Peixiang delivered an array of nourishing supplements, astragalus, mugwort, safflower, buplurum, angelica, and deer antler, specifically intended to rectify her cold constitution, that she was brought back to reality. "Miss this?" Chun-He appeared bewildered. "Just accept them all," Enran instructed. In addition to these medicinal herbs, a prescription for regulating her condition was also included. She handed the prescription to Chun-He, saying, "Please arrange for someone to prepare this daily and deliver it to me." Understood. Chun-He summoned 2 young maidservants, named Chun-Xing and Xia-He, both around 13 or 14 years of age and recently promoted to second-rank maidservants under Chun-He's guidance. Despite their youth, they conducted themselves with remarkable composure. "This is the tonic that the miss must consume daily. You two are responsible for it. Be meticulous. No one is to be absent from the stove while the medicine is being brewed. Otherwise, you will be held accountable. Do you understand?" "We understand." Charged with such an important task, the 2 young maidservants felt a surge of excitement, realizing that performing well might earn them favor in their mistress's eyes. They assured Chun-He that there would be no mistakes. After giving her instructions, Chun-He assisted and ran into the room and quietly inquired, "What does the prince mean by this?" "This is merely a matter of time." and Rand comprehended Yinzhen's intentions. It would take her 6 months of nourishment to restore her health. The legitimate foreign is to be married in a month, and once she is in good health, it is possible that the foreign may already bear a legitimate son, thereby allowing her to conceive. This man possesses a fair amount of confidence in himself. However, it seems that Yinzhen must also be hoping for their child. Otherwise, he would not be so eager for her to undertake this regimen. Yet, she must ensure that the foreign gives birth to a legitimate heir before she herself becomes pregnant, unless unforeseen circumstances arise. When is it that Yinzhen's other consorts are to enter the residence? They should not arrive until at least 6 months post-wedding. Otherwise, it would be a blow to the foreign's dignity. Unfortunately, fate does not always align with one's desires, and many matters are beyond Rand's control. The winds of February seemed to warm gradually with the joyous atmosphere permeating the residence. As Rand completed the embroidery of her congratulatory gifts and prepared to create several spring outfits with Chun-Hee, the long-anticipated day of Yinzhen's grand celebration finally arrived. Yimei Courtyard was in close proximity to the front courtyard, and early in the morning, the sounds of revelry could be heard resounding from outside, and Rand dared not indulge in further slumber. She donned new garments, styled her hair, and even applied a light touch of makeup. Though she could not appear before others, she felt it necessary to maintain an appropriate demeanor. The front courtyard buzzed with activity, and Rand sat in her courtyard, stretching like a goose. Although she could see nothing, the sounds were captivating. Chun-Hee, now certain that Rand's demeanor was not merely a fade, rolled her eyes playfully and chided, "Miss, your heart is rather carefree." And Rand rose and began to pace within the courtyard, akin to a lively creature in a melon patch, and with a long sigh, she remarked, "I have yet to witness a royal wedding." Her tone was tinged with a hint of regret. Especially, this is the future Yongzheng Emperor and the legendary Empress Ziyingxian. If Rand were present, she would likely compose a lengthy reflection on the event, which she would later publish and take with her to the grave, allowing future generations to understand the grandeur of that day. Alas, she cannot even leave the courtyard. After listening to the commotion all day, Rand finally retreated indoors at dusk, sitting on the couch with her chin resting on her hand, lost in thought. Sigh. She had to admit that there was a tinge of bitterness in her heart. After all, Yinzhen was her first man, and she was his first woman. While Yinzhen could have countless women, she could only have him as her one man. How unfair. And Rand murmured, gazing at the neatly arranged bright red cushions, which were somewhat glaring, as she would probably never wear such a vibrant red in her lifetime. In the deep of night, Chun-Hee quietly entered the inner chamber and found Rand draped in a garment, asleep with her head resting on the chessboard. With a resigned sigh, she gently roused Rand. "Say, miss, you should move to the bed. It's chilly at night, and you might catch a cold lying here." And Rand, still in a daze, had imprints of the chess pieces on her flushed face. She stood up, supported by Chun-Hee, her eyes half open as she mumbled, "To bed, to bed." Chun-Hee carefully tucked the blanket around her, observing how soundly Rand slept. In a rare moment, she whispered to herself, "I thought Miss truly didn't take care." Little did I know she spent the whole night playing chess with herself, not even realizing who she was competing against. The only response was Rand's steady breathing. The next morning, Rand woke up quite early. Today marked the first day of the new mistress's marriage, and as a princess, she was to serve tea to the matriarch. Only after the matriarch had sipped the tea would her status be formally acknowledged. "Is everything ready?" Rand glanced at her reflection in the mirror. Her attire was neither ostentatious nor timid. The new clothes were not overly bright, but still festive. Chun-Hee held a tray, meticulously covered with a red cloth. "Everything is ready. Then let us go." And Rand stepped confidently in her flower-pot-soled shoes towards the main courtyard as dawn began to break. Arriving a bit early, the main courtyard had yet to be lit, but the servants were already up, each attending to their duties in silence. These maids were likely part of the dowry brought by the new mistress, clearly well-trained. At the entrance of the main courtyard stood 2 gatekeepers, and Rand approached and said, "Greetings, esteemed gentlemen. I am Gege from Yimei Courtyard, here to pay my respects to the mistress." The 2 eunuchs promptly stepped aside, bowing as they replied, "Ah, is missing. As you can see, the main courtyard has not yet been lit. You might want to wait a moment. May I wait inside the courtyard? And Rand smiled gently. It is quite cold outside. The two eunuchs exchanged glances, clearly uncertain. The commotion at the entrance attracted attention, and an elderly woman waddled over, casting a disdainful glance and feigning concern. What is all this noise about? Are you trying to wake the master and the mistress? And Rand thought to herself, your voice is much louder than ours. One wonders who is truly trying to disturb them. The gatekeeping eunuchs hastily introduced and ran to the elderly woman. Ah, it is indeed Miss Angie. The matron scrutinized Anren without reservation, clicking her tongue in disapproval. Truly, one cannot recognize the mountain for its grandeur. My apologies. Having spent over a decade within the palace, Anren had encountered all manner of peculiarities. Yet, upon hearing these words, she did not respond with anger, but instead smiled gently, stepping forward to grasp the matron's hand. Exuding an air of congeniality, dear matron, might you show a little leniency? I merely wish to wait in the courtyard, and I would never dare disturb the master and the noble consort. As the matron felt a hard object pressed in her hand, she knew without a doubt what it was. She mused that this little one was somewhat sensible. Thus, she would grant her a temporary reprieve. The cold was biting, and it was not easy for a lady either. The matron's face blossomed into a smile akin to a chrysanthemum as she hastily welcomed Anren inside, settling her in a modest corner. You may wait here, Mississippi. Thank you ever so much, matron. Anren expressed her gratitude with heartfelt sincerity. Chapter 21. Please serve tea. As dawn gradually broke, the matron, while claiming not to impose difficulties upon Anren, had led her to stand in the shade of a roof eave. Thus the early morning sun, however splendid, failed to warm her. It had been many years since Anren had experienced such a cold reception. Fortunately, as she awaited, light was finally brought into the room, and a procession of maidservants entered with toiletry items, flowing in and out like a stream, executing their duties in complete silence. Following this, a group of attendants presented the breakfast, setting a lavish spread upon the table. The noblewoman Olenala served Yinzhen as he took his seat, her face blooming with the delicate blush of early morning dew. Beside her, the accompanying maid, Pearl, held a basin of clean water to serve on the side. Olenala personally twisted a cloth to hand to Yinzhen for drying his hands, and then ladled him a bowl of chicken soup. Suddenly, with a glint in her eye, she exclaimed, Ah, I nearly forgot. Pearl just mentioned that Gege has been waiting for quite some time. Master, it is chilly outside. Shall we not invite her in to warm herself and prevent her from catching a cold? Upon hearing Anren's name, Yinzhen's fingers moved subtly, though his brow furrowed as he replied, Why has she arrived so early? Does she not know what day it is? It seemed that Gege was not well versed in the nuances of court etiquette. Olenala covered her lips with a handkerchief, playfully reproaching, Master, how could you not have informed Gege of these customs beforehand? It was not a matter of strict protocol. Typically, a concubine would not arrive before the principal wife, even if it was to serve tea. Moreover, they were to enter the palace today to express gratitude. This was not an explicit rule, but arriving early was perceived as a sign of respect towards the principal wife. Yet, in Olenala's words, it transformed into a critique of Anren's understanding of propriety. As Anren followed the matron into the room, she caught the tail end of this conversation and paused in surprise. What are you hesitating for? The master and the Fujin are about to dine. Do hurry and attend to them. The matron shot Anren a glare from her slanted eyes, hidden from Yinzhen's view. Anren pressed her lips together, a smile forming at the corners of her mouth, and stepped forward, performing a respectful greeting. I pay my respects to the master and the Fujin. Her tone was measured, neither rushed nor submissive, a testament to the poise she had cultivated over her decade in the palace. Rise, Olenala said gently, her smile warm. I have long heard of Gege's esteemed reputation, and now that I see you, you truly are a vision of grace and beauty. I am unworthy of such praise, Fujin. It is you who embodies the essence of beauty, Anren replied, returning the compliment. Gege is too modest, Olenala laughed, covering her mouth. As I am new here, I am unfamiliar with the master's preferences. Might you assist me in preparing dishes for him and also introduce me to the culinary delights of the household? Yinzhen subtly furrowed his brow. It was merely a matter of serving, and Anren had fulfilled this role for many years. A fleeting moment more did not concern her. Noticing Olenala's persistent gaze, she chose to overlook the deeper implications in her eyes and replied, "Certainly." Then she moved to Yinzhen's side, observing that a bowl of chicken soup had already been prepared, presumably by the Fujin herself. Anren couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Such a greasy dish so early in the morning. How could Yinzhen possibly stomach it? Anren took new dishes and served a bowl of 8 treasure lotus seed porridge to Yinzhen, and then selected several of his favorite dishes. Next, she approached Olenara and ladled her a bowl of chicken soup, smiling as she said, "The chicken soup here is exceptionally well stewed, enriched with goji berries and red dates, providing substantial nourishment. The flavor should be delightful. Why not give it a taste?" She had deliberately included the layer of chicken fat floating atop, creating a bowl that was golden and quite rich. Olenara's smile faltered, and just as she was about to decline, she noticed Yinzhen beginning to eat. "Go on, if you don't eat it soon, it will cool." Olenara thought to herself that she had no desire to eat at all. The soup appeared a bit too hot, so she set it aside to cool. With a strained smile, Olenara suggested, perhaps Anren could recommend some other dishes. Of course, Anren had not anticipated that she would actually consume the soup. Upon hearing this, she readily set the chicken soup down and began to thoughtfully present various dishes to Olenara. Surprisingly, the flavors of Anren's recommended dishes were quite pleasant, leaving Olenara puzzled. Could it be that the bowl of chicken soup was not meant to be an intentional affront? Yinzhen ate restlessly, and Olenara felt even more uneasy, while Anren seemed to relish the act of serving. Yinzhen lost his appetite, consuming only a couple of bites before disregarding whether Olenara was satisfied and carelessly dropping his chopsticks. Naturally, Olenara followed suit and placed her chopsticks down as well. "Finished?" Yinzhen glanced at her. "Since you're done, let us clear everything away." The table, laden with exquisite dishes, was cleared as if untouched. After completing their breakfast, it was time for tea service. Olenara contemplated delaying, but upon seeing Yinzhen seated imperiously in a main position, displaying an air of impatience, she dared not entertain any further thoughts. Accepting the tea from Anren, she merely touched her lips to it before setting it down. She then took a box from Pearl's hands, revealing a pair of golden-laid jade bracelets. "They are not particularly valuable. Please do not think me ungrateful," Olenara humbly stated. "I thank you for your generosity, Fujin." Anren accepted the box with a smile, turning to pass it to Chunha. Taking the tray from her, she unveiled its contents. "I have little of worth to offer, only my humble embroidery. So I have fashioned a pair of soft pillows and a pair of pouches to congratulate you and Fujin on your grand wedding. And I hope you did not find my skills too crude." "Your embroidery is truly exquisite," Olenara praised, instructing Pearl to put them away. "You are very thoughtful." With the tea service concluded, Anren wished to return to her quarters, but was at a loss for an excuse to withdraw. Then she heard Yinzhen say, "If you have no business here, return to your own quarters and do not linger in the main courtyard, disturbing Fujin's tranquility." Yes, Anren was eager to depart, and immediately bid farewell to Yinzhen and Olenara. As Olenara had no desire for Anren to linger, she did not insist on her staying. The process of expressing gratitude in the palace was well known to her. Kanshi would bestow rewards, followed by the imperial concubine, then the concubine, and finally other noble ladies, depending on their individual moods regarding the audience. Yinzhen encountered the noble consort as she is her biological mother. The two women clasped hands in a warm embrace, while the young Prince Yinzhen was tugging at his sleeve, clamoring to be taken out of the palace for some leisure, despite the biting cold outside. The consort, unwilling to part with her child, soon found herself at a loss for words, and thus they were sent back home after a brief exchange. Upon returning to their residence, Yinzhen immediately immersed himself in his study. Yinzhen wished to follow him, eager to share in the warmth of companionship, yet was halted by Su Peixiong, who with a forced smile implored, "Madam, the master is in the study and has always preferred solitude. Please do not make it difficult for me." Embarrassed, Yinzhen's face flushed a deep crimson, nearly stumbling as she walked, but was steadied by Granny Wu and Pearl, preventing what could have been a most embarrassing moment. In the Yimei garden, only Anren and Chuanha remained inside, where Chuanha expressed her indignation. "Miss, they are truly insufferable. On such a frigid day, they left us out in the cold, only to demand we serve their meals without even a sip of hot tea. And as for that gaudy golden lei bracelet, it is so outdated that neither you nor I would deign to wear it. It is only fit for those with one foot in the grave among the palace matrons." "Enough. I am not angry, so why should you be?" Anren consoled her. "Anger is detrimental to one's health, so let it go, let it go." Chuanha sighed, revealing her emotions only in Anren's presence. Given today's events, that esteemed primary consort seems far from amiable. "Miss, you must pay your respects to her every morning. Do you intend to serve her daily?" "That one T be the case," Anren replied with conviction. "She is, after all, a woman of high birth, and possesses many means to vex others. She will not continuously resort to such indignities. After all, even a cornered dog may leap over a wall. Is she not wary of provoking me to the point of retaliation?" "Miss, be cautious with your words." Chuanha gasped. Anren chuckled lightly. "She may only manage to trouble me for 3 days at most. After that, the master likely will not stay in the main courtyard every night. With a face like mine, how can she enjoy her meals in peace?" Her understanding of Yinzhen's temperament was not absolute, but close enough. As evidenced by his demeanor that morning, it was clear that the esteemed primary consort would not garner much favor. Yinzhen regarded her with a sense of mutual respect rather than affection. Chapter 22. Establishing protocol. It is not that she holds herself in high esteem, but she is acutely aware of her own standing. At least for now, she occupies a significant place in Yinzhen's heart, with an emotional foundation. When she acts a little capriciously, it is deemed charming. However, without such a foundation, such antics are seen as lacking awareness. Tolerance does not come naturally to everyone. Even with the title of primary wife, in this era of arranged marriages, there are many primary consorts who are not favored. Yinzhen's personality is one of outward coldness, yet inner warmth, necessitating genuine sincerity. At times, he requires coaxing. If the consort maintains a rigid demeanor and adheres strictly to decorum, she risks incurring losses. Who, after all, advised her to approach with such a heavy-handed sense of propriety? And Rand's intuition proved accurate. The main courtyard indeed created a stir for 3 days. On the 4th day, when the consort was to return to her family, she was in high spirits, unwilling to mar the mood, thus allowing Rand to linger at the entrance for a time before sending her back. Originally, the Ulanara clan merely intended to assert their authority on the 1st day, yet on the 2nd morning, when Yinzhen was expected to remain in the main courtyard to accompany the consort, he mysteriously vanished before dawn, leaving without a word. This infuriated Ulanara, bringing tears to her eyes. Youthful and still developing, even the most composed temperament can exhibit a touch of petulance, and naturally, she could not vent her frustration on Yinzhen, and Rand fortuitously encountered her in this state. Early in the morning, she stood outside for an hour, then attended to Ulanara's breakfast for an hour and a half, and after the meal, she stood and conversed for a brief half-hour. Only after Ulanara seemed to regain her composure did she grant Rand a seat, and once her anger subsided, she sent her back. And Rand was aware of Yinzhen's whereabouts. The previous night, Su Peixing had dispatched a young eunuch to relay Yinzhen's message, which essentially conveyed that he had matters to attend to the following day and advised her to be perceptive while in the main courtyard, anticipating some trials. She was instructed to endure patiently at home, with promises of ample compensation upon his return. The duration of standing outside posed little issue for Rand, who had recently come from the palace, yet the consort's methods were somewhat demeaning. And Rand had not anticipated that this highborn lady, cultivated since childhood, would exhibit a form of inherent foolishness. Indeed, foolishness. While it is entirely reasonable for a newlywed mistress to establish rules, if Rand were truly without connections, such antics might be tolerable. But who is Rand? She is the one whom the noble consort, meticulously selected for Yinzhen. As the biological mother, it is only natural for her to choose the finest. Anything less would be deemed unacceptable. Moreover, Rand had spent many years in Yonghe Palace, where she mastered the rules and etiquette. It is rather audacious for the consort to assert the need for rules upon her arrival. Does she not deem the established norms of Yonghe Palace efficient? This is not merely a slight against Anran. It is akin to delivering a slap to the face of consort to herself. Anran has intentionally indulged the consort over the past couple of days, curious to see the extent of her antics. Mark my words, after today, the tale of the fourth consort establishing rules upon entering the household will surely spread throughout the capital. This news will reach consort first. Given her concern for her beloved son establishing a household, she has naturally taken precautions, not to monitor him, but merely to find peace of mind. As anticipated by Anran, upon hearing the news, the Empress Dowager was overcome with rage, shattering a set of teacups in her fury and exclaiming in disbelief. Meanwhile, in the Yangxin Hall, upon learning of the news, Liang Jiogong recounted it to Kangxi as if it were a mere jest. Is the fourth prince's consort truly so formidable? Kangxi marveled, recalling her poised and elegant demeanor during the selection process, unaware that beneath that exterior lay a fierce personality. Kangxi would not admit to having misjudged her. He merely thought that the Ulanara lady was exceptionally skilled at feigning composure. He felt a twinge of sympathy for his fourth son, considering that with such a wife, the concubines in the residence might eventually be too intimidated to assert themselves, while tranquility in the inner quarters is essential for domestic harmony. What enjoyment can there be if all are mere wooden dolls? He preferred those spirited consorts in his own harem, finding their vivacity appealing, especially for his 16-year-old son, Yinzhen, who was surrounded by nannies. What a dreary situation that was. The more he contemplated, the more displeased he became. This fourth prince's consort, though seemingly young, held many rules in high regard. Anran, whom he had previously praised for her tea-making skills, now seemed to impose restrictions even after leaving the palace. Just then, Wei Zhu entered to report that several young ladies from the Qing Palace had quarreled, and the imperial concubine had sent someone to inquire about the matter's resolution. Kangxi, incensed, waved his hand dismissively, declaring, "What should be done? Punish all the troublemakers with 10 blows and send them home. The rest can be distributed to the eldest and second sons. Oh, let the fourth have 2 as well. No need for the third. He fancies himself a literary gentleman. Yet he has a plethora of concubines and beautiful maidens, while his legitimate offspring remain conspicuously absent, with only a string of illegitimate children to show for it. What a useless fellow he is." The young ladies remaining in the Qing Palace were from families of modest rank, but possessed commendable beauty, essentially serving as Kangxi's collection of beauties. At times, he would indulge himself with a couple, and on other occasions, he might send some to his sons, or even bestow them upon ministers as a sign of favor. Who would have thought that today, amidst the tumult, Kangxi would be in a foul mood? Adhering to the principle of out of sight, out of mind, he had them all sent away. Thus, less than a month into their marriage, Ulanara received her gifts from her father-in-law, 2 young ladies. These young ladies, hailing from official families, could not merely be regarded as concubines. They had to start as ladies-in-waiting. The 2 young ladies, one strikingly beautiful and the other gracefully delicate, curtsied while attired in court garments, introducing themselves as Li and Fong, greeting the mistress with voices as melodious as the oriole. Ulanara felt a surge of frustration, a lump forming in her throat. "Prepare accommodations for these 2 young ladies," she instructed, rubbing her temples. Since she had yet to formally take them in, they could only be referred to as young ladies for the time being. The arrangements were made by the housekeeper, an experienced matron who had once served as a close attendant to the late Empress Xiaoi, the Tongjiao lady. After the departure of the Tongjiao lady, Yinzhen had arranged for her to leave the palace, and upon her marriage to a widower, she was invited back to manage various affairs in the inner quarters. Known as Granny Zhou, she was astute and had been given a hint of Yinzhen's intentions. Thus, the accommodations for the 2 young ladies were situated not far from the main courtyard, but also not too close to Yimei Garden. 2 individuals were squeezed into a single courtyard, which Madame Zhou euphemistically referred to as a testament to their deep-rooted bond forged during their time in the palace. They resided together, providing mutual care and support. Additionally, 2 young maidservants were dispatched to assist them. Upon hearing this news, Anren's expression morphed into an odd mixture of emotions, and she found herself inexplicably feeling a twinge of sympathy for the Ulanara clan. In this day and age, one might tolerate a mother-in-law bestowing favors, but when a father-in-law, in a moment of whimsy, grants you 2 or 3 additional burdens, one has no choice but to graciously accept them with profound gratitude. Is it not exasperating? Chapter 23. Yinzhen returns to the courtyard. As the number of people in the courtyard increased, so did the liveliness of the atmosphere. The noble consort, fond of ostentation, deemed daily greetings indispensable. Li, with her forthright nature and crisp speech, managed to endear herself to the consort somewhat. In contrast, Feng, delicate and timid, would blush at the slightest remark. Her exquisite beauty and graceful demeanor epitomized the charm of a Jiangnan woman. Yet the consort harbored a certain disdain for her and would occasionally treat her with deliberate coldness. Feng, sensitive by nature, sensed the consort's unfriendly demeanor. Her eyes would redden during greetings, and she would intentionally avoid others, fearful of exposing her feelings of distress. Rumors within the household regarding the consort's oppression of her concubines proliferated. However, no one paid heed to Feng's melancholy, for the long-absent Yinzhen had finally returned. Since 3 days post-wedding, he had resided in the front courtyard, coming and going at odd hours, often secluding himself in the study. Who would have thought he would return so early today? He was presently conversing with the consort in the main hall. The consort, overjoyed, sat beside Yinzhen, orchestrating her attendance with fervor. One moment, she would declare the tea cold and instruct someone to brew a fresh pot of Longjing, and the next, she would lament his weight loss, urging the servants to bring out snacks. The room was in a constant state of bustling activity. Yinzhen, weary after a long day, sighed inwardly, yearning for a moment of tranquility. Ulanala, smiling gently, remarked, "My lord, it is getting late. Shall I send Wu Mama to the kitchen to prepare some of your favorite dishes? You appear to have lost weight. I have 100-year-old ginseng that has already been simmered into soup. You must drink a bowl to warm yourself." "That's unnecessary." Yinzhen quickly waved his hand. "I am not ill. I don't require ginseng soup." After a moment's reflection, he continued, "As we have just married, it is only proper that I accompany you. However, my father has recently assigned me duties, and I thought to exert myself more, which may have inadvertently caused you to feel neglected, leading to misunderstandings. That is my fault." Ulanala's eyes brimmed with tears as she clutched his sleeve, her voice trembling, "My lord." Yinzhen sighed internally, understanding that she was only 14 and could be excused for her oversight, yet he felt compelled to offer a gentle reminder. As husband and wife, we share both honor and disgrace. It is imperative to consider matters carefully. Furthermore, you are the legitimate mistress of this household. All affairs in the courtyard should fall under your jurisdiction. Those who indulge in loose talk and gossip should not concern themselves with my reputation. They can be dismissed without hesitation. Understood, Ulanala replied earnestly. The room fell silent as Yinzhen rose to depart. I have matters to attend to in the front courtyard and do not know how long it will take. Please do not wait for me for dinner. You may dine at your leisure. With his departure, Ulanala sat in the chair, lost in thought. Wu Mama entered with the ginseng soup and inquired, "Consort, what about this soup? Dispose of it." Ulanala replied flatly, "No matter how good it is of no use to me." Yinzhen entered the study in the front courtyard, yet found himself unable to concentrate on the book in hand. Outside, daylight shone brightly, and he impatiently inquired, "How long until nightfall?" Su Peisheng glanced at the sky and pondered, "It will likely take about an hour." TSK. Yinzhen furrowed his brow. Having served Yinzhen for many years, Su Peisheng was well aware of his thoughts. After a moment's consideration, he suggested, "My lord has not dined at the residence for quite some time. The kitchen may not be able to discern your tastes. However, Miss An often has some clever ideas. Perhaps we should send her a message and have her prepare dinner herself." Yinzhen cast an appreciative glance at Su Peisheng, a smile tugging at the corners of his lips as he replied, "Your consideration is commendable. Send a message to Yimei Courtyard. I desire the dishes prepared by Miss An tonight." Su Peisheng silently scoffed, thinking to himself, "Isn't it obvious that you wish to visit Yimei Courtyard? Why be so proud and indirect about it? Keep it discreet, Yinzhen instructed. Understood. With Yinzhen's intention clear, Su Peixing did not hesitate to relay the message. Naturally, and Ran would not turn him away. Upon receiving the news, she immediately instructed Guo Bihua to fetch silver from the kitchen to gather ingredients, then rolled up her sleeves to begin cooking. Chunha, more excited than Ran, found herself unable to assist in the kitchen and retreated to the inner chamber to rummage for new garments. As the weather warmed, Chunha had crafted several spring outfits for Ran, each made from fashionable fabrics and styles, neatly piled upon a bed. When Ran entered the room with the finished meal, she was momentarily startled, thinking a thief had invaded. Seeing Chunha counting and organizing the clothes, she couldn't help but smile. Yet, noting Chunha's enthusiastic demeanor, she refrained from interrupting and followed her lead, taking a bath and changing into fresh attire, all while indulging in a light fragrance that Ran had prepared on a leisurely day, subtle and refreshing, with a hint of plum blossom. As dusk descended, Ran instructed the servants to bring in the dishes, then waved them all away, even sending Chunha off, pouring herself and Yinzhen each a glass of wine. She set the ambience. The room was dimly lit, and the beauty in her long dress, with her hair cascading loosely, created an enchanting sight. As her hair brushed her cheek, she seemed to catch a sound from outside, lifting her head with a radiant smile and gracefully moving to welcome him. "You're back." Yinzhen felt his heart warm slightly as he hurried into the room to embrace Ran, responding, "Yes, I have returned." This was the sensation he yearned for: tranquility, affection, and beauty. The room was delightfully warm as Ran assisted Yinzhen in removing his outer robe and then presented him with a new attire she had prepared, which made him feel incredibly comfortable. "What delicious treats have you prepared?" Yinzhen inquired, sitting before a table adorned with an array of delectable dishes, each more pleasing to the eye than the last. Yinzhen had a penchant for sweets, and within Ran's 8 dishes and soup, more than half were sweet in flavor. Anticipating he might find it overwhelming, she recalled that Guo Bihua had brought back a large basket of apples after hearing vendors calling out, so she took a small grinding stone to crush the apples, adding water and filtering it through fine cloth to create a sweet and tangy apple juice. "Please do try this first," and Ran offered the apple juice like a treasure. "It will whet your appetite." Without suspicion, Yinzhen accepted the cup and took a hearty sip, only to furrow his brow at the taste. "How is it? Is it good?" and Ran asked. Yinzhen, unwilling to disappoint her expectations, forced himself to swallow, despite the sourness that made his teeth ache, and after a moment managed to reply, "It's a bit sour." "Sour is what whets the appetite." Ran smiled gently as she picked up her chopsticks to serve Yinzhen some dishes. "Do try these honey-glazed chicken wings and also this sweet and sour pork ribs." "Unfortunately, the weather is still cold and there are not many fruits available. Otherwise, I could prepare some jam, which would enhance the flavor significantly." Yinzhen reciprocated by serving Ran, saying, "Don't just focus on me. Make sure you eat too. This fish is quite fresh. Indulge yourself and nourish your body. And the rest wine as well." Ran lifted her wine glass, exclaiming, "Such exquisite dishes deserve to be paired with fine wine." She clinked her glass against Yinzhen's and then drank her wine in one go. The wine, a gift from Yinzhen, had been saved due to its limited quantity. Today, she opened the first bottle. The alcohol was subtly present, yet the rich fruit aroma made it taste akin to a more robust grape juice. Yinzhen also finished his glass, though it seemed men generally preferred stronger spirits, as this wine did not quite cater to his palate. The two savored their meal for a full half hour, concluding with a bowl of pumpkin porridge. Spring, he and his attendants entered to clear the table, while Yinzhen took Ran by the hand and led her into the inner chamber. With still some time before resting, they nestled together on a soft couch, engrossed in reading. They were studying the medical text that Ran had procured from outside. "What prompted your interest in medical literature?" Yinzhen inquired, sitting cross-legged on the couch, his arms wrapped around Ran from behind, his chin resting on her shoulder, reminiscent of a child in an embrace. Ran replied, "I suddenly found medicine quite fascinating, so I asked Obihua to bring back a few books for me to explore. Everyone claims studying medicine is tedious, yet you are quite the exception." Yinzhen chuckled. "That is because they have yet to discover its charm," Ran asserted, tilting her chin slightly. Medicinal herbs, much like people, possess their own unique personalities. For instance, look at this one. It is sour and prefers humidity, and there can be no acidic substances within 100 miles. In other words, it has a sour taste and cannot tolerate the presence of anything sour. Isn't that rather domineering? Yinzhen's chest vibrated with a low laughter, then read to me about the properties of other herbs. Enrin cradled the medical book, her voice soft yet clear as she began to read aloud for Yinzhen. Let us examine this cassia seed. Chapter 24. Fabric. A gentle breath caressed the nape of Anrin's neck. Turning back, she discovered that Yinzhen had already succumbed to slumber. It was said that after their grand wedding, Kangxi had assigned him some official duties, trivial matters, to be sure, yet such mundane tasks often proved to be the most exhausting. Given Yinzhen's meticulous nature, he likely could not abide even the slightest imperfection. After several days of tireless exertion, he appeared gaunter and darker. With dark circles under his eyes that hinted at restless nights, his brow furrowed in worry. Reluctant to disturb his rest, Anrin pondered for a moment before retrieving a round. Fragrant, calming incense from her space, skillfully tossing it into the incense burner. This calming incense was renowned for its remarkable efficacy and was among the bestsellers in her shop. In an era where stress plagued many, insomnia had become commonplace, and over-reliance on sleeping pills often led to adverse effects. Countless individuals had found solace in this particular incense, its reputation spreading like wildfire. Before long, Anrin felt the weight on her shoulder intensify. Swiftly, she caught Yinzhen as he began to topple, gently guiding him back to recline. Carefully, she moved the small table beside the couch and retrieved a blanket from the bed. Fortunately, with the weather warming and a heater crackling in the room, sleeping on the soft couch would not lead to chills. Once everything was set, Anrin climbed onto the soft couch, lifting the blanket and nestling into Yinzhen's embrace. As if sensing her presence, he instinctively turned, pulling Anrin closer into his arms. A yawn escaped her lips, and soon she drifted into a deep slumber. It is said that 3 minutes of deep sleep equate to an hour of light rest. After a restorative night, Yinzhen awoke before dawn, his mind remarkably clear, invigorated like never before. Gazing down, he noticed Anrin curled up against him, her back to him. After finally having a moment of respite, he had inadvertently fallen asleep. The next few days would likely be too busy for him to visit her. Glancing outside, he reassured himself that time was still on his side. When Anrin stirred, still in a daze, she found Yinzhen sprawled atop her. Instinctively, she wrapped her arms around him, playfully kissing his cheek. "Shoo, don't move, I want to sleep." "Be good, we can rest later." Yinzhen tightened his grip on her waist, his fervor unabated. The intensity of the moment gradually roused Anrin. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, Yinzhen silenced her with a kiss, prompting her to scratch his back in frustration, only to be met with even more fervent teasing. As dawn broke, Yinzhen departed with satisfaction, leaving Anrin sprawled on the soft couch like a languid fish, utterly disinclined to rise. "Get up for breakfast. It's almost time for the morning greetings," Chunha urged gently. The schedule for the morning greetings had changed since the arrival of the Li sisters into the household, ostensibly to accommodate the concerns of the Fujin, though in truth, it was a result of Kangxi's admonishments, leaving the Fujin wary of causing further disturbances. Now, one simply needed to have breakfast in their own courtyard before proceeding, the decision to meet or not, depending on the Fujin's mood. Anrin made her way over just in time, having no inclination for self-punishment. Understanding the Fujin's temperament, she had no intention of indulging her whims. In contrast, the Li sisters, yet to be formally received, were cautious in their actions, hoping to win the Fujin's favor, believing it might catch the attention of the master. As Anrin arrived, she indeed found the Li sisters, Feng and Li, waiting at the door, their camaraderie evident as they leaned on one another. Last night, the entire residence was aware of Yinzhen's stay at Yuan. Upon seeing and Ran gracefully approaching, her demeanor radiant, resembling a blossoming peach flower, with an innate charm in her eyes, Li Shi couldn't help but feel a flicker of jealousy. In contrast, Feng Shi, upon Ran's arrival, shrank behind Li Shi, smiling sweetly like a harmless little white rabbit, and Ran returned the smile warmly. However, upon their gathering, They were not welcomed in as usual. They were left waiting for a full quarter of an hour before a matron emerged with a forced smile, explaining that the esteemed lady had caught a chill last night, causing her to rise late and just begin her breakfast. It matters not. The lady's health is of utmost importance, and Ran replied with a smile. Surprisingly, this time the lady did not keep them waiting long and soon had them ushered inside. Leading the way, and Ran and the two others were guided into the main hall. The atmosphere within was hushed, as Ula Nara sat in the principal seat, massaging her temples, appearing rather unwell. The three women bowed in greeting. Ula Nara raised her hand, gesturing for them to rise, and a young maidservant soon arrived with tea. "I have been remiss today," Ula Nara spoke softly. "I indulged in the cool air, leaving the window open last night, and awoke this morning with a severe headache. Has the lady summoned the court physician? This chill could be serious. One must not take it lightly," Li Shi remarked with concern, furrowing her brow. The physician said it is nothing grave. "A couple of doses of medicine should suffice," Ula Nara replied, smiling as she pointed at Li Shi with an affectionate tone. "You're always so anxious. Why not take a moment to consider your own well-being? Your attire is neither new nor old, not befitting such a lovely countenance." She then turned to the maid, Zhenju, instructing her, "I recall there are 2 bolts of shoe brocade in the private treasury. Fetch them for Li Shi. Spring is upon us. She ought to have a couple of new garments." Looking towards Ran and Feng Shi, she continued, "I am not one to show favoritism. I recently acquired several bolts of shimmering silk, all of superb quality. You two may divide them among yourselves." "Thank you, esteemed lady." The 3 women expressed their gratitude. After the fabric was distributed, Ula Nara appeared fatigued, waving her hand. "I am weary. You may all return and rest." Upon exiting the main courtyard, and Rance and Mei Yuan lay in a different direction from the others' quarters. After exchanging farewells, she departed, followed by Chun He, who was carrying the fabric. "Miss, shall we use this fabric for spring attire?" Chun He inquired. "Leave it aside," and Ran replied nonchalantly. The exquisite materials gifted by Yinzhen could fill 2 large redwood chests, rendering the shimmering silk in her room merely as decorative canopies. Thus she did not perceive it as particularly valuable. After a moment's thought, she added, "Store it separately. Do not mix it with my fabrics. One must always guard against potential deceit." "Understood," Chun He responded. Meanwhile, Li Shi beamed with delight, frequently reaching out to touch the shoe brocade held by her maid. Her father's official position was modest, and she hailed from a family without prominence, so she had never encountered such fine materials before, her joy evident on her face. As Fong moved slowly behind, Li frowned, clearly impatient, urging, "Why aren't you hurrying? Are you born of a snail?" Fong timidly glanced at her and finally quickened her pace to stand before Li, softly inquiring, "Sister Li, what do you intend to do with this shoe brocade?" "What do you mean, what to do?" Li replied as if it were obvious. "Of course, I should make a banner dress." "What? Do you wish to have this shoe brocade for yourself?" "No, no," Fong blushed and waved her hand. "I merely thought that the shimmering brocade gifted by the noble lady is truly exquisite. If fashioned into a Han skirt, it would surely be splendid. We often wear banner dresses. Wearing a Han skirt might be a delightful change for us." A Han skirt is quite novel. Li's eyes lit up. Nowadays, Han women mostly wear banner dresses, and these princes have become weary of the sight. If we were to create a Han skirt, Li lowered her head to glance at Fong, her expression unchanged, and reprimanded, "This is the era of the great Qing. Everyone wears banner dresses. How could one dare to flaunt a Han skirt in public? Such an idea is utterly inappropriate. You should stick to making banner dresses." With that, she did not wait for Fong to catch up and swayed away, her flower pot-soled shoes clattering behind her. Chapter 25. Brewing Peach Blossom. Anren returned to Yimei Courtyard, shedding the weighty ceremonial attire and donning a garment of her own making. This dress, while still a traditional style, was crafted from soft and lightweight Shangyun silk, perfectly suited for indoor wear. Since she had no plans to venture outside, Anren instructed Chunha to undo her hair. The moment her tresses cascaded down, she felt her taut scalp sigh in relief. With her eyes closed, Anren reveled in Chunha's fingers weaving and massaging at her crown. No more elaborate hairstyles. Just braid it into 2 simple twists, she instructed. Yinzhen had left word that he would be engaged in official duties assigned by Kangxi and would likely not return for several days. Consequently, Enrin saw no need to adorn herself, as there would be no audience, and she opted for comfort above all. As time meandered into late March, the peach blossoms in the garden flourished splendidly. Enrin contemplated gathering some petals for various uses, whether for culinary delights, incense-making, or even brewing wine, a multifaceted endeavor. The garden was meticulously maintained by the cleaning staff, ensuring the ground remained spotless. Rising early, she donned a light cloak and made her way to the garden. Last night's dew had caused fresh peach blossom petals to fall, carpeting the ground in a delicate pink layer. Enrin instructed her companions, "Do not shake the trees. There are plenty of petals here, and they are fresh. Let us collect only the top layer, and be cautious not to crush them." Her companions nodded in compliance, each bending to search the peach grove with small baskets in hand. "Yonghe," a sweet voice called out, prompting Enrin to look up and discover Feng Shi approaching. With a bright smile, Feng Shi grasped Enrin's hand affectionately and inquired, "Yonghe, you're up so early. What brings you here?" "I'm thinking of gathering some peach blossoms to brew wine," Enrin replied, lifting her arm to showcase the basket, gently extracting her hand from Feng Shi's grasp. "Peach blossom wine?" Feng Shi's eyes sparkled with intrigue, covering her mouth in delight. "Yonghe, you enjoy drinking wine?" "Only in moderation," Enrin clarified. "The alcohol content of peach blossom wine is low, making it difficult to become intoxicated, plus it offers beauty benefits. Truly, it has many advantages." Feng Shi gazed at Enrin with wide eyes, admiration radiating from her expression, resembling an infatuated admirer. "Yonghe, you know so much. Unlike me, who knows nothing at all." She lowered her head shyly, visibly embarrassed. Enrin reassured her, "Everyone's circumstances differ, and thus their knowledge varies. What I know may not be known by you, and vice versa." "You make a good point," Feng Shi smiled, her eyes sparkling. "Yonghe, is it difficult to make peach blossom wine? May I learn from you?" "Not all," Enrin teased, winking playfully. Upon noticing Feng Shi's shoulders slump in disappointment, she added gently, "However, this is a secret recipe, not easily shared. But if I succeed in brewing it, I shall send you a couple of small jars. Then I shall thank you in advance, Yonghe." Feng Shi exclaimed, her spirits lifted. She seized the basket from a nearby maid and, with a skip in her step, bounded into the peach grove, laughing, "Since you're sending me wine, I can't just stand by. I must lend a hand." "Just be careful," Enrin cautioned. "The dew on the ground is heavy. Be careful not to slip." "I understand." With a considerable entourage, each person carrying a basket, they gathered enough peach blossoms. As the sun gradually emerged, Enrin said to Feng, "The hour is late. It is time to pay our respects to the Fujin. You should return to your courtyard and change into clean attire first. I shall head back to Yimei courtyard." "Very well," Feng replied obediently, bowing as she added, "Sister, travel safely." Upon returning to Yimei courtyard, Enrin changed her clothes and was met by Qinghe, who entered with a basket of flower petals. "Did Feng pick these?" Enrin inquired. "Indeed," Qinghe replied. "I specially selected them." Enrin nodded, adjusting her sleeves with a nonchalant air. "Let us scatter these petals beneath the plum tree in our courtyard as fertilizer. I fear consuming them may cause an upset stomach." "Understood," Qinghe responded, calling for Chuanxing at the door. She whispered a few instructions, and Chuanxing eagerly took the basket and scampered off. Qinghe returned indoors to style Enrin's hair and began to speak of Feng. "Indeed, the dog that bites does not bark. She appears like a frightened little rabbit most days, yet possesses quite a shrewd mind." Enrin merely smiled. "She thinks we're akin to Li," Qinghe continued. "At 10 years old, we no longer resort to such tricks. I wonder where she derives her confidence, believing the Gege would favor her." Feng, with a father of modest rank and a mother said to be a concubine, likely lacks worldly wisdom. This behavior must have been learned from her aunt, adept at pleasing elders. Yet I, being 3 years her senior, find myself categorized as an elder as well, Enrin analyzed. "Elder?" Qinghe rolled her eyes. "She certainly dares to imagine." "Let her be," Enrin said, rising to allow Qinghe to adjust her attire. "Such antics are most displeasing to the Fujin. She will undoubtedly deal with her in due time, leaving it not to me. After all, half of the unfavorable rumors surrounding the Fujin are stirred by Fong herself. She possesses ambition, yet lacks a legitimate status, already laying traps for everyone. Truly, ignorance breeds audacity. With the master of the house absent, and no rivals for affection, the rear courtyard was notably tranquil. Even the Fujin was inclined to offer Anren a few smiles, making her greetings less burdensome, engaging in amiable conversation before sending them back to their respective courtyards. As the legitimate wife, how could she genuinely wish to witness these flirtatious concubines? Out of sight, out of mind, if she did not intend to reprimand them. It was most prudent to send them away while in a good mood. Anren relished her leisure, gathering a group of young maids in her courtyard. Together, they plucked petals, selected the finest, dried them, added rock sugar and a few slices of angelica, then poured in rice wine, sealing the mixture in specially crafted ceramic jars for preservation. After approximately a month, it would be ready for consumption. This is the method for making peach blossom liquor, Anren explained to the young maids. Those interested may take note and brew some for themselves during their leisure. It is not intoxicating. Gege, this is a secret recipe. Chunha chided. If it were to be made public, it could yield a year's worth of profit. What secret recipe? Anren dismissed with a light laugh, and Rand chuckled, remarking that it was merely the wisdom of the ancestors being employed. She continued, if it truly proves lucrative, that would certainly be commendable. Once you have matured and venture out into the world, consider this secret recipe as a dowry. Upon the mention of marriage, the young maids blushed, playfully pushing each other and laughing in a delightful cluster. Do not merely laugh, and Rand insisted earnestly, lifting her chin. I possess an abundance of recipes, and if you win my favor, when you find your ideal suitor, I shall bestow a recipe upon each of you as your dowry, ensuring you need never worry about sustenance. Did you hear that? The lady intends to exploit us for her own gain. Chunni exclaimed. She thinks a mere recipe can send us away. How miserly. We shall refuse to leave and instead remain by her side for a lifetime, living off her bounty. Do you all agree? Indeed. The young maids echoed in unison, and Ran, flustered, protested, Oh dear, why does everyone wish to feast upon my resources? I am quite impoverished. The maids erupted in laughter, and even the servants nearby stifled their chuckles behind their hands. Chapter 26. The visit of Miss Fong to the courtyard was abuzz with lively conversation when the gatekeeper approached to announce that Miss Fong from Mingxiang Pavilion had come to pay a visit. Anren clicked her tongue, contemplating whether this young girl had become rather attached to her, and then smiled, saying, since she has arrived, let's welcome her in. Dressed in attire unsuitable for receiving guests, Chunha assisted her into the house, while Chuanxing and Xia stood guard at the entrance. Miss Fong entered, supported by her maid, and was somewhat taken aback by the number of people in the courtyard. As she was guided to the main door, Chuanxing halted her passage. With a bow, Chuanxing said, I hope Miss Fong will not take offense, but the young lady has just been washing flower petals, and her garments are now damp. She is currently changing inside. Please wait a moment. Of course, Miss Fong nodded in understanding, observing the scene in the courtyard and realizing that she was not being intentionally left out. Since she could not enter for the time being, she stood at the door, surveying the entire courtyard with a smile that belied the glimmers of greed and jealousy in her eyes. Such a vast and exquisite courtyard. Compared to the humble dwelling she shared with Li, this place felt like a palace. The size of the courtyard and the number of attendants were astonishing. The maids and servants bustling about were a stark contrast to her own position as a mere novice maid, utterly inexperienced. How could that old woman, possess such wealth? It was merely because she was the first woman of the master. With a cold snort in her heart, Miss Fong thought of it, who was rather ineffectual herself. Despite entering the household months before the favored concubine, she had yet to bear a child. If only she could monopolize the master for a few months. She was certain she would conceive a son before the favored concubine arrived. In that case, even the favored concubine would have no power over her. Miss Fong? Miss Fong? Chunha called out a couple of times, bringing Miss Fong back to her senses. With a smile, Chunha announced, Miss Fong, the young lady invites you in. Oh, very well. Miss Fong promptly followed Chunha into the room. As the weather warmed, the hearth had been removed, and an incense burner wafted the fragrance of Anren's prized creation. Longjing tea fragrance pills, a unique cold scent that was refreshing and gentle, perfectly suited for spring. Have you arrived? Anren sat on the soft couch, using a spoon to scoop some tea leaves and pouring boiling water over them. As the steam swirled, she looked up to see Miss Fong entering and beckoned, "Come sit." "The fragrance in your sister's room is delightful," Miss Fong remarked as she settled down, inhaling the aroma. "It is quite a unique scent." Anren chuckled. "It's from that rascal Wabi Hua, who bought it from some vendor. It smells pleasant, but it's not easy to make. He only managed to acquire a few over the years. So do not ask me for any. I shall not part with it." "How fortuitous," Miss Fong replied with a laugh. Anren handed her a cup of tea, saying, "Let's not dwell on that. Try this Bilyukan I brewed. It's my treasured tea leaves, which I do not offer to just anyone." Miss Fong giggled. "Not even to the master?" Anren raised an eyebrow, a hint of pride in her tone as she replied, "Not even to him. Besides, he finds the taste of Bilyukan too sweet and is not particularly fond of it." "What does the master prefer, then?" Miss Fong blurted out, then blushed as she noticed Anren's gaze. I was just curious." "Ah." Anren emitted an indistinct sound, followed by her words, "I am not quite sure about that. Whenever I come here, he is displeased with my tea-making skills and always brings his own tea leaf for Yunixu to brew." Fong smiled gently, choosing not to respond, merely assuming that Anren was reluctant to divulge Yinzhen's preferences. She sipped her tea delicately, yet her eyes roamed over the exquisite furnishings in the room, each detail a testament to refinement, many of which she yearned for herself. Particularly, her gaze was drawn to a corner of the bed curtains, igniting a flame of jealousy within her. Floating brocade? Such a lavish expanse of floating brocade, transformed into bed curtains by her sister? This room indeed reflects remarkable extravagance. The smile on Fong's face faltered slightly. Anything here could easily fetch 1,000 taels of silver, rivaling the annual expenditures of some households. "Is that so?" Anren covered her mouth with a handkerchief, feeling a rare flush of shyness. "It is merely the master's generous affection." She pointed to the magpie and plum vase, now adorned with several perfectly blooming peach branches, and continued, "Last winter, during the heavy snowfall, the master saw the plum blossoms in the imperial garden were in full bloom and eagerly cut a few branches to send to me, fearing I lacked a suitable vase. He specifically had Yunixu select this one from his study. And this velvet flower," Anren indicated the small screen on the table. "I do not particularly like velvet flowers. Yet he gifted them to me. Since it was a sentiment, I did not wish to waste them, so I trimmed and fashioned them into this small screen. Do take a look, is it not lovely?" The velvet flowers were a gift from Yinzhen, intended either as a reward or for personal enjoyment. Anren had kept 6, distributing them among Chuanhe, Chuanxing, and Xiahe, while the rest were crafted into a 3-dimensional screen. Beautiful indeed. Observing the finely crafted velvet flowers, Fong was transported back to her childhood, recalling the scuffles with her elder sister over a single velvet flower, and could no longer remain seated. She hastily set down her cup and declared, "Sister, I suddenly remember some urgent matters and cannot linger here any longer." "In such a hurry?" Anren exclaimed in surprise. "If there are pressing matters, do hurry along." "Chuanhe, see Miss Fong to the door." "Yes." Chuanhe promptly guided Fong out, personally escorting her to the entrance. Finally, she has departed. Anren settled back onto the soft couch, savoring a sip of Bilyukan tea, contemplating. Youth indeed brings restlessness. Even the most contemplative thoughts cannot quell the inner turmoil, causing her to leave after but a brief conversation. Yet in a mere 2 years, Fong's demeanor is likely to evolve, rendering her far less easy to manage than she is now. Fong hurriedly made her way back to Mingxiang Pavilion, where Li was basking in the sun in the courtyard. Noticing her displeased expression upon return, she mocked, "Oh, what has happened? You appear to have received a cold shoulder. Did someone refuse to show you kindness?" "Sisterly, must you tease me so?" Fong's eyes reddened. "Sister entreated me well, even keeping me there for tea. It was merely a discussion of hometown matters that made me feel a touch of homesickness, which is why I felt somewhat downcast." Yet her demeanor suggested anything but nostalgia. Rather, it resembled that of someone who had been wronged. Li rolled her eyes in disbelief, muttering to herself, Some people simply cannot see clearly. She's merely a princess. After all, a mere palace made by origin. Is it truly worth the effort to curry favor with her? As if they even understand who holds the authority in this household. Inside the room, Fong sat gloomily on the bed. Upon hearing Li's voice from outside, a shadow crossed her eyes. She was well aware of who commanded respect in the household. However, the noble consort, with her lofty self-regard, might easily elevate a foolish Li. But someone like her would never capture the consort's attention. It would be wiser to seek opportunities elsewhere. In recent days, she had discreetly inquired about him, the trial bride of the fourth prince, who had served in the Yonghe Palace since childhood. Though she was somewhat older, her youthful affection for the prince would surely afford her some standing, provided she did not act foolishly, and was already 17, lacking the innocence of a mere 14 or 15-year-old girl. To secure her position, it was inevitable that she would select someone to rise alongside her. Thus aligning with him would place her as the prime candidate, regardless of any future entrance into the household. In due time, with her beauty and cunning, would she not earn the master's favor? Contemplating the exquisite ornaments in Anne's chambers, Fong scoffed. She would have even better things in the future. Her gaze fell upon the neatly folded robe adorned with shimmering brocade at her bedside, and a flicker of malice flashed in her eyes. Grabbing a pair of scissors, she ruthlessly tore the beautiful garment to shreds. The maidservant nearby gasped in shock and hurried to intervene. "Miss, this is the new outfit you painstakingly crafted over several nights. How can you destroy it? What would happen if I don't?" Fong's face twisted in anger as she glared at the trembling maid. "What I treasure, they regard as nothing. They wouldn't even deign to glance at it. Wearing this garment would only serve to make me a laughingstock." The maid, terrified by her expression, knelt on the ground, too frightened to utter a word. Chapter 27. Seizing a moment of leisure after the departure of the Fong family, Anren changed her attire and commenced the brewing of peach blossom wine. Unlike the intoxicating peach blossom liquor, this brew possessed a higher alcohol content and required steamed glutinous rice. "Miss, the glutinous rice is cooled," Guobi informed. Anren nodded and instructed Chunha outside. "Please bring the wine yeast and a basin of cooled boiled water." "At once." Chunha responded cheerfully. After several days of diligently preparing both the peach blossom wine and liquor, the small partition designated for this purpose was nearly filled. Only then did Anren pause her efforts. The courtyard was suffused with the fragrant aromas of yeast and peach blossoms, intoxicating to the senses. With some petals of lesser quality remaining, Anren transformed them into peach blossom pastries. With an abundance of petals, she produced a considerable quantity, keeping 2 boxes for herself while distributing the rest among the household staff, ensuring even the gatekeeper received 2 pieces. "Our young lady is truly skilled," the gatekeeper praised. "Do enjoy," Xiaohe chimed in. "The young lady has a kind heart, never viewing us as inferior. She always shares her good fortune with us, and we must remember her kindness." "Indeed," the gatekeeper replied, beaming. "This old servant intends to stay here for her retirement. In my heart, no one surpasses our young lady." "That is understood." Inside, Anren summoned Guobi and handed him a box, instructing, "Go to the front yard and seek out little Li Gonggong. Inquire whether our master will return today. If he does, deliver this peach blossom pastry to little Li. If not, these pastries spoil easily, so bring them back." Little Li Gonggong, a disciple of Su Peisheng, was only 12 years old but remarkably astute, earning the trust of Yinzhen. "Understood," Guobi replied, taking the box and turning to leave. "Wait," Anren called, rummaging through her chest to produce another box, which she handed to him. "This is a calming incense. I suspect the supply that the master previously provided has mostly been exhausted. Make sure this is delivered to little Li Gonggong, and remember, it must be kept secure. Absolutely not to pass through another's hands." "Understood." Guobi tucked the box into his clothing. "It is still necessary to openly prepare some calming incense," Anren mused. The previous batch was merely a handful, but if it were to seem inexhaustible, it would undoubtedly raise suspicion. "Tomorrow, I shall send Guobi out of the residence." Anren contemplated. Speaking of Guobi, he was indeed immensely useful. Initially serving Yinzhen, he had gained a degree of respect within the household, and later, upon joining Anren, Yinzhen gifted him a token, allowing him some freedom to leave the residence. Although he could only exit through the back gate, it afforded him significant liberty. Anren could not venture outside, yet Guobihua's errands ensured that any news or curiosities would be promptly relayed to her, alleviating her sense of confinement. He understood her fondness for delightful trinkets, occasionally bringing back amusing items to charm her, and Anren reciprocated by saving a portion of her culinary creations. Knowing his penchant for delectable treats, Guobihua soon returned, empty-handed, and Anren knew that Yinzhen would be staying the night. Her heart lightened. After all, staying outside could never match the comfort of home, and returning meant a good night's rest, did it not? As April approaches, the birthday of the esteemed concubine draws near. Anren, in her customary manner, begins to prepare a delicate embroidery, intending to stitch a small image of Guanyin. And with utmost reverence, she plans to transcribe a Buddhist scripture. Having practiced Buddhism for many years, such a gift is indeed fitting. In the dead of night, Yinzhen returns to the front courtyard, his clothes damp with dew. With his eyes closed, he allows Su Peixiang to assist him in changing attire. The familiar scent of calming incense wafting through the air. "Has it come by today?" he inquires, recalling that the calming incense had run out days prior. He had been too preoccupied and worried that Anren might lack supplies. Hence he had refrained from using anything else that felt inappropriate. The diligent eunuchly steps forward. Bowing slightly as he responds, the esteemed Miss instructed Guobihua to bring this, and he has also delivered a box of peach blossom pastries for you. Very well. After changing into clean garments, Yinzhen takes a string of jade Buddhist beads in hand. Sitting at the table as he commands, "Su Peixiang, brew me some tea." Before him lies the delicate peach blossom pastries, which inadvertently remind him of Anren's bashful demeanor. As he absent-mindedly fiddles with the beads, his thoughts are consumed by her. However, it is too late to visit her now without causing disturbance. Su Peixiang is gone for a while, returning not with tea but with a bowl of warm pear juice, presenting it before Yinzhen despite his displeasure. With an unruffled demeanor, he explains, "The esteemed Miss mentioned that drinking tea at night may hinder sleep. If you truly wish for a beverage, fruit juice would be more suitable. This pear juice, prepared by Anren from the last batch of frozen pears that Guobihua had procured, had all been pressed into juice by her." "You certainly heed her words." Yinzhen scoffs softly, taking a sip from a bowl before waving him off. "Su Peixiang parts promptly." The sweetness of the pear juice combined with the peach blossom pastries creates a delightful indulgence. Yinzhen ponders the tasks assigned to him, realizing he must complete them within a few days. While the emperor's requests are not particularly arduous, he has additional matters to attend to, leading to a sense of urgency. He recalls the ongoing conflict between the eldest brother and the crown prince, with the third brother fanning the flames, a display of utter foolishness. Having learned from his past life, Yinzhen finds himself more composed, recognizing that the emperor's longevity makes premature actions unwise. His focus must remain on fulfilling his duties and being a good son. After all, the crown prince has been nurtured by the emperor himself, and Yinzhen has witnessed their deep father-son bond, once feeling envy and yearning for such affection. Yet, he later discovered that such sentiments, too, can be tested and eroded. Thus, he no longer seeks such desires. Just as he no longer yearns for the love of his biological mother, he maintains a facade of obedience and courtesy, ensuring mutual respect. At the very least, in this lifetime, he feels he has fared well. His relationship with Concubine is significantly improved compared to his previous existence. Perhaps this is also due to the fact that his 14th brother has yet to mature, resulting in no conflicting interests between them. The calming incense proves effective. After consuming the peach blossom pastries, Yinzhen calls for Su Peixiang, and after a thorough wash, he retires to bed, swiftly entering a profound slumber. With a night devoid of dreams, he rises early the next day, departing the residence before dawn. Yinzhen remains occupied until the final day of March, only pausing then. According to tradition, it is customary to rest at the main residence on the 1st and 15th days of each month. On the evening of the first day of April, Yinzhen chose to stay at the main residence. As it was still early, he settled on a warm couch with a book in hand, while Ulanala stood by, dismissing the others. Yinzhen glanced up and noticed her lingering beside him, her fingers playfully twirling the Buddhist prayer beads. He gestured for her to sit. Dressed in a soft yellow sleeping gown, with her hair cascading down her back, Ulanala resembled a charming young maiden. Regrettably, her lustrous hair was tightly restrained with oil, revealing not a single stray strand, and her composed demeanor added several years to her age. Oblivious to this, she seemed quite content with her dignified appearance as the mistress of the household. Following his invitation, she took a seat nearby, picking up needle and thread to engage in embroidery, cherishing this rare moment of togetherness with her husband. It is bittersweet to reflect upon. Aside from the 3 days following their wedding when Yinzhen stayed here, she had not seen him for an entire month. However, it brought her solace to know that he was genuinely busy, having visited and ran only for a single night. A husband preoccupied with affairs of state is certainly more reassuring than one who lingers in the back courtyard. Chapter 28 Leisure Time. The weather had grown increasingly warm. Olanara chuckled. In a few days, it will be Qingming, the perfect time for a spring outing. I was thinking it would be delightful to take the ladies from the back courtyard out for a bit of fun. Otherwise, staying cooped up in the residence all day is rather stifling. Yinzhen nodded in agreement. I happen to be free on Qingming. How about I take you all to the temple to pay respects? There is a small temple in the outskirts of the capital, known as the Temple of All Beings. It may not be well known, but its abbot possesses profound knowledge of Buddhist teachings. The location, nestled among mountains and by waters, boasts splendid scenery, making it an excellent spot for a spring excursion. Yinzhen's willingness to accompany them was indeed a pleasant surprise. Olanara suppressed her joy and maintained her dignified demeanor, though secretly she felt a twinge of regret for suggesting the outing with the ladies. However, she reassured herself that she and Yinzhen were the legitimate couple, and even if she brought those young ladies along, only she was worthy of standing by his side. With this thought, her earlier discontent dissipated. Contemplating the few individuals in the back courtyard, Olanara tentatively inquired, Li and Fong are still residing in a small courtyard. Does your highness have any plans for them? Have they not already been arranged for? Such a large courtyard should suffice for the two of them, Yinzhen replied, somewhat impatiently closing his book and beginning to turn the prayer beads in his hands. After all, they were bestowed by the emperor. Olanara appeared troubled. There has yet to be an official recognition of their status. Yinzhen raised his hand, interrupting her, and said coldly, the lack of formal recognition is indeed inappropriate. After Qingming, you may consider the arrangements, Fujin. Olanara's expression stiffened momentarily, yet arranging the sleeping quarters was indeed part of the Fujin's responsibilities. Despite her reluctance, she managed to muster a smile and respond, of course. An awkward silence enveloped them, with only the sound of the beads clinking in the stillness. Olanara glanced at the sky, her face slightly flushed, and softly remarked, Your Highness, it is getting late. Then let us proceed, Yinzhen replied, putting away the beads and turning to walk inside. Olanara hurriedly followed, personally lowering the bed curtains before lying down on the outer side. Sounds of rustling emerged from the inner chamber, and half an hour later, Yinzhen called for water. After they washed and changed clothes, they returned to bed, each under their respective covers. Yinzhen lay rigidly on his side, eyes closed, revealing no expression. Olanara, still blushing, turned to face him, wishing to share a few intimate words. But unexpectedly, Yinzhen turned inward and simply said, sleep. The next morning, upon paying her respects, Anren received the delightful news that Yinzhen intended to take them out for Qingming festivities. Her spirits soared instantly. At long last, they could venture outside. After spending over a decade here, she would finally have the chance to stroll and behold the verdant mountains and waters of the Qing Dynasty. Li and Fong, upon hearing the news, were equally elated, but their joy stemmed not from the outing itself, but from the prospect of finally meeting Yinzhen. Having been here for more than half a month, they had not yet caught even a glimpse of their male host attire, fearing they would be the subject of ridicule should they mention it. At this moment, Fong felt a twinge of regret. Had she known, she would not have cut the new garment of shimmering brocade. Wearing it during the spring outing would have surely captured the attention of her master. She found herself blaming Anren, thinking it was her fault. Had it not been for Anren's provoking words, she would not have lost her composure and destroyed that beautiful attire. Surely, it was a deliberate act on Anren's part. That wretched girl. Once she gains favor in the future, she will make sure to settle the score with her. In the afternoon, Anren was in her chamber, comfortably seated on a soft couch, diligently copying scriptures. She preferred not to sit formally at a desk. Instead, she liked to sit cross-legged on the couch, using a small table as a writing surface. During these days of imitating Yinzhen's calligraphy, she felt her skills had improved tremendously. Now, with gilded ink, she wrote each stroke with great care, receiving praise from both Chunhe and Guobihua. Feeling rather pleased with herself, she finished an entire sheet and held it up to the sunlight streaming through the window, the golden light dancing across the paper. She clucked her tongue in self-admiration, saying, "Truly splendid." From now on, she would write more, whether it be Buddhist scriptures or medical texts, and once completed, she would bind them into volumes to accompany her in the afterlife. Was she truly content with her writing? Outside, a cheerful voice interrupted her thoughts. Yinzhen entered, illuminated by the light, his handsome face softened by warmth. Approaching Anren, he playfully pinched her nose, saying, "Your writing is barely passable. You must continue to practice." His words were rather harsh, and Anren retorted with displeasure, but Chunhe and Guobihua both praised it. "That was mere flattery," Yinzhen replied, taking a seat opposite her. He brushed off his sleeves and, picking up her brush, wrote the character for good on a blank sheet. As he wrote, he remarked, "Observe how you hesitated with this stroke, pausing before finishing, and your ink lacks uniformity." The essence of writing lies in a steady hand. Hesitation only disrupts the character's spirit. With a free masterclass at her disposal, Anren slipped on her shoes the moment Yinzhen began to write, positioning herself beside him, leaning over the small table to watch intently. "Do you understand?" Yinzhen asked, tilting his head. "Not quite," Anren admitted honestly. She possessed little natural talent for calligraphy. It was merely her admiration for Yinzhen's writing that inspired her to learn. "With more practice, you'll grasp it," Yinzhen smiled. "If I have the time, I shall often come to accompany you in your writing." Without a teacher, mere imitation will only capture the form, lacking its essence. "Do you truly have the time to teach me?" Anren questioned, aware of her own limitations. She gazed intently at the character he had written, oblivious to the alluring position she had assumed. Yinzhen's gaze drifted from her face to her shoulders, following the graceful curve of her body down to her slender waist. And then, with a resounding slap, his palm landed on her backside. Anren sprang upright, covering her rear, her eyes wide with disbelief as she stared at Yinzhen. "One must stand and sit with propriety. Do take a look at yourself," Yinzhen admonished sternly. Anren found herself at a loss for words, acknowledging that during these days of reigning supreme in her courtyard, she had grown rather complacent. The Yimei courtyard bestowed upon her a profound sense of security, leading to a relaxation of the rules that once governed her existence. The reclusive demeanor cultivated over 30 years began to surface gradually, and Rand's gaze appeared somewhat vacant and bewildered. Yinzhen's heart softened. He feared his icy demeanor had frightened her. Thus he quickly drew her into his embrace, soothingly kissing her forehead. He spoke gently. "I worry that you may grow accustomed to this demeanor at home, inadvertently carrying it into the outside world. While it is indeed comfortable to be at ease within these walls, should outsiders catch a glimpse, they might deem you lacking in grace and decorum." "I do not require decorum," and Rand murmured, nestled within Yinzhen's arms, fidgeting with the fabric of his clothing. After all, she was a concubine, not the matriarch. And was it not the nature of a concubine to be unrefined and ungraceful? "Very well, you need not maintain decorum," Yinzhen replied with a smile. "Just consider for my sake, and put on a fa ade when in public, much like you did in the Yonghe Palace, where you performed splendidly. The imperial concubine has always praised your gentility and courtesy. That is because your mother finds you agreeable," and Rand thought to herself, but refrained from voicing her thoughts. "Does it hurt?" Yinzhen's concern for her resurfaced. "It does, to the point of numbness," and Rand whimpered softly. "Such nonsense," Yinzhen retorted. "Am I not aware of my own strength? I merely patted you lightly," and Rand huffed in response, choosing not to reply. Chapter 29. Leisure Time. 2. Upon noticing Anren's silence, Yinzhen discerned her discomfort and deliberately picked up the Buddhist scripture she had been transcribing. He initiated a conversation, inquiring, "What inspired you to copy the Buddhist texts?" "The birthday of the Empress Dowager is approaching," Anren replied. "I had intended to transcribe a volume of scriptures and embroider a small image of Guanyin. Coincidentally, you mentioned that we would be visiting the temple for worship during Qingming, so I thought it prudent to complete the scriptures in time to offer them at the altar for a period before presenting them to the Empress Dowager." "Your thoughtfulness is commendable," Yinzhen remarked, warmth flooding his heart. "I happen to have copied a few volumes of scriptures myself, which have already been offered for nearly 2 months. We shall retrieve your copy together before the Empress's birthday." Anren readily agreed, relieved that she would not need to send someone on a separate errand. With a small portion of the scriptures yet to be transcribed, Anren, not wishing to squander time with the day still bright, focused on her work. Yinzhen, too, had official matters to attend to. Thus, they each occupied their respective desks, diligently engaged in their tasks, creating a harmonious atmosphere despite the lack of communication. At dinner, Yinzhen, wishing to spare Anren from exertion, sent Su Peisheng to the kitchen to bring their meal. As Anren gazed at a dish of sheep's milk and egg custard on the table, she suddenly asked, "Do you still drink sheep's milk every morning?" Yinzhen paused, his chopsticks momentarily still, before clearing his throat and responding, "The sheep's milk prepared by the kitchen has a rather strong odor." The implication was clear. He did not relish it. Indeed, sheep's milk was notoriously difficult to manage. However, Anren pondered that it would be quite conspicuous to send sheep's milk to the front courtyard daily. After a moment's reflection, she suggested, "The taste of cow's milk is far superior to that of sheep's milk. Perhaps we could instruct the kitchen to procure a dairy cow." Noticing Yinzhen's indifference, Anren continued, "You are at a crucial stage of growth, and with your busy schedule, there are times when you may neglect your meals. Your health cannot endure such neglect. A bowl of cow's milk daily would soothe your nerves, promote restful sleep, and bolster your constitution. Moreover, I wish to partake as well." She tugged at Yinzhen's sleeve, adding, "I have heard that cow's milk is beneficial for skin complexion and can be used in various dishes. The current milk ration in the household is hardly sufficient for my needs." "Then let us procure 2 cows," Yinzhen responded promptly. "Instruct Su Peisheng to ensure that 1 cow's milk allocation is reserved exclusively for you, while the rest may be drawn from the other cow supply for others." "Thank you, my lord," Anren replied, her face lighting up with joy. After they finished their dinner, as Yinzhen returned to his desk to attend to his work, Anren had Chuanhe bring in hot water to the bathing chamber, preparing to take her bath first. The washroom was enveloped in steam as Anren, having shed her garments, bent over the wooden tub to test the water temperature. Unexpectedly, a hand reached from behind and encircled her waist. "Who is it?" Anren gasped, startled, and swiftly turned around, her heart racing and goosebumps rising on her skin. "It is I. Do not be afraid," Yinzhen reassured her, having realized he frightened her. "My lord." Anren spun back, her indignation flaring. She delivered a light punch to Yinzhen's chest, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "You nearly scare me to death." In that fleeting moment, she felt as if her hair had erupted, and at the same time, she distinctly sensed her soul seemingly soaring from her crown. Fortunately, she managed to suppress it, yanking her essence back with great effort. "It is my fault." Yinzhen grasped Ran's hand and pressed a kiss upon it, wishing to envelop her in his embrace. And Ran evaded his hold, exhaling a sigh as the shock subsided, and then huffed, "Do not hold me. Your clothes are quite chilly." "I'll wait." It dawned on her that she was entirely bare, her face flushing crimson. She hastily pushed Yinzhen away to reach for her garments, stammering, "Why you? How did you come in?" "I came in to bathe," Yinzhen replied, a smirk playing on his lips as he began to unfasten his own attire. Wait, and Ran interjected, shielding herself with her clothes and hastily attempting to leave. You go ahead and bathe. I will step out first." "Where are you running off to?" Yinzhen, clad only in his undergarments, swiftly pulled and ran close, leaning down to kiss her earlobe as he lifted her toward the bathtub. "In such a spacious place, we can certainly bathe together." The sound of water echoed in the washroom. In the morning, sunlight streamed through the window, and then Ran awoke for the first time in Yinzhen's embrace. She lifted her gaze to find him engrossed in a book. "Are you not busy today, my lord?" And Ran's voice was hoarse. Yinzhen's eyes remained fixed on the pages as he patted her gently. "I have completed my official duties. The emperor has granted me a few days of leave, and I intend to spend this time at home. I have yet to pay my respects to the Fujin." And Rand suddenly recalled this obligation, attempting to rise. As her leg shifted, she inadvertently brushed against the quilt. Ouch! She furrowed her brow. "What is it?" Yinzhen set down the book, noticing her discomfort, and hurriedly lifted the quilt to inspect. "Were you hurt?" "Do not worry. I have asked Chun He to convey my message to the main courtyard." Despite the tumultuous night, Yinzhen had maintained a sense of restraint, so she doubted she had sustained any serious injury. And Rand quickly pressed down the quilt. Her cheeks flushed and shot a glare at Yinzhen. "It's nothing, just a slight scrape on my knee. Chun He can apply some ointment for me later." "How could your knee be scraped?" Yinzhen initially failed to comprehend, but then recalled the positions he had insisted and Rand assumed the previous day. His expression faltering as he touched his nose. "Is it very painful? Should I fetch some medicine for you now?" "No need." Since she was not going to pay her respects, and Rand yawned, reluctant to rise. "I merely moved a bit too vigorously and accidentally grazed it with a needle. I will be cautious." "What did you have Chun He convey?" "I instructed her to inform them that you are unwell today, and, fearing you might transmit anything to the Fujin, it would be best not to disturb her." Yinzhen said, and Rand was speechless, thinking to herself, "Are you truly trying to incite animosity?" Nevertheless, having already relayed the message, there was no turning back. If the Fujin were to be displeased, so be it. They lay back down, and Rand nestled in Yinzhen's embrace, sharing with him some trivial matters from her recent days. The small partition on the east side has been cleared out. It contained a great deal of peach blossom wine, and in about 20 days, it should be ready for consumption. I asked Guobihua to procure a batch of medicinal herbs, and the tranquilizing pills are reserved for the elderly matron who provides my prescriptions. There are only a few left, and I plan to attempt making some myself. Recently, many flowers have bloomed in the garden. Unfortunately, they are too varied and in insufficient quantities. I wish to pluck some petals to create soap, yet I cannot gather enough, let alone prepare any food. "Do you have a fondness for flowers?" Yinzhen inquired. "It appears you greatly enjoy crafting things from them." Anra nodded. "The utility of flowers is vast. They are nurtured by nature and require little investment while yielding substantial returns. For instance, the peach blossom wine I made only involved a handful of peach blossoms, yet if the flavor is exquisite, selling it to taverns could yield tenfold profits. Beyond brewing wine, one can also produce essential oils, soap, and rouge. It is quite lucrative to earn money from women, as these ventures are indeed profitable." Your business acumen is rather impressive," Yinzhen remarked, scrutinizing her. "Pray tell, are you in need of funds? Or do you feel I am unable to support you?" "Do not misconstrue my intentions," Anren chided him with a glance, sitting up to calculate on her fingers for Yinzhen. "These materials do not appear from thin air. To produce in abundance, one must have a plentiful source of flowers. Cultivating flowers necessitates hiring laborers, from planting to harvesting and ultimately crafting, all require manpower. Families of modest means can secure a livelihood through this work. If the employer possesses a conscience and pays fair wages, a diligent family can save and improve their circumstances. Their children will have enough to eat and wear warmly, and after a few more years of hard work, they may even send their children to school. Generations later, this could very well lead to an enhanced family status." Noticing that Yinzhen remained silent and observant, Anren felt a twinge of anxiety. Perhaps her thoughts were too advanced for him to accept. "Am I speaking correctly?" "You are quite right," Yinzhen replied, admiration flickering in his gaze. He had not anticipated Anren to possess such depth of thought. If one were to extend her ideas further, how many families might improve their fortunes? Over generations, this could serve as the cornerstone for the Great Qing and its future. Chapter 30. The Rose. All of this requires a more profound arrangement. Yinzhen shifted the conversation. "Since you have a fondness for flowers, I shall have someone deliver several exquisite orchids to you in due time." "Orchids are not necessary." And Rand pressed her advantage. "I desire roses." "Roses?" Yinzhen frowned, aware that such flowers were rare in the capital, where peonies and orchids predominated. There is a place in Hunan called Pinyin, abundant with roses. If you truly wish for them, I shall send someone to fetch a few. This knowledge stemmed from a past errand to Hunan, where he had stumbled upon vast rose gardens. Although not as noble as orchids, roses were sure to please a woman's heart. Is that troublesome? And Rand, not wishing to impose too much, suggested, actually, growing a few monthly roses would be delightful. Lacking a grand estate, she could only cultivate them in a few small courtyards. Given their medicinal value and the potential for fine cultivation, she might even nurture some renowned varieties, achieving two objectives at once. It is no trouble at all, Yinzhen replied. In a few days, I am to journey to Shandong. I can make a detour through Hunan on my return. You are departing? And Rand was taken aback. When? For how long? Shortly. Yinzhen explained. It is a task assigned by the emperor. I anticipate being away for about a month, though the exact date of my return remains uncertain. Very well. And Rand knew this man would never be content within the confines of his courtyard. The world beyond was his true domain. She could only say, while you are away, take care of yourself and return safely. Indeed, Yinzhen spent another day with Rand at the Ime Garden, and that evening, he naturally stayed overnight. Regardless of how the pair at Mingxiang Pavilion felt, the candles in the main courtyard burned brightly throughout the night. Fujin, you ought to rest early. Dawn is nearly upon us, and how can your body endure this? Wu Mama gazed at Ulanara with concern. Having sat up all night, Ulanara's complexion appeared somewhat pale. She scoffed, Mama, I was unaware that her methods were so formidable. Wu Mama advised, after all, she is the first woman of the master, and a certain bond is to be expected. Over time, once the novelty fades and age takes its toll, the affections will wane. I perceive they are quite affectionate, Ulanara said, her eyes reddening with grievance. I heard from the servants that before the grand wedding, even when the master was away, he would remember to bring her little trinkets to cheer her up. What a me! Why has he ever treated me in such a manner? She is merely a Gege. How can she compare to a Fujin? Well, Mama replied, you are the master's legitimate Fujin, a distinction that is worlds apart. Those trifles were merely to amuse someone inexperienced, akin to a Fujin casually tossing a coin to a beggar. Ulanara pressed her lips together, looking at Wu Mama. Mama, what do you suggest I should do? Naturally, you must seize the opportunity to bear a legitimate son, Wu Mama asserted. The master entrusted you with the household's provisions the very first day after your wedding, signifying his trust and respect for you. If you could bear him a legitimate son, who in this entire household could surpass your standing? Mentioning children made Ulanara somewhat bashful. She instinctively touched her belly. The master is busy, and he has only stayed a handful of nights over the past month. Fujin, do not worry, Wu Mama reassured her. Madame Wu consoled. It is your fortune, and it will naturally come to you. No one can take it away. However, Lady Ulanara lowered her gaze and replied, perhaps the one from Ime Courtyard will conceive before me. No. A fierce glint flashed in Madame Wu's eyes. She entered the door months earlier than the first wife, and her belly remained still. It seems she is quite unworthy. Moreover, the first 3 months of pregnancy are perilous for a woman, and it is uncertain whether she can carry it to term. Even if she manages to do so, the following months require careful nurturing. Otherwise, a mere fall could claim the life of the unborn. And even if she endures the dangers of childbirth, it is not uncommon for both mother and child to perish. Madam, Lady Ulanara was taken aback. Although she had witnessed her mother's fierce battles with concubines since childhood, even offering her mother ideas, she never truly wished for anyone's life. You must not be merciful, first wife, Madame Wu urged. With fewer people in a household now, you must seize the opportunity to conceive. Although the noble son possesses a precious fate, the position of the firstborn is notably different. She leaned closer to Lady Ulanara's ear and whispered, consider the current crown prince and the eldest prince. One is the firstborn, and the other is a legitimate son, both of whom the emperor holds in high regard. Thus, the first wife must give birth to a legitimate firstborn. Understanding Madame Wu's intent, Lady Ulanara took a deep breath and said, Madam, please assist me back to rest. I shall forego my morning greeting today, citing discomfort. If she desired a child, rest was essential. Ah, ah. Madame Wu rejoiced that the first wife had finally come to this realization, promptly assisting her into the inner chamber, taking care to ensure she rested well, and soothingly said, I have prepared calming incense for you. First wife, please sleep. I shall watch over you. Lady Olenara slowly closed her eyes. The next day, after having breakfast with Anren, Yinzhen had matters to attend to and went to the front courtyard. Anren received news halfway that Lady Olenara had canceled her morning greeting. Since she was already out, she decided to stroll in the garden. The garden was tended by dedicated servants who frequently pruned the blossoms, giving it a neat appearance. Anren plucked a branch of apricot blossoms and asked Chuanha to place it in her hair. Smiling, Is it beautiful? Indeed, Chuanha replied with a smile. If the mist were to don a pink qipao, she would surely appear even more radiant. Anren was dressed in a pale white today, which seemed a bit plain. You put so much thought into food, yet when it comes to clothing, you keep it simple. Even the master is more attentive than you. Last month, he obtained a fine piece of dark blue fabric, fearing you would leave it unused, specially made a new garment and sent it over. But you have yet to wear it. That outfit is too formal, Anren replied. I seldom go out. What use is there in wearing it? I would be heartbroken if it snagged a thread. Besides, she added, the master likes blue. Did I not just have a new set of sky blue qipao made? I shall wear it for him another day. Chuna sighed. Yes, yes. Miss may wear whatever she pleases. I shall follow your wishes. Amidst their laughter and chatter, Guobihua suddenly turned his gaze toward the nearby rockery and called out sternly, Who is over there? The accompanying maidens swiftly encircled Anren. A stillness enveloped the area behind the rockery, and after a brief moment, a timid voice emerged from Fong. Sisterly, I told you the butterfly could not possibly be hidden here, yet you insisted on dragging me in search. It is my fault, Li echoed. Since there is nothing here, let us leave, they said, clasping hands and stepping out from behind the rockery, casting bashful glances at Anren as they bowed in unison. Sister and observing their little charade, Anren chose not to expose them, greeting them with a smile. That rockery is fraught with stones, quite perilous indeed. You two are rather bold. Do come down quickly, lest you fall. Oh, they hastily supported each other as they descended from the rockery. Such dangerous antics must never be repeated, Anren admonished, assuming the role of a caring elder sister. The other side of the rockery connects to the lake. A careless slip could lead to tears. We were reckless, Fong admitted, nervously clutching her handkerchief. It is wise to recognize the risks, Anren replied. Were you both here to play in the garden? Indeed, Li responded with a smile. The flowers in the garden are in full bloom, and the butterflies are fluttering, so we wish to chase them. My presence must have disrupted your enjoyment, Anren remarked. However, it grows late, and I find myself rather fatigued. I shall return to Yimei courtyard now. You may continue your play here, but do take care. Sister, walk safely, they chorused, exchanging glances. Chapter 31. The contest for favor after Anren departed. Li glanced at her chest, and then fixed an accusatory gaze on Fong. You are utterly useless. Even standing idly, you could have stirred some commotion. Otherwise, how could we have been discovered? Fong's eyes reddened, and with a sense of grievance, she replied, I stood for too long. My feet are a bit numb. Enough, enough. Li waved her hand dismissively with impatience. You are so delicate. What can I expect from you? I have lost interest. You entertain yourself. I shall return to Mingxiang Pavilion. Without waiting for Fong's reaction, she swayed her hips and hurried away, her steps brisk. Fool. Once Li's figure faded from sight, Fong's charming visage darkened as she glared at the direction of her departure, muttering, Yet, foolishness has its advantages. With you leading the way, I can better discern the master's preferences. Recalling the imposing figure she had seen that morning while waiting at Yimei Garden, a blush of shyness crept onto Fong's face. In her heart, her husband embodied that very image of the master. Thus, she felt destined to possess him. Anren, supported by Chuanha, strolled leisurely towards Yimei Garden. The sun warmed her skin, and remembering the scene that had unfolded in the garden, she couldn't help but smile. By tonight at the latest, or tomorrow night, there shall surely be a spectacle to behold. What if the master never enters the back courtyard? Chuanha inquired. Then they can only blame their ill fortune, Anren shrugged. Inside Mingxiang Pavilion, Li commanded her soul maid, Duku, quickly, Gather all my blue garments. Do not bring anything too outdated or old-fashioned. Hurry. Dooku nearly buried herself in the chest, rummaging about, and managed to produce only 2 or 3 blue outfits. These are far too old. Lee expressed her dissatisfaction, pushing Dooku aside to search herself. I distinctly remember having a considerable number of blue garments. Have you not found them all? After a prolonged search, the clothing in the chest was a disheveled heap. In frustration, Lee tossed aside the garments in her hand and slumped down, disheartened. There truly are no suitable ones. They had not yet been formally recognized in the household, and thus received no rightful share of resources. Without monthly allowances or seasonal garments, even a meal depended on the kitchen's whims, and at times they had to dip into their own pockets. The silver she brought from home had dwindled significantly during her short stay of barely 20 days in the residence. While she was wallowing in despair, she spotted Fong's maid, Qingwei, seemingly carrying something past the window. Lee got up to take a look and was surprised to see a basket of clothing. "Qingwei, what are you doing?" Lee inquired, eyeing the basket, where she could faintly discern blue fabric. Qingwei smiled and replied, "These days, I have been organizing Miss Fong's clothes and brought out some seldom-worn pieces. Who knew that Miss Fong has slimmed down considerably lately, and these garments are now too large. Thus, I was instructed to take them to the tailor for resizing." "Too large?" Lee's eyes sparkled as she turned and smiled, saying, "What a coincidence. I also have a few garments that require alterations. Since it's on your way, you need to make an extra trip. I'll have Dooku arrange my clothes, and she can take yours along as well." Qingwei, however, revealed a hesitant expression. "Miss Fong specifically instructed me to deliver them personally." "Oh, you worry too much," Lee interjected, snatching the basket from her hands with a smile. "We share a sisterly bond. How could I possibly harm her? Now, you may return. I shall have Dooku send it over to you shortly." Reluctantly, Qingwei acquiesced. "Thank you, Miss Lee. Off you go." Lee chuckled, her eyes crinkling as she turned and entered the inner chamber. After a thorough search, she indeed found a suitable outfit at the very bottom, a nearly new, sky blue qipao, exquisitely embroidered. Eagerly, she slipped it on for a trial. However, it felt somewhat snug. Compared to Fong, she had developed more, hence the fit above was a tad tight, while the waist was acceptable. Though it clung closely, it accentuated her graceful figure beautifully. "Dooku," they called out, "come quickly and help me choose some accessories to match this dress." "Coming." Meanwhile, Fong sat at her vanity, and upon seeing Qingwei enter, she promptly inquired, "Did you deliver it?" "I did," Qingwei replied cautiously. "Did she express any doubts?" Fong raised an eyebrow. Qingwei responded, "She seemed quite pleased, actually." "Ah, she truly lacks common sense." Fong scoffed, delicately tracing her brows with a dark pencil, her tone indifferent. "She genuinely believes in the fairy tale of fortunes falling from the sky, oblivious to the potential dangers." Recalling the blue qipao, a pang of sorrow struck Fong. It had taken considerable effort to wrest it from her elder sister's grasp, and after only one wear, it had remained stowed away due to its looseness. It had been intended for the selection event, but with the passage of time and increasing hardships, it became less fitting for her circumstances. During a recent tidying session, she had set it aside with the intention of sending it to the needlework room for alterations, yet it ultimately ended up in Lee's possession. Great endeavors do not concern themselves with trifles, Fong consoled herself. Once I secure my rightful status and earn the affection of my lord, these possessions will surely return to me manifold. It must be said that fortune favors the foolish. Lee indeed possessed a touch of luck. As night fell, she traversed the path between the front courtyard and Yinzhen courtyard, donned in a blue attire, a bouquet of peach blossoms in hand, daydreaming of her lord's astonished gaze upon seeing her. Suddenly, she noticed a procession of lantern bearers approaching. Leading the group was a man with a commanding presence. Standing tall and upright, one hand clasped behind his back while the other held prayer beads, his expression impassive. Who but Yinzhen could it be? Lee's heart raced like a drum as she turned her back, pretending to admire the peach blossoms before her. Yinzhen, already in a foul mood, halted at a distance upon seeing an oblivious figure obstructing his path, and impatiently inquired, "Who is there?" Lee turned as if startled, tightly clutching the peach blossom in her hand. Upon noticing Yinzhen's gaze upon her, She hurriedly bowed and sweetly said, "This humble servant, Li, pays her respects to the master." Lacking a formal title, she could not even refer to herself as a concubine. The night was exceedingly dark, and as Yinzhen stepped closer, he beheld a captivating beauty illuminated by the lantern light, her eyes brimming with affection directed at him. How could he be oblivious to her sentiments? With a cold snort in his heart, he appraised Li from head to toe and frowned, saying, "You ought to refrain from wearing this attire in the future." Huh? Li was momentarily taken aback. "Do you lack the means to purchase new garments?" Yinzhen glanced at her briefly before averting his gaze, sincerely remarking, "You are rather plump. Your clothing is on the verge of tearing due to your figure." Boom! Li felt as if a thunderclap had struck her from above, leaving her dazed. How could the master dare to call her fat? Any woman would find it intolerable for a man to make such a remark. "My lord," Li's voice quivered with a hint of tears, I have clothes to wear. I simply believe this blue garment suits me well." Yinzhen cast another glance, disdainfully retorting, "You are mistaken. Blue is a color that demands a particular complexion. Although your skin is fair, it tends to flush easily. Wearing blue will render you dowdy. That color does not compliment you." Her reddened cheeks were fueled by his words. Li's chest heaved with indignation, yet she found herself at a loss for a rebuttal. "Enough. The hour grows late. If you wish to continue your stroll, feel free. Su Peixiang, light the lanterns." Yes. A group soon made their way towards the Yimei garden, leaving behind a bewildered Li, her expression frozen in astonishment. Chapter 32. Outing on that particular evening, Li's actions were executed with utmost discretion. She did not even bring along Duku. However, the number of people accompanying Yinzhen was considerable, with numerous eunuchs in attendance. And since Yinzhen did not take special measures to keep things under wraps, the events of that day quickly became the talk of the entire residence. Anren, listening to Xiahe's live recount of the happenings, found herself rolling with laughter on the bed. That straightforward man, Yinzhen, seemed to unwittingly tread upon all of Li's sensitive spots, convinced of his own honesty and sincerity, especially given that the Yonghe emperor was notoriously discerning in matters of taste. "All right, my lady, if you continue to laugh, your makeup will surely smudge." Chuanhe gently pulled Anren from the bed, assisting her in dressing and adorning herself, as it was Qingming festival, and one ought to present themselves with a touch of elegance. Today, she donned the sky blue qipao that she had mentioned a few days prior, her hair styled in two delicate buns, complemented by jewelry of the same hue, exquisite and refined. I recall that the esteemed defy gifted me a jade fan adorned with fish frolicking among lotus leaves. "Would you kindly fetch it for me?" Anren instructed. "Certainly," Chuanhe replied, rummaging through the box until she swiftly unearthed a delicate fan. "It perfectly complements your attire," Chuanhe praised. Anren smiled, rising with her assistance. "Let's be off. The carriage awaits at the front entrance, and we must not tarry. Be mindful of your steps, my lady." Upon reaching the main entrance, Li and Fong were already waiting within. The Fujin had yet to arrive, and Yinzhen was nowhere to be seen, leaving Anren hesitant to board the carriage. Instead, she waved her fan, waiting on the opposite side. Li's expression was far from pleasant. She had dressed appropriately in a pink qipao, which accentuated her youthful charm, while Fong wore a vibrant green outfit, reminiscent of fresh leaves, exuding a delightful vivacity. Impatiently, Li dabbed at the corners of her lips with a handkerchief, her eyes betraying a hint of agitation. She was well aware of the rumors circulating within the household and the embarrassment she had suffered. Frustration simmered within her, yet she found no outlet. Wherever she went, she felt the weight of others' scrutinizing gazes, as if they were mocking her. Having spent the night in the main courtyard, Yinzhen emerged alongside the Fujin. His attire, crafted by Anren, was a deep navy robe, and standing beside Anren, they appeared almost as if clad in matching garments. Thus, upon seeing Anren, the Fujin's countenance soured. Today, she adorned herself in a striking red ensemble, intricately embroidered from head to toe, with jewelry of considerable value. She carried herself with an air of authority and dignity, though her appearance belied her youth. Olenala was merely 14 or 15, yet looked as if she were in her 20s. Anren mused that her formal attire seemed fit for a grand banquet at court. What are we all doing standing here? Yinzhen said, his expression stern. Instead of boarding the available carriage, have you come to play gatekeeper? With that, he strode toward the first carriage, hands clasped behind his back. Olanala followed suit. Boarding the second carriage, Anren raised an eyebrow, pondering the source of Yinzhen's morning discontent. Not daring to provoke ill fortune, she and Chuanha hastily took their place in the third carriage, while Li and Fong naturally squeezed into the same vehicle. The Zhongxing Temple was situated on a secluded hill in the outskirts of the city. It was small and lacked renown, resulting in few pilgrims. Only local villagers would come to offer incense during festivals. It is a rare sight today to witness a large procession approaching as the devotees hurriedly pull their children aside, curious about which noble family passes by. The carriage halts at the foot of the mountain, making the ascent difficult. The crowd disembarks, greeted immediately by a lush expanse of bamboo forest. A winding path meanders through the bamboo, leading up to the temple above. This path appears rather treacherous, and Rand silently rejoices, relieved that she foresaw the need for sturdy flat shoes for today's mountain trek. Otherwise, she would certainly risk twisting her ankle multiple times along the way. Yinzhen stands with his hands clasped behind his back, observing the crowd as they descend. He discreetly glances at Anran's shoes, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. "Let us proceed up the mountain," he declares, leading the way alongside Su Peixiong. The Fujin promptly follows suit, her flowerpot shoes steadied by the support of Wu Mama and Jinju, with a line of maidservants trailing behind, ensuring her balance. However, the meticulously adorned Li and Fong ladies find themselves in a predicament. Li, tall in stature, nearly topples the petite Doko when she leans against her for support. Fong, though somewhat more stable due to her slender frame, also wobbles but is steadied by Qing U.S. assistance. Take it slow, she softly advises. For this new outfit, painstakingly crafted in the sewing room at considerable expense, is meant to leave a favorable impression on their master. She cannot afford to wrinkle it before making her entrance. Fortunately, Yinzhen maintains a leisurely pace. Fong glances ahead and sees the Fujin smiling radiantly beside Yinzhen, stirring a pang of envy within her. Yinzhen, twirling a string of beads in his hand, admires the extensive bamboo grove, noting the tender shoots sprouting as spring unfolds, their verdant hues bringing joy to the heart. In the midst of a verdant bamboo grove, the distant sound of the evening bell resonates. This particular grove flourishes beautifully. How delightful it would be to dwell within its embrace during the summer, a topic worthy of conversation. Upon hearing this, Olanara can't help but smile in agreement, remarking, "It is indeed a refined pleasure to dwell among bamboo rather than feast upon meat." The notion of foregoing meat is, of course, out of the question. And Ran, following Yinzhen's gaze, muses that April is the season for tender bamboo shoots. Regrettably, she did not bring Wabihua along. Otherwise, she would have instructed him to discreetly gather a few shoots for her, as the temple dwellers would likely not object. She can already see villagers in the bamboo grove, presumably there to harvest shoots, and she hopes they leave some for her, planning to send Guobihua on an errand tomorrow. "Why does Sisterin stand here so long?" Fong inquires, approaching Anran and noticing her fixation on the bamboo grove, her curiosity piqued. It turns out Anran has unconsciously halted her steps. Yinzhen and the Fujin, hearing Fong's inquiry, turn to look back, realizing that Anran has drifted somewhat away from them. Before Anran can respond, Fong seizes her hand, expressing concern. "Sister, are you weary? Perhaps we should take a moment to rest." The latter part is directed at Yinzhen, and after speaking, she seems a touch bashful, lowering her gaze, revealing her delicate neck. Dressed in soft blue, her fair complexion exudes a tender fragility, akin to a bamboo shoot partially peeled. "I'm not fatigued," and Ran, unwilling to allow him to serve as her support, withdrew her hand and, lifting her skirt, swiftly approached Yinzhen with a smile, saying, "Let us proceed." "Take it slowly," Yinzhen cautioned, his brow furrowed. "The mountain path is treacherous. Be mindful of your footing. A few steps on level ground are manageable, but to run on this slope is reckless. Should you stumble and bruise yourself, it would result in days of discomfort, which is truly worrisome." I have Chun-He to assist me, and Ran retorted, eager to evade his admonition, feigning reliance on Chun-He. Let us go. Yinzhen, undeterred, continued at his pace. Chapter 33. The Peach Orchard. The group soon arrived at the Hall of All Beings, where the Buddha's chanting resonated melodiously, accompanied by the fragrant scent of sandalwood. Yinzhen, his expression solemn, clasped his hands together, holding a strand of prayer beads, and softly recited, Amitabha, Amitabha. He endeavored to calm the distractions of his mind and followed suit with a whispered invocation. In her previous life, she had held no belief in Buddhism. Yet ever since her arrival in this realm, a sense of reverence had taken root within her. Though she remained unaware of the divine purpose behind her crossing into this world, she believed that as long as she adhered to her principles and followed her heart, she would not stray too far from the righteous path. Amitabha, it has been quite some time since I last saw you, benefactor. Your presence has indeed diminished these days. An elderly monk with a kind visage emerged from the temple, holding a string of prayer beads, exuding an aura of wisdom akin to that of an enlightened sage. Upon meeting his gaze, Yinzhen offered a faint smile, saying, The burdens of the mundane world weigh heavily upon oneself. I hope Master will not find me lacking. This is Master Liaowu, the abbot of the Hall of All Beings. Yinzhen introduced, then turned to Liaowu. This is my family. We have come to pay our respects today, and I apologize for any disturbance. Amitabha, Master Liaowu performed a Buddhist salutation. Ulanala and the others returned the gesture. Please, come in, he invited. The group entered the temple, where the main hall enshrined Shakyamuni Buddha, flanked by the halls of Guanyin Bodhisattva and Manjushri Bodhisattva. Yinzhen led the group in offering incense at the main altar, while Su Peixiang contributed money for the oil lamps, with Liaowu reciting scriptures nearby. After the offerings, Yinzhen announced, I have some matters to attend to. If you wish to pay homage to any bodhisattvas, you may do so, and afterwards, feel free to explore the surroundings. Understood, the group replied. Once Yinzhen departed, Ulanala turned to the others, saying, I would like to visit the Guanyin Hall. How about you all? Anren had no desire to go. Women who visit Guanyin typically seek blessings for children, and at present, she had no intention of bearing offspring. Thus, she replied, I shall not accompany you. Fusen, I have heard the scenery around the Hall of All Beings is enchanting. I wish to take a look. Then go ahead, but take a few guards with you and be mindful of your safety. Ulanala acquiesced. Anren nodded in farewell. And you too? Ulanala inquired, looking at Li and Fong. They smiled and said, Naturally, we will follow Fusen. A hint of mockery flickered in Ulanala's eyes, though her expression remained unchanged as she led the two toward the Guanyin Hall, advising them, after the Qingming festival, you should have formal titles. Sincerely pay your respects to Guanyin, for I too hope you will soon bear fruitful offspring for our master. Receiving this encouraging news, the two exchanged glances, their hearts aflame with excitement yet tinged with shyness, and they quickly lowered their heads, timidly responding, yes. Anren selected 2 guards and, accompanied by Chunha and a few maids, made her way to the back mountain. There, instead of bamboo groves, they found a vast expanse of peach trees, adorned with blossoms in full bloom. A gentle breeze swept through, causing petals to cascade like a shower of pink rain. Look, look, there are so many butterflies over there, Chunha exclaimed with enthusiasm, pointing in a certain direction. Let's go take a look, Anren replied, her curiosity piqued. She instructed the guards to wait at a distance. Fortunately, I brought a fan today. Let us chase after the butterflies. As the 2 girls moved energetically, a flurry of sound arose around them, awakening the butterflies that flitted aimlessly in their excitement. Be gentle, Anren advised. We are merely playing. Even if we catch some, we shall release them unharmed. Spring, still quite young and unaccustomed to strictness from Anren, had become far more spirited than when she was in the palace. Seeing Anren's joyous play, she had a playful idea. She crouched down and gathered a handful of peach blossom petals. Look at me, she called, circling around behind Anren. Instinctively, Anren turned to see a cloud of petals cascading down upon her, her slightly startled expression reminiscent of a frightened fawn. How dare you ambush me? Anren laughed exuberantly, scooping up petals from the ground and throwing them at Xiaohe. Behold, the heavenly maiden scattering flowers. "Hey, your highness!" Spring stamped her foot in protest. However, Anren paid her no heed and showered her with another handful of petals. It was a delightful chaos. And soon the two were engaged in a spirited flower battle amidst the peach orchard. Unbeknownst to them, not far from the peach grove stood a thatched cottage, where Yinzhen and Liaowu observed the merriment. Yinzhen, watching Anren's joyful antics, could not suppress a smile and turned to Liaowu. "Master, could she be the reincarnation of her?" Liaowu murmured a prayer and replied, "In matters of past and present lives, even the Buddha cannot ascertain. Why must you be so fixated? I wish for it to be her, yet I also fear it may be," Yinzhen said, his gaze deepening. "In her world, she yearns for a lifelong companion. Yet I'm clearly incapable of fulfilling that role. In her previous life, having remained unmarried, she would undoubtedly have high expectations for matrimony. It was selfish of him to desire to keep her by his side, while he could not even bestow upon her the status of a primary wife." "Amiba," Liao responded, "You are not a fish. How can you understand the joy of a fish? One must not force matters. When fate arrives, everything will naturally be resolved." Yinzhen closed his eyes, reflecting on the strange reality that most of his memories tied to Anren now revolved around her. As for the future, he could only recall a vague trajectory, and everything else seemed a blank slate. As Anren and Spring continued their playful antics, sweating from the exertion, a guard stationed outside the orchard approached to deliver a message. "Your Highness, it is noon. The master requests your presence in the dining hall to sample the vegetarian dishes from the temple." Upon hearing the prospect of a meal, Anren quickly dusted off her attire, while Spring stepped forward to pluck the petals from her hair and tidy her appearance before they made their way to the dining hall. Inside, the Fusin and her companions had already gathered, waiting for their arrival. Upon seeing Anren, Urilinara smiled and remarked, "Where hasn't Gege been? It seems you have enjoyed yourself immensely. There's a grove of peach blossoms on the back mountain. I went to admire them," Anren replied, her eyes twinkling with delight. Li, who had remained silent until then, smiled and added, "Sister seems to have a particular fondness for flowers and plants. One might think she has turned into a spirit of flora." "Ah, but that is where you err," Anren replied earnestly as she settled down. "If flowers and plants were to become spirits, they would undoubtedly be unparalleled beauties of this world. As for me, I can only modestly claim to be charming. I dare not compare myself to such ethereal beings." Angage displayed a modest demeanor. Wolanala remarked, "Angage is exquisite and graceful, truly deserving of the phrase. Endowed with exceptional beauty and talent." At that moment, a steady male voice resonated from outside, revealing Yinzhen accompanied by Su Peixiong, who entered the room and took his seat at the head of the table. He turned to the Fujin and inquired, "Do you concur with the description of endowed with exceptional beauty and talent?" "Indeed," Wolanala replied with a slight tug at the corners of her lips, her desire to speak waning. Yet she felt compelled to agree. This phrase suits Angage perfectly. Initially, she had merely intended to comment on her captivating beauty. Yinzhen nodded, and regardless of the expressions of those present, he waved his hand and declared, "Let us dine." Chapter 34. Unfortunately, after partaking in a vegetarian meal, Yinzhen vanished once more. The ladies were arranged to rest in the dining hall, and Anren, having indulged in an exhilarating morning, felt somewhat fatigued and chose not to venture out again. It had been a long while since she had enjoyed herself so thoroughly. Despite her weariness, excitement bubbled within her. Lying in bed, she found sleep elusive, lamenting that such days were rare and uncertain as to when she might experience them again. Considering the presence of the ladies, Yinzhen did not linger at the temple for long. By mid-afternoon, the group returned to the estate in a carriage. Upon returning to the Yimei courtyard, Anren was pleasantly surprised to discover that Yinzhen had sent a basket of fresh spring bamboo shoots. "Perfect," she exclaimed, her face lighting up. "Tonight, we shall have bamboo shoots stir-fried with meat, accompanied by a bamboo shoot and chicken soup, and a refreshing salad." She began to mentally draft the menu, and the slight disappointment of returning home vanished entirely. "You know just how to please me," she thought. When Yinzhen arrived, Anren was in the midst of removing her apron. Hearing his voice, she turned and smiled, saying, "You are in for a treat tonight." These are the freshest bamboo shoots, tender and delightful. They appeared even more refreshing than usual. Yinzhen took a handkerchief to wipe his hands and beckoned and ran to sit down. She poured him a bowl of soup, remarking, after indulging in rich foods, "It is good to savor these mountain treasures to cleanse the palate." "Indeed, quite splendid," Yinzhen replied after tasting it, praising, "fragrant and refreshing." Naturally, and Ran felt a surge of joy at receiving compliments for her culinary creations. Coupled with the thrill of the day's adventures, her spirits were considerably uplifted that evening. Yinzhen, feeling content and savoring the moment, began to contemplate when he might next take Ran out for a delightful excursion. The following morning, when Ran came to pay her respects to the noble lady, she expected the usual routine. However, upon catching sight of Li, she was taken aback. "Oh dear, what has happened to your face?" she exclaimed. Li's formerly radiant features were marred by a large, red bump on her forehead, her eyes swollen from tears. Feng, standing nearby, wore a grotesquely twisted expression. She struggled to convey concern while suppressing a smirk, leading to a rather awkward demeanor. Li was clearly distraught, tears streaming down her cheeks, rendering her speechless. Feng interjected, "This morning, while passing through the garden, Sister Li accidentally struck a flower branch with her handkerchief, startling a bee that was busy collecting nectar. The bee was particularly aggressive and stung Sister Li right on her forehead. She swore that this incident was not her doing, if blame were to be assigned. It was solely due to Li's unfortunate luck." Upon discovering that the master had spent the night at Ran's residence, Li had been in quite the foul mood, stomping about angrily. In her agitation, she had carelessly waved her handkerchief, inadvertently inviting a bee to sting her. What a remarkable coincidence indeed. And Ran stifled her urge to laugh at Li's misfortune, striving to maintain a straight face. The matter of being stung by a bee can be serious or trivial. I suggest you summon the estate physician at once, as some bees can be venomous. It would be regrettable to be left with a scar. Li was taken aback, her swollen red eyes widening in surprise. "So, I shall return home now?" Just at that moment, the noble lady emerged and, upon witnessing Li's distressed appearance, was equally startled. After inquiring about the situation, her expression turned peculiar as she thought to herself that Li's fortune was truly unfortunate. Just when she was about to attend the emperor, her appearance was marred. Such an injury would require at least a month's recuperation indoors, wouldn't it? Sobi. Clearly, Li was cognizant of this reality and was overwhelmed by sorrow. Why was she so unfortunate? She had sincerely prayed at the temple just yesterday. This one do, the noble lady remarked. "First, let us return to Mingxiang Pavilion. I will send someone to summon the court physician to examine you. Do not worry. The physician's skills are commendable." "Thank you, noble lady," Li said, her sobs punctuating her words. Following this incident, Urilinara did not linger to chat with Anren and the others. After exchanging pleasantries, they each returned to their own quarters. A person can be thoughtless, which is bearable, but to be afflicted by such misfortune is truly unbearable. Anren lamented. Chunha chuckled. Perhaps it is the consequence of some transgression in a past life. Yinzhen shared this sentiment, contemplating that perhaps Li had committed numerous wrongdoings in her previous existence, and now she was facing the repercussions. When the court physician made his rounds, he naturally presented the findings to Yinzhen. The bee was harmless. It was merely the sting that caused the swelling. Once the stinger was extracted and medicine applied, she would likely recover in about half a month, with no scars remaining. Having understood this, Yinzhen felt reassured and set the report aside, instructing Su Peixiong, "Send a few people to the garden. With the blooming flowers, the bees have increased. Search carefully for any nests. If found, drive them away to prevent further harm." Anren adored the flowers, and if she inadvertently provoked a swarm of bees, no one could save her. It was better to take precautions early. "Understood. By the way, how did you fare with the task I assigned you this morning?" Su Peixiong replied, "I have procured 3 large baskets, with the most capable individuals guarding them." Yinzhen nodded. "Select the finest batch. I wish to present it to the emperor for him to savor. Remember, there must be no blemish." 2 days later, the entire court was aware that the 4th prince, who typically left the palace immediately after court, had unusual business in the Yonghe Palace. bringing with him 2 large baskets of bamboo shoots, one sent to Yonghe Palace and the other to Kangxi. The ministers wondered, what kind of ploy is this for favor? That evening, while at Yonghe Palace, Kangxi could not suppress his laughter as he recounted the incident, pointing to the bamboo shoot soup. Your son, usually so pragmatic, instead of bringing me gold and silver, presents a basket of spring bamboo shoots, claiming it to be filial. The fourth is simply too earnest, replied Consort Da, who had served Kangxi for so long and understood that he was not truly angry. She joined in his amusement. When it was delivered today, I too was startled. The fourth claimed these spring bamboo shoots grew near the temple, listening daily to the sounds of Buddha and thus imbued with a touch of divine essence. The flavor is indeed delightful, Kangxi praised, though it does leave me rather amused. He truly is a man of singular focus. The Empress Dowager remarked, I do not harbor expectations for his great accomplishments. I merely hope that he matures sufficiently to serve His Majesty diligently and beget a few offspring. The emperor, however, disagreed with her sentiment, asserting, how can my son lack potential? Though the fourth prince may appear somewhat single-minded, he is pragmatic and committed, ensuring his tasks are executed with sincerity and diligence, unlike some who merely resort to flattery and sycophancy. The Empress Dowager refrained from responding, fully aware that no reply was necessary, and with a gentle smile, she proceeded to serve dishes to the emperor. As days passed, one day, Yinzhen was occupied in the front study attending to official matters when Eunuch Li approached, whispering a few words into Su Peisheng's ear. Su Peisheng nodded, signaling for him to exit before stating, Your Highness, the foreign requests your presence in the main courtyard for dinner tonight. Acknowledging with indifference, Yinzhen replied, Just remind me when the time comes. Chapter 35. Arranging the Fong family that evening, Yinzhen dutifully arrived at the main courtyard. The table was laden with a sumptuous feast, prepared by the most skilled chefs of the household. The Ulanara clan adhered to a principle of silence during meals, and the two shared a tranquil dinner without uttering a word. After the meal, once the dishes were cleared, tea was served. Ulanara held her teacup and sipped quietly, refusing to speak. Yinzhen, feeling a twinge of impatience, thought it was evident that the first invitation to the main courtyard was for a purpose. Surely, they were not to engage in this silence indefinitely. Is there something you wish to discuss, my lady? He inquired, his tone slightly brusque. Ulanara paused her tea drinking, set down her cup, and smiled. My lord, now that the Qingming festival has passed, I wonder about the situation at Mingxiang Pavilion. She had initially intended to delay the matter, but unexpectedly, today, the chief palace maid, like ink, arrived, bearing news that the palace had recently acquired several bolts of fabric, which were to be sent to the lady for new garments. Her words subtly urged Ulanara to expedite arrangements for the two individuals at Mingxiang Pavilion. Particularly, the defy was becoming somewhat anxious. It had been a month since the lady entered the household without any word, and with so few women in the residence. Had it not been for the presence of the Li and Fong families to shield her, the defy might have sent 2 more. Thus, the matter could not be delayed any further. However, hearing this, Yinzhen recognized that even if the lady wished to display her virtues, he had little to say on the matter. After some contemplation, he remarked, Iasen Tili injured on her forehead? Let us arrange for Fong tomorrow night. Understood, Ulanara replied, a bitter feeling settling in her heart. That night, Yinzhen did not stay at the main courtyard. After a brief conversation with Ulanara, he returned to the front courtyard, leaving her to gaze vacantly at the cup of tea for a considerable time. Lady? Wu Mama inquired with concern. It's nothing. Ulanara took a deep breath and smiled. Please select a new outfit I have prepared and adjust it to Fong's size, along with some jewelry and hairpins, and deliver them to her tomorrow. Why must the lady elevate her so? Zhenju expressed her discontent. It is not elevation, Ulanara replied. Such a day will inevitably come, and I have long been mentally prepared. Currently, there are too few people in a household. Lise Nave, while it appears docile, but has the favor of the master, granting her an edge. Fong is young, possesses a measure of intelligence, and is pleasing to the eye, a suitable candidate for sharing affection. Providing her with some dignity is akin to lending her a helping hand. Yet, one must fear the emergence of rebellion in her heart, Wu Mama observed, having keen insight into people's natures. She was already aware of Fang's character. Ulanara said lightly, "Should she harbor rebellious thoughts, then let us systematically dismantle her resolve. The head of the household has myriad methods to discipline her concubines." The following morning, after offering her respects, Ulanara retained Fang alone. "Do not feel constrained," Ulanara smiled, instructing for another pot of tea to be brewed for Fang. "Taste this year's new tea, the long jing from before the rain, and let me know if it suits your palate." Fang carefully took a sip and smiled radiantly. "The tea from the lady is, of course, the finest." Ulanara exchanged glances with Wumama, and soon after, Zhenzhu arrived with another maid. "When you, each carrying a tray. This is the new attire I have prepared for you." The introduction by Ulanara stated, "There are some pieces of jewelry that I have never worn. Please do not disdain them." "I shall not," Fang replied quickly, rising with trepidation. "Fujin, do not be anxious," Ulanara chuckled gently. "I spoke with the master yesterday. He will visit you tonight, so be sure to serve him well." Fang's heart raced, but joy soon illuminated her face, leaving her momentarily flustered as she twisted her handkerchief and stammered, Yes, oh no, I shall certainly attend to the master diligently. You have always acted with composure. I need not say more. Take these items and prepare for your return," Ulanara instructed. "Yes, I shall take my leave," Fang replied. Her cheeks flushed as she accepted the garments. Following her, Qingwei carried the clothing and jewelry as they turned back to Mingxiang Pavilion. Once in her chamber, Fang meticulously placed her belongings before rummaging through her money box. Unfortunately, after much searching, she could only produce a few scattered silver coins, insufficient for the household's needs. Resolute, she instructed Qingwei to retrieve her jewelry box and selected several valuable pieces. "Miss, this jeweled hairpin is your favorite," Qingwei remarked. "No matter," Fang replied firmly. "Such items, in the future, I shall not even glance at again. Bestowing them upon others now is merely putting them to good use. Qingwei, take this silver to the kitchen. If it is insufficient, use jewelry. Ensure the dishes tonight are worthy of display. Also," Fang's cheeks flushed anew, "I must bathe before dinner. Make sure to instruct the young servant to bring hot water promptly. Do you understand?" "Yes," Qingwei replied. "Then hurry," Fang urged, "and be cautious around the east courtyard." Both Fang and Li resided in Mingxiang Pavilion, and to distinguish between them, they refer to the east and west courtyards. Li, residing in the east, had not ventured out recently due to a facial injury, but Fang still took care to caution Qingwei. "Yes," Qingwei acknowledged, not daring to delay, and promptly hurried away. Left alone, Fang surveyed her surroundings and frowned at the room's simplicity. Such bare quarters not only appeared empty, but also tended to gather dust. She quickly washed her handkerchief and diligently wiped down the room repeatedly. The master and servant toiled until the afternoon, and Fang successfully prepared herself before dinner. Donning the new attire gifted by Fujin, meticulously applying her makeup, styling her hair, and adorning herself with jewelry. Gazing into the bronze mirror at her blooming visage, she could not suppress a smile. Miss, the master has arrived," Qingwei announced as she rushed in. Fang, filled with excitement, quickly rose, attempting to suppress her exhilaration. She playfully admonished Qingwei with a glance and said, "You mustn't call me miss anymore." Qingwei smiled, curtsied, and replied, "Yes, Gege." She stepped forward to assist Fang. They waited at the entrance, and soon they saw flickering lights approaching through the darkness. Yinzhen came forth, undeterred by the night. Fang stepped forward a few paces and bowed gracefully, saying, "I pay my respects to the master." "Rise," he replied, barely lifting his hand as he walked past her into the room. Fang quickly followed behind. "Master, would you like some tea?" Qingwei brought in the tea, which Fang received and personally served to Yinzhen. Yinzhen sat with an imposing presence, accepting the teacup, inhaling its aroma before taking a delicate sip and placing it aside, remaining silent as he turned the Buddhist beads in his hand, eyes closed in tranquil contemplation. Fang stood nearby, somewhat constrained, until Qingwei gently reminded her of the evening meal. "Ah, yes, the evening meal." Fang tightly clutched her handkerchief and, in her softest tone, addressed him, "Master, it grows late. Shall we summon the evening meal?" "Yes," came the reply. The preparation of the meal, of course, required some time. Noticing Yinzhen had entered with a frown, Lost in meditation, Fong assumed he was weary and, with a charming smile, suggested, "Master has worked hard all day. You must be fatigued. I have learned some massage techniques at home. May I offer you a massage?" Yinzhen opened his eyes and appraised Fong from head to toe. She felt shy under his gaze, standing upright, hands clasped, head bowed, cheeks flushed. "Please sit," Yinzhen said, averting his gaze and gesturing for her to take a seat. "Yes," Fong replied, her heart racing, as she cautiously approached the chair. Chapter 36. The favor bestowed upon the Fong family, the candles flickered audibly in the room. Yet Yinzhen found himself devoid of the inclination to admire the beauty before him, as his thoughts were consumed by various external matters. Fong cast furtive glances at Yinzhen, but upon realizing his silence, she felt a pang of frustration, unable to conjure a suitable topic for conversation. She pondered how the favored concubines, such as Fujin and Un, managed to engage with the master, for his cold demeanor left her feeling that any utterance would be ill-timed. Fortunately, the arrival of the evening meal shattered the room's tranquility. Fong discreetly exhaled in relief and promptly attended to Yinzhen, wiping his face and hands while arranging the dishes beside him. After discovering an unwelcome dish added to his plate, Yinzhen could no longer endure the situation and said, "Please sit down and join me," misinterpreting his words as an expression of concern for her. Fong blushed deeply and shyly settled beside him, delicately savoring her food. Following a meal that failed to please his palate, Yinzhen's spirits were far from buoyant. He surveyed the room and found no books, nor even a pen and paper. Resigned, he instructed Su Peixiang to prepare hot water for his ablutions. Fong sat bashfully on the bed, the sound of Yinzhen bathing resonating through the makeshift partition in the corner of the inner chamber, making it particularly audible. After his bath, Yinzhen emerged clad in his night attire, and noticed Fong seated at the edge of the bed with her hair cascading down. He remarked, "Make yourself comfortable." Regardless of Fong's inner ambitions, she felt an overwhelming shyness in this moment, lying still as a wooden figure and too timid to utter a word. Furthermore, Yinzhen's lack of tenderness rendered the experience a far cry from the sweetness she had envisioned. As for Yinzhen, his reluctance was palpable. He was merely fulfilling a duty, and Fong's demeanor only exacerbated his dissatisfaction. This shall suffice for now, Yinzhen thought coldly, considering that it would be unreasonable not to provide some acknowledgement to a gift from the emperor. After all, this encounter had served its purpose. "Su Peixiang," Yinzhen called as he dressed, beckoning him to come in. "Return to the front courtyard." Su Peixiang comprehended his intent immediately and efficiently assisted Yinzhen in donning his garments, leading a procession back to the front courtyard. "Your Highness, do you wish to wash up?" Qingwei peered inquisitively as the others departed, noticing Fong lying under the covers in a daze, and hurried over to inquire. Fong shifted slightly, tears welling in her eyes. "Qingwei, do you think I am too foolish? The master does not regard me." And thus, he hastily returned to the front courtyard. "Your Highness, do not dwell on such thoughts." Qingwei, unaware of the intricacies of romantic affairs, could only offer comfort. The master likely remembered matters in the front courtyard and rushed back. "You are now the esteemed Fong Gege of the household, and in time, you shall have ample opportunities to be favored." Fong turned over, feeling a sharp pain in her body, yet a sense of reassurance washed over her. She now held a legitimate title, and no one would dare to belittle her within the residence. Qingwei shifted the topic, saying, "Your Highness, I still have some warm water left. Shall I bring it for you to freshen up?" Certainly, the hot water would be depleted, as the kitchen would not specifically reserve any for them. "Never mind. I am too weary," Fong replied. Fong shook her head and said, "Let us wash up in the morning. It is quite late, and you should rest." With a nod, Qingwei tucked in the corners of her blanket and departed. The next morning, Fong, radiant as a peach blossom, went to the main courtyard to pay her respects, respectfully offering tea to the noble consort. Thus, the household welcomed another member, Fong Gege. "Splendid," exclaimed Ulanara with a beaming smile. "In the future, our sisterhood will flourish, and we must harmoniously serve the master, ensuring the continuity of his lineage and honoring the emperor's grace." Anren and Fong both lowered their heads, feigning shyness. The first night of intimacy is traditionally accompanied by gifts. Yet Yinzhen had left early, leaving the main courtyard to await the happenings from the front courtyard. Consequently, throughout the morning, no one visited Mingxiang Pavilion. However, the atmosphere within Mingxiang was quite lively, as Li remained inside, sulking after learning of Fang's privilege to serve the master. Their rooms were merely separated by a courtyard, allowing Fang to hear every word of Li's scornful remarks. Yet, without receiving her promised gifts, Fang felt disheartened and dared not confront Li, instead continuously reassuring herself, "She is merely a shrew. Why should I stoop to her level?" Ultimately, it was Su Peixiang who reminded Yinzhen of the promised gifts, prompting him to say, "Just pick a few items from the storeroom and send them over." "Do you need me to instruct you?" Su Peixiang thought to himself that perhaps the master feared Yinzhen might harbor other intentions, recalling how he had personally chosen gifts for Gege. Nevertheless, he refrained from further comment, sensing that Fang was not of significant stature. Thus it sufficed to send a few items her way. The eunuch dispatched to deliver the gifts was sent by Xiao Li, and Su Peixiang was not involved in the process. The front courtyard bestowed its gifts, and soon after, the main courtyard followed suit. Fang finally felt at ease, delightfully counting the rewards she received. Though these items were not particularly valuable in the eyes of Yinzhen and Olenara, and some jewelry was even out of fashion for Fang, who had to compete with her legitimate sister for a new outfit. These gifts, while not filling her heart entirely, represented a promising beginning. In Yimei Garden, Anren cautiously opened a jar of peach blossom wine, and a fragrant aroma wafted through the air, causing her eyes to brighten. It worked. The brewing period for peach blossom wine is shorter than that of peach blossom liquor, and Anren, having calculated the days, could not wait to open a jar today. It turned out to be a resounding success. Out of approximately 25 jars brewed, only a few had failed, leaving her with 20 jars. In high spirits, Anren waved and said, "Everyone in our courtyard contributed. Let us share a jar and savor the flavor." Cheers erupted from the crowd, and Guobihua chimed in playfully, "Gege, I have heard that the wine from Peach Blossom Brewing is superior to that of Peach Blossom Liquor. Might I be fortunate enough to receive a few drops?" He swallowed hard, his face betraying his eagerness. "Only you would covet this treasure of mine," Anren teased with a smile in her eyes. "If you desire something better, it depends on your performance. If you do well, you shall surely reap the rewards." "Yes, I shall obey." Guobihua immediately adjusted his sleeves and performed a half-bow, eliciting a hearty laugh from Anren. In the evening, Lady Fang once again instructed Qingyue to deliver silver to the kitchen, ensuring that they prepared a sumptuous dinner, while she stood at the door, eagerly anticipating the return of her esteemed master. Despite the fact that Yinzhen had departed early the previous night and her body bore some discomfort, Lady Fang remained steadfast in her hopes for his arrival. After all, it was not uncommon for Anren to host guests overnight, and now that she was a noble herself, she deemed herself no less deserving. Regrettably, her plans and expectations for the evening were destined to be thwarted, as by the time Yinzhen returned, the moon had already descended in the west. He had taken a brief respite in the front courtyard and spent the entire day engaged with several scholarly gentlemen in the study. In the days that followed, Yinzhen did not return to the rear courtyard again, until the approach of the Empress Dowager's birthday. Chapter 37. The birthday of the noble consort a few days prior. Anren had already received back her Buddhist scriptures, and her small statue of Guanyin had been embroidered to perfection. She carefully placed it into a zetonwood box, and, on the eve of the noble consort's birthday, entrusted it to Olenara. Naturally, both Yinzhen and Olenara were to enter the palace to celebrate the occasion, while Anren, lacking the privilege, could only rely on Olenara to convey her sentiments. She was not concerned about any machinations from the Fujin, as the latter was known for her cleverness and rarely engaged in thankless endeavors. On the other hand, the expressions of Fang Gege and Li Shi, who had just recovered, were less than pleasant. They had not been informed of the date of the noble consort's birthday, leaving them unprepared. However, they could not fault others for this oversight. Those who were aware merely remarked that it was due to their own negligence, and they were left to bear this silent grievance. "You are indeed thoughtful," Olenara said as she accepted the box, instructing Mama Wu to keep it safe. "Your embroidery skills have always been commendable. The Empress Dowager will surely appreciate it. Just a small token of my esteem," Anren replied with a smile. The noble consort has shown me much kindness, and I merely wish to reciprocate. On the day of a noble consort's birthday, the atmosphere in Yonghe Palace was lively. A multitude of concubines, bored and seeking entertainment, arrived early to pay their respects. As Yinzhen entered with Ulanara, they found the gathering engaged in animated conversation. May you be blessed with longevity and peace. Mother, Yinzhen bowed, wishing the noble consort. May your fortune be as vast as the eastern sea and your life as enduring as the southern mountain. As he spoke, Su Peixing presented their gifts. Good, good, good. Rise quickly, the noble consort said, her face creased with smiles. Turning to Yinzhen, she added, your 14th brother and 13th brother are making quite a ruckus with 2 little Gege in the adjoining room. Go see to them, and ensure they do not cause any trouble. Given the abundance of women present, it was not suitable for Yinzhen to linger. Understood, he replied, leaving Ulanara in the room. Come, sit here, the noble consort beckoned. Do not be overly formal. These ladies can be quite narrow-minded. If they say anything, simply disregard them. Oh dear, such slanderous words, Ife exclaimed, shaking her handkerchief. She was a striking beauty, exuding a vibrant aura, and her son, the 9th prince, had inherited her looks, though not her disposition. Do not seek out your mother-in-law. Come here and let me have a look at you first. Ife took Ulanara's hand, appraising her from head to toe. Look how lovely you are. Your mother-in-law has a discerning eye and has taken all the best for herself. As she spoke, she placed her bracelet onto Ulanara's wrist. When you came to pay your respects on your wedding day, I was unwell and could not meet you. Consider this bracelet a token of my apologies. I hope you will not think it insufficient. This, Ulanara glanced at the noble consort, who nodded with a smile, prompting her to respond quickly. Thank you very much, Ife. Ife led the way, and the other ladies followed suit, presenting their gifts while exchanging playful banter. By the time Ulanara settled beside the noble consort, her neck was flushed with embarrassment. You mischievous ladies, the noble consort remarked with a smile. The noble consort chuckled and playfully scolded them. Patting the hand of Ulanala, my dear daughter-in-law has just arrived and is still shy. You must not bully her. Otherwise, when the 9th concubine arrives, you shall see how I will handle it. Sighing, she added, Oh dear, my foolish son, it will truly be a concern when he is able to marry. The consort feigning a headache, rubbed her temples. He is handsome enough, yet he seeks a beauty even more exquisite than himself. What kind of thinking is that? Can good looks satisfy hunger or thirst? It infuriates me. The others in the room laughed. The noble consort remarked, It is no wonder that little Gege thinks this way. When he was born, I took one look and thought he was a little princess. Is it not so? The consort clapped her hands. When a wet nurse brought him to me, she too thought he was a girl, hoping for a delicate little lady-in-waiting. In the end, alas, he turned out to be quite the troublemaker. I wonder if all of 5th brother's rebelliousness has manifested in him, for he gives me no peace. Little Gege is still young, the noble consort replied. My 14th is just as mischievous, not at all like his elder brother, constantly making me worry. Discussing children. Every family has its own troubles, and soon several consorts began to air grievances about their sons. Ulanala sat quietly to the side, her face nearly frozen in a smile, regrettably unable to partake in such discussions as a new bride. After some light-hearted banter, noticing that the hour was late, they tactfully took their leave to avoid disturbing the family gathering. As the room fell silent, the noble consort lowered her gaze and took a sip of tea, instructing Ruemo prepare the meal. Feeling somewhat anxious in her first private meeting with the noble consort, Ulanala pondered for a moment before presenting the congratulatory gift prepared by Gege. This is a gift from Gege, who sends her regards and wishes you a long and bright life, with peace year after year. The noble consort opened the box to reveal a small statue of Guanyin. Smiling, she is always so thoughtful. Ulanala smiled faintly, pressing her lips together. Ruemo entered to announce, Your Highness, lunch is ready. The noble consort nodded, and Ulanala promptly assisted her. Let us call for the 4th and 14th. Yes. Everyone took their seats, the table laid with an array of dishes, some of which were imperial delicacies bestowed by Kangxi positioned directly before the noble consort. "Let us all sample these delights," she said, picking up her chopsticks first. 14th was 6 years old this year, mischievous yet always adhering to etiquette. Thus the family dined quietly at the same table. Not even the sound of chopsticks clattering against the dishes could be heard. However, Ulanala felt a bitter sensation, inexplicably finding the meal difficult to swallow. Yet, it was the noble consort's birthday, and she could not bring shame to Yinzhen. This meal was indeed challenging, but as it neared the end, the pearl behind her served her a bowl of fish soup. As Ulanala lifted it to her lips, the smell of fish overwhelmed her senses, and she could not help but retch. "Concubine." The pearl was alarmed, turning pale as she patted Ulanala's back. "Concubine, are you all right?" Uranera shook her head, finding herself unable to respond any further. The defy, possessing greater insight, brightened at the sight of the situation and hastily instructed Mo. "Quickly, summon the imperial physician. Bring Dr. Cui here." "Yes," Mo replied with a smile, for Dr. Cui was renowned as the most skilled obstetrician in the imperial hospital. The empress's request could only imply. Her heart swelled with joy, for the fourth prince was Defay's first child, born amidst their eager anticipation. And who would have thought that the little one they once cherished was now on the brink of becoming a father himself? Chapter 38. The expectation of the Ulanara clan hurry. "Assist your master to the bed for some rest," commanded the dowager consort to the flustered pearl. Then turned to Ruhua, instructing, "Fetch some water for the fourth consort to rinse her mouth. Avoid strong tea." Everyone promptly set to their tasks. Yinzhen sensed the unfolding revelation, feeling a blend of joy and complexity in his heart. His Honghu had returned, promising a life of longevity. The palace maids efficiently tidied up the room, while Ruhua personally attended to Ulanara, assisting her in washing her face and hands, rinsing her mouth, and refreshing her appearance. Dr. Cui arrived swiftly, observing Ulanara reclining on the bed, her complexion slightly pale yet not weak. After closely examining her face and taking her pulse, he confirmed his suspicions. "Congratulations, Your Highness, and to the fourth prince. The fourth consort is with child, already over 2 months along, and the fetal condition appears stable." "Splendid." The dowager consort's face blossomed with joy. Receiving such delightful news on her birthday warranted a celebration. "Increase the monthly allowance for Yonghe Palace." "How could I burden my mother with this expense?" Yinzhen chuckled. "Su Peixiang, the funds for Yonghe Palace are on my account. Do not attempt to take this from me." The dowager consort playfully scolded him. "Your rewards should be given to those in your residence. This is my first grandchild. Shall I not be allowed to revel in my joy?" "Indeed, let my mother indulge," Yinzhen quickly agreed, following Dr. Cui out to inquire about the necessary precautions during pregnancy. Seated on the bed, Ulanara snapped back to reality from her surprise at being with child, her cheeks flushing as she instinctively touched her belly. "Could there truly be a small life within me?" "You are rather careless," the dowager consort gently chided. "It has been 2 months, and you had not noticed. How carefree you are." Ulanara shyly lowered her head. "As a daughter-in-law, I possess little experience. My cycles have always been irregular." The dowager consort smiled. "From now on, you must be vigilant, especially during the first 3 months when the fetal condition is unstable. Avoid fatigue and ensure ample rest. Should you feel unwell, summon the palace physician immediately, if necessary. I shall send Dr. Cui to assist." "Thank you for your concern, Mother," Ulanara replied. The dowager consort then called for Pearl, meticulously outlining the precautions for the pregnancy, detailing what should be avoided and what should be consumed. For her, who had borne 3 children, this knowledge came easily and was conveyed with clarity. They lingered in Yonghe Palace for some time, until Ulanara's complexion returned to normal before departing for their residence. Upon arrival, a cascade of rewards flooded in. Besides the dowager consort, Emperor Kangxi had also contributed a share upon hearing the news. Ulanara was enveloped into the main courtyard, as if she were fragile porcelain. The already informed Granny Wu, brimming with joy, was at a loss for where to place her hands, but her composed nature soon restored order after the celebration. "You must take care during your pregnancy and prioritize rest. Daily greetings may be excused," Yinzhen said softly, sitting beside the bed. Yes, Olenara replied, her heart sweetened by Yinzhen's rare tenderness. And as for the household duties, perhaps I could. I am capable, she interjected. Olenara interrupted Yinzhen's words. Feeling her own impatience, she quickly clarified, what I mean is that there aren't many matters at home. With Mama Wu and Mama Zhou supervising, there won't be any major mistakes. I merely need to check the accounts. It is not burdensome. Since Olenara had expressed herself so, Yinzhen naturally refrained from contradicting her. Nodding in agreement, then you may continue to oversee things. I have some matters to attend to and will return to the front courtyard. Master Olenara wished to retain him. Sensing the seriousness in his demeanor, realizing he was not merely placating her, she chose to remain silent, watching his figure grow distant until he vanished from sight. With the news of the Fujin's pregnancy, Yinzhen rewarded the entire household with 2 months' wages. Thus, everyone learned that the Fujin was already 2 months along. When Anren received the news, she did not feel jealousy or disappointment. Rather, she breathed a sigh of relief, as this indicated that she too could conceive, though she would have to wait a little longer. The following afternoon, when Yinzhen visited, he surprised Anren with 4 exquisite rose pots, the deep crimson of purple lotus, the pale yellow-tinted white of spring water-green wave, the orange-red of scarlet fan, and the soft pink of powder makeup tower. Do you like them? Yinzhen inquired. They just arrived yesterday. I love them, Anren replied eagerly, her face beaming as she instructed Guo Bihua, place them in the corridor, not too far inside. Roses thrive in sunlight, and do be careful when moving them. They still have blooms that must not be damaged. Turning back to Yinzhen, her eyes sparkling, she added, Thank you, master. I'm glad you like them, Yinzhen said, momentarily dazzled by her smile, as he embraced her and led her indoors. I must leave for official duties tomorrow, and should return in about a month. I shall bring back the roses you desire. Tomorrow? So soon? Anren was taken aback. Have you prepared everything? All is ready, Yinzhen assured her. With Su Peixiang around, do you fear I will fare poorly? Indeed, Su Peixiang is quite the capable steward, Anren acknowledged. After a moment of contemplation, she proposed, How about this? I will prepare some preserved food for you to take along. It will be a long journey, and surely you won't find anything good to eat on the way. I can make some jerky and biscuits, something to sustain you on the road. Without waiting for Yinzhen's consent, she called for Chunha and hurried to the kitchen, her energetic demeanor amusing Yinzhen, who simultaneously felt a sense of relief. The Fujin's pregnancy was anticipated, and the matter concerning the Fong family was planned. Yet, for reasons unknown, Yinzhen often felt a sense of guilt and inadequacy when in Anren's presence. The only way he knew to soothe her was to gift her with the things she cherished. The small kitchen remained active until the hour of the dog, ceasing only at Yinzhen's insistence. Anren roasted sliced bread, baked biscuits, and marinated pork and chicken, drying them into jerky for preservation. It was a pity she could not make beef jerky, as it would have been the most delectable. These items are not prone to spoilage. When not in use, wrap them in oiled paper. Just ensure they do not come into contact with water. Do you understand? Anren carefully instructed Su Peixiang. All right, let us go inside. Anren untied her apron and pulled Yinzhen into the house. Wrinkling her nose at the lingering scent of smoke on her clothes, she expressed her mild disdain. Chunha, I wish to bathe. Miss, the hot water is already prepared. Chunha replied from outside. Anren glanced at Yinzhen, noticing his slightly pallid complexion, and quickly reassured him, Oh, it is merely because you were about to go out that I took the time to prepare such a feast. Usually, I only indulge in small culinary endeavors during my leisure hours. It is not exhausting at all. Yinzhen's expression softened a bit as he took Anren's hand and said, With so many servants in the house, do you truly think I would miss your meager offerings? Henceforth, do not tire yourself so. All right, understood, Anren replied, aware of Yinzhen's concern for her. She smiled and wrapped her arms around his waist, whispering, The hot water is ready. Would you care to join me for a bath? Surprised by Anren's rare invitation, Yinzhen raised an eyebrow, swiftly lifting her in his arms and turning towards the bathing chamber. After a night of playful antics, Anren completed her bathing ritual and, barely resting her head on the pillow, drifted into slumber. In her drowsy state, she felt Yinzhen's hand gently caressing her abdomen. It tickled. Anren squirmed, attempting to evade his touch. Chapter 39. Wild fruits at dawn the next day, and Ran awoke naturally, relishing the beauty of a day free from obligations. After enjoying her breakfast, she summoned Guobihua and instructed, "Today, venture outside the city to seek out some wild, wooded areas. See if you can find any wild fruits to gather. If you are uncertain about their edibility, inquire with the local children. They will certainly know which ones are delicious and safe to eat. Please gather plenty, as I wish to make some jam. The market currently has a limited supply of fruits, but the forest should offer some wild berries, tart and sweet, perfect for jam making." Guobihua took his leave. The weather was splendid, with the sun casting a warm glow on the corridor, and Ran took a moment to admire the roses, watering them with some diluted spring water. She then called for Chunha, who brought a rocking chair to place beside the roses, wherein Ran basked in the sunlight and soon fell asleep once more. Seeing her in slumber, Chunha hurried to cover her with a blanket, calling for Chunxing to keep watch over her while she attended to her own tasks. And Ran had initially harbored modest expectations for Guobihua's errand, yet to her delight, he returned with not only 3 baskets of fresh wild strawberries, but also 4 baskets of mulberries. "How did you gather so many?" And Ran exclaimed joyfully. Guobihua explained, "I feared that the children would have already picked the fruits from the orchards near the farms, so I chose a more secluded area in the woods, bringing the children and their parents along to gather these in abundance." "Did you give them any trouble?" And Ran asked. "The common folk are timid. Please do not frighten them." "I would never dare," Guobihua replied. "Everything was voluntary, and I even compensated them for their labor." "You have done well," and Ran praised. "With effort comes reward. Please return to Chunha and settle the expenses. I shall reimburse you." "Thank you, Your Highness," Guobihua replied, beaming with happiness. And Ran waved him off to rest, then popped a small strawberry into her mouth, only to grimace as the tartness overwhelmed her taste buds. Ugh, so sour. She had forgotten that these wild strawberries could be quite acidic, yet they were indeed perfect for making jam. Cautiously, she picked up a mulberry, reasoning that it would be sweeter. After tasting it, she found it to be a delightful balance of sweetness and tartness, quite acceptable. She continued to eat several more. These organically grown fruits, though not perfectly clean, were certainly not dirty either. With so many mulberries at her disposal, it would be wasteful to turn them all into jam. She could reserve a few baskets to make mulberry wine, which would have numerous benefits. "Ah, Your Highness, what has happened to your mouth?" Chunha, having finished her tasks, noticed and Ran crouched before the basket, resembling a little mouse as she stuffed her face with fruits. Upon closer inspection, she gasped, "Goodness, your mouth is black." What is wrong with my mouth?" And Ran lifted her head, bewildered. Chunha, pale with fright, was alarmed, having grown up in the palace. She had never encountered such wild fruits. She quickly grabbed and ran and instructed Chunxing to summon the physician. "Hurry, it seems the princess has been poisoned." "Wait," and Ran exclaimed, realizing the misunderstanding. She grasped Chunha's arm. "No, I am perfectly fine. It is just the mulberries that have stained my mouth. They are poisonous." Chunha's eyes widened in panic. No, that is not the case." Anren hastily waved her hand, crushing a mulberry, its purplish-red juice dripping down her fingers. "This is the color of its juice. If consumed excessively, it appears darker." Chunha remarked, "You should try one. The taste is quite delightful." Anren quickly shoved another berry into Chunha's mouth. Chunha instinctively chewed a few times, experiencing a blend of sour and sweet flavors. "The taste is indeed remarkable," she concluded. "Isn't it?" Anren's eyes sparkled with joy. "I plan to turn them into jam and wine. But you should refrain from eating the strawberries. They are quite sour and require copious amounts of sugar to become jam. The quantity of strawberries is limited, and they spoil easily." Anren rolled up her sleeves, gathering the servants and maids in the courtyard, while not forgetting to dangle the promise of rewards before them. "Work diligently. If you do well, there will be delicious treats. If not, there will be nothing." The group chuckled in response. Making jam is not overly complicated, though it does require a considerable amount of sugar, which made Anren feel a twinge of guilt, as she typically is quite extravagant. Our sugar is depleting too quickly. Sugar, in these times, is a precious commodity, its price perpetually high. Common folk might not even get to savor it throughout the year, yet here she is, indulging without restraint, leaving her feeling inexplicably uneasy. However, this unease soon dissipated, and Anren joyfully immersed herself in the process of making strawberry jam. After 5 full days of labor, Anren transformed the remaining mulberries into mulberry wine, storing it in a cool place to ferment, anticipating it would be ready to drink in about a month. By then, Yinzhen should have returned. As May unfolded, the weather grew increasingly warm, and the heavy cotton garments were shed in favor of lighter attire. It seemed as though it had not rained for many days. Anren leaned against the window, observing the parched earth of the courtyard, speaking to herself. Chunha, who was embroidering a handkerchief for Anren, interjected, "We are relatively better off. I heard Guo mention that further north has not seen rain for 2 to 3 months. And there are fears of drought. That would indeed be a calamity." Anren frowned, her heart heavy, hoping it would not be too severe. Otherwise, the common people would suffer greatly. Her knowledge of history was limited, and she could not recall whether there had been a significant drought in the 33rd year of Kangxi. Yinzhen had been away from home for over half a month, and although letters had been sent back, they contained only a few words, reassuring her that all was well and there was no need for concern. Anren eagerly awaited the day the mulberry wine would be ready, visiting the small room daily. The strawberry and mulberry jams were ready for consumption, and she shared some with the servants and maids, who received them warmly. The peach blossom wine had long since been completed, yet Anren hesitated to open it, believing that allowing it to ferment longer would enhance its flavor. The roses in the corridor were in full bloom, likely aided by the spirit spring water, their blossoms large and fragrant. Recently, Anren contemplated propagating them, hoping to cultivate new varieties through her research, finding herself with ample time on her hands. Another half-month passed, and Yinzhen still had not returned. Messages indicated that continuous downpours in Shandong had delayed him. A riverbank had collapsed, flooding the homes of the people downstream, prompting Yinzhen to remain there to assist in resettling the affected citizens. On this day, Anren found herself with rare leisure to stroll through the garden, where a man-made lake resided, home to a dozen splendid koi, imbued with an almost sentient nature, cherished dearly by Yinzhen. As she ambled in that direction, she chanced upon Feng Shi, who was supporting Qing Wei at the water's edge, tenderly feeding the koi. Anren scrutinized her and noted that she seemed to have gained a bit of weight, though it was merely a contrast to Feng Shi's previously slender form. Her demeanor was gentle, her cheeks flushed, and her face radiated a soft glow, rendering her exceedingly tender in appearance. Anren sensed that something was amiss. It was only after Feng Shi had finished feeding the fish and was guiding Qingwe back that Anren noticed her wearing flat shoes, moving leisurely, her hand instinctively resting on her abdomen. "Oh my!" Anren's eyes widened. Could it be as she suspected? Chapter 40. The return of Yinzhen. Feng Shi was evidently oblivious to the presence of Anren behind her and was unaware that her secret had been uncovered. Indeed, she was pregnant. It was a stroke of fortune, having occurred just that once. Counting the days, it had nearly been 2 months, yet with her master absent from home. Even though her heart brimmed with joy, keeping her excitement at bay was imperative. She dared not reveal the slightest hint of her condition, especially not in front of Li Shi, who resided in the same courtyard. Li Shi, being rather foolish and reckless, might unwittingly endanger her, and the loss of a child could never be compensated for the master's own son. Just a little longer, she thought. The master will return shortly. If you were to learn of my pregnancy, a blush crept upon her cheeks as she envisioned Yinzhen's elation upon receiving the news, undoubtedly leading him to shower her with affection and tenderness. After all, this was his son, the esteemed second master of the household, and Ran had stumbled upon a grand gossip, nay, a monumental secret, and found herself disinterested in strolling through the garden. Instead, she retreated to Yi Mei courtyard to contemplate her discovery. To her surprise, Feng Shi had managed to conceive on her first attempt, which was remarkable, given that the noble consort was likely a month ahead. The timing of childbirth was uncertain. If Feng Shi were to bear a son as well, Yinzhen would undoubtedly seek to elevate her to the status of a secondary consort. With only 2 such positions available, and Ran bit her lip, time was of the essence. But why had Yinzhen not yet returned? Yinzhen had been away in Shandong for over a month, faced with a myriad of pressing matters. The torrential rains had led to flooding, necessitating the resettlement of the populace and the reconstruction of homes. Subsequently, a minor epidemic broke out. Kangxi's letters urging his swift return had piled high. Yet Yinzhen could not simply abandon his responsibilities. Fortunately, the epidemic had not escalated and was manageable. He had gathered a number of physicians and swiftly brought the situation under control. Only then did he make his way back. At that time, Ulanara had already been 4 months pregnant, while Fengshe was approximately 3 months along. July had arrived. Upon Yinzhen's return to the capital, he did not go directly home, nor did he enter the palace, instead choosing to stay at a villa in the outskirts of the city. Fearful of carrying any remnants of the epidemic, the women and children at home, along with the emperor and the ladies of the palace, could not afford any misfortune. It was not until 10 days later that Kangxi summoned him to the palace. Su Peixiang returned to the residence first, where he was greeted by Ulanara. With her pregnant belly and tearful eyes, inquired, "Where is the master? How is he?" Perhaps due to her pregnancy, her emotions were heightened, and a tremor of distress tinged her voice as she looked at Su Peixiang. "Why hasn't he returned yet?" Su Peixiang felt a twinge of anxiety and promptly instructed the delivery of special products for the noble consort, explaining, "The master has entered the palace and will return tonight. There is no need for you to worry. All is well." "That is good. That is good," Ulanara sighed in relief. After managing to bid farewell to the noble consort, Su Peixiang made his way to Yimei courtyard, presenting and ran with the roses she had longed for. However, the flowers were rather wilted, suggesting their lifespan was sadly limited. Su Peixiang awkwardly remarked, "The flowers personally selected by our esteemed master are indeed of the finest quality." However, the prolonged delay in Shandong, coupled with the excessive rainfall, has rendered them somewhat unaccustomed. With a little care, they should recover. The blooms, all of vibrant crimson, appeared a tad wilted, yet their beauty remained undeniable. "Let's bring them all down," Anran said, clearly satisfied, adding with a smile, "It's merely the excessive rain. With some tender nurturing, they will flourish once more." "Indeed," Su Peixiang replied with a smile. Both courtyards had sent their specialties, creating quite a stir. Inside the Mingxiang Pavilion, Madame Fong awaited eagerly for the delicacies that Yinzhen was to bring her. Unfortunately, none arrived, as Su Peixiang had already returned to the front courtyard, preparing to wait at the palace gate for Yinzhen. Overcome with anger, tears streamed down Madame Fong's face as she hurled her soft pillow to the ground, lamenting, "Why must our esteemed master treat me this way?" "Please do not cry, my lady," Qingwei quickly urged. "You must not weep during your pregnancy. It could harm her eyes. Tell me, what do I lack compared to that woman?" and ran. Madame Fong sniffled, wiping her tears. "I am carrying the master's child." Qingwei thought to herself that Madame Fong's child had yet to see the light of day. How could the master possibly know? She understood all too well how unreasonable a woman could be when lost in her emotions, particularly someone as narrow-minded as Madame Fong. Do not dwell on such thoughts. Focus on the child within you. Qingwei could only comfort her thus. Mentioning the child caused Madame Fong to cease her tears. She gently caressed her belly, murmuring, as usual, "My son, you must bring honor to your mother. I can only rely on you." That evening, upon his return, Yinzhen's first destination was naturally the main courtyard. Having missed dinner, he presumed that the Fujin had already dined. However, upon entering, he found Ulanara, her eyes glistening with tears, seated at the table awaiting him. "Master, you have finally returned." Ulanara began to weep again, and upon seeing Yinzhen, her red-rimmed eyes rushed into his embrace. "Why did you take so long to come back?" Yinzhen stood frozen, uncertain where to place his hands. After a moment, he gently patted Ulanara's back, pulled her away, and assisted her in sitting down. "Fujin, who has upset you? Who in this entire household would dare to upset the Fujin?" responded Granny Wu with a smile. Since becoming pregnant, the Fujin's emotions have been quite volatile, and with the master away for 2 months, she has been consumed with worry. So upon seeing you, her feelings naturally surged. Ulanara sobbed softly beside them. "It is my fault," Yinzhen said, considering her condition. I shall not be away from home for such prolonged periods again. Ulanara replied softly. Let us eat, Yinzhen sighed. If we delay any longer, the food will grow cold. After the two had dined, Yinzhen sat on the couch reading, while Ulanala accompanied him. At that moment, her mood had eased, and she appeared somewhat embarrassed as she took up needle and thread to stitch a small garment. In the past 2 months, there had been little to trouble the household. Yinzhen initiated the conversation. There has been nothing of note, Ulanala replied. My sisters are gentle by nature, preferring to remain in their own courtyards. Thus the residence is quite peaceful. Yinzhen turned a page of his book. Ulanala observed him and inquired, what occurrences have transpired beyond these walls? I have dealt with various official matters, Yinzhen responded. The riverbank has collapsed, displacing many of the common folk, which consumed considerable time. Such matters, unfamiliar to Ulanala who had been raised in comfort, left her at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, she managed to utter, Your kindness will surely earn the gratitude of the people. Yinzhen remained silent, seemingly absorbed in his reading, and the room fell once more into quietude. As evening approached, Ulanala, being with child, was naturally inclined to retire early. Yinzhen began to gather his belongings to return to the front courtyard, but unexpectedly, Ulanala grasped his sleeve. Please, stay tonight, she implored. Furrowing his brow, Yinzhen replied, You are with child. What if you were to be compressed during the night? That will not happen, Ulanala quickly reassured him. I have arranged for the warming couch to be set up in the outer chamber. You may sleep inside, and I shall take the outer. It is illogical for a pregnant woman to sleep on a warming couch, Yinzhen countered, resignedly stating, You shall sleep on the bed, and I will take the warming couch. The two spaces were separated only by a curtain. Ulanala, resting within, could still see Yinzhen's silhouette. Content. She closed her eyes and drifted into slumber. Chapter 41. The Fong family's expectation on the following day at noon. The Ulanara clan hosted a family banquet in the main courtyard, claiming it was to welcome Yinzhen. Fong was secretly elated, knowing her opportunity had arrived. During the banquet, Ulanara, with her pregnant belly prominently displayed, was basking in her role as the matriarch when a sudden bout of retching disrupted the proceedings. Forgive me, esteemed lady, Fong said, her face pale as she knelt on the ground, looking innocent. For the past month, I have been feeling unwell, unable to tolerate meat. I did not intend to cause a scene at the banquet. I simply could not contain myself, and for that, I humbly ask for your forgiveness. Ulanara took a deep breath, suppressing her anger, and forced a smile. It appears that Miss Fong's condition resembles my own when I first became pregnant. Wumanga quickly summoned the physician. Pearl, assist Miss Fong up. The ground is cold, and we mustn't let her catch a chill. Yinzhen sat nearby, allowing Ulanara to take charge, though his eyes frequently drifted towards Anran, unable to resist glancing at her abdomen. Anran rolled her eyes internally, casting a reproachful look at Yinzhen and gently shaking her head. Rarely, he displayed a hint of disappointment. As the crowd's emotions swayed, they were oblivious to the silent exchange between the two. The physician arrived promptly, and with a quick examination, he declared, Congratulations, fourth prince, fourth lady. This miss has been pregnant for over 3 months, and the fetus appears quite healthy. Wonderful. Ulanara beamed with a gentle smile. What a splendid day it is to receive such delightful news. Truly a double celebration. Bestow a month's worth of monthly allowances upon the entire household. Thank you, esteemed lady. Everyone responded gratefully. Fong caressed her still flat abdomen, her face brimming with pride. Meanwhile, Li was already in a state of shock. How could this be? How could she be pregnant? In the main courtyard, Ulanara had already smashed 3 sets of teacups, glaring at Wumama. It was just that one time. It is my fault for not noticing. That wretched woman managed to evade detection for the first 3 months. Wumama readily accepted the blame. Since the esteemed lady's pregnancy, all attention had shifted to her, and with the master away, the others, who were not particularly troublesome, had lowered their guard. Who would have thought a fish could slip through the net? Keep a close watch on Fong. She is merely a month younger than I, Ulanara said with a fierce expression. If she harbored any nefarious intentions, let her never bear a child again. Yes, Wumama replied solemnly. Since she is already pregnant, It would be unwise for her to continue residing with Li. Ulanara instructed, given her condition, she should not be moved. Let Li relocate to the Feng Ting courtyard. Additionally, assign some servants to attend to her. She carries a treasure and must be well taken care of. Indeed. And what of Anne's side? Ulanara inquired. Let us not have another fish slip through the net. Wu Mama's expression turned troubled. It may be difficult to place personnel on Anne's side. The Yimei courtyard is tightly controlled by her. The matter of manpower is not urgent. We shall take our time. Lady Ulanara remarked that the primary focus should be on Anne's condition. That should not be the case, responded Granny Wu. For just a day at the banquet, she indulged in several cups of wine. Lady Ulanara recalled Anne's penchant for drinking and relaxed her expression slightly, only to remember Fong and mockingly state, a truly biting dog does not bark. There is still plenty of time ahead. Granny Wu continued, pregnancy is not an easy affair. It is unfortunate that her timing is not favorable. Do not fret, my lady. Let us wait and see. Lady Ulanara's gaze deepened like an abyss. Yinzhen's recent journey had been fraught with difficulties, and Kangxi, feeling sympathy for him, had granted him a few days of leave. Consequently, he found himself at home, which only served to irritate him. If it is not so, then it is not, she insisted. This matter relies on fate. And lay in the rocking chair, covering her face with a cloth, wishing to escape Yinzhen's incessant chatter. He lifted the cloth, his expression earnest. I still believe that the medicine you took previously has harmed your health. Tomorrow, I shall summon the physician to examine you thoroughly. No need, Anne replied. I am in perfect health. I ceased taking that medicine long ago and have been consuming nourishing tonics daily. There is no issue whatsoever. Then why have you not conceived? Yinzhen inquired, puzzled. His gaze fell upon the peach blossom wine beside her, and he frowned. I have heard that frequent drinking can adversely affect fertility. You ought to refrain from this wine. This has nothing to do with my drinking, and countered, sighing as she turned to him with earnestness. Do you truly desire this? Yinzhen merely gazed at her in silence. Very well, I understand, and conceded. Allow me to calculate. Conception requires precise timing. It has only been a short while since I was cleansed, and it is not yet the right moment. Very well, there is no rush, Yinzhen smirked. Now you're not in a hurry, and shot him a playful glare and patted the rocking chair, inviting, come here and nap with me. Yinzhen, not minding the closeness, joined her on the rocking chair, wrapping his arms around her as he closed his eyes. Since preparation for conception was paramount, all peach blossom and mulberry wines were confiscated and sent to the front courtyard. Anything with a cold nature was strictly prohibited. The incense in the room was halted, replaced by fresh flowers personally gathered by Chuanhe from the garden daily. For several consecutive days, Yinzhen resided in the Yimei courtyard and, using the pretext of preparing for pregnancy, spent most of her time under the covers with him, engaging in light conversation. Both were preoccupied with thoughts of their potential offspring, much to the dismay of Li. One afternoon, as Yinzhen dined with Lady Ulanara, Li, disregarding the objections of others, burst in without warning. Li, Lady Ulanara exclaimed, her demeanor instantly darkening as she slammed her hand on the table. Do you not see me, your lady? Please forgive me, my lady, Li implored, kneeling with an air of delicate beauty, appearing woefully pitiable. I merely heard that you are with child and not feeling well, so I thought to come and attend to you, to converse and amuse you, which might coax you to eat more. Then should I be grateful for your intrusion? Lady Ulanara retorted mockingly. Li bowed sincerely, expressing, I dare not. It is merely a token of my humble regard. I only wish for the well-being of the noble lady. After speaking, she swiftly cast a glance at the silent and reserved Yinzhen, who had been seated nearby. Master, what do you think? Wulan Allah furrowed her brow, seeking Yinzhen's opinion. Since she wishes to serve, let her do so, Yinzhen replied with a nonchalant tone. Indeed, thank you. Master, Li exclaimed joyfully, rising from the ground, brushing off her garments, and positioning herself behind Yinzhen and Wulan Allah. First, wash your hands, Yinzhen instructed, his brow furrowed. Li hurriedly nodded, while a nearby maid rolled her eyes in exasperation. However, since her master had given the command, she had no choice but to bring water for Li to wash her hands. The water was cold, yet Li's heart burned with fervor, rendering her indifferent to its chill. Chapter 42. The Li family's wishes fulfilled, the meal was utterly devoid of flavor, a sentiment shared by both Yinzhen and Ulanala. It was evident that Li was not adept at reading the room. She seemed almost glued to Yinzhen, making it difficult for anyone to tear her away. A striking beauty, she insisted on adopting the famed delicacy of the Fong family, which only served to create an uncomfortable atmosphere. "Master, please have another sip of soup," Li said in a coy voice, delicately presenting her bowl to Yinzhen. It was a bowl of bitter melon soup, prepared specifically for him by Ulanala to counteract the heat of July, as bitter melon is known for its cooling and detoxifying properties. Yet, Yinzhen felt his heart ache more bitterly than the soup itself. A lover of sweetness, he detested all things bitter. And what troubled him even more was the enduring foolishness of Li, unchanged across lifetimes. Reflecting on her previous life, he recalled that Li, with her radiant beauty and vivacious demeanor, had initially garnered his affection, leading him to indulge her whims. She had borne several children, but alas, they'd inherited their mother's lack of intellect. "Master?" Li repeated, her voice laced with concern. Yinzhen gently pushed the bowl away with the back of his hand, stating, "I am full. You may enjoy this bowl of soup." Her eyes brightened, and with a bashful smile, she held the bowl close, her cheeks flushed. "Thank you for your generosity," she exclaimed, and without a spoon, she took a sip directly from the bowl. It was bitter, yet her heart swelled with sweetness. Yinzhen, growing weary of her persistence, dismissed her with a promise, "I shall visit you tonight." Li was elated, quickly bowing in gratitude. "Yes, I shall await your arrival, master." He nodded, and with Su Peixiang attending to his needs, he made his way to the courtyard. Fuji and Li suddenly remembered Ulanala's presence nearby, feeling a mix of anxiety and excitement. Ulanala, disinclined to endure Li's presence, waved her hand dismissively, stating, "Since the master intends to visit you tonight, you should return and prepare." "Yes," Li hurried back to Fong Ting courtyard. Ulanala surveyed the table laden with food, particularly the bowl of bitter melon soup that Li had sipped from, and felt a wave of nausea wash over her. Turning away, she spat into the spittoon, tried to rid herself of the unsettling sensation. Once she regained her composure, Ulanala pointed at the spread before her and commanded, "Dispose of all this food and tableware. Not a single chopstick should remain. It disgusts me." "Yes." Pearl quickly summoned servants to clear the table. Ulanala leaned on Granny Wu's arm as she retreated to the inner chamber, reclining on a soft couch, her hand gently caressing her slightly rounded abdomen. Her eyes closed in contemplation. "Fujin?" Granny Wu called softly, "Would you care for some tea?" Ulanala waved her hand, signaling for it to be set aside, fatigue evident in her voice. "There are so few people in this household, yet their hearts are boundless. Once more arrive, the courtyard shall surely become even more lively." "This has little to do with you, Fujin," Granny Wu replied. "You are the esteemed matriarch. Those lowly women barely merit a glance from you. More people can be beneficial, allowing them to vie against one another while you observe from a distance. As long as we nurture our eldest son well, none shall surpass you." Li's eager advances were of little consequence. One could only wonder how much merit she truly possessed. Uranera murmured to herself, wondering how it was that her main courtyard was so easily accessible. It was merely her instruction for someone to deliberately allow entry. The rear courtyard, being less populated, showcased a semblance of Anrin's favored status. Although Uranera was entirely focused on her own desires, certain news that reached her ears was unsettling. If she felt discomfort, then others should not expect to feel at ease either. Did Anrin feel uneasy? Not at all. When the noble consort entered, her heart was heavy. But this was solely because the consort was the legitimate wife of Yinzhen, while she would forever remain a mere concubine, devoid of the right to a formal wedding. However, she had long been mentally prepared for the presence of individuals like Li and Fong, and from her perspective, Yinzhen did not seem to regard them highly. Naturally, should the day come when Anrin truly fell out of favor, such a decline would have its own manner of existence. At that time, she could let Yinzhen send her to a villa on the outskirts of the capital, where solitude might indeed be more comfortable than life within the manor. Nevertheless, the necessary schemes must not be neglected. Anren summoned Guobi Hua into her chamber, instructing Chuanhe to stand guard at the door. She produced a pill and handed it to Guobi Hua, commanding, "Find an opportunity, whether today or tomorrow, to ensure that the lady in the Fengting courtyard consumes this." "Understood." Guobi Hua replied earnestly, accepting the task and departing. Anren held a medical text in her hands, yet found herself unable to concentrate, eventually releasing a gentle sigh. The pill was neither a deadly poison nor a substance that would harm the body. It merely served to prevent pregnancy for approximately a year with just one dose. Historically, Li had borne many children, indicating a likely predisposition for fertility, and with Feng already pregnant, Anren felt it imperative to ensure that Li could not conceive before her. For the sake of her future child's status, it was essential that one of the candidates for the side consort be her own. Currently, the Fengting courtyard had few attendants, and as Li had yet to establish her influence, it was relatively easy to manipulate the food and drink. Guobi Hua, being cautious by nature, would surely handle the matter with precision. That evening, Yinzhen visited the Fengting courtyard, and Li finally had her wish fulfilled. After freshening up, they lay down under the same quilt. Yinzhen slept straight, his eyes closed, breathing deeply. Li, however, found it difficult to sleep and, fearing to disturb him, cautiously turned her head. Seeing that he appeared to be in a deep slumber, she whispered, "Master?" Yinzhen ignored her, assuming he was asleep. Li could not suppress a smile as she slowly turned on her side, extending her delicate arm to lift the corner of his quilt. Yinzhen subtly shifted his eyes. Taking advantage of the moment, Li attempted to snuggle under his quilt, but as she extended her arm, a sudden pain in her leg jolted her back to reality. She had rolled off the bed and onto the floor. With a stern expression, Yinzhen glared at her, his voice cold and unyielding. "Go sleep outside." After that, he turned his back and fell silent. Li's eyes reddened, her cheeks flushed. Tears welled in her eyes, but were stifled by Yinzhen's intimidating presence. Feeling wronged, she picked herself up, wrapped her quilt around her, and went to sleep on the outer couch. The following morning, as the sun began to rise, Yinzhen arose from his slumber, prompting Li Shi to rise as well, eager to assist him in dressing and attending to his morning rituals. However, Yinzhen waved her away, urging her to return to her rest, unable to bear the sight of her foolish demeanor. "I shall take my leave, Master," Li Shi said, standing at the threshold with a sense of melancholy, watching as Yinzhen departed with indifference. "Miss?" Doko called out tentatively. "It is nothing," Li Shi replied, stifling her tears. Finding solace in her own thoughts, "I am now officially recognized as the Masteress consort. We shall have ample time to grow closer, and he will surely come to appreciate my virtues." One can only hope, Doko mused, though she sensed that her master appeared to hold disdain for the consort's demeanor. Yet perhaps, she thought, a simpleton might indeed find unexpected fortune. Chapter 43. The contest for favor the holiday of Yinzhen swiftly drew to a close, as Kangxi designated him to assist the crown prince, leading to a resurgence of his busyness. However, this was a marked improvement compared to his previous absence, for he would occasionally return in the evenings to dine with Fujin and sometimes visit the Feng family. Yet, his overnight stays were always at Yuan. One evening, having just completed his exercise, Yinzhen lay in bed, embracing the flushed Anren. Their tender moments were abruptly interrupted by a commotion outside. Anren, on the verge of slumber, was jolted awake by the noise. Yinzhen frowned, visibly displeased, and gently patted Anren to soothe her before calling for Chunhe, who was keeping watch outside. "What is happening?" Chunhe replied, "Master, it has been reported from Ming Xianggu that Miss Feng is unwell and wishes for you to come and see her." "Oh, is she using the child in her womb to vie for my attention?" Anren instantly perked up, propping herself up in bed. She looked at Yinzhen with a teasing smile and said, "Since Miss Feng is unwell, perhaps you should go and check on her. It is quite late, and there is no need for anyone to be restless and disturb our peace." "What nonsense!" Yinzhen felt a touch of embarrassment and guilt. As he caressed Anren's hair, his irritation flared toward the outside. If she is indeed unwell, she ought to summon the physician. What need have I to attend to her? Am I a healer? She should be the one to leave, not me. How blind can one be? His loud words echoed clearly both inside and outside the room. Qing Yu, who had been sent by Guo Bihua to fetch him, trembled at these words, her bravado deflated, and she was dragged away with her head hung low. Silence soon returned to the courtyard, and Ran huffed, turning over to sleep again. Yinzhen, refusing to give up, pressed closer, and when he noticed her attempting to resist, he quickly interjected, "Sleep now. I am weary, and we must rise early tomorrow." Meanwhile, Fang was at Mingxianggu, eagerly awaiting Yinzhen's arrival. To her dismay, she was met instead by the glum Qingyu. She glanced behind her, noticing that no one else had followed, and hurriedly inquired, "Where is the master? When will he come? Is he still behind? Or has he gone to summon the physician?" "He has no intention of coming," Qingyu stated. "He said that if you are unwell, you should directly seek the physician. He cannot cure you himself, and sees no need to come." "Nonsense." Fang struck Qingyu across the face, clutching her belly as she bellowed. "This is his child, the heir of the household. How could the master not care? It must be your incompetence that has angered him, causing him to stay away. Am I right?" The more she pondered, the more convinced she became. Fang kicked Qingyu twice and then pinched her soft flesh, her expression twisted with fury. "Please forgive me, miss," Qingyu cried out, her eyes flashing with fear and resentment. Since Fang's pregnancy became public knowledge, she had been left to reside alone at Mingxianggu. Despite the spacious courtyard, the Ulanara clan had sent several servants to attend to her. Yet Fang, feeling elevated in status, held her head high, making it difficult for the new eunuchs and maidservants to approach her, thus placing even greater burdens on Qingyu. Initially, she believed that bearing a child would elevate her status in the eyes of her master, particularly since he had dined with her several times, expressing a measure of concern in his words. This notion filled Fang with a sense of pride. However, aside from receiving a separate courtyard and a few servants, and some gifts from the Ulanara clan, she found herself disappointed. Fang had hoped for generous rewards from Yinzhen and envisioned her courtyard resembling the opulence of an Rant's residence. Yet Yinzhen remained entirely indifferent. To make matters worse, both she and the foreign were pregnant, inadvertently causing Ran to be favored even more. Pregnant women are often emotionally sensitive, and given Fang's age, her numerous cunning thoughts could not quell the growing agitation within her. Though she did not entirely lose her reason, during her fits of anger, she would confine Qingyu to her chamber, chastising her both verbally and physically. Qingyu, too fearful to retaliate, only emboldened Fang's tyranny. Had she lost her senses? And Ran, upon hearing the news relayed by Guo Bihua, found it hard to comprehend how Fang could be so assured of a safe delivery when the child had yet to be born. Qingyu was her personal maid. Did Fang not fear the creation of a lifelong enmity? What audacity did Fang possess to act so arrogantly? With the household lacking in numbers, her status appeared somewhat elevated. Yet regrettably, she lacked the virtue to match her position, leading to her master's disinterest and, consequently, her own dissatisfaction. And Ning shook her head, sitting cross-legged on the soft couch, enjoying a slice of watermelon, with a basin of chilled ice beside her, reveling in the beauty of her simple life. "You should eat less," Chun-He advised helplessly. "You're taking advantage of the fact that the master is too busy to come around, and no one is here to oversee you. The watermelon is too cold, and with the ice, the master would surely be angered upon seeing it. But he is not here, and it is exceedingly hot," and Ran replied, sheepishly placing down the watermelon and popping a grape in her mouth. "Let's build a trellis for grapes in the courtyard. We could plant some and enjoy the shade beneath it." Chun-He remarked, "I recall that in our courtyard there is a eunuch named Xiao Shun, whose family has been carpenters for generations. He has been working with carving tools since he was 3. Unfortunately, due to disasters, he is the only one left of his family, and, feeling despondent, he entered the palace. Perhaps we could assign this task to him? Since you have a recommended individual, there is no need to search further," and Rand said. "Inquire with him if he is able. If he cannot manage it, we shall find someone else." As time gracefully approached August, the weather grew increasingly sweltering, and Ran, concerned that the roses and peonies outside might wither in the heat, instructed her servants to water them both morning and evening. Observing the roses thriving, she could not resist the urge to begin grafting the peonies. She chose the successfully propagated purple lotus as the main flower, subsequently grafting the remaining varieties of peonies and roses onto its branches, creating a vibrant array of colors. Chunhee regarded her with a peculiar expression, feeling that the princess was being rather capricious. Will this even grow? Moreover, while the variety of colors is indeed novel, does it not appear too chaotic? Will it truly be beautiful? Of course it will thrive, Anran assured her. Anran carefully watered the plants with the mystical spring water, exuding confidence, as she remarked. In about 10 days, you shall see. She then cast her gaze toward the other rose bushes, lamenting that she had missed the optimal time to cultivate rose fruits this year, and resolved to try again next year. At that moment, Guobi Huai entered, accompanied by several attendants, carrying 2 baskets. Spotting Anran in the courtyard, he sought a shaded spot to unveil the cloth covering the baskets, revealing a golden treasure within. What is this? Anran squinted against the glaring sun, struggling to discern the contents. Guobi Huai approached with a cheerful demeanor, saying, "Do you recall the families we enlisted to gather mulberries and wild strawberries for us?" Anran certainly remembered, recalling 2 or 3 families from the nearby outskirts, who were not particularly affluent. Guobi Huai continued, "Seeing that you have an affinity for such delights, I instructed them to gather more on subsequent occasions. Through this exchange, we have become quite familiar with each other, knowing your fondness for fruit." They took advantage of the lull before the farming season and ventured deep into the mountains. By a stroke of fortune, they discovered 5 or 6 peach trees, laden with large, sweet fruits, which they promptly gathered and sent some of the finest to you. "Are they aware of your identity?" Anran inquired. Guobi Huai quickly replied, "Not all. I instructed them to deliver the goods to our shop, and they only know I serve a noble, without knowledge of which noble that may be." "That is well," Anran sighed in relief, recognizing the importance of caution, as Yinzhen was a prince, and some matters required preemptive vigilance. Chapter 44. Mid-Autumn Family Feast. Gazing at the golden peaches, Anran felt a surge of joy and waved her hand, saying, "Bring them closer for me to see." "Yes," Guobi Hua replied, instructing the servants to carry the basket to Anran's side. "Be careful, miss, not to touch the mud." The basket was from the local families, who were not particular about cleanliness. It was covered with dirt, weeds, and some black smudges. However, Anran paid no mind. She took a large yellow peach and wiped it with a cloth before taking a hearty bite, the juice bursting forth, sweet and fragrant. Delighted, Anran smiled and instructed everyone to carry them to the cellar, where the temperature was cooler, allowing the fruits to be stored longer. After a moment's thought, she added, "Select some of the finest ones and send them to the front yard for the master to enjoy as well." "Understood," Chuanha acknowledged, leading Chuanxing and Xiahe to choose peaches. On the other side, Yinzhen tasted the peaches and found their flavor delightful. Considering that Olenara was with child, he ordered several to be sent to the main courtyard. In the main courtyard, Olenara had just awakened from her afternoon nap, tenderly caressing her belly. At 5 months, the fetal movements were becoming quite pronounced, bringing her immense joy, as it signified the health of the child. Pearl was beside her, massaging her legs. Olenara had begun to swell around 4 months, and the condition had worsened recently. Her entire figure seemed puffy, especially her face, resembling a steamed bun, which prompted old Mistress Wu to hastily order the mirrors be taken away to avoid alarming the mistress. On tiptoe, old Mistress Wu entered the room, and upon seeing Olenara awake, she quickly said, "Mistress, the master has sent some yellow peaches." "Yellow peaches?" Olenara instinctively swallowed, her cravings intensifying as the baby grew. Though the summer heat made her cautious about excessive fruit consumption, she dared to drink more water. The mere thought of the yellow peaches made her feel parched. "Bring them in for me to see," Olenara commanded. Old Mistress Wu promptly entered with a tray of cleaned yellow peaches. As Olenara picked one up to smell, she expressed concern. "Mistress, although these yellow peaches are from the master, I have heard they are from Yimei Garden. One cannot be certain if anything has been added to them, perhaps with the intent to harm you through the master's hand." Olenara nodded, acknowledging the warning. She took a deep breath, inhaling the peach's fragrant aroma. "Mistress Wu, tomorrow, do purchase some yellow peaches from outside as well. I wish to taste them, but no need to overindulge." "Of course," old mistress Wu replied immediately, her heart aching for Olenara's condition. No need to wait until tomorrow. These can be found just down the street. I shall go and buy them for you right away. Very well, Olenara said, gently caressing her belly with a soft smile. Anren indulged in 3 yellow peaches, satisfying her craving. Since there were plenty, she set aside a whole basket for herself and distributed the remaining ones to everyone in the courtyard, saying, there aren't too many, but do enjoy a taste. She has always been a generous soul, sharing whatever she has with those around her. The servants at Yimei Garden have enjoyed numerous delicacies, and each one of them has grown noticeably plump, especially since they are at the age where they are still growing. After this spring and summer, they have all shot up in height. Upon hearing that Guobi Hua was the one who brought in the provisions, Yinzhen waved his hand grandly and declared, reward them. Anren raised an eyebrow, recalling the hardships those families endured to venture into the mountains, and quickly suggested, those humble folk are sincere and have been thinking of us. They took the risk of going deep into the mountains. If you wish to reward them, perhaps you should also offer something to them. It wasn't that Anren was unwilling to give, but rather, her own finances were tight as she spent most of her money on food, leaving her unable to contribute much. Very well, reward them all, Yinzhen replied, equally generous. Anren felt a surge of joy and, realizing she couldn't contribute without offering something herself, urged Chunha to open her trunk and begin searching for items to give. Considering the difficult circumstances of those families, and knowing they were commoners, she decided against gifting anything too luxurious, opting instead for some bolts of fine cotton fabric. Cotton was practical for everyday wear and would not incite envy among others. When Guobi Hua arrived at the homes of those families with the gifts, the women inside were left utterly dumbfounded, as the men were all out working during the day. An air of anxiety filled the room. They knew they had benefited from the favor of a noble, but the thought of trying to ingratiate themselves further was daunting. Do not overthink it, Guobi Hua chuckled. My master and the esteemed lord have you in mind, knowing your lives have not been easy. These are not precious items. They are simply a gesture of goodwill. Do not feel unworthy. Of course not. We are grateful, the women exclaimed, waving their hands in protest, yet hesitating to even touch the soft cotton fabric before them. This is far too valuable. They feared that their rough hands might soil or damage the fabric, which would break their hearts. This is specially prepared by my master, Guobi Hua reassured them. He heard you have children and thought to send some cotton for making comfortable clothing. This is truly too much to thank the noble lady, the women replied. Moved. She is as kind as a bodhisattva. We must set up an altar for her and the esteemed lord to honor them. Guobi Hua merely smiled at their praises, reminding them gently, my master's surname is in. Do not forget. Yes, yes. With the mid-autumn festival approaching, Anren, together with Chunha and the others, made mooncakes. The molds were designed by her, crafted by the young Shunzi, who, despite being only 15, possessed remarkable skill, creating lifelike carvings. In addition to traditional mooncakes, Anren also prepared snow-skin mooncakes with fillings of red bean paste, lotus seed paste, and salted egg yolk, and this year, she made an abundance of fruit preserves, allowing for fruit-filled variations as well. As for the 5-nut mooncake, she decided to forego it, as it was not to her taste. During the mid-autumn festival, the princes are traditionally required to attend a banquet in the palace, thus they cannot celebrate together in the evening. Recently, the noble consort has caught a chill, and therefore, Yinzhen has decided not to bring her along. Consequently, the day before the festival, the noble consort expressed her desire to host a reunion banquet. And Ran, who had not seen Olenara for quite some time, was startled by her appearance. Had she gained weight, or was it simply swelling? Her belly seemed rather ample. Upon a closer look at Fong, and Ran was taken aback. Her figure, once slender and tall, had indeed expanded significantly. If the noble consort appeared to be swollen, then Fong simply looked to be overweight. The table was already adorned with mooncakes, and in an attempt to lighten the mood, and Ran asked Chun he to bring forth her homemade snow-skin mooncakes, remarking with a smile that she had made them during her leisure time and that they were quite palatable. However, no one touched them. The noble consort and Fong were now exceedingly cautious about what they consumed, while he merely disdained and ran, and thus refrained from tasting her creations. Just as the atmosphere grew somewhat desolate, Yinzhen lifted his chin and commanded, Bring it here for me to try. Su Peixiong understood immediately and promptly served him a piece. The mooncakes were quite petite, and Yinzhen devoured them in one bite. The soft, delicate skin possessed a slight elasticity, enclosing a sweet and tangy peach filling that delighted both the elderly and children alike. Quite good, Yinzhen complimented. Tomorrow, I shall take some to mother and my 14th brother. Certainly, and Ran replied. Olenara appeared somewhat fatigued. This pregnancy had been quite arduous, her belly heavy and cumbersome, and she had developed a penchant for sleep, often dozing for 2 or 3 hours at a time, which rendered her spirits somewhat languid. Li curled her lip in disdain, thinking that Ran could only resort to such trifling methods to curry favor with the master, suppressing her own envy. Her gaze then shifted to Fong, who instinctively straightened her belly. Chapter 45. Granny Zhou during the meal. Ran observed the Fujin and Fong Shi with increasing astonishment. Their appetites were indeed quite alarming. Had the court physician not advised against excessive eating? A large fetus could lead to complications during childbirth. The physician, of course, would not take the blame for this. He faithfully visited each month to check on the pulse and was well aware of the changes in the Fujin and Fong Shi. He had repeatedly urged moderation in their diets, yet they remained unheeding, particularly the Fujin, who was served chicken soup and fish broth daily. It was not that she was unaware of the dangers of overindulgence, but the Uralanala lady was perpetually hungry, and her discomfort when hungry was acute. How could Granny Wu not feel sympathetic? She reasoned that the chicken soup, once skimmed of its fat, would be harmless in moderation. Thus, without restraint, their weights began to climb. Fong Shi was even less cognizant of these matters. With only the young Qing Yue by her side, she had grown accustomed to her mother's various nourishing dishes during her childhood. Lacking funds for supplements, she relied on a daily chicken provided by the kitchen, and with a hearty appetite and a fondness for oil, she would not spare the fat floating atop the broth. In just 2 months, she had noticeably gained weight, and Ran found herself more distressed by their situation than they were. Yinzhen had been secretly observing her, noticing her glances towards the Fujin and Fong Shi. Coupled with her worried expression and occasional sighs, he found the sight somewhat amusing. After the banquet, as everyone returned to their quarters, and Ran had just arrived at the entrance of the Yimei courtyard when she was called by Su Peixiong, who had hurried after her. Your Highness, the master has instructed me to inquire. During your meal, did you notice anything amiss with the Fujin? Su Peixiong led Ran aside, bending slightly to ask in a hushed tone. Understanding dawned upon Ran. After a moment of contemplation, she whispered a few words into Su Peixiong's ear. Upon hearing this, Su Peixiong recognized the gravity of the situation and immediately replied, I shall report this to the master at once. Please proceed. And Ran waved her hand, leading him into the room. In the main courtyard, Su Peixiong leaned close to Yinzhen and conveyed the information. Yinzhen's gaze instinctively fell upon the Uralanala lady. Please step outside for a moment. Yinzhen gestured with his hand. Considering the physician's warning that pregnant women might have heavy thoughts, he carefully inquired, has the Fujin's recent dining been to her liking? The Uralanala lady caressed her belly and smiled. My stomach grows larger by the day, so naturally, my appetite has increased. Just the other day, the granny remarked that I seemed to have gained some weight. She touched her face anxiously and asked Yinzhen, am I truly looking much heavier? Weight gain during pregnancy is quite normal. Yinzhen quickly reassured her. I have heard the physician say that eating smaller meals more frequently is advisable, and a little extra weight is no cause for concern. Indeed, the Uralanala lady did not perceive the underlying meaning in his words. The granny mentioned the same, finding it difficult to communicate his concerns. Yinzhen felt compelled to privately instruct Granny Wu on the matter. After exchanging a few more words, the Uralanala lady yawned, and noticing that the hour was late, Yinzhen stood up, preparing to return to the front courtyard with Su Peixiong. Please stay here tonight, the Uralanala lady implored. Yinzhen remarked, you are currently with child, and my presence may disturb your rest. Sleep well. I shall retire to the front courtyard. He rose early each day, and despite his utmost caution, he often created a commotion. The Olenara clan had a penchant for being hands-on, and should he rouse her, she would insist on attending to him, even with her considerable burden. The following day, Yinzhen instructed Su Peisheng to summon Granny Wu, specifically requesting that the physician emphasize the significance of pregnancy. Granny Wu was not unaware of this. However, she felt a pang of sympathy for the Fujin. Having received Yinzhen's warning, she naturally refrained from indulging the Ulanara lady any further. After Granny Wu's departure, Granny Zhou entered Yinzhen's study. At just under 50, Granny Zhou, having left the palace, was married off to a soldier under Yinzhen's command. Though her husband was ruggedly handsome, he possessed a delicate heart and treated her exceedingly well, blessing her with 2 sons and a daughter. Their marriage was harmonious, their family life joyous, and surrounded by grandchildren. Thus Granny Zhou did not appear aged, resembling a woman in her 30s. As she sat down, Yinzhen addressed her with utmost courtesy. "Granny, how have you been of late?" "All is well," replied Granny Zhou with a gentle smile. Although she held the official title of steward in the rear courtyard, she operated discreetly, and none within the household were aware of her connection to Yinzhen, assuming she was merely a transfer from the palace. The Fujin was astute, supported by capable individuals. Since Granny Zhou's arrival, she had stepped back, attending only to minor matters and enjoying a leisurely existence. However, such details need not be shared with Yinzhen, lest he perceive the Fujin as excessively authoritative. Yinzhen conveyed his intent, stating, "As you are aware, besides the Fujin, there is also a pregnancy within the Fong clan. Although she has attendants, she is still quite young and inexperienced. Therefore, I would like to trouble you to find a reliable and experienced matron, either from within the household or from outside, preferably someone who can provide continuous assistance. Of course, if they are unwilling, serving until a safe delivery is sufficient." Granny Zhou pondered momentarily and replied, "I do have a few suitable candidates in mind, women with whom I shared a good rapport during my time in the palace. They have since married and borne children. If you deem it appropriate, I shall inquire with them in the coming days." The individuals Granny Zhou suggested would undoubtedly be dependable. Yinzhen smiled and added, "Should any wish to enter the household for continuous service, please keep an eye out. Although the household is not large, my few attendants lack the experience that a matron could provide, so it is better to arrange this sooner rather than later. I have no particular demands. Honesty and diligence will suffice." "Understood," Granny Zhou affirmed. Yinzhen then regarded her thoughtfully and inquired, "What are your impressions of Yimei Courtyard?" Granny Zhou was momentarily taken aback, but after a moment of contemplation, she responded, "I have exchanged a few words with Missin. She is gentle in demeanor, polite in her conduct, and is indeed an astute and kind individual." Upon mentioning Anren, Yinzhen's expression softened, and a slight smile graced his lips. "Do not be deceived by her appearance. While she seems gentle, she possesses a rather capricious and careless nature, quite delicate indeed." Granny Zhou chuckled softly, but refrained from further comment. Yinzhen did not beat around the bush. He addressed the matter directly. At present, the matron only manages trivial affairs within the residence, which truly seems a waste of her considerable talents. I wonder if she would be inclined to take a position beside Lady in an Yimei garden, as we are in need of a woman of her seasoned wisdom to offer guidance. Upon hearing this, Matron Zhou hesitated for but a moment before readily acquiescing. To be able to serve in Yimei garden would indeed be a privilege for me. Thus the arrangement was made. Matron Zhou promptly selected 2 capable matrons to attend to the households of both Lady Fong and Lady Li. Both women were of a steady disposition, and having been dispatched under Yinzhen's auspices, their servants dared not openly isolate or bully them. Even Lady Li and Lady Fong had to exercise caution in their dealings with them. Consequently, within a few days, Mingxiang Pavilion and Fenglan Courtyard were brought under control, and the notoriously temperamental Lady Fong refrained from causing any disturbances. Meanwhile, Yimei Garden welcomed Matron Zhou with open arms. Chapter 46. Expecting Anran was well aware of the relationship between Granny Zhou and Yinzhen, which earned her profound respect. The affairs of Yimei Courtyard were originally managed solely by Chun He, yet due to her youth, Anran entrusted the responsibilities to Granny Zhou upon her arrival. Chun He felt no resentment. Rather, she breathed a sigh of relief. Granny Zhou possessed a gentle temperament, was amiable, knowledgeable, and generous with her wisdom. Since her arrival at Yimei Courtyard, Chun-Hee and a few others under her guidance had indeed learned much. As September approached, heralding the season of harvest, and ran, akin to a squirrel preparing for winter, hoarded an abundance of dried fruits and jams. Recently, Guobihua returned with a batch of early persimmons, prompting Ran to instruct Chun-Hee to gather people to make persimmon cakes. The afternoon sun had lost some of its intensity as Ran reclined on a rocking chair in the corridor, perusing account books. However, after turning just a couple of pages, she succumbed to slumber. Xiaohe, who had been vigilantly watching over Ran, noticed her deep sleep and quickly fetched a blanket from within the house to cover her, simultaneously urging everyone in the courtyard to lower their voices. "Is the miss asleep?" Granny Zhou, emerging with needle and thread, observed Ran's peaceful slumber and gently placed her hand on her forehead. "Granny," Xiaohe expressed her concern, "do you not think our mistress has been sleeping excessively these past few days? She sleeps until the third hour of the day, takes a nap at noon, and often dozes off again in the afternoon, sometimes even while eating, as if she can never get enough rest." Granny Zhou scrutinized Ran and, seeing her rosy complexion, sensed no immediate cause for alarm. However, a hint of speculation arose within her, prompting her to inquire, "Has the miss had her monthly cycle this month?" "Apparently not," Xiaohe replied, "but such matters are solely overseen by Sister Chun-Hee." Granny Zhou then summoned Chun-Hee, who, frowning, confirmed, "Indeed, there has been no cycle. However, our Miss's schedule is rather irregular, sometimes early, sometimes late. This month, it appears to be delayed by about 10 days. Granny, is there something amiss?" "Perhaps not," Granny Zhou reassured her, "but we cannot be certain. Chun-Hee, please summon Guobihua and have him fetch the physician from the main courtyard. Remember to avoid drawing attention." "Understood." Chun-Hee promptly went to locate Guobihua. The physician arrived swiftly, nearly dragged along by Guobihua, who feared a grave incident had transpired at Yimei courtyard and dared not delay. Upon entering, Chun-Hee rushed to greet him, her voice trembling. "Our miss has inexplicably fallen into a deep sleep." It turned out that Granny Zhou, concerned about Ran potentially catching a chill while sleeping outside, had intended to awaken her to move indoors. Yet, Ran remained unresponsive, as if in a stupor, no matter how they called her. Ultimately, Granny Zhou and Chun-Hee had to carry Ran inside. This alarmed Chun-Hee greatly. The physician quickly entered the room, placing 2 fingers on Ran's wrist, and immediately furrowed his brow, remaining silent for a considerable time. "Do not panic," Granny Zhou comforted the teary-eyed Chun-Hee. "It may be a good sign." As Chun-Hee took a few deep breaths, she gradually calmed herself down. At that moment, the princess needed her, and she could not afford to lose her composure. "How?" Upon seeing the palace doctor conclude his examination, Granny Zhou promptly approached with inquiries. The doctor stated this princess appears to be pregnant, approximately a month along. "What? Pregnant?" Chun-Hee was so astonished that her mouth fell agape. Hearing this, Granny Zhou's face lit up with joy, having watched Yinzhen grow up. She naturally wished for him to be blessed with many children. She immediately presented a pouch to the doctor, saying, "Thank you for your hard work. Please use this to buy some tea. The princess is still in the early stages, so I hope you will pay extra attention." Of course, the doctor readily accepted. After the doctor departed, Granny Zhou patted the still-dazed Chun-Hee and chuckled. "Aren't you going to snap out of it? The princess is with child. You must take care of everything, and this dazed state will not do." "The princess is truly pregnant?" Chun-Hee regained her senses, overjoyed, pacing about the room, unsure where to place her hands and feet. "Oh dear, Granny, you must teach me well. I have no idea how to care for the princess." Granny Zhou instructed, "This matter will be reported to the master upon his return. However, since the princess is only a month along, the pregnancy is still unstable. Aside from us, do not let anyone else in the palace know." "I will take care," Chun-Hee replied. When Anren awoke again, the lanterns had already been lit, and she realized she had slept longer than intended. Stretching lazily, she still felt fatigued. "Awake?" Yinzhen's voice came from beside her, and Anren noticed him sitting nearby, engrossed in a book. "When did you arrive? Why didn't you wake me?" Anren hastily attempted to rise. "Don't move." Yinzhen gently pressed her down, carefully supporting her upright and placing a soft cushion behind her. His gaze was filled with tenderness. "Are you hungry? Thirsty? I had someone prepare a meal. What would you like to eat? Anren was taken aback by his attentiveness. Although Yinzhen was usually gentle with her, he had never been so perplexing as today. Sir, what is wrong with me? You are quite careless. Yinzhen replied. You've been pregnant for a month now. How could you not feel anything at all? Huh? Pregnant? Anren instinctively reached to check her pulse, but then remembered Yinzhen was present. After a moment's thought, she asked, did the palace doctor diagnose this? I merely felt a bit more drowsy lately. Having never been pregnant before, she was unaware of the symptoms and thus did not realize it sooner. The doctor mentioned you are still in the early stages, but you are indeed with child. Yinzhen smiled. For the next few months, you must rest well. You need not concern yourself with making jams or such. During the first trimester, the pregnancy is unstable, so do not overexert yourself. Understood. Given the significance of her health, Anren naturally took it to heart. Yinzhen, intending to stay at the Yimei courtyard that night, initially planned to move to the soft couch. But Anren insisted that if he were to do so, he might as well return to the front courtyard. Receiving such delightful news today, Yinzhen wished to remain by Anren's side. He could not bear to leave, so he acquiesced to her request for them to sleep together. Though she experienced restless sleep, nestled in his embrace, she found herself in a deep slumber. However, Yinzhen feared inadvertently touching her belly in the middle of the night, remaining motionless and rigid throughout the night. Yet his heart brimmed with contentment. This child was the fruit of their long-awaited desire, regardless of gender, embodying the lineage of both him and Anren. Anren dreamt of a landscape shrouded in white mist, where glimmers of light danced mysteriously. Despite its eerie quality, a sense of tranquility enveloped her as she followed the light's path. Faintly, she could hear the laughter of a child, indistinguishable in gender but undeniably lively, calling out to her, "Mother, mother." Was this, she wondered, her child? Chapter 47. Sauerkraut. Perhaps it is a psychological phenomenon, but prior to discovering her pregnancy, Anren merely experienced drowsiness. However, once she became aware of her condition, the symptoms of pregnancy ensued. She found herself unable to keep any food down, repulsed by even the slightest scent of vegetables. Each day, she could only manage a bit of water and some rice or rice porridge, which she consumed with great reluctance. After more than 10 days, Anren had lost a considerable amount of weight. Yinzhen's cold demeanor remained unyielding. Were it not for the physician's assurance that this was a normal occurrence, and the words of the matron that it would improve with time, he would have likely sought the palace physician. In this life, as well as the previous, apart from Anren, he had never witnessed such a spectacle. In the past, when the concubines of the harem became pregnant, they would withdraw their sleeping tokens, and though he would occasionally visit, they were always keen to present themselves in a radiant and graceful manner, concealing any signs of distress. Yinzhen gently tucked a loose strand of hair behind Anren's ear, his furrowed brow capable of crushing flies. Not long ago, she had just heaved once more, but regrettably, she could not expel much given that her intake was already minimal. Chunhee cautiously entered and softly inquired, "Miss, would you care for some sauerkraut?" Sauerkraut? Anren lifted her head, and upon recalling its flavor, an overwhelming surge of saliva flooded her mouth. She gazed eagerly at Chunhee. "Is there sauerkraut available?" Chunhee smiled. Luguo just returned from outside, bringing 2 jars of freshly pickled sauerkraut. He mentioned that some women crave this during pregnancy. Hence he came to ask if you would like some. Anren could no longer remain seated. She sprang up, eager to rush outside. "Let us prepare a sauerkraut fish stew and steam some rice as well. Take your time." Yinzhen quickly restrained her, soothingly saying, "You haven't eaten well these past few days. Do not exert yourself further." "Soupe sing," he instructed. "Take a jar of sauerkraut to the kitchen and have the cook prepare a sauerkraut fish stew. Also steam some rice." It was still not mealtime, and without Yinzhen's intervention, the kitchen would not typically kindle another fire. However, should a little incentive be offered, the situation might differ. "Yes, soupe sing promptly ignalith." Anren turned to Yinzhen with a pitiful expression. "The small kitchen seems to be warming rice porridge. I feel quite famished now. Should we not serve some to accompany the sauerkraut and ease my hunger?" "Certainly." Yinzhen smiled. For as long as Anren could consume anything, he would go to great lengths to procure it, even if it meant reaching for the stars. He then turned to Chun-He and remarked, "Did you hear what your miss said? She is hungry. Why are you not hastening to fetch some porridge?" "Yes." Chun-He, brimming with joy, hurriedly rushed to the small kitchen, where one could hear her calling for Guo Bihua. "Little Guo, come quickly and bring that jar of sauerkraut. The miss has specifically requested it." Coming. The delight in Guo Bihua's voice was unmistakable. Inside, Yinzhen embraced and ran and smiled. "That lad, Guo Bihua, is quite clever and devoted to you. He deserves a reward." And Ran replied, "Indeed, he deserves a great reward." "Oh." Yinzhen raised an eyebrow, intrigued. And Ran sat up, retrieved a box from the cabinet, and opened it to reveal a stack of contracts within. She searched around and finally produced a land deed, handing it to Yinzhen with a smile. "I had a vague notion of this from the beginning, but have been waiting for the right moment to act. Since Guo Bihua has proven himself, I am not one to be stingy," she explained. "The eunuchs entered the palace at a young age and have no blood relatives to rely on in their old age, which makes their future security a concern. As a result, they tend to be somewhat greedy. However, I believe it is better to teach a man to fish than to merely give him fish. Thus, I plan to purchase a piece of land for them. Although it cannot be under their names for the time being, the annual yield will be handed over to them. Ensuring their service to me is not in vain. The same applies to Chun and the maidservants, whether they marry or remain independent. They will have some savings to fall back on, alleviating their fears of growing old without support." Yinzhen gazed at the deed in his hands, his expression complex. He embraced and ran and sighed, "You always think of others. I can only hope they live up to your expectations." He contemplated that this girl was quite generous, and he should acquire a few more shops to place in her name, lest she become restless. "Miss, the porridge is ready. Shall I bring it in?" And Ran immediately seated herself at the table and called out, "Bring it in quickly." The white porcelain bowl was filled with thick, creamy rice porridge, exuding a sweet aroma, with tender pickled cabbage piled like a small hill on a jade-green plate, looking refreshingly appetizing. And Ran paired the porridge with the pickled cabbage and consumed 3 bowls in quick succession, alarming Yinzhen, who promptly instructed Chun-He to remove the dishes, saying, "There's pickled fish too. If you eat so much now, you won't have an appetite for anything else later." She patted her belly and laughed. "Those little bowls don't hold much. I actually haven't eaten so heartily in a long time. It's the season for pickling cabbage. Once I feel more energetic, I'll make some myself." Yinzhen replied, "You may prepare it, but just don't do it yourself. There are plenty of people in Lime Garden. If you need anything, just give the order." He didn't want Ran to lie around idly all day. The physician had mentioned that pregnant women tend to be sensitive and prone to overthinking. Giving Ran some tasks would help distract her mind. Soon, the pickled fish was served, with thin slices of fish piled in the center, surrounded by the tangy northeast cabbage, adorned with red chili peppers, and hints of vermicelli and bean sprouts peeking from beneath. And Ran's eyes sparkled as she scooped a bowl of rice and began to eat. Seeing her enjoy the meal, Yinzhen felt a pang of hunger himself, and ended up eating 2 bowls as well. Strangely enough, after several meals of pickled cabbage, and Ran's morning sickness completely vanished, and her appetite soared. She found herself wanting several meals a day, and if not for her intention to control her portions, her weight would likely have skyrocketed. "Make sure to wash your hands thoroughly. We cannot have any oil or raw water." With her spirits lifted and her body rejuvenated, and Ran was not content to remain idle. On a crisp autumn day, she chopped up some white radish, cabbage, onions, and bok choy, preparing to make kimchi. The fermentation time for kimchi is short, usually ready in just a few days. And Ran shared her instructions with Mama Zhou, asking her to keep an eye on things, and waved for Guo Bihua to enter the room. "Chun-He, please bring a stool for young Master Guo," she commanded, and Guo Bihua hurriedly replied, "Oh, how could I trouble Sister Chun-He?" He casually found a low stool, barely sitting down, and with a smile said, "Thank you, miss, for granting me a seat." Anren, smiling, handed the prepared land deed to Guo Bihua, inquiring, "What do you think of this estate?" Guo Bihua, puzzled by her intent, accepted it nonetheless and asked, "An estate in the outskirts of the capital? It is not large, but the land there is exceptionally fertile, and the price has always remained high. Are you considering cultivating something on this estate?" Anren's eyes sparkled with delight as she replied, "Although this estate is currently under my name, its true owner bears the surname Guo. Wu Bihua was taken aback. You foolish man, Chuan had chuckled, giving him a light pat. Who else could be the Gua that Miss knows? Do you not desire it? If you do not, then you may give it to me. I am quite envious. As she spoke, she attempted to snatch the deed from Wu Bihua's hands. He hastily dodged and knelt on the ground with a thud, his voice trembling. Miss this. Chapter 48. The gift from the noble consort. This is for you. And Ran affirmed, explaining, since you entered my Yimei courtyard, everything has been centered around me, and you have constantly considered my needs. I am grateful for your care, and initially intended to bestow upon you some gold and silver for your personal use. However, upon reflection, I decided to replace that with this estate. Though modest, comprising merely 10 acres of land, it yields a harvest every year, representing a lasting investment. In your later years, you may dwell upon this estate, and should you adopt a son, your life will be free from worry. These words brought tears to Wu Bihua's eyes, and he trembled as he replied, Your Highness, what you say is what a servant ought to do. I do not deserve such a grand reward. And Ran interjected, You perform your duties, and I shall reward as I see fit. Rest assured, this is not solely for you. As long as everyone diligently carries out their tasks in Yimei Courtyard, each shall receive a share of this reward. It is merely that I currently lack sufficient silver. The estate is small, but should I acquire a larger one in the future, I hope you will not object. I would never dare to object. Your grace is too great for me to repay. He bowed deeply to Enran, knocking his forehead 3 times against the ground, then raised his hand in oath, declaring, I, Wu Bihua, shall dedicate my life to serve you faithfully, willing to face fire and water for you. Should I breach this vow, may heaven strike me down. Please rise. And Ran hurried to assist him. What need is there for such a solemn oath? Wu Bihua quickly wiped away his tears and stood up. Hurry and secure the contract. If it gets lost, I shall not replace it. And Ran jested. With a chuckle, Chunny laughed first, and Wu Bihua's face also broke into a smile as he carefully tucked the contract into his bosom. Noticing that Ran had no further instructions, he took his leave, and Ran yawned, turning to Chun He. I am weary and will rest for a while. You may attend to your duties outside. I will call for you if needed. Yes, Chun He complied and exited, and Ran reclined on the couch, closing her eyes to rest. With just over a month into her pregnancy, lying flat was more comfortable than on her side. She pondered her future decisions. The gift of the estate was not an act of frivolous generosity, but rather a practical consideration. Wu Bihua, now the steward of Yimei Courtyard, often worked diligently on her behalf. Without tangible benefits, over time, loyalty may wane. And Ran was not one to wish for the horse to run without wanting it to graze. As her appetite returned, Yinzhen found solace as well, resuming his previously busy routine. He often visited the Ulanara clan, though he seldom stayed overnight, and occasionally visited the Fong family, merely for a brief respite. He spent about 2 days each month with the Li family, while the remainder of his time was divided between the front courtyard and in Rant's quarters. However, he maintained a sense of propriety. After all, the Fujin held her status, and with her pregnancy, she would occasionally send fabrics and jewelry to the main courtyard, ensuring that outwardly, the Fujin received the lion's share, with Ran in the second position, thus preventing any dissent. As time passed, 2 months into Ran's pregnancy, the physician examined her and confirmed that the fetus appeared stable. Consequently, Yinzhen conveyed this joyous news to the noble consort, considering Ran's past connection with her and their current mother-son-in-law relationship. Had the news been concealed until the 3rd month, it would likely have unsettled the noble consort. When the Empress Dowager received the news, she was coaxing the temperamental 14th prince to eat. Upon hearing the announcement, she chuckled. This is indeed a good fortune, filled with blessings of many children. Ruimo, go to the storeroom and select a few items to send. Let be my congratulatory gift to that girl in Ran. Yes, Ruimo replied with a beaming smile. She skillfully persuaded the 14th prince to take a few bites of his meal, then sighed, My dear child, with such a disposition, how will you fare in the future? If only you could learn a modicum of your 4th brother's composure, your mother would worry far less. The young prince huffed, his childlike voice declaring, What is so great about 4th brother? Father often praises me. Has he ever commended him? Why must I learn from 4th brother? Why can't he learn from me instead? The Empress Dowager was amused by his words and laughed heartily. Indeed, indeed. Our little 14th is the best at making his mother happy. He is truly a thoughtful child. When the Empress Dowager's gifts arrived at the residence of Yinzhen, everyone soon learned of Enrant's pregnancy. Feng Shi, with her prominent belly, was throwing a tantrum inside, while in the Yilan courtyard, Ulanala, upon hearing the news, instinctively touched her own stomach and after a moment, remarked nonchalantly, a reward. Enrant's pregnancy was anticipated. Though she was slightly older, she was still in her prime. Her complexion did not indicate any ill health, and being favored, it was only a matter of time before she conceived. Granny Wu advised, Your Highness, do not dwell too much on this. The child you carry is the most esteemed little prince in the household. Once he is born, who in the courtyard could possibly surpass you? Indeed, you are correct, Ulanala replied. I cannot afford to neglect Enrant's child, but I must keep a close eye on Feng Shi's pregnancy. Yes, Granny Wu pondered and added, an old woman from the garden came to report yesterday, saying that Feng Shi's belly is round and it is likely a girl. Ulanala inquired, is her observation reliable? Granny Wu responded, she mentioned that in her family, her eldest and youngest daughters-in-law had pointed bellies and gave birth to sons, while her second daughter-in-law had a round belly and bore daughter. Such beliefs do exist among the common folk, but they are not entirely accurate. Ulanala narrowed her eyes. If it is a girl, that would be well, but I fear that the old woman may have misjudged. What if a bastard is born instead? That illegitimate child, being of a similar age, would surely capture Yinzhen's attention. Ulanala fixed her piercing gaze on Granny Wu. Granny, one healthy prince in our household is quite sufficient. Feng Shi is frail, and even if she bears a weak child, we in our residence can certainly nurture it well. Correct? Granny Wu immediately grasped the unspoken implications of Ulanala's words and respectfully replied, Of course, in our imperial household, can we not afford to raise a delicate girl? Their eyes met, and everything remained unspoken yet understood. Within the fragrant tea chamber, Lady Feng had just shattered an exquisite set of tea utensils. Qingwei, trembling, crouched on the ground to collect the shards, inadvertently cutting her hand and drawing blood. Upon witnessing this, Lady Feng cast a furious glare and carelessly hurled a cup at her, scolding, Useless wretch! I am with child, yet you dare bleed before me. If you disturb the young master, I shall have your skin flayed. Your Highness, the elder Wang Mama entered, lifting the curtain and discreetly gestured to the still crouching Qingwei. Lunchtime has arrived. Should you not hasten to fetch the meal? Yes. Qingwei hastily completed gathering the broken porcelain, bowed her head, and retreated. Lady Feng pondered the sudden entrance of this matron, sent by Yinzhen, and felt a twinge of unease. Generally, she refrained from summoning Wang Mama for assistance. Yet the commotion today had been rather pronounced, attracting her attention. Wang Mama, with a stern countenance that commanded the respect of the palace's elder matrons, remarked, Your Highness, as your pregnancy advances, one must be ever mindful of one's health. It is permissible to vent one's frustrations, but these porcelain items are sharp instruments. Should you inadvertently injure yourself and affect the young master, it would be most regrettable. Indeed, Lady Feng replied somewhat sheepishly, fidgeting with her handkerchief as she settled down. I merely lost my temper for a moment. Even in moments of anger, one must maintain decorum. Wang Mama interjected, Qingwei is your personal maid, though timid. She is unwaveringly loyal. Should she falter in her duties, Your Highness ought not to be excessively harsh. Lady Feng, though dismissive, managed a forced smile. Yes. I was merely jesting with Qingwei. I did not truly chastise her. Internally, she harbored resentment towards the old woman for meddling, vowing that once she bore the young master, she would have a master replace this troublesome servant. Chapter 49. Anren's birthday, having served in the palace for many years. Granny Wang was well acquainted with the nature of the Feng family. She sighed inwardly, choosing to remain silent, and simply stated that she had matters to attend to before taking her leave. Just then, she spotted Qingwei, who was timidly waiting with a food box in hand. With a glance, she remarked, This child born to the princess is one of the three in the household, a direct descendant of the master. Her emotions during pregnancy can be quite volatile. As her personal maid, though you may face some grievances. If you serve her well and ensure the safe birth of the prince, it will benefit you greatly. Do you understand? Qing nodded, retracting her head and responding softly. As October arrived, ushering in the crisp autumn air, Anren had instructed little Shunzi to craft a swing beneath the grapevine, which was heavy with ripe fruit. This swing, designed according to Anren's sketches, resembled a rocking chair cushioned with soft padding, offering unparalleled comfort. One morning, as Anren reclined on the swing, engrossed in a book, she noticed Su Peixiang entering with a group of people carrying various items. Sitting up in curiosity, she inquired, "Master Su, what brings you here?" With a smile, Su Peixiang replied, "The master, indeed, knows Anren's heart. He mentioned that today is your birthday, which you likely forgot. However, celebrating one's birthday is of great importance, and he sent me early to present you with a birthday gift." Anren's eyes widened in surprise. "Oh, I truly forgot. Having lived in this world for over a decade, with her parents having passed away early, no one had celebrated her birthday during her childhood. After entering the palace, her birthday had become a matter of indifference. With the years passing, she had long ceased to remember her own birthday. Yet, to her astonishment, Yinzhen had remembered. Waving his hand, Su Peixiang signaled for the gifts to be brought forth, introducing, "This is the jade bracelet of 18 green beads, offered before the Buddha for 49 days by the master." Anren gazed at the bracelet, which lay quietly on a red silk cloth, composed of 18 emerald beads interspersed with 2 pink tourmaline beads. The tourmaline Buddha head connected the lower bead, exuding an air of exquisite grandeur. Su Peixiang then pointed to a nearby tray, stating, "This is a meticulously crafted peach-red tourmaline pendant, shaped like a melon and adorned with vines and leaves, symbolizing fertility and blessings." Following that, there were various garments and accessories. But Anren's attention was wholly captivated by the bracelet and the tourmaline pendant. Forcing herself back to reality, she expressed her heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you for your thoughtful gifts." After delivering the presents, Su Peixiang prepared to take his leave, saying, "I have other matters to attend to, so I shall not linger. The master has requested to dine with you this evening, so I hope you will make the necessary preparations." "I understand. Thank you for your efforts, Master Su," Anren replied, turning to call for Chuanha. Chuanha promptly handed her a pouch, and Anren smiled, saying, "This is a token from Master Su's team money. Please do not refuse it." Su Peixiang quickly declined. "Oh no, that would be inappropriate. This is simply my duty." His refusal was earnest. In the eyes of the master, Anren was esteemed even above the noble consort, and he was well aware of what gifts were appropriate to accept. Bihua stepped forward, placing a pouch into Su Peixiang's embrace, smiling brightly as he said, "Your Excellency, you are being too formal. It is merely a token of team money. Furthermore, today is the birthday of our esteemed lady, and how could one refuse a pouch bestowed by the birthday star?" Upon hearing this, Su Peixiang accepted the gift, chuckling, "Then today, this humble servant shall share in the joy of the birthday star." "Precisely," Guo Bihua exclaimed with delight, offering to escort Su Peixiang. Once Su Peixiang departed, Anren instructed her attendants to bring the gifts into the room, leaving only Chuanha and Granny Zhou to attend to her. She said, "Gather those fabrics. Winter is fast approaching, and we must prepare several winter garments. Oh, and set aside that stone blue fabric. I shall find time to craft a suit for the master." As Chuanha and Granny Zhou busied themselves with the arrangements, Anren reclined on the couch, one hand holding a jade pendant while the other grasped a green 18-piece set. Reflecting in the sunlight, she murmured to herself, "Indeed, palace intrigue is not solely about vying for that." During her time serving beside the concubine, she had encountered many exquisite items, yet she had neither dared to examine them closely nor did they belong to her. Thus she felt no profound connection. However, the possessions now in her hands, undeniably hers, evoked an indescribable sense of fulfillment. Though it was said he would come in the evening, by mid-afternoon, Yinzhen arrived with Su Peixiang. At that moment, Anren had just finished baking a cake and was applying cream to the layers. When she lifted her gaze, she found Yinzhen standing at the doorway, watching her with a gentle smile. "You are quite early today," she remarked, removing her apron and delegating the cake decorating task to Chunxing and Xia. She approached Yinzhen, her face aglow with joy, and said, "Today, you are in for a treat. I have prepared many delicious dishes." Yinzhen wrapped his arm around her waist, leading her inside, and chuckled. "It is indeed my fortune to benefit from this little birthday star." However, Anren guided him toward the courtyard, suggesting, "It is the perfect time for the setting sun. Why not join me in admiring the twilight glow?" They settled onto the swing, which had been intentionally crafted large enough for one to lie comfortably. Now, seated side by side, they felt no sense of crowding. Yinzhen lounged leisurely on the swing, gazing at the distant sun, which painted the sky in brilliant hues of orange, an extraordinarily resplendent sight. He sighed contentedly. "It seems I have not indulged in such leisure for quite some time. This magnificent sky is a rarity for me." Anren replied, "You bear the weight of the world on your shoulders, burdened by state affairs daily. Yet it is precisely because of devoted individuals like you that we are able to find moments to appreciate the sunset." Yinzhen, intrigued, remarked in just a few days, "You have become quite the sweet talker." Anren rolled her eyes internally, dismissing his teasing as she nestled her head against his shoulder, thinking, "If it weren't for the heartfelt gift you bestowed upon me today, just see how sweet-talking I can be." Yinzhen embraced her, their heads resting together, and asked, "What kind of person does my Anren wish to become?" Anren paused, unconsciously beginning to ponder this question. What kind of person did she truly aspire to be? Upon her arrival in this world, she was solely intent on surviving. Thus, she navigated the palace with utmost caution. In this manner, she lived a tranquil life until the age of 16, when she was bestowed upon Yinzhen. He treated her quite well, and after moving out of the palace, she found herself in a state of ease, albeit confined within the four corners of a small courtyard, indulging in a life of leisure, resembling a pampered creature. Yet, did she truly wish to spend her life in such a manner? Anren's thoughts surged, and after a moment of silence, she smiled and remarked, "I am quite content with my daily sustenance. It would be even better if I had a bit more silver to save for my maiden's dowries." "Your modesty is commendable." Yinzhen chuckled, "But those 2 shops you possess are rather small, yielding meager returns. Why not allow me to acquire another shop for you? You could decide what business to undertake." Anren looked up in surprise. "Really? Indeed, have I ever misled you?" Yinzhen replied, with a playful kiss on his cheek. Anren leaped into his embrace, exclaiming, "Thank you, my lord. You are the best." However, a flicker of guilt stirred within her, as she felt Yinzhen's generosity was excessive. But then she reassured herself that she also treated him well. After all, every time she visited, the spiritual spring water was always abundant. He was not at a loss. Yet, unbeknownst to Anren, Yinzhen continued, "Acquiring a shop is straightforward, but do not rush to open it. There are whispers from the palace suggesting that the favored concubine's health is not well." Anren was taken aback. The favored concubine? Chapter 50. Daily greetings. This esteemed consort hails from the Nyohulu clan, a member of the Manchu-bordered Yellow Banner, and is the daughter of Ebelin, the biological sister of Empress Xiaozhao. She has borne 1 son and 1 daughter, though her youngest daughter passed away prematurely, leaving only the 10-year-old Shitsi in ring. Anren recalls that the Nyohulu consort has always suffered from poor health, often confined to her sickbed. Yet she has managed to endure each passing year. What has changed this time? She turned to Yinzhen and inquired softly, "What did the imperial physician say?" Yinzhen shook his head and replied, "Those fellows at the Imperial Medical Institute are notoriously tight-lipped. However, given that young Shitsi is still quite young, I have seen him secretly weep on several occasions. If the consort's health were to improve, his carefree demeanor would not result in his eyes swelling like walnuts. Moreover, it was around this time in the previous life that the consort's health deteriorated rapidly, leading to her demise by early November." Anren sighed and remarked, "The vicissitudes of life are unpredictable. It is only normal for Shitsi, at such a tender age of 10, to experience the pain of losing a mother." "Indeed," Yinzhen responded. Although the previous version of Shitsi was quite reckless, he recalled losing his adoptive mother at a similar age, which elicited a sense of empathy within him. "Master, Miss, the evening meal is ready. Shall we serve it?" Chunha inquired. Feeling a pang of hunger, Anren glanced at Yinzhen, who nodded in agreement, prompting her to respond, "Let's serve the meal." A cake, approximately 6 inches in diameter, was placed at the center of the dishes, adorned with a candle. Upon seeing it, Yinzhen chuckled. "Where did you learn such foreign customs?" As soon as the words left his lips, he felt a twinge of regret. But Anren effortlessly continued. "Perhaps you are unaware, but a few years ago, a foreign chef arrived in the small kitchen of the consort. He was skilled at preparing steak, yet the consort was unaccustomed to such flavors and seldom summoned him. It was my own cravings that led me to seek his guidance on Western cuisine, and he graciously taught me the recipes for these desserts." With a wistful sigh, she added, "Afterward, he mentioned he was returning to his homeland. I wonder if I shall ever see him again in this lifetime." "Ah, so that is the case," Yinzhen mused. "There is much that is novel and intriguing about these Western customs. Though our great Qing is a powerful nation, we can certainly learn a great deal from these foreigners." Anren was genuinely surprised. Logically speaking, given the current strength of the Qing dynasty, one would expect a disdainful attitude towards Westerners, often treating them with an air of superiority as a celestial empire. Yet, she did not anticipate that Yinzhen's mindset would be so open. After all, as the foremost practitioner of Qing cosplay, he frequently donned Western attire in the Yueminjuan, suggesting a lack of aversion to Western culture. Certainly, he was not the only one. His father, Kangxi, was a pen pal of Louis XIV. The foreign chef mentioned that one should light the candle and make a wish. Anren gazed at the flickering candlelight, closed her eyes, and made a wish. Then, with a swift breath, she extinguished the flame and smiled brightly, saying, "Now the wish can come true." Yinzhen inquired, "What did you wish for? Perhaps if you share it with me, I could fulfill it without the need for a candle." Anren quickly shook her head in refusal. No. It cannot be spoken aloud. Otherwise, it will not come true." The two of them shared a small piece of cake, followed by a bowl of longevity noodles, before finally turning to the vegetables. In the Yimei courtyard, there has never been a rule against speaking while eating, so they chatted as they dined, only returning to their quarters once the food had cooled. The mornings in the capital during October had grown somewhat chilly. Since the Ulanara clan had stabilized, they had resumed their morning greetings. Anren, in the early stages of her pregnancy, was quite drowsy, yet she still forced herself to rise early each day, her eyes heavy with fatigue. Chuanha, filled with concern, suggested, "Your Highness, if you are truly weary, you might as well have Guobihua inform Ilan courtyard of discomfort. Why endure such hardship?" Anren shook her head, taking a couple of bites of the pastries and sipping some honey water, feeling her body warm up before she stood. She allowed Chunha to drape a cloak over her shoulders and remarked, with Fengshe showing such a prominent belly while still paying her respects daily, "I cannot simply excuse myself at this early stage of my pregnancy without risking the perception of arrogance." Speaking of Gege, Chunha's expression transformed into one of gossiping intrigue. "Your Highness, you may have misunderstood Gege. It is said that she has caused quite a stir in the Mingxiang pavilion, demanding this and that due to her condition. Just the other day, she expressed a desire for bird's nest, and the day before, ginseng. She even complains of discomfort, insisting that the master come to see her. If he ignores her, she throws a tantrum in her room, which has led to Fujin halting her supplies, warning that if she continues to act out, she must procure her own provisions. Her courtyard was adjacent to Li Gege's, and every day, upon hearing this commotion, Li Gege would mock her within her own courtyard. The two of them created quite a ruckus, bringing life to an otherwise tranquil setting. Anren found amusement in their antics, thinking that while they were still capable of such frolics, they might as well enjoy it, for come spring next year, such frivolity would likely cease. The number of people in the courtyard remained sparse. Of the 4, 3 were pregnant, and with Li Shun not favored. It was reasonable to expect that defy would bestow a few more concubines. However, there had been no movement on that front, likely due to the fact that the favored consort was nearing her time, making it unwise to attract attention by inviting new faces. As they continued their conversation, they arrived at the main courtyard. Since being advised by Yinzhen, the Ulanara clan had ceased allowing Anren and the others to stand idly. Upon entering the courtyard, a young maid promptly guided them to the main hall, where they were served a cup of hot tea before the maid retreated. Taking a deep breath, Anren exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling the warmth of the cup in her hands. After sipping from it, The furrow in her brow relaxed. She was not overly concerned about Ula Nara's potential machinations within the tea, for she was well acquainted with herbalism and the flavors of various medicinal ingredients. Moreover, Ula Nara was not foolish. After a brief moment, Feng Shi entered, supported by Qing Yue, her belly prominent. She lifted her chin slightly, surveying the main hall with narrowed eyes before giving a dismissive huff. She settled herself across from Anren, a servant presenting tea, which she disregarded, pushing the cup away with a handkerchief in a show of disdain. Anren thought to herself, every morning the same tiresome display. I wonder if it ever tires her. Moments later, sounds emerged from the inner room as Ulanara was helped out by Zhenju and Wenyu. Now, 6 months along, she had struggled to manage her weight during the early stages of her pregnancy and had begun to swell, appearing considerably rounder than before. Her face bore traces of fatigue, yet she remained poised and upright, speaking in a neutral tone. Li, please take a seat. The Li she referred to had emerged from the inner room alongside her. Ever since she had taken advantage of the main courtyard during her last visit, Li had been frequently appearing under the pretext of attending to the needs of the noble consort, particularly in the mornings when she often arrived early to assist with her grooming. It was uncertain whether someone was subtly guiding her, but she generally chose to visit when Yin was staying overnight in the main courtyard. Consequently, each time she arrived, Ulanara found herself at a loss for words. Despite the chilly winds of the early morning, Li would insist on waiting at the door with a sunny disposition, claiming she was content to stand there until the consort was awake. There was no way to dismiss her without appearing unreasonable, so she was reluctantly allowed entry. Indeed, Li replied with a cheerful smile, her demeanor exuding a striking charm reminiscent of a radiant beauty. Upsharbin liseata, ulanara ramarka. There's indeed a matter of importance today. Chapter 51. The sweet soup shop Lady Ulanara addressed the assembly, saying today, there's a matter I must bring to your attention. Observing the attentive demeanor of her audience, she felt a sense of satisfaction and continued, yesterday, during our meal, my lord mentioned that the Golden Award Festival is approaching. This year, the palace will not hold grand celebrations. I shall accompany my lord to the palace banquet, for his majesty cherishes familial joy. Therefore, I must remind you all to temper your tempers and reserve your audacity during this time. Should any disturbances reach his majesty's ears, no amount of lies would suffice as compensation, would it not, Madame Feng? Called out directly, Madame Feng felt a twinge of embarrassment. Yet, though she dared to confront Lady Li, she would not risk inciting Lady Ulanara. Thus, she rose, a hint of reluctance in her voice. Yes, I shall heed your words. That is well, Lady Ulanara replied with a smile, then expressed concern. The weather grows increasingly cold, and you are more than 5 months pregnant. You must take care of your health. I have heard that you have been feeling unwell lately. Is it due to the negligence of those attending to you? If so, it would be prudent to send them away, and I shall find someone more suitable for you. Upon hearing these words, Qing Yue, standing behind Madame Feng, turned pale and promptly knelt on the ground. Madame Feng quickly interjected, No, there's nothing of the sort. She was not foolish. She understood the value of familiarity in service. Even with the presence of old Madame Wang, she would be wary. How could she accept someone sent by the lady? It is merely that I have been too fond of the cold, kicking off the blankets at night, and I do not favor having Qing Yue by my side, which has led to some chill. I shall be more cautious henceforth. Lady Ulanara nodded, her expression one of empathy. Pregnant women are indeed more sensitive to the cold. However, I have noticed that you, Madame, are wearing quite a bit. Yet, have you also caught a chill? Madame, who had been growing drowsy, found herself drawn into the conversation. With a smile, she replied, It is I who am averse to the cold. Although my pregnancy has made me a bit warmer, I am accustomed to dressing warmly, and my health is quite well. Thank you for your concern. Lady Ulanara smiled. I had forgotten. The physician will visit your residence in a few days to check on your well-being. If anything is amiss, I am certain my lord will be even more anxious than us. At these words, Madame felt the weight of 2 hostile gazes upon her, yet she remained unfazed, responding, It is merely this unruly child within me that loves to stir, and I wonder how it will behave once it arrives. I envy you, Lady Ulanara, for I have heard that your experience has been smooth from the beginning, even without morning sickness. Truly, the heir to our household exhibits a temperament that is steady and considerate. Indeed, the heir, Lady Olenara, unconsciously placed a hand on her belly, her smile softening. I only wish for him to grow up safe and sound. Madame Li, seated nearby, observed the lively exchange among the three with a sense of melancholy, absent-mindedly touching her own belly. Her lord seldom visited her quarters. It was a rare occasion for him to stay overnight, and she pondered when she might conceive. She wondered if the methods suggested by Dooku were effective. Serving Lady Olenara from dawn till dusk was exhausting. Yet what could she do if it bore no fruit? She felt she had exhausted all her options for gaining favor. A few individuals engaged in conversation for a while, after which the Olenara matriarch instructed them to depart. Fong deliberately walked ahead of Anren, taking delight in suppressing her. Anren quietly sighed, remarking that the noble consort's gentle disposition suggested that their esteemed elder brother possessed a similar capacity for tolerance, ensuring that the younger siblings would receive some measure of care under his guidance. Her words seemed to be an inadvertent reflection, and upon finishing, she made her way towards her Ime garden. Fong glanced back, observing Anren's graceful silhouette and recalling her earlier remarks. The legitimate firstborn, the esteemed elder brother, the younger siblings, and their care. The noble consort, as the head of the household, had already claimed her rightful position, and Anne's favored status ensured her children were shielded from reproach. But what of her own fate? Though she often misbehaved due to her pregnancy, she was acutely aware of her standing in the master's heart. If she did not seize the opportunity to secure benefits now, what would her future hold? The legitimate firstborn. The legitimate firstborn. Why should all the good fortune be monopolized by the noble consort? Her mind was a tumult of thoughts, and she hurried along, gripping her handkerchief so tightly that she required no assistance from Qingwei. Upon returning to the Ime garden, Anren found her breakfast had been laid out: a bowl of chicken soup with dumplings, a plate of fresh meat buns, a bowl of savory tofu pudding, and a few scallion pancakes accompanied by several side dishes. Despite the variety, the portions were modest, barely enough to fill her to 80%. Ever since her pregnancy began, her cravings had intensified. She yearned to taste everything, particularly the delicacies from outside. Guobihu was constantly running errands, but he delighted in her appetite, claiming it brought him greater joy than satisfying his own hunger. Anren willingly indulged his whims. Following the noble consort's admonitions, Li and Fong had been subdued in recent days. Anren relished her tranquil moments in her small courtyard, just as Guobihu returned with a fresh batch of persimmons, prompting her to contemplate making dried persimmons. She meticulously cleaned the fruit, peeled the skin, and blanched both the persimmons and skins in hot water before drying them, laying them out to sunbathe. With favorable weather, they could be ready to enjoy in about 6 or 7 days. Although pregnant women are generally advised against consuming persimmons, she believed that a small quantity would pose no harm. Gazing at the basket of persimmons, Anren's eyes sparkled with delight as she waved to Guobihu, asking, "How did you fare in your search for the items I requested the other day?" Guobihu eagerly offered her tea, but his expression shifted to one of concern as he replied, "Tea leaves were relatively easy to procure. Your ladyship did not request any rare varieties. I've contacted several merchants, and in a few days, they will be brought to the manor for your enjoyment. However, finding dairy cows is quite challenging. A couple can be found, but to gather 10 or more will require considerable effort. Moreover, if we truly need that many, a larger estate will be necessary for their care. Otherwise, it may prove impossible." Anren sighed, recognizing the truth in Guobihu's words. Ever since Yinzhen had suggested she manage a shop for her own enterprise, she had been pondering what venture to pursue. With the weather turning cooler, she considered opening a dessert shop to sell hot beverages, milk tea, and sweet treats. Though large households typically employed cooks, dining alone at home had become rather dull. If she could design the dessert shop attractively, it might draw on the ladies of the neighborhood, allowing them to gather, share gossip, and enjoy each other's company in a more relaxed setting than their homes. Everything else is manageable, but the source of the milk is indeed quite challenging to procure. Even in the opulence of the palace, Those of lower rank among the concubines receive merely 4 pounds of milk per day. While this amount suffices for drinking, it falls short for producing butter and other dairy products. Yinzhen had initially contemplated raising her own cows for self-sufficiency. However, she lacked the vast estate necessary for such an endeavor. Moreover, she was reluctant to involve Yinzhen in this matter, opting instead to send Gege to purchase milk in his ordinary capacity. Yet, acquiring more than a dozen dairy cows proved difficult, as the small vendors could not supply such quantities, and the larger merchants had their own established suppliers, showing little interest in catering to her modest needs. "I see now," Yinzhen remarked. "I had been somewhat presumptuous. In that case, please explore the surrounding villages to see if you can procure some milk. If a reliable supplier is found, it would be splendid. If not, then so be it." After all, she had other beverage options beyond just milk. Chapter 52. The Golden Award Festival Banquet. A few days later, the Golden Award Festival arrived. Yinzhen and Ulanala entered the palace clad in ceremonial attire. Setting aside the various solemn occasions, it was not until the evening, seated at the banquet, that Yinzhen felt a sense of relaxation. The gathering was a family affair, with tables divided by gender and separated by screens. Kangxi occupied the main seat, with the Empress Dowager to his left and the Crown Prince to his right. After surveying the table, he raised his cup and proclaimed, "We are all relatives here, so there is no need for formality. Let the banquet begin." As soon as he finished speaking, the sounds of silk and bamboo instruments filled the air, and dancers gracefully entered, accompanied by a stream of eunuchs and palace maids serving dishes, without a single clatter of bowls and plates. Yinzhen sat at his designated seat, directly opposite the guileless fifth brother. To his left sat the eldest, while to his right was the usually taciturn seventh brother. In both past and present lives, his relationship with these three had been quite amicable. Noticing the eldest brother engrossed in the performance, he poured a cup of wine for him and said, "I toast to you, my elder brother." The eldest, returning to the moment, accepted the cup and drank it down, smiling. "I have heard that you have been quite fortunate lately." Yinzhen, intrigued, replied, "What do you mean?" The eldest brother smiled cryptically. "It is said that besides your sister-in-law being with child, you have also recently acquired 2 beautiful concubines who are expecting, which speaks volumes of your sister-in-law's generosity. Truly a cause for celebration." Yinzhen coughed lightly, feeling a bit shy, and remarked, "I cannot compare to my sister-in-law's composure and grace. I still have much to learn." Speaking of his legitimate wife, the eldest brother sighed, "I do not mean to flatter, but your sister-in-law is indeed a paragon of virtue. It is a pity that she is carrying a line of daughters. I wonder when she will bear me a son. As for children, their arrival remains uncertain. Perhaps in a few years, the eldest brother will have both sons and daughters." Yinzhen recalled that in his previous life, the eldest brother's eldest son, Hongyu, was born in the 35th year. He turned to the seventh brother, seeking to change the subject. "The weather is growing colder. Is there enough charcoal in your quarters?" The seventh brother, having been born with a disability, was not particularly favored. In the palace, there were many who would elevate some while belittling others. Yinzhen himself had endured the disdain of the servants in the past, and understood well the hardships faced by the less favored brothers. The seventh brother was honest and stubborn. When others remarked on his legs, predicting a future of limited mobility, he chose to disregard their words. Neither in horseback riding nor archery did he fall behind. Yinzhen admired him for this and wished to extend his care. "If it is insufficient, do not hesitate to speak to the fourth brother," he said. "Yes, thank you, fourth brother. For now, it is adequate, but if it becomes insufficient, I will certainly ask you," replied the seventh brother. Though he was taciturn, he was not foolish. He recognized Yinzhen's kindness and expressed his gratitude by pouring a cup of wine for Yinzhen and himself, toasting, "I raise a glass to you, fourth brother, in anticipation of your joyous arrival of the son." After they both drank, Yinzhen responded with a smile, "Then I must thank you, seventh brother, for your auspicious words." Ninth brother, seated beside the seventh, had been observing the lively conversation between Yinzhen, the eldest, and the seventh, and with a huff thought to himself that fourth brother had indeed learned to navigate relationships skillfully, which he deemed hypocritical. Unable to contain himself, he interjected, fourth brother. While you are inclined to care for seventh brother, do not forget about the other brothers. One must not show favoritism. Such was the burden of being the older brother. Kangxi had many children, a long line of siblings beneath him. Yinzhen cast a sidelong glance and inquired, "What is it? Are you in need of charcoal?" The ninth prince thought to himself, "Does he perceive me as someone lacking such triviality? Not to mention that Mother Yifei would never let him go without. Even his legitimate brother, the fifth prince, could procure charcoal with ease." Yet, he stubbornly replied, "Indeed, I am in need. How could I not be? This year, for some inexplicable reason, I find myself feeling exceedingly cold. I must keep the charcoal burning every night." Yinzhen, unwilling to engage in a dispute with him, being a married man soon to become a father, thought it beneath him to quarrel with a mere youth. He readily agreed, saying, "Tomorrow I shall send you some charcoal. Just ensure that when using it, you assign several people to guard it, and do not close the doors and windows too tightly." Such admonitions, if uttered by the eighth prince, who was on amicable terms with the ninth, would have been warmly received. However, coming from the fourth prince, who had always been a source of irritation, it sounded like a lecture to the ninth prince, prompting him to mutter, as if you know better. "It's obvious you do not." His voice was low, drowned out by the sounds of music and laughter, so no one heard him. Yet, Yinzhen surmised that the ninth was likely cursing him inwardly. Had he been the same age in his previous life, he would have surely kept a mental ledger of grievances. But he was no longer the soul of a mere teenager, and thus preferred not to dwell on the ninth's complaints. Nonetheless, he recalled that in his past life, the ninth prince possessed considerable talent in foreign languages and mathematics. He fancied himself a businessman, so let him wait and see. Perhaps aware that he would feel quite constrained at this banquet, Kangxi rose after a brief period to accompany the Empress Dowager for a rest. Once he departed, the gathering became lively, and guests began to mingle, raising their glasses and toasts. "Brother Nine, come, let us drink." The 10th prince, oblivious to the passage of time, had become intoxicated, his eyes red and his demeanor unmistakably inebriated. He staggered towards the 9th prince's table, only to collapse with a thud between the 9th and 7th princes. Little 10th. The 9th prince and others hurried to support him, but the 10th prince was robust and utterly drunk, rendering him unable to rise from the floor. The 7th prince, anxious, tried to assist, but despite his strength, his legs were somewhat impaired, and he nearly toppled over while tugging at the 10th prince. The 9th prince, bewildered and helpless, instinctively sought his capable 8th brother, only to find him effortlessly mingling among the crowd, engrossed in conversation with relatives, entirely oblivious to the chaos unfolding nearby. Unable to bear the sight, Yinzhen stepped forward and yanked the 10th prince up, feeling a sense of pride for having diligently trained in martial arts over the past few years. He thought to himself that when the time came for Mulan Autumn, he would surely demonstrate his prowess, ensuring that no one would dare to belittle his strength again. Perhaps the 10th prince was truly inebriated, for even after being pulled to his feet, he insisted on remaining on the ground, muttering, "I won't get up, I won't get up." In a moment of distraction, as the 9th prince assisted him, both toppled backward, crashing onto a nearby table, the sound of breaking dishes drawing the attention of all present. The crown prince, seated on a raised platform, furrowed his brow and asked, "What is happening? What is causing this commotion?" The 10th prince, seemingly provoked by something, shouted, "And what if I am causing trouble? What of it? The 9th prince tightly sealed his lips, assisting the 10th prince alongside Yinzhen. The eldest prince chuckled. "It's nothing. Young 10th is merely tipsy from indulging in drink. Hurry, support him to the side hall for some rest." The latter part was directed at Yinzhen and the 9th prince. Indeed, the two promptly grasped the 10th prince and led him out of the hall. Noticing the curious gazes of the onlookers fixated on the trio, the eldest prince attempted to diffuse the situation, stating, "Enough of the staring. The young lad's tolerance for alcohol is lacking, and he shall need more practice in the future." Being the eldest son of the emperor, his words carried a certain weight, prompting the crowd to flatter. When the eldest prince was of 10th prince's age, he could consume 1,000 cups without inebriation. Truly, as a brother, the younger siblings have much to aspire to. The eldest prince clearly reveled in such flattery, waving his hand dismissively before returning to his seat. observing his jovial demeanor. A throng of individuals approached to toast him, while the crown prince's expression darkened in response. Amidst the crowd, the refined 8th prince gazed contemplatively towards the departing figures of the 9th prince and the others at the entrance, momentarily lost in thought. Chapter 53. The intoxicated 10th brother Yinzhen and the 9th prince escorted the boisterous 10th prince to the side chamber. Despite the coolness of the night, beads of sweat adorned his brow. This young man, known for his exuberance, had indulged in drink, and few of the young eunuchs could restrain him. The 9th prince, fearing that the commotion might disturb Emperor Kangxi, entered the chamber only to find the 10th prince thrashing about like a fish out of water. Resolutely, he delivered a swift chop that rendered the 10th prince unconscious. Yinzhen, observing from the side, felt a flutter of surprise at the 9th prince's unexpected skill. He turned to Su Peisheng, who had accompanied them, and inquired, "Did you not prepare a hangover remedy at the behest of our esteemed master?" "Indeed," Su Peisheng responded promptly, retrieving a pouch and stating, "The esteemed lady instructed that it be dissolved in hot water." "What hot water?" "It will dissolve upon contact with the tongue," interrupted the 9th prince as he snatched the pouch and poured a few small pills into his palm. "How many should he take?" he murmured, reaching to shove them all into the 10th prince's mouth. Yinzhen quickly intervened. "Do not act recklessly. A hangover remedy is still a medicine, and one should not consume it indiscriminately." At that moment, Su Peisheng entered with a cup of hot tea. Yinzhen took a pill and placed it into the tea, which dissolved instantly. He sat at the edge of the bed, pinching the 10th prince's chin to administer the remedy. Fourth brother, came the voice of the 13th prince, who rushed in, his forehead glistening with perspiration. Upon seeing Yinzhen, he assessed him from head to toe, then sighed in relief as he peered within, asking, "What has happened to 10th brother?" Yinzhen replied irritably, "He is drunk and causing a ruckus." The 13th prince patted his chest, exclaiming, "I was just outside when I saw you and 9th brother supporting 10th brother. It startled me. I feared something had happened, which is why I came to check." Being still young, he had been seated at the table designated for the palace children, and having a small stomach. He had already eaten and wandered about, which allowed him to witness the commotion. Seeing that the 10th prince's complexion had improved, the 9th prince felt relieved and was inclined to listen to the 13th prince. However, his sharp tongue seemed difficult to restrain, and he retorted, "What can you, a mere child, do if something were truly amiss? You would only add to the chaos." The 13th prince puffed out his chest, adopting a demeanor of a little adult. "Why would I be powerless? If I cannot manage it myself, I would seek the crown prince, or if he cannot assist, I would turn to mother." At the mention of mother, the 10th prince, who lay on the bed, suddenly cried out, "Mother! Mother!" His voice was laced with anguish, stirring an uncomfortable feeling in the hearts of those present. Silence enveloped the room as the three men absorbed the gravity of their situation. The impending demise of the esteemed concubine was a tacit understanding within the palace, anticipated within mere weeks. The 9th prince sighed, gently patting the 10th prince, uncertain of what to say. The only sound in the room was the lament of the 10th prince. "Little ninth? Little ninth?" A warm voice called from the doorway, and soon the 8th prince hurriedly entered. Upon seeing them, he exhaled in relief, saying, "I just heard that little 10th was drunk, so I rushed over. How is he? Has he taken the hangover remedy? Should we call for a physician? What has happened to him? Why is he crying so?" 9th brother shook his head and said, "I've already given him the hangover remedy. It seems to have some effect. Given the circumstances, it is not appropriate to summon a physician. So let him cry for a while. Once he sheds some tears, he will surely fall asleep and feel better by tomorrow." 8th brother wished to say more, but upon glancing at 10th brother, who was crying heartbrokenly, he understood that any consolation would be futile at this moment. Thus, he refrained from further comments and turned to Yinzhen, expressing, "Thank you, 4th brother, for taking care of little 9th and little 10th." In his previous life, Yinzhen had always found 8th brother's demeanor irksome, and in this life he still held the same sentiment. He adjusted his sleeves and replied in a nonchalant manner, "We are all brothers. It is only natural to look after one another." He then addressed 9th brother, "It is getting late, and the banquet should be concluding. I must return to the palace, so I will not disturb you any longer. 13, let us depart." Without waiting for ninth brother's response, he strode away. Little 13 clasped his fists in salute to his brothers and hurriedly followed fourth brother. Eighth brother and ninth brother were momentarily at a loss for words, while 10th brother, appearing somewhat sobered, had quieted his cries, turning away from them and silently sniffling. Fourth brother! Fourth brother! Little 13 bounced along behind Yinzhen. Fourth brother! Do you still have the pine nut candy you brought me the other day? Have you finished it so soon? Yinzhen was taken aback. The pine nut candy had been made by Rand during her leisure time, and he had brought it into the palace specifically for 13 and 14 as a treat. He hadn't anticipated that 13 would consume it all in just a few days. Feeling a bit embarrassed, little 13 explained, I don't know how I finished it so quickly. I just grabbed a handful to taste while reading, and before I knew it, it was all gone. After all, it is candy. Yinzhen frowned. I heard you complaining of a toothache yesterday. Was it due to eating too much candy? No. Little 13's eyes widened in alarm, fearing that his fourth brother might misunderstand and withhold candy from him. He quickly clarified, my tooth is about to fall out. Only a little bit is still attached to the gum, and it hurts when I eat. It has nothing to do with the pine nut candy. Yinzhen replied sternly. Since you're losing a tooth, you should refrain from eating candy even more. Little 13 immediately drooped his head, looking quite pitiful. Amused, Yinzhen softened his tone, saying, a while back, your little fourth sister-in-law made a batch of persimmon cakes. I tried them, and they were quite sweet. When I have a moment in the next few days, I will bring some for you to try. Little 13's spirits lifted instantly. He knew exactly who Yinzhen referred to as his little fourth sister-in-law. He had grown somewhat familiar with Rand, as he was nominally under the care of Consort Da, and often encountered Rand during his visits. Moreover, Yinzhen frequently spoke of her, fostering a sense of closeness. Thus, he joyfully remarked, the things made by my little fourth sister-in-law are all exceptionally delicious. Delicious as they may be, moderation is key, Yinzhen chided, tapping little 13's head lightly. You have just lost a tooth. You may have only one piece of persimmon cake per day. Little 13 looked somewhat displeased. Yinzhen playfully threatened, if I discover that you have been sneaking extra pieces, I shall cease bringing you treats in the future. Little 13 hurriedly assured him, I won't sneak any. I promise I won't. Only then did Yinzhen seem satisfied. As they walked, nearing the palace gate, Yinzhen remarked, all right, this is far enough. You may return now. Little 13, with a pitiful expression, said, fourth brother, when will you take me out of the palace for some fun? I have never been outside before. Yinzhen gently stroked his smooth forehead and replied, once I finish my current tasks, I shall take you out for a stroll. How's that sound? Excellent. Little 13 beamed with joy, for he knew Yinzhen never made empty promises. Now, hurry back, Yinzhen urged, directing the young eunuch who had been trailing little 13 to escort him back to the residence. Yes, your highness, the young eunuch responded. It was not until little 13's figure disappeared from sight that Yinzhen, accompanied by Su Peixiong, exited the palace gates. Ulanala, having waited in the carriage for some time, inquired eagerly upon Yinzhen's arrival, is there something amiss, my lord? Nothing of concern. It was merely little 13 who indulged in drink and delayed a bit. Yinzhen waved his hand dismissively and added, why have you not returned home yet? Is your health still holding up? It's nearly the end of the high hour. I wish to wait for you, Ulanala replied with a smile. Mother has taken exceptional care of me today, so I do not feel particularly fatigued. Seeing her complexion still radiant and her words not forced, Yinzhen felt a tinge of discontent at her disregard for her well-being. Yet he chose not to voice his concerns further. The carriage then made its smooth journey back to the residence. Chapter 54. The demise of the imperial concubine. Once the golden festival had passed, time flowed forward like a swift river, and the health of the imperial concubine deteriorated rapidly, ultimately leading to her eternal slumber on the 3rd day of November. When the news reached Yimei Garden, Anren was occupied with preparing persimmon cakes. A batch she had made earlier was requested by Yinzhen for the 13th prince, so she set aside a small portion and sent the rest to the palace. For idleness weighed heavily on her. It was far better to engage in some activity than to sit in solitude all day. The messenger of this somber news was a eunuch from Ilan courtyard, who took special care to remind her that the Fujin had entered the palace to observe mourning, and Gege should also tidy up to avoid any oversights. I understand. Anren nodded, instructing, please remove anything inappropriate from the courtyard. In truth, the ostentatious reds and greens had already been cleared in recent days, as the late imperial mother, despite her status as a concubine, still held the title of mother. Yinzhen had refrained from donning any red or green attire during this period, fearing to attract unwanted attention, yet he could not dress too plainly. For the deceased still lingered in memory, and one's mourning attire must reflect proper respect. Death extinguishes life like a snuff candle. For the imperial concubine, whom Anren had scarcely met, she felt a fleeting sense of melancholy. She recalled the matron who had taught her embroidery and had cared for her. Now, she feared that the woman had become nothing more than a pile of bones, lost to the world, and wondered if anyone would gather her remains. She instructed Qinhe to fetch water, and after bathing and lighting incense, she sat at her desk, beginning to sincerely transcribe the sutras for the deceased. The palace had draped itself in white mourning attire, and at the memorial hall, the 10th prince had fainted in the arms of the 9th prince, whose eyes were red-rimmed as he comforted him, urging, quick, summon the imperial physician. The 8th prince hastily sent a eunuch to fetch the physician, and the scene became momentarily chaotic. What a disgraceful display at the imperial concubine's memorial. The crown prince arrived with a retinue, and upon witnessing the disorder, he reprimanded the flustered eunuchs, who immediately fell into a more organized state. Observing the 10th prince's pallor, he removed the jade token from his waist and handed it to a eunuch accompanying him, commanding, go fetch the chief physician. Tell him it is by my order. The chief physician of the imperial hospital, Shi Tai, typically attended only to Kangxi and the crown prince, a privilege not even extended to the eldest prince. The 8th and 9th princes, still quite young, struggled to lift the 10th prince, who was sobbing profusely. Eventually, the 3rd prince could no longer contain himself and stepped forward to lift the 10th prince, chiding, look at your spindly arms and legs. When called to practice martial arts, your faces droop longer than a donkey's. Now you cannot even lift your brother. What a disappointment. He then berated the nearby eunuchs. You blind fools. In this bitter cold, the prince lies on the ground, and you merely stand there watching? With that, he disregarded everyone else and carried the 10th prince directly to the side hall, with the 9th prince hurriedly following behind. The crown prince waved his hand, and the princes lined up in order, all dressed in mourning attire, and promptly knelt down. He accepted the incense offered by young eunuch and bowed 3 times in reverence. Yinzhen knelt until the 5th day of November, when Kangxi decreed that he be posthumously honored with the title of Wenci. How had he lost so much weight? Upon his return to the Yimei garden, he appeared noticeably thinner. Winter had already set in, and despite wearing heavy winter garments, his slight frame was still discernible. Anren quickly instructed Qinhe to bring out a pot of fruit syrup, saying, as the day wanes, it is ill-advised to drink tea. Please sample my freshly made fruit syrup, which is warming on the stove. It will also warm your body. Yinzhen drank the syrup in one gulp, failing to discern its flavor, yet it did warm his stomach. He consumed several cups before finally relaxing his brow to inquire, is there anything to eat? Yes, Anren promptly responded, urging Qinhe to serve the red bean and osmanthus dumplings simmering in the small kitchen, originally intended to stave off her own hunger during the night. There was not much left. Yinzhen devoured 2 large bowls. Upon noticing the empty bowl, he asked, did I consume your supper? Anren chuckled. How could I ever be deprived of my meals? Then all is well. Yinzhen reclined on the couch, propping his head up, announcing, I shall rest for a moment. Before Anren could respond, he closed his eyes and began to softly snore. Your Highness? 4th Master? Anren gently nudged him, but upon seeing Yinzhen remain still. She called for Su Peixiang, who had been waiting outside. Your Highness is quite fatigued and has fallen asleep on the couch. I am unable to assist him. I kindly ask you, Master Su, to help carry him to bed. Su Peixiang, filled with trepidation, along with Guobi Hua, carefully lifted Yinzhen and whispered, Your Highness has knelt on the cold ground for 3 days. Upon returning, his legs could not straighten. I wonder if the esteemed lady requires any medicine for him? Yes, I shall tend to his legs shortly. Anren replied, Master, you 2 have knelt for several days. I have prepared a small room for you to rest in. Should you not mind? Then I am most grateful, esteemed lady. I shall take my leave. Yinzhen felt secure in Yimei Garden, unburdened by worry for Su Peixiang. Please wait a moment, Anren called after him, retrieving a bottle of medicine from a box and placing it in Su Peixiang's hands. This is a high-quality medicine for bruising and inflammation. You should apply it to your legs as well. If you let it linger, you shall suffer in your elder years. Thank you, esteemed lady, Su Peixiang said, touched, as he accepted the medicine and followed Guobihua to rest. Inside the room, Yinzhen was in a deep slumber. Even the commotion did not awaken him. Anren quietly removed his garments and covered him with a quilt. Upon lifting his pant leg, she gasped, for his knees were marred with large bruises, some areas already broken skin, with blood congealed and stuck to his clothing, a sight most distressing. Fortunately, having often knelt during her time in the palace, Anren had the necessary medicine on hand. She first cleaned his wounds, carefully tearing away the fabric that adhered to the injured areas. He winced slightly at the sting, letting out a soft groan, but soon fell back into a deep sleep. After applying the medicine and wrapping it delicately with fine cotton cloth, Anren tucked the quilt around Yinzhen and sat by his bedside, observing his unkempt appearance, murmuring, "You, as a prince, are said to be of noble descent, yet I find your burden heavier than that of a simple farmer." Kangxi was rather ruthless, allowing these princes to kneel for 3 whole days. Perhaps having too many sons rendered them less precious. However, his cherished second son would surely be exempt from such treatment, as Kangxi could not bear to do so, especially considering he was the crown prince. Yinzhen slept soundly until noon the following day. Upon awakening, he felt utterly refreshed, particularly upon seeing Anren sitting gracefully on the couch, engaged in needlework. His heart swelled with warmth. Noticing that Anren was unaware of his wakefulness, he remained silent, resting his hand behind his head while gazing tenderly at her. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Anren as if a divine light emanated from within her. Her expression serene and gentle. Yinzhen suddenly felt an irresistible urge. How splendid it would be to capture this moment in a painting. Chapter 55, Portrait of Anren by Chance. Anren lifted her gaze and met the smiling eyes of Yinzhen, which caused her to involuntarily smile in return. She softly inquired, "When did you awaken, my lord? Are you hungry?" "Not particularly," Yinzhen replied. Having been caught, he no longer reclined. Noticing Anren approaching, he hastily added, "You need not attend to me. Please sit." Upon his movement, he felt a constricting sensation on his knee. Anren quickly remarked, "I just changed your dressing. Does it still hurt?" Yinzhen shook his head. "No pain, merely a cooling sensation." "Su Peixiang," he called out loudly. Su Peixiang, stationed at the door, promptly entered to assist Yinzhen with his grooming. Just then, it was time for lunch. Due to the mourning period of 7 times 7 days, a table of vegetarian dishes had been prepared. Fortunately, the skills of the kitchen staff were commendable, making the vegetarian fare both delicious and palatable. With an injury to his leg, Yinzhen found it inconvenient to move excessively. Thus, after their meal, he did not rise. Instead, he instructed Su Peixiang to clear the table and took up a brush, declaring he wished to paint a portrait of Anren. Anren found this amusing. Historically, Yinzhen was known for his diverse interests, including a fondness for dogs, even designing garments for them. The famed 12 Beauties of Yonghe was said to be inspired by his ideal image of Han women. She was surprised to discover that he himself could also paint. "Please wait a moment," she said, tidying her hair. "I shall change into something more suitable." Yinzhen chuckled. "There is no need. Your attire is just right." Anren was not particularly fond of wearing traditional garments, often opting for a Han skirt at home. Today, she donned a light purple long shirt, complemented by a pale yellow skirt that swayed gracefully with her movements, reminiscent of lotuses blooming with each step. Since Yinzhen found her appearance agreeable, Anren did not insist on a change. She glanced outside and noticed the chrysanthemums blooming splendidly in the courtyard, prompting her to call for a pot to be brought in and arranged as a pretense of admiration. It was indeed a pity that none of the rose grafts she attempted had succeeded. Even the precious spiritual spring water had failed to revive them. She pondered whether her lack of gardening talent or the ineffectiveness of the water was to blame. The remaining ungrafted plants had been moved to the warm house for protection against the cold. Yinzhen urged her to sit, placing a book in her hands, saying, "There is no need for such formality. Just be yourself, as you usually are. If you tire, feel free to move about. There is no need to remain in one position." Having never modeled before, Anren allowed Yinzhen to position her as he pleased, feeling that her earlier pose was somewhat unnatural. Coincidentally, the book he had given her was a newly released art album, and upon opening it, she became utterly absorbed. Within the room, a tender atmosphere enveloped Yinzhen and Anren. Outside, Guobihua handed a warming stove to Chuanhe and another to Su Peixiong, while he chuckled to himself. "It is quite cold. Su Gonggong, use this to warm your hands for now. There is still sweet rice soup simmering in the kitchen. You should enjoy a bowl to warm your stomach later." Su Peixiong exclaimed, "Such a precious delicacy. The master has not yet partaken. How could I, as a servant, indulge first?" "You may not be aware of this," Guobihua replied. Guobihua let out a sound of delight, exclaiming, "My master possesses exceptional skills and a kind heart." She remarked that winter is harsh, and for us, her servants, it is not easy. She specifically instructed the kitchen to reserve a stove for us, ensuring we can enjoy warm, sweet soup every day, along with a constant supply of hot water. The little maids and eunuchs in our courtyard are living quite well. Do you see how much I've grown this year? Previously, he had worked in the presence of Yinzhen, becoming quite familiar with Su Peixiong. Thus, he spoke freely, laughing as he twirled around Su Peixiong and leaned closer, saying, "Do you think my face looks a bit rounder?" Su Peixiong playfully pushed his chubby face away, chuckling, "Oh, you rascal. Are you implying that you suffered while serving our master? I must have a word with the master about this." "Oh, dear brother." Guobihua quickly pleaded for mercy, saying, I was wrong. "Wrong?" Su Peixiong cast a sidelong glance at him, scoffing. "Then why don't you let me have your portion of sweet soup today? That way, I won't report you to the master." "What?" Guobihua grimaced in mock pain, hesitating for a moment before conceding, "All right, fine." His demeanor elicited a chuckle from Chuanhe, who had been watching their playful banter. "Look at your lack of ambition." Su Peixiong rolled his eyes, flicking his feather duster to lightly tap Guobihua on the head. Guobihua quickly covered his head, exaggerating his response with a cry of ouch. As the three engaged in their lively conversation at the door, a sudden commotion erupted from outside. A somewhat shrill female voice called out, "Sisterin? Sisterin? I've come to see you with Sister Fawn." Guobihua wiped the smile from his face, narrowing his eyes as he smirked. "I suspect one of those little maids has wandered into the wrong courtyard. With the steward here, I shall go see what is happening at the door." The sharp voice was clear to Su Peixiong, yet since they were in Yimei courtyard, he felt it was not his place to intervene. Moreover, the master had never regarded those two outsiders with any particular favor, so he opted to remain uninvolved to avoid offending and ran. He smiled and said, "Very well, you may go." "What a ruckus." Guobihua frowned at the commotion at the entrance. With a composed expression, he raised his chin slightly and lowered his gaze upon the newcomers, casually stating, "Oh, it's Miss Fong and Miss Li. What brings you two here on such a cold day?" Before the two could respond, he turned to scold Chuanxing and Xiahe, who were blocking Fong and Li. "Our master is resting. Haven't you informed Miss Fong and Miss Li? Making such a racket is utterly inappropriate. If this were in the palace, you would have been dragged away for punishment by now. Hurry back." Chuanxing and Xiahe hurried back into the courtyard. He then addressed Fong and Li. "The little maid is rather thoughtless. Please do not take offense, ladies. My master has just fallen asleep. Unless it is of utmost importance, it will be better to visit another day." Fong glanced at Li and suddenly, clutching her stomach, cried, oh dear, my stomach." Li quickly supported Fong, exclaiming, "Sister Fong, what is wrong?" Fong displayed an agonizing expression, exclaiming, "Guogonggong, I am suffering greatly from abdominal pain. Perhaps I inadvertently strained myself earlier. I kindly request your benevolence to allow me to rest in the Yumei courtyard for a while." Just as Guobihua was about to respond, Zhou Mama emerged from the courtyard, inquiring, "Might it be possible for Miss Fong to still walk? Please follow this old servant inside." Little Guo hastened to summon the palace physician. Guobihua was more inclined to heed Zhou Mama's words. Indeed, the circumstances did not permit him to deny Fong entry. Although his mood was unsettled, he concealed it well, dispatching a young eunuch to fetch the physician while he returned to the courtyard himself. Regardless of Gua Bihua's sentiments, Fong and Li were unconcerned as their objectives had been achieved. Exchanging glances, Fong clutched her abdomen, moaning dramatically while swiftly trailing behind Zhou Mama into the courtyard. Chapter 56. The visit from the Fong and Li families. Gua Bihua hurriedly arrived at the main house's entrance and whispered a few words to Chunha. Frowning slightly, Chunha softly informed, "Master, Miss Fong has come to pay a visit, but she seems unwell. Shall we arrange for her to rest in the warm pavilion?" "Fong has arrived? Unwell?" Anren, roused from her thoughts, inquired, "Have we summoned a physician?" Chunha replied, "He has already been sent for." "Then let her rest in the warm pavilion for a while," Anren decided. Rising, she approached Yinzhen, peering over to see his progress. "How is the painting coming along? If it remains unfinished, you may not have time to complete it later." "It is nearly finished," Yinzhen said, setting down his brush. He had evidently overheard Chunha's earlier remarks. Drawing Anren closer, he remarked, "Miss Fong is indeed with child. I wonder what her motives are for this commotion. I shall go and see her, lest she continue to disturb your peace. Since she has come to my courtyard, it would be ungracious of me not to make an appearance." "I shall accompany you," Anren replied. "Very well." Yinzhen nodded, calling for Su Peixiang to bring forth the cobalt blue cloak he had brought, which he gently draped over Anren's shoulders. He then handed her a hand warmer before leading her towards the warm pavilion. Li Shi had been waiting at the door and brightened upon seeing Yinzhen approach. Inside, Fong Shi feigned discomfort, clutching her belly. Noticing the distinctly masculine cloak draped over Anren, Li Shi felt a surge of jealousy. Li Shi, unable to temper her words, remarked sarcastically, "We traveled a great distance to visit Sister, and yet we were not even allowed inside. It seems Sister is reluctant for us to enter because the master is here. What nonsense is this?" Yinzhen frowned immediately. "On such a frigid day, should not rest indoors? Would you have her toil in the fields instead? Even a child of 3 knows that when visiting a home, one must first present a calling card. Do you possess such a card?" Li Shi could not possibly possess a calling card. She had come today, having heard that Yinzhen was present, and upon learning that Fong Shi was also coming, she had impulsively decided to seek attention. "And you?" Yinzhen turned his gaze to Fong Shi, speaking with equal candor. "You are already 7 or 8 months along. Your condition is quite advanced. How can you still be gallivanting about? If something were to happen, who would take responsibility? Li Shi may be thoughtless, but are you as well? And needs rest during her pregnancy. From now on, unless it is urgent, do not come to Yimei courtyard." Master Fong Shi said, her tone tinged with grievance. "I'm not yet 7 months along, Anren." Following her gaze towards Fong Shi's pronounced belly and slightly puffy face, squinted slightly. Previously, she had thought Fong Shi merely lacked control over her weight, but upon closer inspection, the signs of weight gain and swelling were distinctly apparent. "Miss Fong and Miss Li are still quite young. There is no need for such sternness from you, Master," Anren interjected, stepping forward to mediate. With a warm smile directed at Fong Shi, she inquired, "I heard from Chunha that you were suddenly experiencing abdominal pain. Are you feeling better now?" "Rest assured, the physician is on his way." Fong Shi, who had been feigning discomfort, smiled shyly at this, saying, "I'm not quite sure how it happened, but after sitting here with you, the pain has vanished completely." "Indeed, that is wonderful to hear." And Ran remarked, "However, it is prudent to have the court physician examine you. Given your condition, we must not be complacent. Look at you. There's a hint of swelling." Fong Shi hastily touched her face, a touch of alarm in her voice. "Is it truly severe? I'm unsure why, but I have suddenly become swollen these past few days, especially my feet. None of my shoes fit anymore." As she spoke, tears welled in her eyes as she cast a pleading glance at Yinzhen, who sat nearby, counting his prayer beads. Her voice trembled, "My lord, could it be that I have contracted some ailment?" Yinzhen furrowed his brow. "It is said that swelling during pregnancy is quite normal. The court physician has examined you monthly and has never indicated any issues. Do not entertain such baseless fears." And Rand further reassured her, "Indeed, a pregnant woman's emotions should remain stable, as fluctuations may be detrimental to the fetus. Do not frighten yourself. When the physician arrives, he will check your pulse once more. Perhaps your appetite has simply increased in the later stages of pregnancy, leading to a bit of plumpness. Feng Shi recalled her recent appetite and nodded vigorously, yes. My appetite has indeed improved lately. During the early stages of her pregnancy, she had also eaten a great deal, but that was largely out of compulsion, fearing that the child within her might not receive adequate nourishment. However, in recent days, her appetite had noticeably increased. She found herself needing several meals a day, and the discomfort of hunger would make her irritable. Old Madame Wang had previously advised her to be cautious with her diet, yet she found it hard to resist. When hunger struck, her temper would flare, leading her to lash out, even reprimanding old Madame Wang on several occasions, which eventually led the latter to refrain from further nagging. The young eunuch was swift in his duties. When the court physician was ushered into Mei Yuan, he was drenched in sweat. Having initially feared that something was amiss with Ran, startling him since he had just checked her pulse the previous day. To his relief, upon entering, he found it was Feng Shi. Although both were princesses, the distinctions between them in the royal household were significant. He carefully examined Feng Shi and found no alarming signs. Her complexion was rosy, and there was no indication of abdominal pain. He surmised that this was likely a ploy for attention from a lady. He cautiously stated, "The health of the esteemed lady has always been robust, and the fetus appears stable. Any sudden abdominal discomfort may simply be due to excessive walking." Furthermore, he felt compelled to advise, "Esteemed lady, it is best to consume smaller, more frequent meals and avoid overeating. Otherwise, a larger fetus may pose challenges during delivery. Given your stature." Feng Shi clutched her handkerchief, her face slightly flushed, wondering if the old man was intentionally mocking her appetite in front of her lord. Had he not conveyed this advice before? Why bring it up now? However, unlike Li Shi, who wore her emotions on her sleeve, she responded with a smile. "Thank you for your reminder. It was kind of you to make this trip." The physician, bowing respectfully, humbly declined any praise, and, seeing that Yinzhen had not spoken further, took his leave. After the physician's departure, Feng Shi and Li Shi did not express a desire to leave. The three continued to converse about the daily aspects of pregnancy. Li Shi, with a hint of envy, remarked, "Life in the inner courtyard is so monotonous. I truly envy Sister In and Sister Feng. In a few months, this place will be lively, unlike my own, which feels cold and desolate, as if devoid of life." Upon finishing her words, she cast a wistful glance at Yinzhen. As their gazes met, a sudden tension gripped Yinzhen's heart. Instinctively, he turned his attention to Ran, only to be met by her ambiguous smile, which left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. He reprimanded her sharply. "What nonsense have you been indulging in all day? Your conduct is utterly unacceptable. If you find yourself so idle upon your return, you shall transcribe the palace rules 50 times. Each day, let Nurse Zheng instruct you on proper etiquette. Only when you have mastered it shall you be permitted to reappear." "Master." At that moment, Li Shi was on the verge of tears, yet faced with Yinzhen's stern expression, she clutched her handkerchief, too afraid to utter another word. With a frustrated stamp of her foot, she covered her face with the handkerchief and fled. Gege, Ko hurriedly followed behind. Once Li Shi had departed, Feng Shi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. While utilizing Li Shi as a front was indeed useful, there were certain situations where she was simply ill-suited, such as this one. Wiping her eyes with a handkerchief, they immediately reddened, tears welling up, teetering on the brink of spilling over, a delicate flower evoking sympathy. And Ran mused to herself, "At last, we are getting to the crux of the matter." Chapter 57. Frostbite Remedy. Feng Shi did not glance at Yinzhen, seemingly oblivious to his presence. With a pitiful demeanor, she addressed Ran, saying, "Sister In, you may not be aware, but I was born into humble beginnings. My mother was not favored in the household, and I am her only daughter. I have never comprehended what it is like for a woman to be with child. Since I became pregnant, I have been consumed with worry, fearing any misfortune." Yinzhen replied, "Did I not send Wang Momo to assist you? She has given birth to 2 sons and a daughter, and possesses considerable experience." Feng Shi's words caught in her throat, and after a brief cough, she said, "Although Wang Momo has experience with pregnancy, she is not a professional midwife. A few days ago, when I visited to see In, I noticed that the foreign was already preparing to summon a midwife and a wet nurse. I do not dare to compare myself to the foreign, but my own pregnancy is only a month behind hers. I wish to implore you, could you arrange for a midwife and a wet nurse for me in advance? Upon finishing her plea, she rose to kneel. She felt compelled to do so, fully aware of her position in Yinzhen's heart. She understood his character. He was not fond of women, spending most of the month preoccupied with affairs outside, while the remaining time was divided between the foreign and insurer. She was grateful for the few visits she received, especially compared to Li Shi, who had not seen him for months. The physician had indicated she would likely give birth in February, and now November had arrived, with the lunar month approaching. As the year-end drew near, Yinzhen would inevitably become busier. If she did not take advantage of the present moment to request a midwife and wet nurse while he had time. Once he became occupied, he might be unavailable for 10 days or more, and it would be too late. "Oh dear, what are you doing?" And Ran quickly assisted Feng Shi to her feet, sighing, "Midwives and wet nurses are typically appointed by the Naiwafu at the appropriate time. You have some time yet. If you wish to secure them early, it may require sourcing from outside. Finding someone from outside would suffice." Feng Shi quickly replied, clutching in Ran and weeping, "Sisterin, you do not know. In my childhood, I witnessed my father's other concubines giving birth prematurely, which has left me in a constant state of unease. I have nightmares every night, visions filled with blood, and it terrifies me." And Shi wiped her tears and looked at Yinzhen, saying, "She is pitiable. Perhaps you should acquiesce to her request and send someone to find a few midwives and wet nurses. There is still some time, and if reliable candidates can be found, it would certainly ease Feng Shi's mind." Yinzhen nodded. "That is acceptable. I will have Su Peisheng search the nearby villages. If we can find suitable ones, that would be ideal. If not, you must cease your lamentations." Feng Shi's tears finally fell, and she choked out, "Yes, yes." After bidding farewell to Feng Shi, night had fallen. Yinzhen and Ran had dinner, and noticing her weariness, he said, "I shall sleep in the front courtyard tonight. You must have Chun He keep watch over you. Do not kick off the blankets again." The room was warm with charcoal, and Ran, being pregnant, was already feeling the heat. With the charcoal fire blazing, she often kicked off the blankets at night. "Understood," and Ran said, adjusting Yinzhen's attire and accepting the cloak from Su Peisheng to drape over him. She cautioned, "Be sure to keep the blankets snug at night, lest you catch a chill." "Very well." Yinzhen lowered his gaze to Anren's head, wanting to utter something, but ultimately refrained, letting out a sigh inwardly. "Alas, it is what it is." Suddenly, he reached out, cupping Anren's face and planting a kiss upon her lips. "I must take my leave." With that, he turned away without a backward glance, leading Su Peisheng and the others away, leaving Anren at the doorway, stunned into silence. Puff! Once Yinzhen's figure vanished, Anren remained in a daze, while the attentive Granny Zhou and Chuanhe exchanged glances and couldn't help but chuckle. Coming to her senses, Anren felt warmth creeping onto her cheeks. Yinzhen had never behaved so recklessly in the presence of others. Clearing her throat, she shook her handkerchief, feeling a mix of embarrassment and irritation. However, her peripheral vision caught sight of the handkerchief in her hand, causing her smile to fade slightly. She handed it to Chuanhe, saying, "This handkerchief is a bit soiled. Dispose of it. Also, summon Guobi Huai. I have matters to discuss with him." When Guobi Huai entered, Anren was reclining on the couch, engrossed in a book. Noticing his arrival, she waved him over. "I heard from Chunhe yesterday that your frostbite flared up. How is it now? Have you applied any ointment? Is it severe?" Guobi Huai quickly withdrew his hand into his sleeve, smiling as he replied, "It's not severe. It just itches terribly. Applying some ointment has helped considerably." "Not severe." Anren expressed skepticism, setting down the book. "Extend your hand. Let me take a look." Guobi Huai hesitated, unwilling to show his hand. "My hands are dirty. I wouldn't want to offend your eyes." "Enough of that. Just extend your hand when I ask you to," Anren interrupted him. With a conflicted expression, Guobi Huai slowly revealed his hand. He had been eating well lately, his face and hands plumped with flesh, but the added weight made the frostbite all the more alarming. His fingers bore numerous blood scabs, some split open, while others were swollen and on the verge of breaking the skin. "I knew it," Anren sighed. Having once been a lowly maid herself, she was well aware of the hardships endured by the underprivileged eunuchs and maidservants. It took her years to remedy her own frostbite while serving beside Concubine. This is the ointment I prepare myself. She pressed the long-prepared salve into Guo Bihuai's hands. In our courtyard, including you, there are 5 eunuchs, along with Chuanxing and Xiahe, 2 maidservants, the old matron at the gate, and the chef from the small kitchen. Each one of you should receive a box of this ointment. Use it first, and once it's finished, let me know. This ointment may not cure it entirely in a year, but remind me to prepare more annually, so you may endure less suffering. Though she had other prescriptions, the salve she personally crafted included spring water, enhancing its efficacy. Moreover, these young maidservants had little coin. Even if she provided them with a prescription, they would likely hesitate to purchase the necessary ingredients. And one must always be wary should someone misuse the pretext of gathering ingredients to smuggle in something inappropriate. It would be her heart that would be wounded. Guo Bihuai's eyes glistened with gratitude, his lips trembling. Mistress, we are but lowly servants. We truly do not deserve such kindness from you. Spare me your words. Enron shot back, glaring at him. I, too, come from a background of servitude. Do you look down upon me? Guo Bihuai hastily knelt. I would never dare. How could I compare myself to you, mistress? Get up, she urged. And Ran was not genuinely angry. She helped Guo Bihuai to his feet and said, There is one matter I wish to entrust to you. She leaned in and whispered a few words into his ear. Guo Bihuai, with a serious expression, nodded and replied, I shall ensure this task is accomplished. And Ran smiled. It is not of great importance. If a suitable person is found, that would be wonderful. But if not, then it is of no consequence. Understood. Guo Bihuai took the medicinal ointment and exited the room, spotting Xiao Shunzi busily cleaning the kitchen. He beckoned, Call over Xiao, Anzi, and Chuanxing, as the master has rewards to bestow. Xiao Shunzi responded cheerfully and hurried off to summon them. When the others learned of Ran's generosity, Chuanxing, with tears in her eyes, held the medicinal box and choked out, The master treats us with such kindness. We are truly at a loss for how to repay, Guo Bihuai replied. The master is compassionate and cares for us, though we may not be able to do much. Our best gratitude lies in diligently serving the master. Xiao Shunzi opened the medicinal box. His frostbite was the worst, with not a single patch of healthy skin on his hands. He cautiously applied a bit of the ointment, expecting pain, yet was pleasantly surprised by a soothing coolness that alleviated the burning itch. How delightful, he exclaimed, adding, Yesterday, when Xiao Fuzai was speaking with me, he kept praising the main residence. I did not bother to entertain him. Xiao Fuzai was from the main residence and shared the same hometown as Xiao Shunzi. They occasionally conversed when free. Guo Bihuai's eyes flickered as he inquired, Aside from that, did he inquire about anything else? Xiao Shunzi grinned. Rest assured, I am not foolish. I know what can and cannot be said. I had intended to find an opportunity to discuss this matter with you, my lord. My interactions with him have been sparse, yet curiously he has been seeking me out more often lately, sometimes even bringing wine. I am aware of his intentions, but have not partaken. Is that so? A pensive look crossed Guo Bihuai's eyes. Chapter 58. The New Year Feng Shui was not mistaken. As the new year approached, Yinzhen was so preoccupied with affairs that he even forgot his own birthday. Fortunately, Su Peixiong was efficient in his duties and arranged for a midwife and wet nurse for Feng Shui before the 12th lunar month, allowing her to finally relax and focus on her pregnancy. Upon hearing the news, Olenara felt a twinge of displeasure. While she outwardly feigned ignorance, she discreetly summoned Granny Wu for a thorough discussion. On the day of a New Year feast, Olenara was 9 months pregnant. Her figure rounded, yet her complexion radiant and her demeanor gentle, clearly having cared well for herself during this period. Standing alongside Yinzhen, both donned auspicious garments that complemented each other beautifully. Enron, accompanied by Li Shi and Feng Shui, stood at the entrance to bid farewell to the couple. As they walked away, she rose to depart, saying, I shall take my leave now. While the courtyard is alive with festivity, we must also be cautious of open flames. With the recent snowfall, it gets quite cold at night, so please take care to keep warm, my dear sisters. Li Shi, upon hearing this, merely curled her lips in indifference, while Feng Shi's eyes flickered with understanding as she smiled and invited, "Sister Anren, I have prepared a feast in the courtyard. Although my husband and the Fusen have gone to the palace, we should still celebrate the new year, should we not? Come to my courtyard, and let us enjoy a reunion dinner together." Anren raised an eyebrow at her, noticing a hint of evasiveness in her gaze, and declined with a smile. "No, thank you. I have been feeling quite fatigued lately, so I shall pass on this gathering. Li Mei, will you be joining?" "Ah? Li Shi respunda, sumawat bewilderat." Anren interjected, "I fear the weather might bring snow tonight. Honestly, dearly, it would be best for you to stay in your own courtyard. If you were to slip and fall, it could leave you bruised for weeks." Li Shi quickly replied, "Then I shall not go." She certainly did not wish to be injured, as she was already out of favor with the master. A disfigured appearance would diminish any hope she had. Inside the carriage heading to the palace banquet, Yinzhen and Ulanara sat on opposite sides, momentarily at a loss for words. Observing Yinzhen with his eyes closed, his hands deftly manipulating the Buddhist beads, it was clear he was not truly resting. Ulanara felt a pang of awkwardness. Originally, Yinzhen had been reluctant to bring her along, considering she was 9 months pregnant and could give birth at any moment, as per the physician's advice. However, after consulting the midwife, who assured her that first pregnancies rarely come early and that her child had not yet engaged in the pelvis, she believed there was still time. Thus, she had declined to remain at home during the New Year feast, which left Yinzhen somewhat displeased. Yet, she felt quite aggrieved. Their relationship was polite but distant, and, as his legitimate wife, she was the only one entitled to accompany him to significant events. This was her first year in the royal family, and it would be unbecoming for her, as the matriarch, to not make an appearance at such a grand occasion. The carriage swayed, but moved swiftly, soon arriving at the palace gates. Su Peixiang, stationed outside, reminded, "Master, we have arrived." Despite any lingering frustration, Yinzhen understood the unity of marriage. He alighted from the carriage and turned to assist Ulanara. Just then, the third prince happened to pass by, glancing over and chuckling, "Oh, our fourth brother has indeed learned the meaning of consideration." "Third brother, third sister-in-law," they greeted. Ignoring his teasing, Yinzhen respectfully saluted. The third prince, always more animated the less he was attended to, quickly quieted down when ignored. Ulanala, her cheeks flushed, followed behind Yinzhen, performing her respects. The third consort, Dong Yi, a strikingly beautiful woman, spoke with clarity and cheer, playfully taking Ulanala's hand and saying, "Do not mind your third brother. His incessant prattle is merely a display of his frivolity. Let's walk together and disregard the chatter of these gentlemen." The four of them made their way to the palace gates, and upon entering, several young palace maids approached to greet them. "Third consort, fourth consort. Several esteemed ladies have gathered today at the residence of Lady Hui in Yinzhen Palace and have instructed us to await your arrival here, ensuring you do not stray to the wrong place." One maid produced a waist token from Yinzhen Palace and bowed, saying, "Please, esteemed consorts, follow me." The third and fourth consorts exchanged glances with the third and fourth princes. Seeing their nods, they agreed to follow. Due to the recent passing of the noble consort Wensi, the New Year's banquet was modestly arranged, primarily attended by royal relatives, with a few high-ranking officials. Of course, aside from the young 10th prince, who was observing a 3-year mourning period, the others had already completed their mourning rites. Thus, the banquet featured an assortment of dishes, both meat and vegetarian. Although the imperial kitchen prepared delicious fare, the monotony of the annual palace banquet left little room for excitement after years of repetition. Yinzhen, having been spoiled by enhanced culinary delights, merely sampled a few bites before losing interest, instead occupying himself with peeling peanuts from his plate, which he did not consume. After gathering a small dish's worth, he passed it to the eldest prince to accompany his drink. The eldest prince, seemingly uninterested in the food, had yet to taste any of the dishes on the table, but was consuming cup after cup of wine. Just then, a small dish of peanuts was pushed his way. He glanced sideways to see the fourth prince, serious and focused ahead, diligently peeling peanuts. "This rascal!" The eldest prince snorted, but said nothing. Lifting the dish and tipping all the peanuts into his mouth, crunching them loudly. In Yimei Garden, after seeing Yinzhen off, Ran returned to the courtyard. Her previously gloomy spirits lifted upon witnessing the lively scene before her. The aroma of food wafted from the small kitchen, where Chun Xing and Xia he busily transported plates between the kitchen and the main house. Guobi Hua and young Shunzi were busy putting up couplets, while Granny Zhou directed from below. As it was New Year, everyone donned new attire, their faces adorned with smiles, creating a cheerful atmosphere filled with chatter. And Ran suddenly broke into a smile. Regardless of others, she thoroughly enjoyed this festive meal. Initially, she had hoped to gather everyone at one table. But when young Shunzi and the others shook their heads vigorously, she had no choice but to set up her own table, insisting that Chun Xing, Guobi Hua, and Granny Zhou join her, while the others settled at a lower table nearby. Come, and Ran raised her cup and cheerfully declared, given the special circumstances this year, I shall toast with tea instead of wine, wishing everyone a joyous new year filled with prosperity and auspiciousness. She drank her glass of fruit liquor in one go, greeted by cheers from young Shunzi and the others. Amused, Ran waved her hand and said, Please sit down and enjoy the dishes. Do not stand on ceremony. Eat what you desire. For reasons unknown, although she had merely consumed fruit juice, Ran persistently felt a slight intoxication. Fortunately, it was only mid-afternoon after their meal. She stifled a yawn and reclined on the bed, drifting into slumber. Upon awakening, she found herself roused by an urgent need. As she rose to attend to her needs, Chuanhe, who had been waiting outside, entered with a candle. Noticing Ran was awake, she hurriedly arose from her small couch, assisting Ran to the restroom. In a hushed tone, she informed, My lady, news has arrived from Mingxiang Pavilion. It is reported that Miss Fong, while rising to drink water during the night, accidentally fell and appears to show signs of premature labor. A fall? Ran, who had been somewhat dazed, suddenly became fully alert. Chapter 59. The premature birth of the Fong family. Ran could decipher some of Fong's thoughts, yet she never anticipated that Fong would truly muster the resolve to follow through. Upon reflection, the child was barely 8 months old. As the saying goes, 7 lives, 8 do not. Was she genuinely unafraid? What time was it? Had the master and the noble consort returned? She inquired of Chuanhe. It is 1/4 the hour of the tiger. The master and the noble consort returned after the hour of the rat, Chuanhe replied. Ran stifled a yawn. Then let us await dawn before we go take a look. She recalled that Fong had fallen due to a nocturnal excursion. The excuse was rather flimsy, showing no regard for her personal maidservant. Moreover, one had to fall with considerable force to induce a premature birth. In the main courtyard, as it was the first day of the new year, Yinzhen had taken rest in the noble consort as quarters. When the news of Fong's fall and subsequent premature birth reached them, they had only just settled into slumber after the exhausting New Year banquet. Having stayed up late, they were abruptly woken, and it was not just Ulanara, the pregnant woman, who felt disoriented. Even Yinzhen found his head buzzing. Were the attendants for her? He muttered impatiently as he donned his garments. Noticing the noble consort rising as well, he spoke softly. You are far along. It is quite cold. There is no need for you to keep vigil. However, Fong is not adept at managing her household, and who knows how chaotic her quarters might be. I should go take a look. If you truly feel uneasy, you may send either Jinju or Wenyu to observe. Ulanara managed to smile, instinctively placing a hand on her belly. Jinju and the others are still quite young. I fear they may not be able to manage the situation. Perhaps it would be better to have Granny Wu accompany them. She is older and more composed. As long as the arrangements were not excessively unreasonable, Yinzhen would never contest the noble consort's wishes. He nodded in agreement. That is acceptable. The night passed with unrest. When Ran arose the following morning, she was surprised to find that it had snowed. Guobi Hua had risen early to lead a group in clearing the snow. Upon seeing Ran, he grinned widely and pointed to his handiwork. My lady, do take a look at the snowman I've constructed. Ran turned at the sound and beheld that the snow had been artfully piled into 2 spheres, one large and one small, complete with painted eyes and a mouth. A large snowman's head was adorned with Guobi Hua's cap, creating a most comical sight. Unable to contain herself, Ran burst into laughter. and her mirth resonated throughout the courtyard. Guobihua, undeterred, chuckled along. This was made to amuse you, my lady. Whether it is pleasing or not matters not. If it brings you a smile, it is worthwhile. After laughing for a while, Anren replied, though it is indeed amusing, the snowman's appearance and demeanor are excellently crafted. I quite like it. Now, tell me, what reward do you desire? Guobihua scampered over, eyes gleaming. I seek no grand reward. If I could simply have a plate of caramel apples from the little kitchen today, I would be overjoyed. At merely 16, Guobihua had a penchant for sweets, particularly caramel apples. During this season, apples were scarce and sugar precious. As a servant, he could only indulge in Anren's rewards during festive occasions to satisfy his cravings. And Ran readily agreed, recalling that there were still some apples in her cellar, and also remembered the oranges and hawthorns. She remarked, since it's New Year's Day, in addition to the candied apples, let the kitchen prepare some sugar-coated haws for everyone to enjoy. Thank you, my lady. The crowd cheered. Time was fleeting. After having her breakfast, Anren made her way to Mingxiang Pavilion. Upon her arrival, the little maids were bustling in and out with trays, while Fang's piercing voice could be heard from within, indicating that she had yet to give birth. Yinzhen and Li were seated in the outer chamber, awaiting her arrival. When Anren approached, Yinzhen's already furrowed brow deepened further. What brings you here on such a snowy day? Despite his words, he stood and walked towards her, enveloping her slightly cold hands within his own, his tone tinged with mild reproach. Look at your hands, they're freezing. Couldn't you have brought a hand warmer? The roads are slippery. Aren't you afraid of falling? Anren, wishing to avoid his scolding, shifted the conversation. I came to see Miss Fang. I heard she had a fall. How is she faring now? Li dabbed at the corner of her eye with a handkerchief and interjected. The midwife stated that due to Fang's fall, the pregnancy could not be preserved. They must administer labor-inducing medicine. However, Fang is petite, and the fetus has grown large, leading to some complications in delivery. We are uncertain how to proceed. Anren exchanged a glance with Chun-He, who gave a slight nod, reassuring her. She comforted. Miss Fang is blessed. The midwives we have engaged are seasoned professionals. Let's wait a while longer. Perhaps we shall soon receive good news. This waiting extended until noon, and even the noble matriarch had arrived. Just as Anren contemplated returning for lunch, a sudden cry from Fang pierced the air, followed moments later by the faint mewling of a newborn. They had arrived. The sound of an infant's cries often brings joy, and even Anren felt a smile bloom on her face, expecting to hold the child shortly. However, after quite some time, the baby was still not visible. What is happening? Li inquired, stepping forward. Is the child a boy or a girl? How is it? Her concern was genuine, although they were rivals. They had spent time together before entering the estate and had formed a bond, even amidst their occasional quarrels. The midwife then emerged, cradling the infant, her smile appearing somewhat forced. To answer you, esteemed lord, it is a boy, but she presented the swaddled child to Yinzhen, and Ran leaned in to peer, only to see the tiny face, no larger than the palm of her hand, tinged with a purplish hue, breathing rapidly. It seemed the baby had been distressed for too long in the womb, eyes still tightly shut, lips moving as if to cry, producing only faint sounds. Supei Sing, summon the physician, Yinzhen commanded. The court physician had been waiting outside and promptly entered with his medical kit. Upon seeing the infant's condition, he was taken aback. Carefully unwrapping the child's arm, the wrist appeared no wider than a single adult finger. He meticulously took the pulse, and with a sudden jolt in his heart, he reported, "It is likely that the child has lingered in the womb for an extended period, compounded by being born prematurely, leading to inherent weaknesses that necessitate careful nurturing. The infant must be shielded from drafts and cold. I shall prepare a prescription for the young prince shortly. This medicine must be administered continuously until adulthood for recovery. Then you must go and prepare it now," commanded Yinzhen. Just as the physician was about to compose the prescription, an alarmed cry echoed from within. The lady has suffered severe bleeding. The physician's heart sank, and he hastily turned to Yinzhen, who instructed, "First, let's see how Lady Fang is faring." Understood. Fortunately, the bleeding was not grave. The physician entered and soon managed to halt the hemorrhage. When he emerged, he was drenched in sweat, his complexion far from favorable, and he cautiously reported, "Your Excellency, Lady Fang's bleeding has ceased." But Yinzhen's fingers swiftly twirled the prayer beads as he inquired, "But what?" The physician wiped his brow and replied, "It seems that during her pregnancy, Lady Fang consumed an abundance of nourishing substances, and she experienced excessive bleeding during childbirth. Consequently, her body is now frail and unable to withstand further nourishment, severely depleted. She must be cared for diligently. Furthermore, given the complications during delivery and the subsequent hemorrhage, although her life has been preserved, it is feared that conceiving again may prove exceedingly difficult." Conceiving again may prove exceedingly difficult? Chapter 60. Escorting Anren back to Yimei Garden. A struggle to conceive? Li's exclamation of surprise drew the attention of those around her, prompting her to quickly cover her mouth in silence. However, Yinzhen felt no regret. He had never favored Fang. He promptly instructed, "Access my private treasury and procure the finest medicines to ensure the well-being of the young prince. Additionally, Sing. Summon a fresh batch of attendants to guarantee that both the princess and the young prince receive the utmost care." He then turned to Wang Mama, who stood nearby, saying, "Fang's health will rely on your attentive care. She is young and her temperament can be somewhat capricious. Do not hold it against her. Should she misbehave again, you are at liberty to take appropriate measures." Wang Mama sighed inwardly. She had initially intended to resign once Fang completed her confinement period. Fang's disposition had become a source of reluctance for her. Yet, given Yinzhen's directive, she felt compelled to comply and nodded in agreement. Inside the room, Fang stirred groggily, catching the tail end of Li's startled outburst, which ignited a sense of urgency within her. She longed to inquire about the meaning of a struggle to conceive, questioning the state of her health. Moreover, her thoughts turned to the young prince. What did it mean that they must ensure his well-being? Qing Yue summoning all her strength, she finally called out to Qing Yue, who had her back turned. "Where is the young prince?" Qing Yue responded softly, "The young prince is hungry. The wet nurse is currently feeding him." Upon hearing this, Fang felt a measure of relief and asked, "Is the young prince well?" Qing Yue nervously fidgeted with her handkerchief, murmuring, "The physician has said that the young prince is not in good condition. Your fall caused him to sustain a blow in the womb, and with your difficult labor, he was deprived for too long. Upon his birth, he was weak and will require daily medication to sustain him." What? Fang's eyes widened in disbelief. Daily medication? Was he to become a mere vessel for remedies? She longed for a healthy, firstborn son. The realization that her own actions, the deliberate fall and subsequent difficult labor, had led to this outcome struck her with a jolt. She inhaled sharply, her head spinning, and she fainted. "Princess? Princess?" Qing Yue gently nudged Fang, and upon confirming her unresponsiveness, she slowly straightened up and stared at Fang's unconscious form for a long moment, her expression devoid of emotion. Having arranged everything, Yinzhen lingered in Mingxiang Pavilion until he was assured that both Fang and the young prince were stable before dismissing everyone. The night had fully descended, and glancing at Chuanhe, who was supporting Anren, he felt a twinge of concern over the girl's frail appearance. He gestured for Anren to approach and addressed Olenara. "I shall escort Anren back to Yimei Garden first, and will join you later for dinner in the Fujin's courtyard." Olenara's expression momentarily stiffened before she offered a gentle smile. "Yes, the night is deep and the dew heavy. Please take care on your journey. Let us go." Yinzhen extended his hand to Anren. She bowed politely to Olenara before following him. As they walked closely together, they appeared remarkably harmonious, as though they were the true couple. Olenara watched their retreating figures, her gaze heavy with contemplation. "Madam, it is getting late. Let us return," Pearl gently suggested. Upon regaining her composure, Olenara, supported by Pearl and the elderly wet nurse, made her way towards the main courtyard. Two young palace maids illuminated the path ahead with lanterns, while a few young eunuchs trailed behind at a distance. The night air was bitterly cold, yet Olenara felt as though her heart was immersed in boiling oil. The elderly wet nurse, sensing Olenara's grip tightening on her arm, expressed her concern. "Madam, are you unwell?" With no one else around, Olenara's expression darkened, her teeth clenched as she seethed. Who would have thought that the Fong family would possess such audacity, daring to scheme for the position of the firstborn? And she has truly succeeded. What nonsense about tumbling in the middle of the night? Was her personal maid not worth anything? Initially, Olenara had only been wary of Fong giving birth to a healthy son, never anticipating that Fong would aim so high, boldly attempting to deliver her firstborn before Olenara herself. Emboldened by her 8-month pregnancy, thankfully, she had made early arrangements. Otherwise, if a healthy firstborn had been born today and her legitimate son arrived later, it would have been too late. The most infuriating aspect was that her child ought to have been the most esteemed, yet that wretched Fong had seized the opportunity. How could she not be enraged? The elderly wet nurse quickly reassured her, though she has taken the title of the firstborn. I observe that the child is merely the size of a palm, and his cries resemble those of a kitten. The court physician has advised careful nurturing. In these times, even healthy children face numerous ailments, let alone such a diminutive premature infant. A mere gust of wind could claim his life. In the end, what significance does it hold whether he is the firstborn or not? Olenara, feeling a sense of dissatisfaction, redirected her frustration. Pearl, has that girl Qingwei been diligent at all? How could she not perceive Fong's audacity? In response, Pearl also felt vexed. I had thought that although the girl was timid, she was still Fong's personal maid. Who would have imagined her to be so ineffectual? Fortunately, she ultimately managed to administer the medicine to Fong, redeeming herself somewhat. As the topic of medicine arose, Olenara inquired, "Have the remnants of the medicine been thoroughly disposed of?" Pearl assured her, "Rest assured, madam, the remnants were meticulously handled by Xiao Anzi himself. He is adept and clever, never faltering in his duties. For any critical matters, Olenara always entrusts him to handle them." Upon hearing that Xiao Anzi was in charge, Olenara felt a sense of relief wash over her. She caressed her rounded abdomen, her expression softening. What did it matter if Fong had a son? A frail firstborn could not compare to the importance of a healthy, legitimate son. Her son would undoubtedly be the one most favored by the fourth master. Her thoughts then turned to Anren, and she asked the elderly wet nurse, "What is the progress regarding Xiao Fuzai?" The elderly wet nurse replied, "A few days ago, it was reported that things were not going smoothly, but it seems he has become more acquainted recently. That Xiao Shunzi is now willing to discuss some trivial matters concerning Yimei Courtyard. Unfortunately, whenever the topic of the infamily arises, he becomes as tight-lipped as a gourd with its mouth sawed off, refusing to utter a word." Olenara responded, "There is no rush. Any progress is welcome. We still have some time. Let us investigate that Xiao Shunzi and see if he has any relatives or sisters. Once we grasp his vulnerabilities, we need not fear he will not be of service to us." Indeed, the wet nurse concurred. Uranera gazed skyward, captivated by the resplendent moonlight that graced the night, casting a silvery glow upon the snow-covered ground, illuminating her surroundings. Her thoughts drifted to the sight of Yinzhen and Anren entwined together, a shadow that stirred feelings within her. She could tolerate her husband's possession of a concubine, merely a trinket to be manipulated at will. However, she would not permit any such woman to occupy a cherished place in her husband's heart. A favored concubine who bore him children. A surge of resentment welled up within her, and, as malicious thoughts surged to the forefront of her mind, she unexpectedly lost her footing and tumbled backward. Fusen. Chapter 61. The birth of the noble consort. At this moment, Yinzhen halted before the entrance of Yimei Garden after escorting Anren there. He surveyed the courtyard, which was brilliantly illuminated, with the snow on the ground meticulously cleared. Guo, accompanied by a few young eunuchs, awaited at the door, visibly satisfied. He gently touched Anren's slightly cool face and remarked, "Today is the first day of the month. It is not appropriate for me to stay with you. Fortunately, there are a few days off for the festival, and I shall return tomorrow." Just as he was about to mention his intention to come by in the following days, a flurry of hurried footsteps approached from behind. A young eunuch stumbled in, and upon seeing Yinzhen, he dropped to his knees, exclaiming, "Master, this is terrible. The noble consort has fallen. It seems she is about to give birth." "What?" Both Yinzhen and Anren exclaimed simultaneously. They exchanged glances, and Yinzhen instinctively placed his hand on Anren's abdomen, which had been calm but suddenly stirred, startling him. He quickly withdrew his hand, questioning, "What is this?" Anren, with a reassuring smile, replied, "Do not worry, my lord. It is nothing. The child is merely greeting his father." Intrigued, Yinzhen found this experience novel, yet he knew this was not the time for such musings. He called for Guobi Hua and, with a serious tone, instructed, "Escort your master back inside to rest." Anren hesitated, but what about the noble consort? Although she did not genuinely wish to go, feeling rather fatigued despite having done little throughout the day, she was acutely aware of her status as a concubine. It would seem inappropriate not to attend the main consort during her time of need. Yinzhen countered, "It is already quite late. What purpose would your presence serve? You would merely be sitting idly. Besides, you are with child, and the roads are slippery in this snowy weather. It is best for you to remain here and rest without causing any disturbances." With such insistence, Anren acquiesced, smiling. "You should go. The noble consort awaits your presence." "I will see that you enter first," he insisted, feeling a twinge of apprehension. With 2 of the 3 pregnant women in the household having fallen today, the new year had commenced with such tumult. He resolved to visit the temple for blessings the following day. Thus, with Guobi Hua and Chun, he assisting her carefully, Anren entered the house, allowing Yinzhen to hasten towards the main courtyard. Inside, Anren removed her heavy winter garments and donned a warm yet lightweight outfit. After instructing Chun-He to untie her hair, she reclined comfortably on the couch, indulging in snacks. Noticing old Madame Zhou attending nearby, she said, "Madame Zhou, you have worked hard all day. You should take a rest now. Chun-He will remain here to serve me." Old Madame Zhou, indeed weary, recognized Anren's genuine nature and, appreciating her consideration, responded with a respectful bow, "Then I shall take my leave to rest. Thank you, Mississippi." Once old Madame Zhou departed, Anren reclined on the couch, perusing a book for a while. At that moment, Guobi Hua entered quietly, whispering, "My lady, the people have arrived." Anren immediately perked up, urging, "Please bring them in." Following Guobi Hua was a woman dressed modestly, with a plump figure, appearing to be in her 30s. She bowed her head, hesitant to meet Anren's gaze. Upon Guobi Hua stepping aside, she fell to her knees, proclaiming, "Greetings to the noble lady. Ah, please rise. Given your age, I shall address you as sister. How can you offer me such a grand gesture?" Anren hurriedly assisted her to her seat, saying, "You've come so late. You must have endured much hardship." "Not at all." The woman quickly shook her head. She raised her eyes to discreetly observe Anren, and, seeing her consistently smiling and affable demeanor, unlike other nobility who radiated the opulence of celestial concubines, felt somewhat at ease. With a reserved smile, she expressed, "I must thank you for your continual kindness, which has allowed my family to gather enough silver to see us through the winter." "This year has indeed been a good one," Anren replied. "It is I who should be grateful to you for always thinking of me, saving the freshest fruits and mountain goods for me. And those jars of pickled vegetables have truly been a lifesaver." It turned out that this woman was one of the families that Guobi Hua encountered while foraging for fruit. The subsequent yellow peaches and pickles were gifts from them, leading Guobi Hua to become well acquainted with them. Too kind, too kind. It is your benevolence that secured me this nursing position," the woman said, suddenly recalling her purpose. She quickly retrieved a handkerchief from her sleeve and handed it to Anren, saying, "The young lady fell so unexpectedly. When I arrived with the midwife, the girl Qingwei had already administered the labor-inducing medicine. Aside from that, I closely monitored everything she consumed, ensuring nothing was mixed in." Anren took the handkerchief and inhaled its scent. Seeing this, Chun-Ha exclaimed, "My lady, it's nothing." She waved her hand, calming Chun-Ha, and then inquired of the woman, "Do you know the prescription for the pregnancy maintenance medicine that the young lady consumes daily?" The woman shook her head, replying, "That young lady's diet is entirely managed by the girl Qingwei. We are not privy to it. However, I did take some of the medicinal residue, though I am uncertain of its efficacy." She then produced a small pouch from her bosom, looking somewhat guilty. "This is all I have. I have nothing more." "That is already quite sufficient," Anren smiled. She examined the residue carefully, contemplating that, as she suspected, the ingredients in the pregnancy maintenance medicine only served to stimulate appetite and aid digestion. However, when combined with one of the labor-inducing agents, it could lead to severe hemorrhaging. This scheme must have been orchestrated by the Fujin. Nevertheless, if all the labor-inducing medicine were consumed, the Fong family would certainly not experience mere light bleeding. After a moment of thought, she asked, "Did the young lady experience any vomiting during childbirth?" The woman eagerly nodded, "Indeed, indeed." Shortly after giving birth, the young lady, being a first-time mother, may not have known how to exert herself properly and lost her strength early on. Fearing a prolonged labor would result in the death of the child, she insisted on having a large bowl of noodles forced in her mouth, disregarding everyone's advice. To everyone's surprise, she ended up vomiting it all out. Enrin remarked, "Well, one cannot deny that the Fong family possesses some fortune." Having gathered sufficient information, she noted that the woman had been outside for a while and said, "It wouldn't be wise for you to linger any longer. Please return, lest someone sees you. Focus on your duties and act as if you have never met me. Attend to the young master well and worry about nothing else. Do you understand?" As she spoke, she produced a pouch and pressed it into the woman's hand, saying, "Rest assured, my intention in summoning you is merely to clarify some doubts I have, not to compel you into any nefarious deeds. Take this money for now. Should any urgent matters arise, it will serve you well. I refrain from giving you gold, as it might attract undue attention. I will have Guobihua escort you home so that your efforts are not in vain." The woman, shaking her head, replied, This, you are far too generous. I have already received ample rewards. To serve in your household is a great honor for me." Her words stumbled as she spoke. Enrin interjected, "Do accept it, considering it a New Year's gift for my children, wishing them joy in the coming year. Once the matters with Miss Fong are resolved and you leave the estate, I shall have another task I wish to entrust to you. If you refuse, I may not seek you out again." Upon hearing of further employment, the woman's eyes brightened, and with a hint of shyness, she accepted the pouch, stammering, "Then, I thank you for your generosity." After bidding the woman farewell, Enrin returned to her chamber. She freshened up and lay in bed, finding herself unable to sleep. Her arrangement for the woman to assist Fong was a precaution against the Concubine's schemes, hoping to obstruct her plans. If thwarting her was not possible, at least she could gather some evidence. Regrettably, Fong was a woman of many schemes, overly cautious, leaving only Qing Yue close to serve her. Yet, Qing Yue was not a person of good repute, which had led to the current predicament of difficult labor and severe hemorrhaging, jeopardizing any future chances of childbirth. Her thoughts drifted back to the concubine's fall and her current labor, a headache beginning to throb. She mused that the concubine must truly harbor resentment towards her now, convinced that had it not been for Yinzhen's intervention, she would not have suffered such a misstep, if anything were to happen to the legitimate child within her. Alas, Chapter 62. Bestowing a name the birth of the second son in the residence was indeed quite arduous for the noble consort. Whether it was due to her youth or another reason, the labor lasted a full day and night. Finally, on the third day of the first month, she brought forth the child, a healthy boy, despite a slight struggle to breathe upon his arrival. While the duration of the labor was lengthy, the child was ultimately full term. Yinzhen gazed at the infant cradled in the arms of Granny Wu, feeling a mixture of relief and regret. This was not the same as his previous life's Honghu. Though they bore a striking resemblance, the differences were unmistakable. Honghu resembled him more, while this child bore a closer likeness to the consort. Yinzhen had long anticipated this outcome, understanding that in this life, the consort conceived and gave birth much earlier than in his past life, making it unsurprising that this child was not Honghu. He recalled the words of the palace physician, who had mentioned that while the child was unaffected, the consort had suffered physical strain from the delivery and should refrain from becoming pregnant again in the coming years, requiring proper care and recuperation. Perhaps it was destined that he and Honghu were not meant to share a father-son bond in this lifetime. Master, Su Peixing gently roused Yinzhen from his thoughts, suggesting, "The consort has awakened. Would you like to go in and see her?" Yinzhen lifted the curtain and entered the room, which had been tidied and infused with a faint fragrance. The Ulanara consort lay on the bed, her complexion pale. Upon noticing Yinzhen's entrance, she hurried to rise. "Please, remain lying down. There is no need for such formalities at this time," Yinzhen interjected, halting her movements. He inquired, "How do you feel? If anything is amiss?" "The palace physician is just outside. Do not hesitate to speak up." Perhaps due to the recent childbirth, Ulanara appeared less dignified than usual, as if softened by a gentle filter exuding warmth. She seemed somewhat drained and spoke with a lightness in her tone. "Thank you for your concern. I am well, though I do feel a bit weak." Yinzhen reassured her, "Feeling weak is entirely normal. Rest well, and you will recover swiftly." Ulanara's gaze drifted toward Granny Wu, who stood at the back, cradling the swaddled infant. Understanding the unspoken cue, Granny Wu approached and placed the child gently beside Ulanara before exiting the room. With tender care, Ulanara stroked the baby's face, asking softly, "Have you had a chance to see our little prince?" Yinzhen smiled and replied, "Indeed, I have seen him. He is remarkably well, perhaps even chubbier than most infants. He shall undoubtedly grow to be a valiant figure in our great Qing." Ulanara's eyes remained fixed on the child, and perhaps having become a mother awakened a desire for praise. Her smile widened at his words. "All I wish is for him to be safe and sound." "That is assured. He will certainly grow up in safety," Yinzhen affirmed. Suddenly, the little one in the swaddle seemed to have heard his parents' voices. He clenched his tiny fists and opened his mouth, searching for something elusive. His face reddened, and he let out a loud wail. Ulanara grew anxious. Why is he crying so intensely? Yinzhen felt a bit flustered, yet he was not entirely inexperienced. He quickly called for Granny Wu, saying, "The little prince may be hungry. Please take him to the wet nurse for feeding." "Wait," Uranera suggested. "Let the wet nurse come and feed the baby. The weather is cold, and we mustn't let the young prince catch a chill." Wu Mama hesitated momentarily, glancing at Yinzhen. With the arrival of the wet nurse, it was not appropriate for Yinzhen to linger further. He responded, "You are quite considerate, Fujin. We must ensure the young prince stays warm. Please call for the wet nurse. I have some matters to attend to in the front courtyard. Once I have completed them, I shall return to see you both." "Farewell, fourth master," Uranera observed as Yinzhen walked away, her expression devoid of disappointment, though she appeared momentarily dazed. Soon, however, the soft whimpers of the young prince captured her full attention. After seeing off Yinzhen, Wu Mama sighed. Why did the Fujin send the master away? The atmosphere was so pleasant a moment ago, with the three of us sharing a joyful time. If the Fujin had made a little more effort, she could surely win back the fourth master's heart. Uranera gazed at the young prince suckling in the wet nurse's arms, and, upon hearing Wu Mama's words, her smile faded slightly. She instructed the wet nurse to take the young prince to the warm chamber, and continued, "I have also heard the physician's words. Whether I can bear more children in the future depends entirely on luck. Therefore, I must focus all my attention on the young prince. He is the legitimate heir of this household, and must be healthy and exceptional enough to overshadow the illegitimate offspring. Otherwise, our lives in this residence will undoubtedly be arduous, much like the struggles I faced in my youth with my mother. By the way, have Kai Wei make preparations. Once the young prince turned a month old, I shall arrange for her to serve the master." Wu Mama expressed her surprise. "Fujin, did you not say that upon entering this residence, there are no accompanying maids? Only servants?" Uranera closed her eyes briefly and replied softly, "When I was pregnant, my mother came to see me and reminded me to secure a favored maid. However, I believed that my position as the mistress was secure, as the fourth master and I treat each other with respect. Unfortunately, this recent childbirth has taken a toll on my health. If I do not have a helper, the affairs of the inner courtyard will likely fall under Anne's control." Wu Mama, filled with concern, said, "Fujin, do not worry excessively. The master holds you in high regard. And, coming from a background as a palace maid," Uranera interrupted, "her previous status is irrelevant. What matters is the child she carries. If it is a prince, given the master's affection for her, securing a title as a secondary consort would not be a difficult task." "Secondary consort?" Wu Mama frowned, her thoughts swirling. As evening fell, Yinzhen returned to the front courtyard, refreshed and ready for rest. The next morning, he went to the palace to report the joyous news. He first visited the Qing Palace, where Kangxi was delighted and, with a wave of his hand, conferred names. "You are fortunate. You now have a legitimate eldest son. Unlike your useless brothers, who have produced a string of illegitimate children with no legitimate heirs in sight. Kangxi handed the names he had written to Yinzhen. The eldest son shall be named Hongfan, and the legitimate son shall be called Honghu. What do you think? There could be no objection to the emperor's bestowed names, and Yinzhen quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Emperor. He left the Qing Palace with the bestowed rewards and proceeded to Yonghe Palace. Having recently welcomed 2 grandsons, the noble consort was filled with joy. She commanded a series of rewards to be prepared and began to inquire about the children's well-being with great care. Hearing that both Ulanara and Fong had suffered during childbirth, she sighed, reflecting, giving birth is akin to stepping into the gates of the netherworld. I still remember the year you were born. It was a frigid winter. Despite the charcoal fires in the room, the constant comings and goings of the young palace maids rendered the warmth futile. I lay in bed, shivering uncontrollably, fearing that in such cold, you would emerge stark naked and be chilled to the bone. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she recalled her lowly status at that time, the indifference of the attending maids, and her own inability to exert strength while lying in bed. The midwife had warned her of potential complications, and she trembled with fear. Yet somehow, she summoned the strength to deliver safely. Regrettably, the child she had laboriously brought into the world was whisked away immediately, never allowing her a single glance. Yinzhen, filled with guilt, remarked, "It is my unfilial behavior that has caused you such suffering, mother." Wiping her eyes with a handkerchief, the noble consort replied with a smile, "What are you saying? You are the child I long to bring into this world. The trials of the past are behind us. Now that you have established a family and welcomed offspring, it brings me immense comfort." Clutching the prayer beads tightly, Yinzhen was overcome with mixed emotions. Could it be that his mother had yearned for his birth as well? At that moment, seeing Ruhua enter and gesture for the waiting individuals outside to come in, she beckoned them forth. "Your household is still rather small. With both the Fujin and Fong in poor health and in expecting, you only have Li. I know her disposition. She is somewhat simple-minded and may not suit your preferences." Yinzhen raised his eyes to see 2 graceful young women enter, their cheeks flushed. They bowed elegantly before the noble consort and him, their voices as melodious as nightingales. "We greet you, noble consort. We greet you, 4th prince. Please rise." The noble consort introduced them. These are Lu Qi and Ziyin, both gentle and attentive in nature. Their origins lie in Jiangnan, where they excel in poetry and painting. You should visit them in your leisure. Listening to their melodies and composing poetry would be a delightful pastime. Acknowledging the elder's generosity, Yinzhen understood he could not decline. Thus he acquiesced, yes. Kangxi, aware that the noble consort had bestowed 2 individuals upon Yinzhen, felt content. However, upon learning that the 2 young women hailed from minor official families in Jiangnan and were Han women, his expression darkened. The noble consort is still preoccupied with the youngest son. Meanwhile, the 4th prince is not receiving the same attention. With the spring selection of maidens approaching, Liang Jiogong, remind me to grant the 4th prince a daughter of a prominent Manchu family as a secondary consort. A household filled with Han girls presents a rather unseemly image. Chapter 63. The featherlight makeup upon returning to the residence. Yinzhen instructed Su Peixiong to convey rewards to the Fong family, while he himself proceeded to the main courtyard. He learned that the emperor had bestowed a name upon his elder brother, which delighted the Ulanara clan. However, upon glancing at the imperial calligraphy, her expression momentarily stiffened before she managed to smile, exclaiming, "The name bestowed by His Majesty is truly splendid. Our Honghu is certain to embody the same vitality and brilliance as the name suggests." Within the Mingxiang pavilion, Fong's eyes narrowed with joy upon receiving the emperor's and the defay's gifts. Hearing that her eldest son had been named by the emperor, she felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. If her physical condition permitted, she would have leapt for joy. With a heart full of delight, she bid farewell to Su Peixiong. While admiring the array of splendid treasures before her, she praised, "Oh, our eldest son is indeed remarkable at such a tender age. He has already brought us so many rewards." Recalling something, she summoned Qing Wei, instructing, "Go and inquire about where Yinzhen is at present." Yinzhen had returned to the front courtyard. directing Su Peixiang to arrange accommodations for Qin and Zian, emphasizing, ensure their quarters are distanced from Yimei Garden. Shortly thereafter, two unfamiliar young ladies settled into the Qingyu Pavilion, not far from Mingyan Pavilion and Fengtian Courtyard. While strolling nearby, Li's curiosity drew her towards the lively scene, only to encounter the two beautiful young women disembarking from their carriage. Li's response was to flee back to Fengtian Courtyard in tears, clutching her handkerchief. After settling with Qian and Zian, Yinzhen was summoned once more from Mingxiang Pavilion. Rubbing his temples, he felt that this holiday was more exhausting than when he had official duties. Yet he could not decline the call, for it concerned his ailing eldest son. Qing Yue's message indicated that Hong Fan was crying, compelling him to go. The weak wails were barely louder than a kitten's mew, and the child's tear-streaked face appeared pitiful. Yinzhen inquired, "What seems to be the trouble? Why does he cry so incessantly?" Fong, wiping away her tears, replied, "Hong Fan is so small, yet consumes more medicine than milk. After being forced to take his medicine thrice daily, he refuses to nurse, crying from hunger. Usually, with a little coaxing, he would eventually fall asleep, but today, for some unknown reason, he has been crying nonstop. Such nonsense." Yinzhen frowned, saying, "If he cannot take milk and continues to cry, why have you not summoned the physician? If there is an ailment you cannot discern, delaying could only exacerbate his condition." He instructed Su Peixiang to urgently fetch the family physician and took a seat beside the cradle to watch over the child. Fong sat on the opposite side of the cradle, gently patting her eldest son. Scrutinizing Yinzhen's expression and feigning ignorance, she asked, "What are the arrangements for our eldest son's naming ceremony? I have previously stated that, given Hong Fan's premature birth, he is unfit for exposure to the wind. Thus we shall not hold a naming ceremony. How can we forego it?" Fong's voice rose slightly, causing the previously quiet Hong Fan to whimper again. Embarrassed, she quickly patted him and lowered her voice, speaking with a touch of sorrow. After all, he is the eldest son of the household, bestowed a name by His Majesty. Not holding a naming ceremony, how will others perceive him when he ventures outside? She covered her eyes with a handkerchief and wept softly, genuinely heartbroken. Her voice trembled as she lamented, "I am acutely aware of my lowly status, yet even the esteemed eldest brother shares my fate. Born to be looked down upon by others. Had I known this day would come, I would have preferred to?" As she sobbed, Yinzhen found her cries reminiscent of the mournful tones of a two-stringed instrument, lingering in his ears, impossible to shake off. Noticing her distress, which seemed unceasing, he remarked, "If you are concerned that Hong Fan will be scorned for his humble origins, why not allow me to bring him to the main courtyard tonight, where he can be cared for by the Fujin?" Startled, Fong Shi immediately ceased her tears, exclaiming, "What are you saying, fourth master? The Fujin has just given birth to the second brother. How could she possibly have the energy to tend to my Hong Fan? Moreover, it is far better for a child to be with their biological mother." Yinzhen interrupted her, saying, "Since you acknowledge that it is best for a child to be with their mother, then cease lamenting about Hong Fan's lowly status. He bears the surname Eisenjoro and is my son, born into nobility. How can he be deemed inferior?" "Yes," Fong Shi replied, clutching her handkerchief softly. Gazing at the child in the cradle, Yinzhen sighed, feeling a flicker of compassion. He added, "As for his naming ceremony, it could be postponed. If something were to go awry, weeping would be of no use. However, should he thrive by his first birthday, we may host a modest celebration." Fong Shi's eyes sparkled with hope as she looked up, uncertainly asking, "Really?" Yinzhen nodded. "The condition is that you must diligently care for Hong Fan and refrain from constant lamentation. It is detrimental to the child." "Yes, I shall ensure the eldest brother grows strong," Fong Shi exclaimed joyfully. At that moment, Qingwei lifted the curtain and entered, reporting, "Master, Miss, the physician has arrived." After a thorough examination, the physician stroked his beard and reassured Fong Shi, saying, "Do not fret, Mississippi. The eldest brother's health is steadily improving. His crying may simply be due to the bitterness of the medicine affecting his appetite. I will adjust the prescription, which should alleviate his discomfort." Fong Shi inquired, "Will changing the prescription affect the eldest brother's health?" The physician replied, "The potency may be slightly diminished, but it will not harm him." Fong Shi muttered, Then why didn't you make this adjustment earlier? The physician responded, that prescription was most beneficial for the newborn eldest brother, of course. Alas, I'm growing old, and my hearing is failing me. My grandson has also taken charge. Perhaps it is best to let him take over. With the child showing no signs of distress, Yinzhen decided not to linger. Feng Shi watched him depart, wishing he would stay, yet reminded herself that her confinement would not last forever. Observing his demeanor, she sensed he held some affection for Hong Fan, which offered a glimmer of hope for their future. In recent days, events had been overwhelming, prompting Yinzhen to return to the front courtyard to attend to pending affairs. Later, he spent some time in the warm garden room, and as dusk settled, he took a pot of flowers to Yimei courtyard. Anren was comfortably nestled on the couch, practicing her calligraphy, while the stove roasted fragrant chestnuts and sweet potatoes, occasionally crackling merrily. When Yinzhen entered, enveloped in the chill of the outside, he was nearly swept off his feet by the warm, inviting aroma. Was that delightful scent? He inquired, tossing his cloak to Su Peisheng and rubbing his hands together as he approached the stove to warm himself. Observing the chestnuts that had already split open, he chuckled. You certainly know how to indulge yourself, my dear. Anren, barefoot and cradling her belly, rose from the couch. Seeing her, Yinzhen quickly urged, please, remain seated. I am quite chilly. Let me warm myself first. He beckoned Su Peisheng to enter and continued with a smile. I passed by the warm room earlier and noticed a lovely cluster of goose feather chrysanthemums in full bloom. I thought you would appreciate them, so I had them brought here to spare them from the cold. The goose feather chrysanthemum, with its delicate pink blossoms and slightly fuzzy petal edges, resembled a gentle dusting of snow, rendering it utterly charming. Anren tenderly touched the petals and exclaimed, they are indeed beautiful. Regardless of the occasion, a girl's heart always lightens upon receiving flowers. She picked up the fire tongs from beside her and retrieved a sweet potato from the bottom of the stove, proudly declaring, you arrived just in time, my lord. This sweet potato is perfectly cooked and quite sweet. Would you care to sample it? Chapter 64. The fetal movement. Yinzhen found it refreshing. It had been a long time since he had consumed this delicacy. He had heard it was quite easy to cultivate and could satiate hunger. When spring arrives, I shall take you to the estate for some leisure. We could cultivate a few acres and see how it goes. Perhaps by autumn, we might harvest a bountiful yield of sweet potatoes, he proposed. That would be splendid, Anren replied cheerfully. But remember, you must not go back on your word. Feeling the warmth, Yinzhen gently caressed Anren's face and pulled her into his embrace. Rest assured, I shall not renege on my promise this year. This year would afford him a tranquil respite, but come next year, the emperor would embark on a campaign against Galdan, and he would undoubtedly accompany him. If he could accrue more merits, when the emperor conferred titles in the future, he would not merely be a mere prince. Oblivious to his thoughts, Anren blew on her hands, peeling back the sweet potato, for which a rich aroma wafted, revealing its golden interior. Noticing her fingertips reddening from the heat, Yinzhen expressed concern. If it is so hot, why the haste? Let cool for a moment. You do not understand. This delicacy is best enjoyed while it's warm, she retorted, placing a piece near her mouth to cool it before offering it to him. Would you like to try, grandfather? Yinzhen took a bite, savoring its sweet and tender texture. How is it? Is it to your liking? Her eyes sparkled with anticipation as she watched him. Mimicking Anren's earlier gesture, he broke off a piece of sweet potato, blew on it, and presented it to her with a smile. You should try it as well. Anren took a bite, her eyes narrowing in satisfaction. Delicious. However, one must not indulge excessively, even in the most delightful of treats. Seeing that Anren had consumed nearly half of the sweet potato, Yinzhen quickly took the remainder from her. Be cautious. You might upset your stomach. And there are chestnuts as well, Anren added playfully. Without arguing, she selected 10 large chestnuts from the fiery batch, and then called for Chuanha, saying, we have roasted so many, neither grandfather nor I can finish them. Please take the rest and share with everyone. Yes, of course. Chuanha replied joyfully as she carried the chestnuts away. Yinzhen scoffed, you spoil those servants in your courtyard. When I entered, I noticed Gubi Hue. He has grown quite rotund, with double chins to match. They have their struggles too, Anren defended. She poured Yinzhen a cup of osmanthus milk tea and smiled. They are still just teenagers, prone to indulgence. If we treat them well, and keep them happy, they will surely devote themselves more earnestly to their duties. Yinzhen sighed, stroking Anren's hand. You possess a kind heart. He understood that perhaps her years in the palace had instilled in her a profound empathy for those of lower status, which was not a flaw. It was her pure-hearted nature that garnered the genuine loyalty of the servants. Anren pushed the osmanthus milk tea closer to Yinzhen, her eyes sparkling with eagerness. Please, grandfather, do try this milk tea. Finally, Yinzhen lifted the cup and took a slow sip. It was not as sweet as he had anticipated, nor was the tea flavor strong. Instead, it was rich with the creamy essence of milk and the fragrant notes of osmanthus. He nodded in approval. The taste is delightful, sweet yet not cloying, with a smooth finish. Anren's eyes lit up. What if we sell this at the shop you gifted me when the new year begins? Sell this? Yinzhen consumed the milk tea in one gulp and pondered. The affluent families may not be particularly interested, yet should find favor among the wealthy. Apart from this, are there other selling points? Indeed, there were. Anren had spent recent days in contemplation, and she retrieved a list from the cupboard, presenting it to Yinzhen. Please take a look at my list. Is there anything that requires addition or subtraction? However, Yinzhen's attention was diverted elsewhere. After scrutinizing the document, he remarked, Your handwriting has improved considerably. Naturally, Anren replied with pride, I dedicate an hour each day to practicing calligraphy. If I did not progress, I would appear as foolish as a pig. Yinzhen chuckled at her description and, after reviewing the list, inquired, Why are most items sweet confections from the West? We should incorporate some of our own Qing Dynasty pastries. Indeed, Anren pointed out several options, explaining, Our Qing pastries have lower costs but require intricate preparation. Finding a skilled pastry chef may prove challenging, and if we were to train someone anew, even with great talent, it would take at least a year or two to master the craft. Moreover, in our capital, there are several established tea houses. I am merely an amateur and not qualified to compete with those seasoned masters. It is perhaps better that people perceive this as a modern establishment. Furthermore, desserts are secondary. The primary offerings will be these hot, sweet beverages, such as osmanthus roasted milk and glutinous rice balls and sweet wine, perfect for winter. When the weather warms, we can introduce some cold drinks as well. You make a valid point. Yinzhen nodded. Are the staff at the shop fully prepared? Do you require my assistance? If there are any inconveniences due to your inability to go out? Speaking of her inability to venture outside, Anren felt quite disheartened. She feigned regret. All matters outside are managed by Guobi Huai. He is diligent, so I have no concerns. However, this is my first shop, set to open during the Lantern Festival, and I regret not being able to see it. Yinzhen also expressed his regret, saying, Yes, you cannot go out. How about this? On the opening day, I shall visit on my way and check on it for you. Anren exclaimed, rising to throw herself into Yinzhen's arms. You promised last year to take me to the Lantern Festival, and that promise remains unfulfilled. I wonder if it still holds this year. Yinzhen settled her on his lap, gently placing his hand on her abdomen, casually responding, That was last year. How can that still hold true this year? Why can't it hold true? Anren nestled closer, prompting Yinzhen to finally succumb to laughter. All right, I shall take you. As soon as he spoke, a sudden jolt from below startled him, and Anren exclaimed in surprise. Yinzhen immediately grew anxious, asking what happened. Is there an issue? Nothing. Anren chuckled while covering her belly. Perhaps this child is excited about the Lantern Festival and kicked me. The movement was rather vigorous, causing a bit of discomfort, but it was merely that one time. This child certainly has quite a bit of strength. Yinzhen, filled with affection for Anren, felt a profound joy in his heart, knowing that this child would surely grow strong. He gently placed his hand on Anren's belly and said, Your mother endured much to bear you, so be obedient and do not cause her suffering. Anren chuckled. Such a tiny child, how can I possibly listen? Before she could finish her thought, she felt a gentle rolling sensation within her, pressing slowly against Yinzhen's palm. At that moment, Yinzhen was truly delighted. He instructed Anren to sit comfortably while he crouched before her, tenderly caressing the bulge of her belly, a sensation he had never experienced before, not even with Honghu in his past life. It was uncertain whether it was a tiny hand or a little foot. Yinzhen smiled and remarked, This child is already so lively in the womb. They are bound to be a healthy and intelligent little one. Anren inquired, do you wish for a boy or a girl? Yinzhen replied, either is wonderful. If it is a young master, I shall personally teach him to ride and shoot. If it is a young lady, well, she must be nurtured with care, taught to read and write, and learn household skills. You may need to invest more effort into her upbringing. But if the young lady also wishes to ride and shoot, I shall teach her as well. Our Manchu princess will surely be graceful and spirited. The two exchanged glances and shared smile. Chapter 65. Brewing tea by the hearth in the evening, Yinzhen naturally stayed overnight at Yimei Garden. The two embraced each other in slumber. And when the morning sun streamed through the window lattice and ran, still in a dreamy haze, opened her eyes to find Yinzhen already awake, propping his head on his hand as he gazed at her. You're awake? Why didn't you call for me? Her voice was still somewhat hoarse from sleep. She nestled her head deeper into Yinzhen's embrace, not minding that her hair had become tousled. Instead, Yinzhen chuckled softly, feeling a tickle from her movements. They played around in bed for a while before summoning Su Peixiang and Xuanhe to attend to them. After washing up and getting ready, breakfast was already laid out on the table. The meal was modest, yet unpretentious. A bowl of mixed grain porridge accompanied by a few small dishes, complemented by translucent soup dumplings and Enrant's homemade spicy sauce. Upon finishing the meal, Yinzhen felt his spirit and body invigorated, the weariness of the past year dissipating entirely. It's still so relaxing here with you, he remarked with a smile. The previous night had seen a light snowfall, which blanketed the ground with a shallow layer, while the branches of the blooming plum trees in the courtyard, having not been cleared, were adorned with a thick coat of snow, creating a stunning contrast of white and red. The plum blossoms pale in comparison to the snow's white. Yet the snow cannot match the fragrance of the plum, Yinzhen mused. He called for Su Peixiang to bring him his great cloak, donned it eagerly, and declared to Enran, with this weather, brewing tea by the hearth is perfect. Wait here, I shall gather some snow from the plum branches for you. He stood beneath the plum tree, craning his neck to search for the best branches. Finding the lower ones unsatisfactory, he lifted his robe and, with a push from the base of the tree, leapt onto its branches. Oh dear, my lord! Su Peixiang exclaimed as snow cascaded down upon him. Yinzhen, however, was too preoccupied to notice his own disarray, arms outstretched as he advised. My lord, there is too much snow on this tree, and the branches are delicate. Please be careful not to fall. Enran, surprised by Yinzhen's playful spirit that day, did not stop him. Standing in her fox fur cloak on the porch, she pointed and called out, My lord, the plum blossoms at the very top appear to be the most beautiful. Could you pluck one for me to place in a vase? Following her, Yinzhen gazed toward the blossoms she indicated and indeed noticed that the topmost flowers were resplendent, sparkling under the sun in harmony with the snow, an enchanting sight. He could not help but smile. You have a good eye. I shall fetch one for you. As soon as he finished speaking, he exerted himself, leaping several times to reach the height. Bravo! And Rand clapped enthusiastically. The servants below joined in applause, celebrating the feat. Yinzhen, pleased with himself, remembered his purpose. First, he carefully swept the snow from the plum blossom into a small ceramic jar he had brought. Then, after observing for a while, he cautiously broke off a branch adorned with flowers before leaping down. Oh no! Oh no! Su Peixiang cried out in alarm. Yet, Yinzhen paid no heed to his dismay, grinning with satisfaction as he strode confidently toward Enran, extending the plum branch toward her and inquiring, What do you think of this plum blossom? Enran received the blossom, gently inhaling its faint, cool fragrance. She lifted her gaze, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Yinzhen, and generously praised, Naturally, what you chose is the finest. Yinzhen presented the ceramic jar hanging from his waist to Anren, exclaiming, This snow is exceptionally pure, perfect for brewing tea. I recall you possess some pu'er. Why not prepare a pot and indulge in a few rounds of chess? It would indeed be a delightful affair. Anren responded with a charming smile. This is a rare heavenly spring water, accompanied by snow on plum blossoms and spring harmony. I remember my grandfather gifted me a set of Tianlang Ru kiln porcelain teaware. Where has it been stored? Xuanhe replied, That set of teaware is greatly cherished by the master, who has been reluctant to use it. I have kept it in the storeroom. Yinzhen then instructed, go fetch it and tidy up the corridor, arranging a few tables so we can truly appreciate the beauty of the courtyard. Yes, the attendants replied, and the young maidens brought thick quilts to surround the corridor, leaving one side open for the view. Gege, accompanied by several young eunuchs, quickly arranged the setting. Yinzhen and Yinzhen sat on opposite sides, while a small stove bubbled quietly beside them. He inquired with a smile, shall we play Go today? Yinzhen shook her head vigorously and pondered for a moment, saying, perhaps you could teach me the ways of Go. The rules are too intricate for my understanding. I become drowsy after only a glance. Would you kindly explain them to me? I might grasp a few insights. Very well, Yinzhen agreed readily, calling for the game manual and starting with the fundamentals. Observe this board. Suddenly, Yinzhen rose, maneuvering around the table to sit closer to Yinzhen. Her eyes sparkling with delight. I want to be near you to listen. Of course, Yinzhen replied, extending his long arm to draw her into his embrace. Pointing at the manual, look here. Perhaps due to the innate differences between men and women, Yinzhen's hands and feet were icy in the winter, while Yinzhen radiated warmth. Yinzhen stifled a yawn, feeling a wave of drowsiness wash over her. The fragrant aroma of tea wafted from the pot, and as Yinzhen glanced over, he realized it was nearly ready. Just as he was about to ask Yinzhen to shift, he noticed that she had unknowingly nestled into his arms and fallen asleep. Her little face flushed with slumber. Yinzhen's expression softened, and he gently caressed Yinzhen's smooth cheek, unable to bear the thought of leaving her to sleep outside. He carefully lifted her and carried her back to her room, tucking her in snugly. After a while, seeing that she was deeply asleep, he exited and instructed Gege, who was waiting outside, prepare for dinner here tonight. Ensure everything is ready in advance. Your mistress is with child, and she must not enter the kitchen again. Yes, Gege replied respectfully. With that, Yinzhen departed. When Yinzhen awoke, the sky had darkened. Upon hearing that Yinzhen had gone to the main courtyard, she felt no disappointment. Instead, she clamored for food, asking Chunha to bring her some snacks. My lady, perhaps you should eat sparingly. After all, these are sweets, and dinner will soon be served. After Yinzhen consumed a plate of red bean cakes and reached for osmanthus cakes, Chunha hurriedly reminded her and poured her a cup of warm apple water, saying, my lady, drink some of this to cleanse your palate. Yinzhen sheepishly withdrew her hand, accepted the apple water, and took a sip, finding it pleasantly tangy and sweet to her liking. She inquired, has he mentioned when he will return? Chunha shook her head, indicating she did not know. Yinzhen gently caressed her abdomen, relieved that she had consumed a modest meal earlier and no longer felt hunger pangs. Reflecting on the fact that Gege would be departing the residence the following day, she summoned him and instructed, our candy shop is only a few days away from opening. Tomorrow, you shall venture out to meticulously assess the demeanor and etiquette of the service staff. This is the visage of our establishment, and we cannot afford any missteps. Rest assured, my lord, Gege replied. The women we have recruited are daughters of impoverished families from the vicinity of Yonghe village. They truly value this opportunity. Regardless of the financial gain, we have engaged a dedicated instructor to instill proper conduct in them. By the end of the day, they shall carry themselves with the grace befitting ladies, rather than mere village maidens. Those who failed to secure a place are undoubtedly filled with regret. Just days ago, someone approached Wang Dafu, eagerly inquiring when we would be hiring again. Yonghe village is the village of these women, all sharing the Wang surname. They fled from famine a century ago and have since settled here, establishing kinship ties with neighboring villages, thus rendering it a sizable community. Chapter 66. A month ago, the matter of recruiting workers for the sweet soup shop had its own twists and turns. Rewind to a month prior. Gege initially intended to hire individuals, but upon Yinzhen's awareness of his familiarity with Yonghe village, she requested him to discreetly inquire about the village's circumstances. Yonghe village is home to the entire Wang clan, known for their integrity. Although a few idlers exist, they have never caused any significant trouble. The current village chief is the only scholar among several nearby villages, operating a private school with modest tuition, attracting local families wishing to teach their children to read. He enjoys considerable respect within the village. Yinzhen contemplated this situation. while purchasing loyalty could ensure the confidentiality of her recipes. She could not help but feel that hoarding knowledge was not a virtue, perhaps influenced by the information explosion of the modern world. She believed that money was an inexhaustible resource. In this era, aside from the elite indulging in extravagance, the common folk were struggling. Though not a saint, Anren found herself in a position of comfort, seeking merely to occupy her time with the shop. If her recipes could alleviate the hardships of less fortunate families, it would be a commendable act. With these thoughts in mind, Anren summoned Gege Huai and shared her vision. Our sweet soup shop will primarily attract female patrons, so I plan to recruit girls from Wangjia village for our service staff. As for the preparation, I envision employing sturdy middle-aged women with clean hands and nimble feet, providing them with additional income. The plight of the lower-class populace is severe, and it is even more challenging for their daughters. If this job could spare them from hardship at home, or even prevent them from being sold, that would be truly wonderful. She then recalled an important detail. We shall not hire girls with bound feet. Bound feet? Gege Huai questioned, perplexed. Anren elucidated, as service staff, they must stand and move about for extended periods. Those with bound feet would find it cumbersome to perform their duties, hence we will not consider them. It is noteworthy that the Qing Dynasty held a disapproving stance towards foot binding, as early as the reign of Emperor Taizong. A decree was issued to prohibit women from binding their feet. In the 17th year of Xuanji's reign, it was stipulated that those who defied the order would face punishment, including 80 strokes for their husbands or fathers, and exile for 3,000 miles. Although the edict was reiterated during Kangxi's third year, it was not rigorously enforced. Throughout the Qing Dynasty, the Manchu people did not practice foot binding. Yet Han Chinese customs persisted, with foot binding becoming even more entrenched than before the Ming Dynasty. Gege Huai chuckled, "You worry too much, my lady. Daughters of impoverished families are needed to manage household duties and labor in the fields. They would not engage in foot binding unless their families sought to exchange them for greater gains. Such families we shall not recruit." You make a valid point. Anren pondered for a moment before producing a pouch of silver. As you begin the recruitment, it may prove difficult, as rural folk may not recognize banknotes, but they're familiar with silver. This will assure them of our sincerity. Once you recruit individuals, ensure they sign a contract and register with the local authorities to provide them with peace of mind. Rest assured, my lady, he replied. Gege Huai, clutching a pouch of silver, ventured out with his young companion, Xiao Shunzi. The guard stationed at the back door, spotting him from a distance, chuckled, "Ah, Guogong is out again today, with the chill in the air and our master lacking appetite. We thought it prudent to seek out some novel delicacies for him to savor." Gege Huai, with a beaming smile, pressed the pouch into the guard's hand, saying, "In this frigid weather, you toil hard, master, and please accept this small token of gratitude, and do indulge in some hot tea after your shift to warm yourself." Despite his unremarkable appearance and humble post at the back door, this guard was of the Manchu yellow banner and family scion. Alas, his branch had fallen into decline, leaving him to occupy this inconspicuous position. Garden's eyes brightened as he discreetly tucked the pouch into his bosom, his smile now more genuine. "Ah, Dan Yu, Gong. Please, go on." He stepped aside to allow Gege Huai to pass, and once the figure was out of sight, he closed the back door, humming a merry tune as he pondered the fortune of his master. Observing Gege Huai's plump visage, he mused on the wealth amassed, wondering how much had been secretly siphoned away. Yet he could not help but feel a sense of pride, recalling his pregnant wife who had borne him 3 daughters. Surely, it was time for a son to bless their family. My lord? My lord?" A melodious voice jolted Garden from his reverie. He turned to see a tall, fair, and beautiful young lady before him, her attire suggesting she was a maidservant. His eyes gleamed with intrigue, and he offered a rather lascivious smile, inquiring, "My lady, what brings you to seek me?" When you took a careful step back, maintaining a composed demeanor as she replied, "I am when you, a first-rank maidservant by the side of the noble lady of a lawn courtyard." "Ah, a first-rank maidservant of a noble lady, no less." Garden quickly wiped the smirk from his face, bowing respectfully. "It is an honor to meet you, Miss Wen Yu." When you continued, "There is no need for such formalities, my lord. I happened to pass by and noticed Gege departing from Yimei courtyard. I thought it prudent to inquire further, as our noble lady oversees the household affairs. If Gege leaves without notifying her, and were to return with something inappropriate, it would reflect poorly on our noble master. Garden hastily replied, "Oh, Miss Wen you exaggerate. Gege always carries the master's token when he departs. So I believe the master is well aware of his outings. Moreover, upon his return, he allows me to meticulously inspect what he brings back, which is mostly just fresh delicacies, nothing extraordinary. Every time, when Yu's eyes narrowed slightly, does Gege venture out frequently?" Garden found himself at a loss for words. When Yu smiled reassuringly, "Fear not, my lord. I am merely inquiring out of curiosity, though I have reported to the noble master. Having seen this with my own eyes today, I wish to ask more thoroughly, so I can provide an accurate account to Our Lady. Please bear with me." With that, she pressed the pouch she held in a Garden's hands. "Ah, you are too kind." The Garden was pleasantly surprised by an unexpected gain and cheerfully remarked, "In truth, I do not venture out too frequently. It is merely once every 10 days, or so that I embark on an excursion, ostensibly to procure some novel amusements for Lady and to delight our master. Yet, once I do step outside, I find myself absent the entire day, returning only at sunset, laden with exotic delicacies, which I suspect I have foraged from the nearby mountains, hence my late return. Is that so?" "It sounds rather busy," when you mused, a contemplative glimmer in her eyes. Upon returning to the Yilan courtyard, she immediately reported to the Fujin. "It appears that the individual from Yimei courtyard is up to something. Judging by the Garden's demeanor, he has likely ventured out numerous times. Should we not consider summoning him for interrogation?" Olenara placed a hand upon her prominent belly and pondered before responding. "As my time approaches for delivery, I cannot afford to focus on him for the moment. Instead, let us discreetly investigate. As soon as that eunuch departs, follow him closely to ascertain the true nature of his outings. I cannot believe he is genuinely seeking merely fresh delicacies for the family. If we manage to acquire any evidence, we may hold it in our hands and determine how to leverage it against him. Once I have safely given birth, we shall address the matter concerning the family." Chapter 67. Recruitment. Meanwhile, Gubihua arrived at Wangjiakan, where his familiar cousins Wang Dafu and Wang Dague had been waiting at the village entrance. Both of them had dark complexions and rough skin, unmistakable signs of hardworking farmers. However, they were clad in brand-new cotton garments, with their hands tucked into their sleeves and new cotton hats atop their heads. "Look at your sister-in-law," Wang Dafu complained, presenting his new attire to Wang Dage. "They say extravagant women are indeed a burden. This year, life has become a tad more bearable, and look at how your sister-in-law is flaunting it. Each person received a new outfit for the new year. Just look at the thickness of this cotton. She spent a few taels of silver without a second thought. It infuriates me. I scolded her last night." Wang Dagewei rolled his eyes, thinking to himself that despite his brother's anger, the clothing had not diminished in quantity. He removed his hat and shook it, lamenting, "Brother, you speak the truth. Look at this hat my wife made for me. She claims it's made of fox fur. It pains my heart to think of it. In previous years, if we caught a fox, we could sell its pelt at the market for several taels of silver. This hat must contain at least 2 fox skins." As he spoke, he shook the hat in front of Wang Dafu, exclaiming, "Just look at how smooth this fur is." Wang Dafu pushed Wang Dagewei's hat away, wrinkling his nose in distaste. "Keep that away from me. It reeks of oil." When Gubihua arrived, the two were still playfully bantering. He observed their antics for a moment before approaching with a smile. "What are you two up to?" "Oh, Guoxiaoga and Shunzi are here." They quickly composed themselves. Wang Dagewei couldn't resist teasing. "You wouldn't believe it, Guoxiaoga, my brother's been acting wildly lately." Wang Dafu shot him a glare, uninterested in engaging in a debate. He tucked his hands back into his sleeves and inquired with a smile, "Guoxiaoga, where are we heading today? It's getting cold, and there likely isn't much game left. The animals must be reluctant to venture out. We might have to search deeper into the mountains." Gubihua waved his hand, saying, "We're not going to the mountains today. I'm here to recruit." "Recruit?" Dafu and Dague exchanged glances and rubbed their hands together, chuckling. "Oh, are you still seeking a wet nurse for the noble family? What do you need her?" Recalling his younger brother Wang, Durong's wife, who, with her naturally fair complexion, had caught Guo Xiaoge's eye as a suitable wet nurse for the noble family. They noted that although she didn't return often, she always came back laden with gifts. Her once slender figure had gradually become more voluptuous, and from afar, one could mistake her for a noble woman. Wang Darong had certainly been puffed up with pride. Dafu and Dague expressed their envy, admitting that they had been quite persistent with their own wives of late. "I'm not recruiting a wet nurse," Guo Bihua replied, rubbing his hands together. "Let us first warm up at home. It was freezing on the way here." Right. How could we forget? Dafu and Dague smacked their foreheads. "Come on, Shunzi. Hurry up. The stove is already heating up inside. It's warm and cozy." As Guo Bihua and Shunzi entered the house, they made a beeline for the heated calm, sitting down comfortably. "Ah, this is bliss." They sighed. Dafu brought in a bowl of sweet soup and remarked with a smile, "My wife specially prepared orange water with wild honey. Do give it a taste." As they sipped the warm liquid, Guo Bihua gradually revealed his purpose. "My master wishes to open a sweet soup shop and is currently in need of labor. He is kind-hearted and, having heard of your difficult circumstances, thought to inquire if you might be interested in employment. After all, it could provide some income for your families, could it not?" Dafu and Dagwo were taken aback and asked, "What kind of help do you need? What age are you looking for? Do they need to be literate?" "Our village has a private school that has taught many children to read." Guo Bihua replied, "We seek to hire 2 strong middle-aged women with culinary skills. If they're adept at making pastries, that would be even better. Additionally, we require some young women, plain but tidy in appearance, who are not timid." The 2 men hesitated. This requires young women. They were concerned about the implications of sending girls to work at the shop, as it might not be appropriate for them to be in public. Moreover, children from poorer families often took on household responsibilities, and for girls, this was especially true. Guo Bihua exchanged a knowing glance with Xiao Shunzi, who promptly opened the bag he had been carrying, revealing a bounty of gleaming silver coins. Guo Bihua continued, "My master has decreed that for girls over the age of 13 who are hired, each will receive a guarantee of 2 taels of silver up front, with immediate signing of a contract and registration at the government office. A designated matron will also be provided to teach them the rules. The monthly wage is 101, with room and board included, and they will receive 2 new outfits each season." Dafu and Dagwa gasped in astonishment. "My eldest daughter is just 13. She has worked diligently at home and is quite capable. She has always been particular about cleanliness. Should I call her over for you to see? Who dares to take my daughter's job?" Dafu shook off his shock and stepped forward, pushing Dagwa aside. "My daughter is 15. She can cook and is quite skilled. She will be perfect for your master's shop. But isn't your daughter already being considered for marriage? I heard my sister-in-law mention hiring a matchmaker just yesterday." "Nonsense. My daughter is still young. She doesn't need a matchmaker yet." All right. Guo Bihua chuckled. "No need to squabble. We need 5 or 6 young women. Given our friendship, I will certainly take both of your daughters." He had seen those 2 girls and found them to be clean and straightforward in their demeanor. If properly nurtured, they could potentially become crucial figures for his master in the future. "Splendid." Dafu and Dagwa were elated. Guo Bihua added, "Since I have become somewhat acquainted with both of you here in Wangjia village, I hope you could facilitate an introduction to the village chief. What do you think?" "Of course." Dafu glanced at the sky and noted, "It is fortuitous. The village chief will soon be finishing school. Why don't we go together to meet him?" "Excellent. Thank you both." The only private school in Wangjia village is situated adjacent to the village chief's residence. It is a thatched cottage furnished with a mere 10 or so desks and chairs. Yet even this modest arrangement remains underutilized. The students, clad in coarse short shirts, do not embody the demeanor of conventional scholars. They unmistakably hail from farming families. Nevertheless, their expressions are earnest as they occasionally glance up to listen to the village chief's lectures or etch characters and diagrams upon the wooden surfaces of their desks. These young scholars are likely aware that even with their studies, the prospects of excelling in the imperial examinations and achieving distinction may be slim. However, their families, with resolute determination, have sent them here, believing that the children possess some aptitude for learning. They deem that even if their offspring were to eventually become clerks in the city, it would be a far superior fate compared to toiling in the field for generations. Therefore, They labored diligently each day, for even a moment squandered would feel like a betrayal of their family's fervent hopes. Chapter 68, Recruitment 2. Very well. Let us conclude our morning lessons here. Village Chief Wang, noticing defy and Gege peering curiously from outside, set down his book as he deemed the time appropriate, instructing the students to tidy up and exit the private school. You two have come to see me, and who might these gentlemen be? His gaze fell upon Guo Bihuai and Xiao Shunzi, his eyes narrowing with a smile as he remarked, "Noble visitors grace us. I apologize for the lack of a proper welcome. One cannot claim such a title. I am merely a humble servant," Guo Bihuai replied with a smile. "I have a matter of some importance to discuss with the village chief, if it would not be too much trouble." "Certainly, it would be my pleasure." Village Chief Wang led the group to his adjacent residence, which, as one of the wealthier households in the village, boasted a designated reception room. "You two, go assist your aunt in the kitchen with the meal preparations. Otherwise, you shall find yourselves without lunch," he instructed defy and Gege, who, undeterred, flashed their bright smiles and hurried off. Though referred to as aunt, Wang's wife was indeed their actual aunt. Once the two simpletons had been diverted, the village chief returned to his seat, smiling at Guo Bihuai. "Pray tell, what brings such esteemed guests from afar?" Guo Bihuai recounted the earlier conversation regarding recruitment. In stark contrast to the ecstatic reactions of defy and Gege, village chief Wang furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before cautiously inquiring, "May I ask from which household the noble sir hails?" He feared Guo Bihuai might misconstrue his inquiry as an attempt to ingratiate himself, quickly adding, "It is not that I wish to pry, but considering your intentions involve young maidens, I feel compelled to voice my concern. Should this be a matter involving young men, I would not dare to speak further. However, with so many young women involved, I must express my reservations." While Guo Bihuai's words were indeed pleasant, the implication of employing young women under the guise of recruitment could lead to dire consequences for the village chief should anything untoward occur. Guo Bihuai, discerning Wang's apprehensions, felt a sense of satisfaction. The village chief, aged around 50, appeared to be of robust constitution and possessed a commendable integrity. Under his stewardship, Wang Jiazwang would remain orderly, which was indeed a blessing. Thus, he refrained from prolonging the moment, presenting the waist token bestowed upon him by Yinzhen before village chief Wang, softly stating, "Pray, take a look at this and see if it is familiar to you." Village chief Wang cautiously accepted the token, squinting as he examined it. The golden material was weighty in his hands, clearly not a shoddy imitation. One side bore a 5-clawed golden dragon, while the other inscribed the words "dragon flying, phoenix soaring." The 5-clawed golden dragon, for he suddenly fell to his knees, raising the token high. "I am but a fool, unable to recognize greatness. Please rise, village chief." Guo Bihuai quickly assisted him to his feet, saying, "This is the insignia of my master's house, but I am here on behalf of my master." This left village chief Wang puzzled. Guo Bihuai elucidated, "My master is a noble lady from the 4th master's household, surnamed In. It is said that she and the 4th master have shared a bond since childhood, having accompanied each other from the palace until now. Now, with her pregnancy, the 4th master, in his affection for her, has purchased several shops, this sweet shop being one of them." Village chief Wang comprehended the situation. This favored concubine of the manor, having shared a childhood bond with the 4th prince, enjoyed both affection and offspring, with the prince lending his support from behind. The establishment they discussed possessed a formidable background. Guo Bihuai then produced a stack of pre-drafted contracts from his pocket, saying, "See, these are all legitimate agreements, intended for official registration. If you have any reservations, once we sign, you may accompany us to the government office. How does that sound?" Village chief Wang scrutinized the contract carefully, his furrowed brow relaxing into a smile, revealing a multitude of creases on his face. "You jest, sir. The 4th prince is well known for his integrity, and being associated with him, you must surely embody the same virtues. In my village, there are numerous young maidens and wives, each more capable than the last. If you seek 5 or 6, I can certainly recommend a few. Take, for instance, the daughter of Wang Taiju from the east end of the village. Oh, she possesses remarkable strength." Village chief Wang spoke at length, while Guo Bihuai listened attentively, treating the conversation like casual banter. He found some amusement in the tales, making mental notes to share them with Ran later, hoping to provide her with a light-hearted moment. The village was modest in size, and the criteria were clear. The girls had to be at least 13 years old, with a fresh and tidy appearance. Some families were indeed impoverished, though their daughters met the age requirement. Years of toil had aged them well beyond their years, leaving their hands and faces rough. With proper care, they might regain some youthfulness over time. Yet Bihua was not in the business of charity, and these young women were not suitable for his needs in the short term. Others were of the right age and appearance, yet their families hesitated, considering that a girl must eventually marry. Although the prospect of earning a couple of taels of silver was enticing, the notion of waiting at home for a suitor felt more appropriate. Thus, several potential candidates were eliminated. There were also young brides who expressed interest. Yet upon learning that they would be away for 10 days to half a month, their in-laws promptly declined on their behalf, deeming it inappropriate to separate so soon after marriage. Eventually, Bihua selected 3 or 4 suitable young ladies from the remaining candidates, alongside 3 capable cooks, and 2 daughters from a wealthy family. After signing the contracts, he stated, "In a few days, I shall send someone to fetch you. Our establishment requires young women who are poised and sensible, so you will need to learn the proper etiquette in advance. Should you fail to meet expectations, I shall have to return you." "Yes," the girls responded nervously. "Guosiaoji, guosiaoji, dafusuden lipulid, wabiwa azide end whispered." "I wonder if you are in need of an accountant?" Bihua raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean? Do you have a suitable candidate in mind?" Defu rubbed his hands together. "I merely inquire. Look over there at that lad in black working in the fields. He is my distant nephew. He once studied under the village chief and possesses considerable academic talent. Unfortunately, his fortune has been lacking. He successfully passed the initial examination. Yet after 2 or 3 attempts for the next level, he faced misfortunes, either caught in a downpour and fell ill or injured himself on the mountain path. His family, already struggling, has been burdened with his education and medical expenses, leaving them in dire straits. Once his leg had healed, he declared his intention to cease his studies. Given his intelligence, it should have posed no challenge for him to secure a position as a bookkeeper in the city. Alas, lacking connections, he found himself overlooked, which ultimately relegated him to the life of a farmer. However, I can assure you that this young man possesses remarkable character. Since abandoning his education, he has taken charge of the family farm and, with his sharp mind, has managed to sustain the household over the past 2 years. Bihua observed him and noted that although the young man had a slender build, he was quite tall. His features were unremarkable, yet his gaze exuded a profound steadiness, revealing no hint of despondency due to his inability to pursue formal education. He truly possesses a resilient spirit. "Call him over. I have a few questions to ask," Bihua said. Defu promptly hurried off, eager to summon him. Chapter 69. Fang Qingyan time returns to the present. On the morning of the 4th day of the new year, Bihua exited the residence through the back door, strolling along the long street. Just as he was about to turn into an alley, he suddenly noticed a shadowy figure peering at him from behind. Narrowing his eyes, he feigned an accidental glance backward as he turned into the alley, catching the individual off guard, who had no time to conceal their presence. Bihua recognized them clearly. It was someone close to the noble consort. His discerning eyes, though perhaps lacking in other areas, were unparalleled when it came to recognizing people. It seemed he had attracted the attention of those from the main courtyard due to his frequent outings over the past 2 months. It appeared imperative to finalize arrangements with the owner of the sweet soup shop sooner rather than later. With this thought in mind, he feigned ignorance, meandering through the streets with his companion for a while, before wandering aimlessly in the alley until he finally vanished from sight. Where did he go? The person trailing Bihua arrived at the spot where he had disappeared and searched for quite some time, yet found no trace of him. However, since Bihua maintained a normal pace, occasionally stopping to purchase items as he strolled, the follower assumed he had merely distanced himself and did not realize he had been discovered. Why is Brother Gu so late today? Defu and Gege had been waiting at the door for a considerable time. Upon seeing Bihua approach, they hurried over to inquire. Did something happen? Once inside the courtyard, Bihua replied, Nothing at all, just a pesky fly bothering me. A fly? De Fu exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. In the middle of winter, where did a fly come from? Don't jest, brother. Don't interrupt him. De Gege pushed De Fu aside and asked Hua, was the fly bothersome? Do you need us to assist you? Coming from a farming background, they possessed both strength and resourcefulness. No need, I've handled it myself. Hua waved his hand as he made his way to the main hall. There, he beheld 2 rows of women standing in the courtyard, clad in pink jackets and green skirts, their hair neatly pinned with a single hairpin. Though their skin was not as smooth as jade, they were clean and presentable. Most importantly, their expressions exuded a sense of calm determination coupled with gentleness, making it hard to believe that merely a month ago they had been simple village girls. In front of them stood another woman, strikingly beautiful and poised, exuding a unique charm in her speech and movements that naturally drew one's gaze. Perhaps sensing the sound of footsteps, she turned to look and, upon recognizing Hua, greeted him with a gentle smile. Has Brother Guo arrived? Miss Qingyun. Hua clasped his fists in greeting and smiled. The sweet soup shop is about to open, and my master has sent me to check on how the ladies are faring, as well as to assess the skills of our esteemed matrons. Are they satisfactory? Fang Qingyun, the youngest daughter of Grandma Zhou, was 25 years old. She had been educated in reading and etiquette from a young age and was betrothed to her childhood sweetheart at 12. Alas, fate intervened tragically. 3 years later, her betrothed perished in a storm while traveling to take the imperial examination. Afterward, Grandma Zhou sought other suitors for her, but Fang Qingyun declined, claiming to be a widow in waiting, fearing disdain from her elder brother and sister-in-law. She rented a modest courtyard and supported herself through embroidery. Madame Zhou, feeling a deep sense of compassion for her daughter, would occasionally provide her with some assistance. However, this was not a sustainable solution. Upon hearing that Ran sought a matron to instill proper etiquette, she recommended her own daughter. Fang Qingyun, upon hearing this, smiled and said, the young ladies have already grasped most of the rules, and the skills of the matrons are so enticing that even I find myself tempted. Perhaps we could have a young lady showcase their talents to Guxiaoga? Naturally, I have full confidence in Miss Qingyun's abilities. Hua chuckled. I had already observed the young ladies from a distance for quite some time upon my arrival, and I can assure you they are indeed competent. He gestured for Fang Qingyun to enter the room and said, there are certain matters I wish to discuss with you, Miss Qingyun, if it is convenient. Of course, she replied. Once inside, Hua spoke candidly. As you are aware, my master seldom makes public appearances. Although I represent him, prolonged visibility may lead to unwarranted gossip. Therefore, we are in search of a reliable manager for the sweet soup shop. Given that the young ladies come from the same village, they might form a close-knit group, necessitating a manager who can maintain order. My master holds you in high regard due to your reputation, and thus he asked me to inquire if you would be willing to take on the role of our shop's manager. Fang Qingyun hesitated, saying, while I can certainly manage these girls, I have never held a managerial position before and lack experience, which might result in chaos. Hua then produced a stack of papers from his pocket. Smiling, my master anticipated this concern. She noted that our sweet soup shop differs from traditional tea houses and has compiled some guidelines on managing the establishment. Would you care to take a look? As Fang Qingyun perused the notes, her eyes brightened with enthusiasm. How clever of Miss Sin. She must be a fascinating person, since she places such trust in me. I shall gladly accept the position of manager. Your dedication is appreciated, Hua replied. Due to having been followed earlier, he did not linger outside for long, and, having skipped lunch, hurried back to the estate after inspecting the newly renovated shop. Upon returning to Yimei courtyard, Hua encountered and ran and presented her with a box, saying with a smile, this is a gift from Miss Qingyun, intended as a New Year's present. Madame Zhou, who was nearby, remarked with a chuckle, this girl has such an eccentric nature. If she is displeased with what she has, she would not even share it with her own sister-in-law. At over 20, she has yet to find a confidant. Yet who could have imagined she would connect so well with the princess? Let me see, and Rand said, intrigued. She opened the box to reveal a round silk fan, embroidered not with flowers or birds, but with 2 plump raccoon cats, one black and white, the other of vibrant gold. playfully vying for a pom-pom. They appeared utterly adorable, and Rant's eyes lit up with delight as she exclaimed, "Sister Qingyun's embroidery skills are truly remarkable." She gently caressed the charming little cats and played with the fan for a while before reluctantly returning it to the box and handing it to Chanhe, saying, "Please take good care of this and bring it out again in the summer. Do not forget." The gift bestowed by her daughter was cherished so dearly that the wrinkles on Granny Zhou's smiling face deepened. She remarked, "You may not know, my dear, that the girl has taken it upon herself to care for numerous kittens in her own courtyard, their origins unknown. During the day, they remain unseen, but come mealtime, a flurry of them emerges, pouncing towards the food bowl. When I first encountered them, I was genuinely startled, yet fortunately, these kittens are not prone to biting. Once satiated, they retreat to the courtyard, basking in the sun or grooming their fur, with some even snoring as they sleep. The sound of their snores rivals that of a human. Is it so?" And Rand could not help but envision a group of plump cats sprawled on the ground, blissfully slumbering, and burst into hearty laughter. After her amusement subsided, she sighed, "I truly envy Sister Qingyun for having so many feline companions." Guo Bihua suggested, "Why not? When spring arrives, I could procure a kitten for you to enjoy." And Rand quickly waved her hand and chuckled. "Oh no, no. My hands are only good for preparing delightful dishes. Caring for pets is beyond my capabilities. Furthermore, cats cherish their freedom. Confining them within these four walls would hardly provide any joy, would it?" Chapter 70. The Wash Ceremony of Honghu. By the way, my lord, there is another matter. Guo Bihua lowered his voice to disclose that someone had been following them today. He inquired, "My lord, although we managed to shake him off today, he may become aware of our movements next time. Should we consider?" Anren pondered for a moment and replied, "There is no need to act rashly. Fortunately, you need not go out in the near future. Sister Qingyun has already agreed to manage the shop, and I feel reassured with her presence. If anything arises, she can send a message through the old steward. For urgent matters, you may come through the back door and simply say you are looking for the steward." Regarding the sweet soup shop, she wished to keep its ownership a secret for the time being. Firstly, the products are rather novel, which might incite curiosity among others. Secondly, if the noble consort and her associates were to learn of it, they might covertly disrupt the business, leading to a myriad of troubles. Reflecting on the matter of being followed, she sighed again. "However, it is unrealistic to expect you to remain within the estate indefinitely." She had few reliable individuals at her disposal, and Guo Bihua was a key player, unable to venture outside herself and unable to trust those beyond the estate. She had no choice but to send Guo Bihua on errands. Anren continued, "Currently, the noble consort is still in her confinement period, so she is unlikely to pay attention to my affairs. However, we must not remain passive. Once her confinement ends, she will undoubtedly take action. Thus, I have a plan." She beckoned a few people in the room to gather close and carefully outlined her strategy. Guo Bihua nodded vigorously, complimenting her, "My lord, you are truly the most astute person in the world." Anren chuckled at his flattery and retorted, "Do not merely flatter me. If this matter is accomplished successfully, how about I reward you with some exquisite delicacies?" Upon the mention of food, Guo Bihua instinctively covered his stomach, but he could not stifle the audible grumbling, causing his cheeks to flush with embarrassment as he humbly apologized. "It is my fault for being indiscreet." Anren dismissed his concerns nonchalantly. "But you haven't had lunch yet? The small kitchen is warming up some porridge. You should go and fill your belly." Guo Bihua indeed felt hungry and replied, "Then I shall take my leave. Thank you, my lord." Go on, Anren urged him, adding, "Next time, do not let yourself go hungry like this." "Yes, I shall remember," Guo Bihua promised. Though the wash ceremony for Hongfan would not be held, the one for Honghu was still to take place. On the day of the ceremony, the main courtyard was bustling with activity. Early in the morning, the maternal family of the noble consort arrived, adorned in splendid attire, looking years younger as they smiled at the cradle containing Honghu, exclaiming joyfully, "Oh, my grandson is truly delightful, so chubby like a little calf." Olenara, dressed warmly and with a head wrap, sat by the bed playing with the child. Upon hearing her mother's praise, she smiled and said, "This child has quite the appetite." In just a few days, he has gained a considerable amount of weight since birth. Good appetite. Eating well is essential for growing strong, the Yinzhen matriarch replied, her happiness evident as she played with her grandson before turning to Ulanara, gently inquiring, "How is your recovery?" Ulanara's smile faded as she replied softly, "The physician said that my body was injured during childbirth and that I need to recuperate for several years." Injured? Yinzhen's voice rose slightly, stirring the slumbering Honghu, who let out a couple of murmurs. Ulanara gestured for the wet nurse to take the young prince outside before she spoke. "I have consulted the physician from Xingchentang, and he concurs. Fortunately, I'm still young and can recuperate properly for a few years. I believe it will be of no concern." Yinzhen remarked, "You should explain the circumstances of your delivery to Mother. She found it peculiar that you gave birth before the child had reached 10 months. What sort of chaos has been stirred by that wretched woman in your household? Is it that Fong? Relying on the prince in her womb, not only has she usurped the position of the eldest son, but she also dares to conspire against the legitimate heir?" As she spoke, her indignation grew, prompting her to rise in anger. "Where is that wretched woman? Let me, Mother." Ulanara quickly interrupted the agitated Yinzhen, reminding her, "This is the residence of the fourth prince, not the chaotic back courtyard of the Ulanara family." Realizing her misstep, Yinzhen sat back down, somewhat abashed. "Then shall we allow that woman to tyrannize us?" "Fong is of no consequence," Ulanara replied. "She is not favored. It is just that her pregnancy is vigorous. The physician mentioned that the child was born prematurely at 8 months and will require medication until adulthood. But who can say for certain? A mere chill could claim his life, and Fong is unlikely to conceive again. She has never been a threat." Yinzhen pressed further. "What the other concubines in the household? How about that pregnant one? She has a disruptive temperament." Ulanara shook her head. "She is thorough in her ways. Yet sometimes, being overly meticulous can be detrimental." As they conversed, Pearl entered the room to report Fujin, and Gege sent a maid with gifts for the second prince's naming ceremony. "Bring them in," Ulanara instructed. Pearl then entered, holding a box, which upon opening revealed several brand new garments and shoes made from fine cotton, soft to the touch and clearly crafted with care. Yinzhen scoffed. "They are merely a few garments. Is it worth sending them?" After all, she hails from a humble background. Ulanara did not echo her mother's disdain, but instead instructed Pearl, "These items are indeed of good quality, but our Honghu does not require them just yet. Let's keep them for now." Yinzhen glanced at the fine cotton, her eyes shifting as she suggested, "This cotton is excellent material. If you have no use for it, perhaps allow me to take it back. Your aunt from your maternal uncle's family will also give birth in a couple of months, and I could present it as a gift." Ulanara felt a sense of resignation, but said nothing, simply directing Pearl to hand the box to the maid accompanying Yinzhen. Yinzhen sighed. "You say your body is too feeble. How did you sustain such an injury? But since it has come to this, you must plan ahead and not allow those wretched women to dominate you. Your mother, in her time, faced." As Yinzhen began recounting her tales of hardship, Ulanara, already accustomed to these narratives, patiently let her finish her tirade against the women in her father's courtyard before she calmly stated, "I intend to arrange for Kaiwei in due time." Upon hearing this, the Yinzhen clan member chuckled and remarked, "You have always been an astute child. This is indeed the best course of action. Kaiwei possesses a considerate nature and has grown up alongside you, sharing a bond since childhood. Furthermore, you hold her contract in your hands, and with a younger brother employed at the Ulanara residence, there is little to fear regarding her disobedience." However, the Ulanara clan member lifted the corners of her mouth, yet her eyes bore no trace of mirth. Chapter 71. Crafting garments. Once the ceremonial washing of the third prince was completed, tranquility returned to the residence. As the matriarch was still in her confinement period, formal greetings were suspended, allowing Anren to indulge in leisurely slumber until the sun had risen high in the sky. After enjoying a combined breakfast and lunch, she would often sit in the corridor basking in the sun's warmth. On this particular day, the sun shone brilliantly, and Anren was engaged in sewing a small garment, with Chuanha assisting her. Chuanha chuckled, remarking on Anren's increasingly refined skills, but noted the peculiar appearance of the small hat. The hat, with its ties was understandable, yet the two extra pieces of fabric atop, it resembled ears. Long, rabbit-like ears. With a playful grin, Anren lifted the completed one-piece outfit and declared, "Look, with this little hat, doesn't it resemble an adorable little rabbit?" The garment was a delicate lotus white, trimmed with pink fabric, featuring a charming little white rabbit embroidered on the left side of the chest and a pink tail on the rear, exuding cuteness. Chunha interjected, "If the baby is a girl, this outfit is undoubtedly delightful. However, if it happens to be a boy, might it be too pastel? Can't a boy wear pink?" Anren replied, clearly pleased with her creation. She then produced a piece of ginger yellow fabric, saying, "Besides, it's not just about rabbits. Look at this fabric. I plan to craft a little tiger." Chunha, both amused and perplexed, questioned, "Why are you making all these animal-themed outfits?" "Because they are adorable." Anren responded with a smile. "Just imagine a chubby little baby dressed as a rabbit, lying in bed and grinning at you. How delightful. And as the child grows, once they can crawl and walk, I could even sew a little tail on the back of the outfit, swaying with each little wiggle. How entertaining." Chunha laughed. "It seems you prefer to play with our little master rather than keeping a cat for amusement. Isn't raising children all about joy?" Anren replied, her eyes twinkling. "Those early years are the most delightful. As they grow older, the charm fades." Just then, Anren felt a gentle stir in her abdomen, followed by a couple of soft nudges beneath her right ribs. "Behave, little one," she chuckled, caressing her belly with a tender smile. Her stomach shifted again, and she noticed a small bulge forming beneath her palm. Perhaps it was merely the maternal instinct at play, but Anren felt convinced that this child was particularly astute, already engaging with her in such a meaningful way at just over 5 months along. Shaking her head at her own musings, she wondered if she was overthinking it. Nearby, the little servant, Shunzi, had circled around several times before bringing over a wooden box, bashfully stating, "My lady, I have crafted some little trinkets. If you do not mind, perhaps they could be for the little master to play with." What have you been secretly up to these past few days?" Gubihue teased, turning to Anren. "You should know, this lad has been restless at night, sawing wood and startling me awake, thinking a mouse had invaded. When I inquired what he was doing, he remained tight-lipped, shrouded in mystery." Little Shunzi did not refute his words, merely chuckling as he opened the box. Anren leaned in to take a look and discovered several wooden toys inside. At the top was a rattle drum, its paper surface painted a muted red. She shook it in her hand, producing a delightful thumping sound. Little Shunzi explained, "Rest assured, this red is dyed with madder root. Although the color is somewhat subdued, it is safer than safflower." Besides the rattle drum, there were a few wooden cats and dogs, all round and plump, polished to a smooth finish, with only their eyes painted, while the rest retained the natural hue of the wood, from which a faint scent of timber could be detected. Little Shunzi had put in considerable thought. Anren played with the wooden cat, laughing. "I thank you on behalf of the child in my womb." "I dare not take such praise," little Shunzi quickly replied. "It is a great fortune for me to create something that brings a smile to my master." When Yinzhen arrived, he found them happily gathered around the box, and he curiously peeked in, raising an eyebrow. "Whose craftsmanship is this? Such exquisite work." "Long live the master," the others exclaimed, startled, and hurried to bow. Anren scolded playfully, "Fourth master, you always arrive so quietly, scaring my maids half to death." Yinzhen felt somewhat wronged. "Clearly, you were so engrossed in your conversation that you did not notice my arrival. I brought several people with me. How could it be that I made no sound at all? Truly unfair." Anren quickly shifted the topic, asking, "Didn't Tiyu say you would come in the evening? Why are you here in the afternoon?" "Nothing much, just returned early," Yinzhen replied as he sat across from Anren, casually picking up a small garment and hat from the basket, examining them for a while before smiling. "This little rabbit is well made. I think it's adorable too," Anren replied proudly. "I plan to make a few little tigers, dogs, and cats as well." Speaking of dogs, Yinzhen remembered designing outfits for his own dog in the past. Now that he had a child, it seemed unfair to neglect the little one, so he chuckled. "I shall sketch a few outfits tomorrow to send over. Consider it a gift for our child." "This gift of yours seems rather meager," Anren teased, sensing his frugality. Yinzhen pinched her cheek playfully. All right, what do you want?" "Whatever is in my treasury, I shall give to you." "Really? Anren tilted her head and smiled. You mentioned acquiring a gem-red glazed monk's cap vase from the Xuande period a couple of days ago. I've never seen one of those. Why not bring it to Yimei courtyard for me to admire? Yinzhen immediately displayed a pained expression. That vase, I only just acquired it a few days ago. Seeing the corners of Anren's mouth droop, he quickly reassured her. All right, I will bring it for you to enjoy for a couple of days. Anren finally burst into laughter, teasing, Look at how pained you are. Never mind, I won't pressure you. After all, it is an antique, and I fear it might break if kept in my room. You are truly the most considerate. Yinzhen gently pinched her nose and chuckled. A few days ago, the Imperial Household Department acquired a sky-blue transparent glass vase with double handles. I believe you will find it delightful. Supei Sing. Make arrangements to deliver that vase to our esteemed mistress so she can use it for her floral arrangements. Anren, with her small hand propped against her cheek, inquired with a smile, I have heard that this glass vase is exceedingly precious. If you bestow it upon me for my flowers, I must warn you, should it shatter, you cannot hold me accountable. Of course not, Yinzhen replied. As dusk began to settle, he felt a chill in the air and, taking Anren's hand, walked her inside while saying, It is merely a glass vase. If it breaks, it can be remade. However, the shard can be quite sharp, so if it does break, you must not touch it to avoid injuring yourself. Do you understand? I understand, Anren nodded. The fading sunlight cast a golden hue upon their intertwined figures, enveloping them in a warm glow. Chapter 72. Transformation. As the night deepened, Anren gently blew dry the Buddhist scriptures she had just copied. Lifting her gaze, she observed Yinzhen wandering around the room, alternating between perusing a book and sitting beside her to watch her transcribe the scriptures. He would occasionally fiddle with the delicate flower petals of goose down powder placed in the room, inadvertently plucking one and quietly placing it back into the pot's soil. With a bemused expression, she inquired, What is the matter with you today, my lord? Have you encountered some trouble? None, Yinzhen replied swiftly. After a moment of reflection, he settled across from Anren, twirling the prayer beads in his hand, and after a thoughtful pause, he spoke. A few days ago, I entered the palace, and my mother bestowed upon me 2 maidens to serve. I was contemplating how to arrange for them. Anren expressed her surprise. Did you not assign them to the Qingyu Pavilion? Do they not wish to reside together? Not that. Yinzhen observed Anren's expression, contemplating whether to inquire about her thoughts. Yet, upon meeting her clear, bright eyes, he hesitated, feeling somewhat self-indulgent, yearning for a response from her while knowing he could not offer any promises. My lord, what troubles you? Suddenly, Yinzhen reached out and gently touched Anren's hair, asking, Anren, have you ever regretted following me? Of course not, Anren answered quickly, smiling as she continued. Had it not been for you, I would likely have left the palace at 25. With a bit of savings, I would have perhaps purchased a cottage in the countryside, living a life of leisure, picking chrysanthemums by the eastern fence and gazing at the southern mountains. Moreover, she thought, the question of regret was moot, as she had not been afforded any choice in the matter. Yinzhen pressed his lips together. Then, have you never considered marrying? He had heard whispers of her longing for marriage, perhaps hoping to be the cherished wife carried in on a grand sedan chair. Indeed, I have thought about it, Anren admitted candidly. But upon reflection, after serving the Empress for over 20 years in the palace, finally stepping out, and having a little money, would I truly want to marry only to serve in-laws and a husband? To expend my hard-earned savings and live a life of perpetual toil? Though I may be said to be married now, my needs are met. I have wealth and leisure, and someone to attend to me. This is already a splendid life. You possess remarkable clarity, Yinzhen remarked, gazing at Anren intently for a long while. He then rose and embraced her, sighing deeply. After all, how could he casually make promises about things he was not yet capable of fulfilling? Anren felt a twinge of curiosity, but before she could ponder it further, she found herself ensnared by Yinzhen's sudden affection, rendering her thoughts fleeting. In the days that followed, apart from his daily visits to Honghu and Hongfan, he spent the remainder of his time in her courtyard, engaging her in poetry and painting, reading the 4 books and 5 classics to their unborn child, and even designing tiny garments for the baby. This was not all. He enthusiastically picked up needle and thread, declaring his intention to craft something by hand. However, After spending hours measuring the fabric, he nearly pricked his fingers with the needle. Anren tactfully declined, citing the inauspiciousness of shedding blood during the new year. When one is enveloped in comfort, time appears to fly, and before long, the Lantern Festival arrived. Due to both the noble consort and the Fong family being in confinement, the residents had not arranged any entertainment activities. After enjoying lunch with the noble consort, Yinzhen hastily tidied himself and made his way to the entrance of the Yimei courtyard. Upon arrival, he slowed his pace, cleared his throat, and then entered the courtyard with a composed demeanor. Inside, he spotted Anren draped in a cloud mink fur, eagerly waiting in the corridor. She wore a Han-style dress designed by Yinzhen himself, featuring a blue cloak above and a lotus-pink skirt below, with ivory-white cuffs and hem adorned with large orchids. To complement her attire, she had opted against the traditional Q hairstyle, instead styling her hair in an elegant updo, secured with a butterfly-themed hairpin. Yinzhen, clad in a similar blue robe with intertwined vine patterns, which subtly showcased a few pairs of butterflies embroidered with silver thread, had cinched his waist with a black belt. Adorning himself with a piece of mutton fat jade and a pouch embroidered with bamboo patterns in a turquoise hue, he approached Anren, who greeted him with a radiant smile and hurriedly lifted her skirt to approach him. Slow down. Yinzhen opened his arms, enveloping Anren securely in his embrace, and asked gently, "Are you all set? It might take a while to return. Have you brought your warm clothing?" Yes. Anren, eager and animated, tugged at his garment as they moved toward the exit, exclaiming, "Let us go, my lord. The carriage is waiting outside." Yinzhen chuckled at her enthusiasm as he was led out. The carriage traveled at a leisurely pace, and once they crossed out of the royal grounds, the vibrant sounds of the bustling crowd filled their ears. Anren, seated by the window, could hardly contain her excitement as she peered out at the lively scene. "Be careful," Yinzhen said, not wishing to hinder her curiosity, but thoughtfully placed a soft cushion before her abdomen to shield her from the jolting of the carriage. "What a lively scene!" Anren exclaimed, her eyes wide with wonder. It was only mid-afternoon, and the weather was splendid, with warm sunlight casting a gentle glow on every passerby. Perhaps owing to a bountiful harvest the previous year, joy radiated from the faces of the crowd, prompting Anren to smile along with them. Yinzhen leaned closer and inquired, "Would you like to get down and explore?" Surprised, Anren responded, "Is that allowed?" Yinzhen raised an eyebrow. "Why wouldn't it be?" He called out to Su Peixiong, the coachman, instructing him to pull over, and took Anren's hand as they descended from the carriage. Candied hawthorn, steamed buns, 2 coins each, freshly made meat buns. The cries of vendors filled the air. Anren stood momentarily stunned amidst the bustling throng, suddenly gripping Yinzhen's hand and casting a pleading glance at him. "My lord." She found herself somewhat intimidated by the crowd. Recognizing her discomfort, Yinzhen embraced her reassuringly. "Shall we return to the carriage?" "No," Anren shook her head. "I just need a moment to adjust. It's merely a matter of getting used to it, having spent over a decade in the strictly governed palace, where everyone seemed molded from the same mold, unable to laugh or cry freely. The deep-seated emptiness within was all she had known. Suddenly thrust into such a vibrant and lively crowd, she felt a tinge of trepidation. The exquisite flavors of cuisine possess a remarkable ability to soothe the soul. A tantalizing aroma suddenly wafted into the air, prompting Anren to peek out from Yinzhen's embrace, inquiring, "What is that delightful scent?" Yinzhen playfully pinched her nose and chuckled. "Did you not just have lunch?" Behind them, Chunha interjected, "My lord, the master did not partake in lunch." "What?" Yinzhen exclaimed, glaring at her. "This is utter nonsense." Anren tugged at Yinzhen's sleeve, her voice barely above a whisper. "One can eat even when out and about. Let there be no next time." Yinzhen warned her otherwise. "You shall not be allowed to leave the house." I understand, Anren replied with a servile smile, caressing her burgeoning belly, her eyes glimmering with anticipation. "It seems there is a place over there serving mutton soup. It appears absolutely delectable. Shall we go and sample it, pretty please?" Chapter 73. A brief respite. Su Peixiong and Guo Bihua entered a mutton soup restaurant, where the chefs were an elderly couple, attired neatly with gentle expressions. They quickly surveyed their surroundings, chose a table, and called out, "Boss, 2 bowls of mutton soup, please." And Ran, who followed behind, remarked, "Why just 2 bowls? The soup looks delightful. You should all have a taste." Su Peixiang instinctively glanced at Yinzhen, who replied, "Let us all sit down and enjoy." With that, Su Peixiang's face brightened with joy. The tables and chairs were clean, and since it was just past lunchtime, there are not many patrons. Yinzhen and Ran occupied one table, while Su Peixiang and the others sat at a neighboring one. The gray-haired owner was busy serving mutton, and the owneress' wife approached with 2 plates, appearing a decade younger than her husband, her hair only partially gray. With a cheerful smile, she said, "My lords, aside from our exceptional mutton soup, our flaky pastries are also a signature dish. Today, being the Lantern Festival, I would like to offer you these 2 plates to sample. If you find them delightful, please return next time." And Ran quickly declined, saying, "How could we accept? It's not easy for you to run a business." The elderly lady smiled, her eyes sparkling with a childlike innocence. "I have no other hobbies, but I do enjoy the company of handsome young ladies. Your grace is the most remarkable I have ever seen. Today my eyes have been pleasantly feasted." "You flatter us," and Ran said, slightly blushing. She was well aware of her own appearance. While she considered herself fair, she could not compare to a great beauty. However, Yinzhen, being of royal lineage, deserved the praise of having a noble demeanor. "What nonsense are you spouting again, my dear?" the owner interjected as he brought over the mutton soup, chuckling. "Please do not take offense. My wife has grown rather chatty in her old age." And Ran quickly reassured him. "Not at all. She is a kind-hearted person." "You're quite right. I do not boast, but I have never quarreled with my dear wife in my life," he said, pulling her close with a grin. "We won't disturb you any longer. Please enjoy your meal." And Ran observed as the elderly lady was led to a corner, where faint voices could be heard. I did not tell you to serve. Why are you bringing out dishes again? How many times must I remind you not to serve dishes that customers have not ordered? What if you upset them?" After being scolded, the elderly lady seemed somewhat displeased, lowering her head and murmuring, "Your pastries are the best." I wanted her to try them. "That does not excuse being abrupt with the guests," the owner sighed. "Did you burn your hands with the freshly baked pastries? Does it hurt?" "It does not." Seeing her husband as concerned, the elderly lady smiled, her eyes crinkling with joy. "Do not be angry. I will behave. Will we have candied hawthorns tonight?" "Yes. Business has been good today. When a vendor arrives, I will buy you 2 skewers, 1 for today and 1 for tomorrow. But no sneaking bites." The elderly lady quickly replied, "I won't sneak any. But if we don't eat soon, the soup will cool and lose its flavor." The voice of Yinzhen resonated in her ears, bringing Ran back to her senses. Before her lay a bowl of lamb soup, with utensils meticulously arranged. She turned to Yinzhen, who tilted his head and inquired, "Would you like some vinegar?" And Ran chuckled. The essence of lamb soup lies in its freshness. Adding vinegar would only mar its exquisite flavor. Indeed, Yinzhen had always regarded Ran as quite knowledgeable when it came to food. He set the vinegar aside and sampled the soup, praising, "Not bad." Before he could finish, he suddenly remembered they were in public. And Ran stifled a laugh, lifted her spoon, and took a sip of the soup, savoring it before remarking, "This must have been simmered with Crucian-carp before the lamb was added," which explains the soup's pristine white color. The combination of fish and lamb intensifies the freshness of the dish. However, in this weather, I'm afraid Crucian-carp might be hard to come by. Shaking her head, she decided not to dwell on it any further. After all, she was but a delicate woman. Within her capacity, she could worry more, but beyond that, she felt powerless. Having finished a bowl of lamb soup, beads of sweat formed on Ran's forehead. After a brief respite, the group departed from the eatery to continue their stroll. They observed the proprietor tidying up upon lifting the 2 bowls of lamb soup. He paused in astonishment. Beneath the bowls lay 2 hidden treasures. One concealed 2 golden peanuts, while the other concealed a round gold cake. In a hurry, he rushed out to pursue them, but amidst the throng, he could no longer spot the guests who had just departed. And Ran and her companions did not adhere to their original plan of visiting the shop. Instead, they merrily wandered the streets. Since it was the Lantern Festival, the streets were adorned with colorful lanterns in anticipation of the evening's festivities. Passing by a grand tavern, they noticed a stage had been erected at the entrance. surrounded by an array of lanterns. Atop the display was an exquisite transparent glass lantern that shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight, captivating many onlookers. Yinzhen and Rand stood at the edge of the crowd, observing the lively scene, but upon learning that the riddle-guessing activity would not commence until evening, they reluctantly decided to leave. "Let us return to the shop. You must rest after such a long walk. Once the lanterns are lit tonight, I shall take you out again, all right?" And Rand, feeling somewhat fatigued, agreed not to insist on continuing their exploration. Yinzhen waved his hand, prompting the silent attendant who had been following behind to promptly advance with the carriage, ensuring the two were delivered to the sweet soup shop. Although commonly referred to as the sweet soup shop, it bore a proper name: Half a Day of Leisure. This name was bestowed by the newly appointed shopkeeper, Fong, inspired by Su Shi's poetry, which reflects the notion of seizing a fleeting moment of leisure amidst life's busyness. As the carriage came to a halt at the entrance, a boy of around 12 or 13 approached, inquiring if they required assistance with the horses. He was slender, with slightly yellow hair, dressed in a coarse black robe, which bore the embroidered words "Half a Day of Leisure" in red thread. This was the specially designed uniform for male employees of the establishment. From external perspective, the establishment appears to be an unremarkable shop. However, what piques one's interest are the two paintings displayed on either side of the entrance. These artworks are not traditional landscapes or realistic depictions of flowers and birds. Rather, they tantalizingly illustrate desserts that instantly whet the appetite. A pristine white porcelain bowl brims with red beans, interspersed with delicate glutinous rice balls and garnished with a sprinkle of osmanthus flowers, evoking a sense of warmth and sweetness. Adjacent to this, a lace-edged saucer holds 4 or 5 adorably shaped bear cookies, their round heads, tiny noses, and eyes exuding an endearing charm. Upon entering the shop, one observes that the spacious hall is partitioned with wooden boards, creating various intimate areas, adorned with fabric curtains that ensure privacy while fostering a lively atmosphere. For those who prefer tranquility, private rooms are available on the upper floor. Noticing the arrival of guests, a waitress clad in a pink dress promptly approaches, bowing gracefully and greeting, "Welcome, esteemed guest. Would you prefer to dine in the hall or ascend to the upper floor?" "Let's go upstairs," Aaron replied, feeling indifferent yet mindful of Yinzhen. Dining in the hall might draw unwarranted attention. "Certainly. Please follow me," the waitress responded. Ascending to the second floor, the ambience was markedly quieter. Aaron inquired, "Your establishment possesses quite a charm. I had not seen it before. Is it newly opened?" "Indeed, today marks our grand opening," the waitress replied. "What a delightful coincidence." Aaron smiled. "It appears your business is thriving. I assumed you have been operating for some time." At this, the waitress smiled even more genuinely. "Thanks to patrons like you, our business flourishes." Raising an eyebrow, Aaron scrutinized the waitress and asked, "What is your name? Can you read?" She recalled Bihua mentioning that the young women here hailed from Wangjia village, and while she bore no disdain, it was rare for rural girls to be literate. Just as the waitress was about to respond, a clear voice resonated from around the corner. "If Sister is curious, why not ask me?" The shopkeeper? Chapter 74. Lantern. A green figure emerged from around the corner, her gaze gentle. Approaching closer, she first cast a glance at Rand, a hint of a smile flickering in her eyes, before lowering her head in respect to Yinzhen. This humble girl pays her respects to the fourth prince. "There is no need for such formalities. Today, I am merely a guest," Yinzhen replied, recalling a faint impression of Zhou Mama's youngest daughter. Fong Qingyan rose, turning to Rand with a friendly gesture. "I have long felt a spiritual connection with Sister, and today, I finally meet you. Sister Fong, I hope you're well." And Rand replied, joyfully grasping her hand. On that day, Fong Qingyun had gifted her a fan, and after some contemplation, Rand felt it inappropriate not to reciprocate. She created a small token to give to Zhou Mama, which she brought to Fong Qingyun during her time off. This exchange had occurred 3 or 4 times, occasionally accompanied by letters, establishing a bond of intimate friendship. "Come quickly. I anticipated your visit today, so I reserved the peony hall for us," she continued, glancing at the maid standing beside her. With a smile, she added, "I have already instructed the kitchen to prepare the menu for peony hall. Please check if everything is ready." "Yes," the maid replied, her head bowed, hastening down the stairs upon receiving Fang Qingyun's command. A glimmer of satisfaction appeared in Fang Qingyun's eyes as she turned to and ran with a sense of pride. The maid I trained, her manners are quite decent, aren't they? And Ran praised, with Sister Fang's guidance, it is undoubtedly excellent. As they entered Peony Hall, a maid soon arrived with soup dishes. It was in Rant's first experience of the culinary artistry here. She savored the flavors, noting that while it differed slightly from her own creations, the taste was delightful. Is the flavor satisfactory? Fang Qingyun inquired, observing her earnest enjoyment. Though those ladies may not have crafted such delicate soups before, they are obedient and diligent in their learning. I have tasted it several times, and each occasion was better than the last. I only hope it meets your approval, Fang Qingyun remarked with a smile. And Ran swallowed her food and replied, it is already quite wonderful. After sampling a few pastries, and Ran felt reassured. Although it could not compare to the renowned establishments in the capital, the business was promising, especially with Fang Qingyun at the helm. While they may not amass great wealth, it would surely provide a steady income. As the proprietor, Fang Qingyun had much to attend to, and after a brief conversation, she was called away by a maid. Once she departed, and Ran took the opportunity to carefully observe the decor. Unlike ordinary restaurants, the chairs, though traditional, were cushioned for comfort, reminiscent of modern Chinese sofas. The shelf displayed Go books and writing supplies, bestowing an elegant yet cozy atmosphere upon the room. After a leisurely exploration, and Ran finally settled by the window, beckoning to Yinzhen, come quickly, you can see the street view from here. By now, the sun had dipped low, the sky darkening, and lanterns had begun to illuminate the streets, forming a warm yellow pathway. The streets were bustling with pedestrians, while children chased one another with their small lanterns. Laughter ringing through the air. Feeling a sudden surge of excitement, and Ran called out to Guo Bihua with a smile. I noticed lanterns for sale below. Please inquire if there are any unfinished frames to purchase, so we can have some fun crafting them ourselves. Yinzhen inquired, what prompted the desire to make lanterns? If you wish for them, we can simply go out and purchase some later. I am weary and do not wish to venture down, and Ran replied, lazily stroking her belly. Furthermore, it is far too crowded below. Jostling about yields little visibility. It is preferable to observe the festivities from this elevated vantage point. She retrieved a set of writing implements and, with a charming smile directed at Yinzhen, requested, Master, I am not particularly adept at painting. Might you kindly teach me? Let us not delve into anything overly intricate. A persimmon, a koi fish, or perhaps the four gentlemen would suffice. Yinzhen rose, playfully flicking her forehead with his finger. Jesting, your words certainly reveal your shortcomings. To you, the four gentlemen appear simple. What then, do you deem complex? He picked up a brush, dipped it in ink, and began to paint while explaining, take bamboo as an example. Start with the joints, ensuring the ink is not overly diluted. Your hand must remain steady, and pay attention to the strokes of the leaves. Press down firmly as the brush tip touches the paper. He spoke slowly, yet his brush moved swiftly, and soon a verdant bamboo sprang to life on the paper, standing tall and lush. You truly possess remarkable skill, and Ran praised. She prepared another sheet, dipped her brush, and after much gesturing without committing to paper, Yinzhen shook his head, encircling her from behind as he guided her hand, stating, I have already mentioned that your strokes must be steady. Do not hesitate. Suddenly, a series of knocks sounded from outside, accompanied by a maid's voice urging, Masters, guests have already arrived at the Peony Hall. The Wenju Hall remains vacant. Might you accompany me there for a respite? The knocking persisted, a haughty male voice calling out, Do not obstruct me. My elder brother is within. This voice belonged to the ninth prince. Yinzhen furrowed his brow, feeling a throbbing at his temples. Fourth brother. Fourth brother. The ninth prince called impatiently after receiving no response. With a firm motion, the door swung open. Yinzhen, his expression stern, but mindful of the festive occasion, cast a sidelong glance at the two figures at the threshold and coolly instructed, Enter. The ninth prince scratched his head awkwardly, ushering in the 10th prince, and with a sheepish grin remarked, Fourth brother, I observed Xiao Guozi exiting from here and saw Su pacing at the window. Thus I surmised you were present. You. Only then did he notice and ran, standing to the side. and Ran greeted this humble servant and pays respects to the ninth and 10th princes. The ninth prince realized he might have interrupted the fourth brother's private affairs. This could spell trouble. The fourth brother might hold a grudge. However, he remained unperturbed, recalling that Ran was quite favored by the fourth brother. With a twinkle in his eye, he smiled and said, "Ah, so it is little fourth sister-in-law. My apologies for the intrusion. Please do not take offense." He fished out a jade pendant from his waist, caressing the inscription of the Zhengde Tongbao, feeling somewhat reluctant to part with it, yet he extended it nonetheless. "I was in such a hurry to emerge that I brought nothing of value. Consider this jade pendant a token for my yet-to-be-born nephew. I hope you will accept it, little fourth sister-in-law," though it pained him to part with it, as it had taken considerable effort for his mother to present it to him. "This is far too precious." Aaron glanced at Yinzhen, who remarked, "Accept it. The abruptness of today was his doing. Let this serve as your compensation. As for the gift for my little nephew, we shall bestow that once he arrives." The ninth prince, taken aback, remained silent as the 10th prince quietly reclaimed his jade pendant. With the Empress Dowager departed, his collection of precious items dwindled. He intended to preserve them for his future son and daughter. The offerings from the ninth brother and himself were of equal value. Once the little nephew was born, he would simply procure a pair of magnificent gold bangles. After all, gold bangles carry a certain prestige. Chapter 75 Wang Zhua. Have you reported your outing today? How many attendants have you brought? Where will you be staying tonight? Why is Lao Ba not accompanying you? Yinzhen gazed at the two young boys before him, merely 12 years of age, yet audacious enough to venture out of the palace alone. In previous times, they had Lao Ba with them, who, being 2 years their senior, could provide some semblance of restraint. "How is it that he has not joined you today?" The ninth prince replied, "We have reported our departure and brought along 2 teams of attendants. However, due to Concubine Wei's illness, Ba Gu is attending to her. We do not intend to return to the palace tonight. Initially, we thought to stay over at the residences of our elder brothers." But he glanced towards Yinzhen, a smile gracing his face, and said, "It seems we have fortuitously encountered the fourth prince. Otherwise, my brother and I would have gone to stay at his residence tonight." Yinzhen sighed inwardly, sensing that this was not a favorable development. Yet, upon observing the despondent demeanor of the 10th prince, who had visibly lost weight and grown gaunter in just over 2 months, he acquiesced, saying, "Very well, you shall accompany me back tonight." At that moment, Guo Bihua entered with a bundle. Upon seeing the 9th and 10th princes present, he felt a twinge of unease and reported, "Your Highness, the vendor of lanterns mentioned that there are not many empty frames left, but I managed to procure some remaining paste. What do you think?" Yinzhen inquired of the 2 boys, "Would you like to engage in this activity?" Of course, the 9th prince had never crafted a lantern himself, and, intrigued by the prospect, he tugged at the 10th prince, urging, "Come, let us create one together. You can show it off to Ba Gu later." Very well. Understanding that the 9th prince wished to uplift his spirits, the 10th prince nodded in agreement, knowing this outing was intended to divert his mind. After much persuasion, Yifei had convinced the emperor to allow them this respite. "Choose whatever design you like," Yinzhen suggested, pointing to the assortment on the table. He selected a rabbit lantern and handed it to Anren, guiding her to sit by the window. "Shall we create this one together?" Anren glanced at the 2 boys who were still deliberating and softly said, "Your Highness, perhaps I should. Where'd you go?" Yinzhen shot her a sidelong glance. "With me here, what is there to fear? Just sit comfortably. If anyone feels uneasy, it would be those 2, though given their personalities, they likely do not even know the meaning of discomfort. This lantern frame is large. Let's make this one, little 10. The 9th prince, after much rummaging, finally unearthed a design that pleased him. Observing Yinzhen and Anren already engaged in their crafting, he huffed, thinking to himself, "What is so special about that rabbit lantern? Surely, it pales in comparison to the grandeur of my design." He beckoned the 10th prince to join him on a nearby sofa. The plush cushions enveloped him, initially startling him, but soon he found it rather comforting. "We should have chairs like this made when we return. They are quite delightful," he whispered to little 10, wary of Yinzhen overhearing and mocking him. The 10th prince was lost in thought regarding the lantern frame and did not catch the details of what his beloved 9th brother had said. He simply nodded vigorously before asking, "Ninth brother, do you know how to make lanterns? How difficult could it be?" The ninth prince replied confidently, "It is merely a matter of gluing and sticking things together. Allow me to demonstrate for you. Two young lads have been fussing about here for quite some time, yet they have made no progress. In contrast, the rabbit lanterns fashioned by Yinzhen and Iran have already begun to take shape. Gulme, you shall give the rabbit its spirit," Yinzhen urged, handing a brush to Iran. Without hesitation, Iran applied a vibrant vermilion to the rabbit's round, glistening eyes. "It looks splendid," she proclaimed with pride. However, she felt that merely crafting one lantern was inadequate. So she selected a circular lantern frame and painted one side with the motif of persimmons, symbolizing good fortune, and the other with the depiction of fish, signifying abundance year after year, creating a festive appearance. "Oh dear, ninth brother, I believe it should not be affixed this way. This should go here." The 10th prince had never perceived his ninth brother as so clumsy. The ninth prince, convinced of his correctness, retorted emphatically, "Nonsense. I assert it belongs here, see? Just like this." Suddenly, a crack echoed as the wooden frame split. The ninth prince fell silent, while the 10th prince muttered, "I told you not to handle it that way." The ninth prince, maintaining his stubbornness, replied, "The materials bought from outside are clearly of inferior quality, brittle indeed. Tomorrow, I shall personally craft a rosewood lantern for you." Yinzhen, unable to bear the sight any longer, casually picked up two already completed lotus lanterns and handed one to each of them. "I intend to take your little fourth sister to the river to release the lanterns. Will you accompany us?" "Certainly," they replied in unison. Not far from their leisurely spot flowed a river, conveniently passing by the tavern they had seen during the day. At that moment, the tavern stage was surrounded by a crowd, where the tavern keeper could be heard shouting, "This last riddle, half of the spring and autumn annals. Guess a character. The first to answer correctly will receive this exquisite glass lantern from my hands." "Oh, what a stunning lantern. It must be quite costly. Look how it shines. Half of the spring and autumn? What character could that be? Can anyone answer? I cannot read. How would I know?" Amidst the clamor, a clear male voice cut through the crowd. "Innkeeper, I would like to give it a try." The crowd parted, revealing a man in a long robe who ascended the stage and bowed to the innkeeper. "Innkeeper, I would like to give it a try." "Ah," Guo Bihua recognized the man, exclaiming in surprise, "Is it him? Do you know him?" Yinzhen inquired. Guo Bihua responded, "In reply to your esteemed self. He originally hails from Wangjia village near the outskirts of the capital, named Wangjua, courtesy name by Yuan. He is a scholar, yet unfortunate circumstances prevented him from passing the imperial examination. Due to his family's poverty, he ceased his studies. Someone sought my assistance, requesting I arrange a position for him. So I placed him in the apothecary. I never expected to encounter him today." "How fortuitous," Yinzhen remarked. On the stage, Wangjua spoke confidently, declaring, "Half of the spring and autumn annals corresponds to the character Qing. Is that correct?" The crowd fell silent for a brief moment before erupting in cheers. "Correct. Indeed, that is correct." The innkeeper, smiling broadly, handed the glass lantern to Wangjua, saying, "Please take this lantern." "Thank you, innkeeper," Wangjua replied with a respectful bow, then quietly inquired, "Might I ask if the innkeeper would mind if I sold it?" The shopkeeper was momentarily taken aback, but upon noticing Wangjua's lean visage and tattered robe, he surmised that the young man hailed from a modest background. Yet, the fact that this youth could decipher the riddle suggested a depth of thought within him, prompting the shopkeeper to welcome the opportunity to forge a benevolent connection. With a smile, he declared, "This exquisite glazed lamp now belongs to you. Its fate is, of course, yours to determine." "Thank you, esteemed shopkeeper," Wangjua replied with a respectful bow. He then turned his gaze towards the audience gathered below the platform and called out, "Esteemed guests, may I ask if anyone is inclined to purchase this glazed lamp? It is available for a mere 50 taels of silver." "Alas, how could he sell such a hard-won treasure?" murmured the crowd. Observing his appearance, many doubted he was a wealthy young master, suspecting he sought to sell it to support his family. 50 taels is no trifling sum. What nonsense is this? May I see you part with 50 taels for a lamp? Others scoffed, their disdain palpable. This scholar dons a gown, yet reeks of mercantilism. Truly a disgrace to our learned class. Surely, he is but a commoner. Amidst the clamor of opinions, both flattering and disparaging, Wang Zhuo remained steadfast, standing tall with an unwavering demeanor, a subtle smile gracing his lips, his expression a harmonious blend of warmth and determination, akin to a resilient bamboo. 100 taels. I shall purchase it. Chapter 76. February Spring Breeze, 100 taels. I will purchase it. And Rand gazed at Yinzhen in astonishment, not expecting him to desire the glass lantern. Wang Zhuo, hearing the voice, turned to see Yinzhen, and his heart suddenly raced. An indescribable feeling welled within him, but an urgent instinct urged him not to let this opportunity slip away. He hastily descended from the viewing platform and approached Yinzhen, saying, "Esteemed sir, there are too many people here. Let us discuss this elsewhere." Yinzhen, taking Rand by the arm, stepped forward. Wang Zhuo remained momentarily dazed until Guobihua, passing by, kindly tugged at him and reminded, "You lucky lad, why aren't you hurrying to follow?" Guoxiaoga? Wang Zhuo's eyes widened in surprise. "Sure." Guobihua signaled him to follow. As dusk fell, many individuals had already returned home, leaving the river adorned with various colorful lanterns, yet the crowd had thinned considerably. Yinzhen found a secluded spot, disregarding Wang Zhuo for the moment, and accompanied and ran to release their lantern. He then instructed Su Peisheng to send someone to find the two boys, who had grown impatient with the guessing game and had run off with a group of guards, leaving their whereabouts unknown. Initially anxious, Wang Zhuo contemplated asking Guoxiaoga for assistance, but seeing Guobihua, usually cheerful, now standing with a furrowed brow and downcast eyes, he refrained from making a move. The sound of flowing water, cool and soothing, reached his ears, and he suddenly felt at peace. Observing Yinzhen and ran from behind, he mimicked Guobihua, bowing his head in quiet anticipation. Guobihua, noticing his gesture out of the corner of his eye, raised an eyebrow, thinking this young man displayed considerable insight. Once the lanterns were released, Yinzhen gestured for Wang Zhuo to approach and inquired, pointing at the glass lantern in his hand, "Why do you wish to sell this lantern?" Calming himself, Wang Zhuo replied softly, "My wife is 8 months pregnant, yet our family is not affluent. Since her pregnancy began, she has not consumed anything nourishing. I thought if I could sell this glass lantern for some silver, I might purchase some medicinal ingredients to help her regain her strength after childbirth. A good husband, a good father." Yinzhen admired those who valued family. He glanced at Su Peisheng and nodded slightly. "Give him 100 taels." Wang Zhuo quickly stepped back, exclaiming, "Noble sir, you must have misheard. I said 50 taels." 50 taels? Yinzhen replied nonchalantly. "Isn't an additional 50 taels preferable?" Wang Zhuo shook his head, smiling. "I have known since childhood that greed begets misfortune. Just like his father, who, in his gambling addiction, ultimately met his demise at the gaming table. Fourth brother, are we returning to the estate?" The voice of a ninth prince arrived before he did. Yinzhen commanded someone to summon the carriage, declaring, "Let us return." A throng of people trailed behind them. Wang Zhuo stood there once again, bewildered, still clutching the glass lantern. Had he truly erred in his words? Was he not to receive even 50 taels? "Quick, keep up." Guobihua, who had initially found Wang Zhuo quite clever, now regarded him as foolish. "Oh!" Wang Zhuo, clutching a glass lamp, hurriedly followed along without daring to inquire about their destination. Surrounded by a throng of people, he casually boarded a carriage. Inside, Rand stifled a yawn, feeling drowsy. Yinzhen, wrapping his arm around her, tested her forehead, then tightened the blanket around her, gently suggesting, "Rest your head on my shoulder for a while. We'll enter through the back door shortly and take you directly to Yimei Courtyard. Afterwards, I shall return to the front courtyard." Originally, he was supposed to visit the Fujin today, but with Jiushi in the front courtyard, he felt uneasy without keeping an eye on him. "All right," Ran replied, leaning against Yinzhen. Initially intending only to doze for a moment, she unexpectedly fell into a deep slumber. Upon arriving at the fourth prince's residence, the group split into two. Yinzhen led and ran through the back entrance, while Jiushi was escorted to the front courtyard by Su Peisheng. Yinzhen carefully cradled the sleeping and ran as he descended from the carriage. The room was already warmed by a charcoal fire, cozy and inviting. "Chunhee," having swiftly disembarked, was already preparing the bed with remarkable efficiency. Gently placing and ran down, Yinzhen removed the blanket from her and instructed Chun, "Watch over your lady, as she has just returned from outside. Be cautious that she does not catch a chill and fall ill during the night." "Yes, Chun," he promptly replied. Yinzhen then stepped into the moonlight, returning to the front courtyard. Within the Elan courtyard, news arrived from the little eunuch Li that the 8th and 10th princes were sleeping in the front courtyard that night, prompting the 4th master to also settle there. Upon receiving this news, Granny Wu sighed with relief and turned to enter the room, only to find Ula Nala still awake, seated at the table, copying Buddhist scriptures. "Fujin, you should rest. The master is in the front courtyard accompanying the 8th and 10th princes," she remarked. Ula Nala inquired, "Are you certain he is with the 8th and 10th princes?" Granny Wu affirmed. Indeed, he encountered them unexpectedly on the road, and, feeling uneasy, brought them back to sleep. "Then let us retire," she said, closing the scripture book. Loosening her hair, she lay down and asked Granny Wu, "What that fellow named Xiao Shun?" Granny Wu paused in arranging Ula Nala's quilt, saying, "It is said he has no close relatives or siblings, making it a difficult matter. Everyone has their flaws." Ula Nala replied, closing her eyes, her voice faint. "Have Xiao Fuzi settle this matter promptly. Otherwise, we shall find another." "Understood," Granny Wu said, patting Ula Nala, reminiscent of when she was a child. "The hour is late. Fujin, please rest." After the Lantern Festival, Yinzhen concluded his holiday, returning to the busyness of court affairs. For half a month, Anran had only caught glimpses of him, and she herself was no longer idle, as the Fujin had emerged from her confinement, sending word that she would resume morning greetings the following day and attend Hong Hui's full-month celebration. Since the third wash had invited the Fujin's maternal family, it was not a grand occasion. However, the full-month banquet was prepared with great care, for it was a legitimate son, and a healthy one at that. Failing to celebrate might lead to whispered criticisms. With February upon them, the air seemed to carry the essence of spring. The spring rain that had fallen the previous night washed away the winter's chill, ushering in the gentle warmth of the season. As Anran passed by the small garden, she noticed tender green buds emerging from the branches, with a few early blossoms of forsythia opening. She leaned in closer to inspect them. Although lacking a fragrant aroma, they inexplicably brought her joy. "Master, watch your step," she was cautioned. Supporting Anran, Chun-He gently reminded her, "It has just rained, and the ground is quite damp. My lady, please refrain from stepping on the muddy areas. Not only will it soil your shoes, but it may also lead to a slip." "Understood," Anran replied, being one who listens to advice. She did not linger any longer and, cradling a hand warmer, made her way to Elan courtyard. Once again, a young maid guided her into the side chamber, which was pleasantly warm. In the center, an incense burner emitted fragrant wisps, and Ran took a gentle sniff, recognizing the familiar spices, which posed no harm to a pregnant woman. As she was about to find a place to sit, she noticed two individuals already present, strangers, both slender and strikingly beautiful. Upon her entrance, the two rose promptly, their gazes gliding over Ran's prominent belly, a flicker of understanding passing through their eyes. They offered a graceful bow, addressing her in soft tones, "Green Chi and Purple Smoke, we have the honor of meeting you." And Gege, realizing who they were, and Ran returned the courtesy, "You both are excessively courteous." And Ran was known for her reserved nature, and it seemed that Green Chi and Purple Smoke shared a hint of shyness as well. The three sat in the same room, yet none initiated a conversation, creating a moment of palpable awkwardness. This silence lingered until the arrival of Li Shi, who entered with a rhythmic tap, her footsteps echoing against the flower pot. Chapter 77. The cool fragrance of flowing clouds. It had been several days since Li had last been seen. She appeared somewhat thinner and paler, yet she moved with the grace of the wind, exuding vitality. "Greetings, sister-in," she said, her demeanor noticeably more courteous. Upon entering, she promptly bowed to Anran, but her politeness seemed to dissipate as she disregarded the rising Green Chi and Ziyin, plopping down into her designated seat. Green Chi and Ziyin exchanged awkward glances but still offered their greetings. "We pay our respects to Miss Li." "Oh, It is you too, Li replied, flicking her handkerchief with indifference. Initially reluctant to rise, she was gently prodded from behind. That pesky Doko was teaching her how to behave again. Though displeased, she stood and returned the greeting. You are too kind. We are all sisters here. No need for such formality. Her words came out flat and monotonous, as if reciting from memory. Once more, she felt a light push on her back. Li shifted her shoulders, turned to Enran, and with a smile, inquired, Sister-in, your belly. There are still 6 months to go, right? Is the child lively? Just reached 6 months, Enran replied, gently caressing her belly with a soft smile. Recently, the little one has been quite calm. It seems to be a sensible child, Li remarked cheerfully. A few days ago, I made some new clothes for the second young master of the Fuyin family, knowing your child will arrive in a few months. I also prepared 2 outfits as a welcoming gift. I hope you will not find them lacking. Doko stepped forward, carrying a bundle, and placed it before Enran, unwrapping it with a smile. My mistress may have her shortcomings, but her sewing skills are commendable, and she uses only the finest fabrics. Take a look. Inside were 4 tiny garments, 2 in a charming greenish hue and 2 in a tender pink. Enran instructed Chun he to accept them, saying with a smile, Miss Li, your craftsmanship is exquisite. These outfits are perfect for a newborn. I shall not refuse your kindness. Thank you. Seeing Enran accept the gifts, Li felt a mixture of awkwardness and happiness, replying, I am glad Sister-in likes them. Grateful for Li's thoughtfulness, Enran expressed concern. You seem a bit thinner these days, Li. It is not yet truly spring. You must take care of your health. Is that so? Li touched her face, grimacing. Perhaps I caught a chill recently, which caused me to lose my appetite. Those bitter medicines make me nauseous. How can I muster the will to eat? It is all Doko's fault. She insists I take my medicine every day, and it's made me lose weight. Ulanala, supported by Zhenju, happened to overhear this and interjected, that is not the right way to think. When one is ill, it is even more crucial to eat well. Without nourishment, how can your body endure? How can you expect to recover? Everyone rose to pay their respects. We greet the Fuyin. Please be seated, Ulanala said as she took her place, then turned to Li. Is your health better now? Why have you not summoned the household physician? Li quickly replied, I am quite well now. It was merely a mild cold. I had the physician prescribe some remedies, which I brewed and have now fully recovered. Ulanala disapproved. How can you brew your own medicine without consulting the physician? If something were to happen, how would you have me explain it to grandfather? This cannot happen again. Yes. Li was left speechless. Ulanara expressed her concern for Anran. Your belly has been showing for about 6 months, hasn't it? Has the physician been attending to your pulse regularly? What did he say? All is well, Anran replied with a smile. Thank you for your concern, Fusin. Ulanara chuckled. After all, it is grandfather's child. In the future, he'll call me mother, so my concern is hardly excessive. Speaking of which, she suddenly thought of another child's mother and inquired, why hasn't Tifong Gege arrived yet? Is there something amiss? Zhenju, please go outside and greet her. There's no need. Fong arrived, supported by Qingwei. Having recently given birth, she had regained her slender figure, though her complexion was somewhat pale, yet not as sallow as before. Upon entering, she bowed and apologized. Greetings to Fusin. I have arrived late. I beg for your forgiveness. Ulanara sighed in relief. Please take a seat. You are well versed in propriety. There must be a reason for your tardiness. How could I hold it against you? Fong sighed. A rain fell yesterday, and Gege developed a fever during the night, crying and refusing to sleep. I stayed up all night with him. Fortunately, his fever has subsided, and he is now asleep, allowing me to come here. Ulanara frowned. Clearly, the wet nurse was careless. With the temperature dropping at night, how could those attending not feel it? Were they perhaps shirking their duties? The wet nurses hired from outside cannot compare to those dispatched from the Internal Affairs Court. I shall have someone arrange for a few from the Internal Affairs Court to attend to Hong Han. Upon hearing this, Fong was alarmed. How could that be? One cannot easily replace those who are accustomed to his care. Moreover, the Gege is rather demanding. He must be held asleep, as he only recognizes those few wet nurses. If he were to be held by someone else, it would surely cause a commotion. It is best to leave it be. I appreciate your kind intention, Fusin, but the Gege is accustomed to those wet nurses, and changing them would likely lead to endless crying. He is already frail. It is best not to disturb him. Very well, Olenara conceded. If you have any other needs, do not hesitate to mention them. After all, Hong Han is the eldest son of the household. No one should be inconvenienced in his regard. Yes, Fong responded. Olenara then turned her attention to the two who had been sitting quietly at the back, El Qi and Zian, beckoning them to come forward. She introduced El Qi and Zian, both young ladies appointed from the palace, currently residing in Qinjiuj. I have not had the opportunity to introduce you during my confinement, but from now on, we are all sisters. It would not do to remain strangers. Hence, I have called you both over today for proper introduction. El Qi and Zian blushed slightly and curtsied. Li pouted, and Fong glanced at the two without speaking. Anren smiled. We have already been introduced. In the future, let's not stand on ceremony, as we are sisters now. Please, take a seat. It has been a while since we all gathered together. Let us chat about our lives. The Olenara lady instructed the two individuals to sit down, her gaze fixated on the incense burner in the room, and expressed her surprise. Oh, why is this incense still burning? Will Mama quickly extinguish it and take it outside? She turned to Anren, clarifying, this incense is merely an ordinary fragrant smoke, harmless to a pregnant woman. However, I have heard that you and Gege have never been fond of such scents. Now that you are with child, it is prudent to exercise caution. Rest assured, next time you visit, I will ensure they do not light incense. It is not that I dislike incense, Anren interjected, dabbing her nose with a handkerchief and smiling. I simply prefer the natural fragrances of flowers, herbs, and fruits, which is why I seldom burn incense. When I serve alongside Empress Da, I even learned the art of incense making. There is a particular scent called Lu Yun that is a cool fragrance, much favored by the fourth master, who often asked eunuch Su to bring it to scent his garments. Is that so? The smile on Olenara's face faltered slightly. She recalled that Yinzhen often carried a faint, ethereal scent, not overpowering, reminiscent of pine and cypress after snow, imbued with a crisp freshness. She found it quite pleasing and had once inquired about it from Yinzhen, who had replied that it was a rare fragrance, one he did not possess in stock. It was, after all, a scent he cherished, reluctant to share with her, and equally hesitant for Anne's sake. Chapter 78. The quarrel. To my surprise, Lady Anne proved to be a master of incense making. However, this was of little consequence, as her purpose today did not center around the fragrance. Lady Willanala cast a glance at Pearl and commanded, bring forth the items I prepared. She turned to the assembly and smiled. As the new year has passed, time seems to accelerate. Spring is upon us, and while tidying the storeroom yesterday, I discovered several exquisite fabric flowers. I cannot wear them all, nor do I have a fondness for them, so I thought it prudent to share them rather than let them gather dust in storage. Pearl approached with several maidservants, revealing a crimson cloth adorned with several remarkably beautiful fabric flowers, the pink-tinged lotus, the budding peach blossom, and the most striking of all, a layered chrysanthemum positioned at the center, its rich hues and overlapping petals making it appear almost lifelike from a distance. Observing the captivated expressions of the ladies, Lady Willanala felt a sense of disdain, though she masked it well. In our presence, it is Lady Anne who bears the most precious of burdens. Let her choose first. Shall we? At once, Lady Fong furrowed her brow and shot a glare and ran. She had already been displeased by how the matriarch favored and ran, and now she retorted disdainfully, if we are to speak of preciousness in our household, the second son of the matriarch is undoubtedly first. My elder brother, being the eldest, is a close second. As for Lady Anne's condition, we do not yet know if it is a son or a daughter. Should it be a son? That would be splendid. If a daughter, she is but a little girl. Just a little girl? And Rand's expression darkened for the first time as she retorted with sarcasm. Lady Fong, your words are quite laughable. I would have thought that as mothers, having endured the pains of childbirth, we would possess greater empathy for girls and recognize their hardships. Yet upon meeting you, I discover that such cold-hearted individuals exist in this world. Do you take pride in belittling girls? Are you perchance a man? Is your mother, who gave you life, also a man? And Rand's words left Lady Fong momentarily speechless, her face flushed with shame and anger. What nonsense are you spouting? I shall not hesitate to silence you, she exclaimed, advancing towards Anne, only to be intercepted by Chuanhe, who coldly interjected, "What is the meaning of this, Lady Fong? My mistress is with child. What do you intend with this commotion? In the past, you sweetly called her sister, yet now you dare to lay hands on her? Have you grown so arrogant simply because you bore a son? You insolent servant, do you dare to confront me?" Lady Fong's long nails were poised threateningly toward Chuanhe's face. "Enough. Cease this at once." Lady Wulanala felt a headache coming on. Her intention was merely to provoke Lady Fong, not to incite such tumult. She hurried to separate Chuanhe and Lady Fong, reprimanding Lady Fong. "Your behavior is utterly unacceptable. This quarrel is no different from that of a shrew. You dare to strike while Lady is with child. What else are you capable of? Return home and reflect in isolation for a month, and copy the palace rules 20 times. She then turned her gaze to Chuanhe. "As a maidservant, you dare to lay hands on your mistress." Anren firmly positioned herself behind Chuanhe, confronting the Fujin directly. Chuanhe, in her fervent loyalty to her master, may have overstepped her bounds, yet her intentions are understandable. If I have erred, it is only just that I should face the consequences. I am willing to self-impose a penance of transcribing Buddhist scriptures 10 times. I shall not leave this place until it is completed. Would this satisfy you, Fujin? The Ulanala matriarch could not permit Anren to retreat into her quarters to rest peacefully during her pregnancy. She softened her tone and replied, "Chuanhe's loyalty to her master is commendable. There is no need for punishment, but let this serve as a lesson against impulsiveness. You need not impose a penance upon yourself. Ultimately, the fault lies with Fong for her inappropriate words. Thus, let us impose a fine of 2 months' silver on Fong. What do you think? As the Fujin oversees the household's affairs, including rewards and punishments, I dare not interject." Anren bowed respectfully, though her expression darkened. "It is growing late, and I have yet to partake in my morning meal. The child within me must not be neglected, and with several hours remaining until the evening banquet, I must take my leave." The Ulanala matriarch hastily urged, "Very well, you may return." With a frosty demeanor, Anren passed Fong without so much as a glance, departing with Chuanhe's assistance. "All right, you all may return for now. We shall reconvene for the evening banquet." The Ulanala matriarch resumed her seat, rubbing her temples wearily. "What a ruckus this morning. Fong, you stay." The others assumed the Fujin intended to reprimand Fong, prompting the ever-timid Li to hastily escort Duku away. Green Chi and Xian exchanged glances, swiftly following suit. Once alone with Fong, the Ulanala matriarch's sternness dissipated as she spoke calmly. "Your temperament is quite unexpected. I had not discerned such depths before. Anren is indeed with child, and has long enjoyed the fourth master's favor. How could you dare to lay hands on her?" Fong, having regained her composure, expressed her frustration. "I simply cannot abide her audacity, monopolizing the affections of the men in our household. She is nothing but a vixen. Mind your words." The Ulanala matriarch shot a piercing glance at her. If Anren were a vixen, what then would the fourth master be? Like King Zhou? Fong's intellect, once perceived as somewhat profound, now seemed tragically shallow. Had the act of childbirth drained her of wisdom? Initially, she had hoped to wield this situation to her advantage, but she realized that her weapon was rather blunt. Nevertheless, a dull blade is still a blade. Perhaps with a single thought, she might yet devise a clever scheme. Taking a sip of tea, the Ulanala matriarch remarked, "Anren was brought out from the fourth master's harem. Thus the bond is inherently different. Just consider her pregnancy. You have witnessed the stream of rewards bestowed upon her. The fourth master values her, and we must also show her respect. When she gives birth to the heir, it is likely he will not differ from Honghu or Hongqian." Fong leapt up in indignation. "My eldest son is the firstborn of the fourth prince's residence, granted a name by the emperor before he had even turned 3. Even if she bears a son, how could he possibly compare to my eldest?" The Ulanala matriarch, exasperated by Fong's incessant repetition of eldest son, interrupted, "Enough. They are all the master's children. In his eyes, what difference does it make? From now on, refrain from speaking so recklessly. If the fourth master hears you, what fate awaits you? Today, I shall impose a penalty upon you. You will accept your punishment with grace and remain in the courtyard for a month. Do not protest. Upon the return of the fourth master, He will undoubtedly learn of this matter. Since I have already enacted this punishment, even if he disapproves, he will refrain from intervening. After a month, when you emerge, this incident will be but a distant memory. She gestured towards the velvet flowers on the tray, which had previously gone unnoticed by the others. Since they did not take these flowers, let them be a token of compensation for you. However, remember that the family is also advanced in their months. It is acceptable to exchange a few words of banter, but do not escalate to shoving or shouting. If an unfortunate accident were to occur, it could lead to dire consequences, miscarriage, or worse, the loss of both mother and child. Do you wish to risk your life? Fang's gaze was fixated on the heavy-petaled chrysanthemum, seemingly indifferent to the warnings from the noble lady, offering only a casual acknowledgement. Yulinar's thoughts reflected a newfound realization. How had she not perceived Fang's previous lack of depth? She began to usher people away, stating that the hour was late, and she was weary. It was time for them to take their leave. Meanwhile, Ran returned to the Yimei courtyard with Chun-Hee, her demeanor radiating anger. Upon entering her room and taking a seat, Ran suddenly broke into a smile and asked Chun-Hee, "Was my earlier performance satisfactory?" Chapter 79. The full moon celebration. Anran returned to Yimei Garden with Chun-Ha, her demeanor fierce and unmistakably angry. However, once she settled into her room, a sudden smile graced her lips as she inquired of Chun-Ha, "How did my performance just now fare?" Chun-Ha praised her. It was exceptional. Did you see the expression on Fang Gege's face? Even the Fujin was taken aback by the chaos that ensued. Upon mentioning this, Chun-Ha looked at Anran with a hint of disapproval. "My lady, earlier today, you instructed me to act according to the situation. Yet I never imagined it would unfold in such a manner. Given your condition, what if I had failed to react in time and allowed that Fang Gege to pounce upon you?" Anran, feeling somewhat guilty, replied, "Today's events were merely a conjecture on my part. She had someone bribe Xiao Shunzi, but delayed in assigning him any tasks. I suspected she harbored ulterior motives. When she mentioned the divided flowers, I deduced her intentions. Fang's character, while initially appearing cunning, is fundamentally rather naive, making her susceptible to incitement. I can see through her, and naturally, so can the Fujin. Now that Fang is emboldened by having a son, she is even more arrogant. A little provocation here, and there could wield a sharp blade. Whether that blade proves effective is another matter, yet daring to strike opens the door to success. After all, even a wild flail can strike down a master. If it succeeds, the Fujin could eliminate the child within me without any implication on her part, and still possess leverage over Fang. If it fails, Fang's true nature would be exposed, and with such a tainted mother, Honghuan would lose his standing. Regardless of the outcome, it presents a win-win situation for the Fujin. Why wouldn't she pursue it? Chun-Ha queried, "How shall we respond?" Anran pondered for a moment before articulating, "We must inform Guo Bihua to dispatch someone to follow Qingyue. Fang has always trusted that maid. If she is indeed plotting, it will likely involve Qingyue's movements. Fang's intellect is limited. It is Qingyue who is crafty. We must ensure she does not strike from within." "Understood," Chun-Ha promptly replied. As Anran caressed her abdomen, deep in thought, she realized that since the Fujin had already made her move, she could not afford to remain passive. The adage goes, strike the snake at its most vulnerable point. For the current Fujin, that point was Honghu. Yet, she found herself unable to harm the child. Beyond the child, the Fujin's concern would likely revolve around her maternal family. The Ulanara clan is powerful, and it is rumored that the Fujin has no brothers. Thus, the dynamics between her mother and her stepmother must be fraught with tension. Perhaps this is an avenue worth exploring? As she contemplated, a sense of helplessness washed over her. She truly had no allies at her disposal. At this moment, she appreciated the value of having a supportive maternal family. If only she had a close brother to send a letter, even if it were a mere whisper of information, it would far surpass standing idly by. Very well, let us observe the Ulanara family during tonight's banquet. Meanwhile, in the Fontong courtyard, Li Shi returned with a storm of energy, accompanied by Duku. Unable to contain her laughter after a long journey, she clutched her chest, giggling for a while before exclaiming, "Oh, Duku, did you see Fang's behavior today? How does she differ from a shrew? When I used to associate with her, others praised her for her deference and courtesy. It It would indeed be worthwhile for those individuals to witness the current state of the Fong family and ascertain whether they can still express admiration with those four characters. Dooku, feeling somewhat helpless, smiled and poured a cup of tea for Li. You've just returned from outside. Please enjoy a warm cup of tea to refresh yourself. Li drank the tea in one gulp, resting her head on her hand as she began to fret again. You advised me to flatter the Fujin. Yet she turned out to be rather petty and of no use at all. Now you want me to curry favor with him? She has always been reluctant to associate with others in the manner, and given my previous remarks, is it possible I have offended her? Dooku replied, Missa does not appear to be so small-minded. Besides, whether it is effective or not, we ought to give it a try. You tend to speak too bluntly at times, which may unknowingly offend others. In the future, please think twice before speaking. Otherwise, today you face confinement, and tomorrow you might be punished with copying texts. When will you ever see the master again? Understood. Li respunda Lis Leslie, casting an annoyed glance at Dooku. Don't always instruct me on this and that. Are you the master, or am I? When has a master ever heeded the words of a maid? Though she said this, Dooku, having spent considerable time with Li, understood her temperament and recognized that she was not truly angry. She smiled and said, Indeed, you are the master, renowned for your wisdom and simplicity. It is I who am out of my depth. Li huffed with pride, and then suddenly remembered. By the way, have the garments for tonight's banquet been prepared? They have been hung up, Dooku replied, presenting the attire. Last night, I specifically took them out and pressed them with a hot iron, ensuring that not a single wrinkle remains. Why use a hot iron so late at night? Li took Dooku's hand and chided. Did you forget that you just burned your hand recently? Are you hurt? No, doko smaidvraitli. Rest assured, I am unscathed. Who is worried? Li Ramarka. Seeing that Dooku was indeed unharmed, and released her hand, boasting, I was merely considering that if you were injured, who would attend to me? Indeed, I am aware. I would never shirk my duties. Though referred to as a banquet, guests were expected to arrive by mid-afternoon. Anren, being the hostess, finished her lunch and took a brief rest before heading to the main courtyard. Curiously, Fong arrived early, clad in a pink qipao and adorned with a chrysanthemum of many petals in her hair. Yinzhen also arrived, accompanied by a woman in her 30s who was conversing with Wulinara. Wulinara intended to elevate Fong's status, and although Yinzhen looked down upon her, she would not publicly contradict Wulinara's wishes. Thus, they engaged in a lively discussion about raising children. Anren approached, crouching to pay her respects. I pay my respects to the elder lady and the Fujin. Yinzhen scrutinized Anren with a sidelong glance, seemingly indifferent, and leisurely lifted her cup to sip tea. Wulinara's eyes flickered, and she smiled, saying, Please rise. There is no need for such formality. Have a seat. Thank you, Fujin. Anren stood and found a place to sit, lifting her cup to drink tea. When Yinzhen remarked, I have long heard of Miss N's esteemed reputation, and today, witnessing you, it is indeed well-deserved. Anren gently set down her teacup, dabbed her lips with a handkerchief, and with a look of innocent bewilderment inquired, I have long resided in the courtyard, and am unaware of the origin of this esteemed name. Might the old lady enlighten me? It would certainly not be appropriate to suggest that she had just been gossiping behind her back. Yurananala hastily intervened, saying, I mentioned you to my mother. On the day of Honghu's 3rd birthday, you brought over some clothing, and coincidentally, my mother noticed it. I casually remarked that you were a meticulous and considerate person, and that the little garments you crafted were flawlessly made, perfectly suited for a child. Is that so? Anren replied, dismissively, I am accustomed to such needlework. It is merely a matter of practice for me, and hardly deserving of the noble lady's praise. Upon hearing this, the Yinzhen lady chuckled indeed, and Gege is so familiar with these tasks that she thinks little of them. Unlike my own maid, who is quite lazy and has no affinity for sewing. However, we indulge her, for there are plenty of servants to attend to such matters. Why should she, as a mistress, need to take on such duties? Would you not agree? Chapter 80. The full moon celebration. Anren has never felt any shame in serving others. To her, it is merely a job. In her previous life, she sought wealth through work, but in this realm, it is a matter of survival. Thus, even when Yinzhen spoke with veiled sarcasm, she did not perceive it as an affront. With a faint smile, she replied, Indeed, the Fujin enjoys the love of her parents, something I cannot envy. However, I too aspire to be a mother and hope to be a nurturing one to my children. Aizenjoro believed she was mistaken. Initially, she thought her daughter's remarks about him were merely sarcastic, but upon this encounter, she realized that him was far superior to the charming women in her own courtyard. She scrutinized Anrin discreetly. Though her beauty could only be described as delicate, her attire of canary yellow silk highlighted her porcelain-like complexion. The intricate embroidery of cranes and pine trees on her sleeves showcased remarkable craftsmanship. Anrin's demeanor was tranquil, and her gaze gentle. It must be said, while she was not an overwhelming beauty, she possessed an innate charm that was undeniably comforting. Aizenjoro then glanced at her composed and dignified daughter, a pang of concern striking her heart. Having lived many years and contended with the capricious courtesans of the inner chambers, she was acutely aware of men's baser instincts. They are drawn to youthful allure and those who feign innocence, but what they cherish most is the company that provides them with ease and comfort. Mother? Mother? Olinara's voice broke Aizenjoro's reverie. What is it? Olinara curiously touched her face and inquired. Mother, you have been staring at me for quite a while. Is there something on my face? Nothing, my dear. I was simply lost in thought. Aizenjoro replied with a forced smile, deftly shifting the topic. Has our Honghu awakened? This little master cannot remain hidden for too long. Indeed, as his aunt, I have yet to meet the second prince, interjected a nearby lady, smiling. I have heard from my mother-in-law that our second prince is exceptionally handsome, resembling the Fujin greatly. Aizenjoro shot a discreet glare at her. This concubine was never meant to accompany her, yet Fei Yonggu insisted on bringing his illegitimate son, claiming the boy was the eldest in the family and would one day inherit the estate, thus supporting Qinghe. Not only did he compel her to bring along his illegitimate son, but he also insisted she include this daughter-in-law. How shameless! This was merely a ploy to pave the way for his favored son. Speaking of Honghu, a gentle smile graced Olinara's face as she turned to instruct Granny Wu. Please check if the little prince has awakened. If he has, bring him to me. Yes, Granny Wu acknowledged, making her way to the side chamber where Honghu resided. Coincidentally, Honghu had just awakened and finished his feeding, appearing spirited. Granny Wu gently lifted him, cooing, Our little prince is awake. Did you sleep well? Shall I take you to see your mother? Honghu, familiar with Granny Wu, did not cry or fuss upon being lifted. He merely wiggled his mouth and blew a milk bubble. As Granny Wu emerged holding Honghu, Aizenjoro was the first to rise, extending her arms, exclaiming, Oh, our Honghu is awake. Come here, let Mama will hold you. Madame Wu cast a glance at the Olinara clan, harboring a persistent doubt regarding the reliability of the old matriarch. She recounted how, during the infancy of the young lady, the old lady once argued with the master while holding the child, nearly dropping her to the ground, a scene that remained vivid in her memory. You old crone, Honghu is my own grandson. What is there to be concerned about? The Aizenjoro matriarch, feeling disgruntled, stepped forward, attempting to embrace Honghu forcefully. The tugging and pulling unsettled the child, prompting him to wail loudly. Startled, the Aizenjoro matriarch quickly withdrew her hands, exclaiming, What has happened here? Olinara took Honghu into her arms, soothing him gently. Though his eyes were still slightly red, he was calmed, no longer crying. She felt a twinge of displeasure, both at her mother's impulsive actions and the embarrassment it brought her in front of Anrin and the others. Nevertheless, with outsiders present, she could only smile and remark, This child is a bit heavy. Madame Wu was merely concerned you might struggle to hold him. Why the haste? I haven't seen my precious grandson in quite a while, and my eagerness got the better of me. The Aizenjoro matriarch hastily justified. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward until, suddenly, someone lifted the curtain at the entrance. Stepping in clad in a vibrant green banner dress, her face adorned with a bright smile. Upon entering, she cheerfully exclaimed, Oh, what a lively gathering. Have I arrived late? Olinara promptly handed Honghu over to Madame Wu and approached with a smile, saying, Third sister has arrived. The others rose to pay their respects, greeting her. We pay our respects to the third lady. The two exchanged courtesies, and Dong Eshi remarked with a smile. It has been a while. How have you been, fourth sister-in-law? All is well, replied Olenara. Observing that the others remained seated, Dong Eshi quickly urged, Please, rise. We are family. No need for such formalities. She stepped forward to assist the Aizenjoro matriarch up, jokingly adding, With such grand gestures, how could a younger generation like me accept? Third sister, please take a seat. Olenara insisted, hastily calling for tea, specifically requesting, bring a pot of Luan melon seeds. Third sister enjoys that. Dong Eshi chuckled, acknowledging Olenara's attentiveness. She then turned her gaze to Honghu in Madame Wu's arms, expressing envy. Ah, so this is the little prince of the fourth branch. Look how delightful he is, plump and healthy. Having been married to the third prince for a while without any news of pregnancy, she felt a pang of longing upon seeing the child. As a mother, one naturally delights in praises of their offspring's robust appearance, and Olenara was no exception. Responding with a smile, he certainly has quite the appetite. The arrival of the third lady seemed to trigger a wave of guests, soon followed by the first lady. Yinzhen Ju Luo, accompanied by her daughters and other royal ladies, creating a lively scene. When Li Shi entered and noticed the crowd, she was momentarily taken aback. Fortunately, no one paid heed to her presence as a minor concubine, and she discreetly settled beside Aaron. Why become so late? Aaron inquired. Li Shi, Fuming, Ruplia. On my way here, I encountered a patch of oil. I mistook it for water and, not paying attention, slipped and fell, dirtying my clothes. I had no choice but to return and change. Oil? And Rand found herself at a loss for words. She understood the origin of the oil slick. Xiao Shun had cautioned her to tread carefully on the way here. Though it was not a particularly clever ruse, it served to reassure the Ulanala clan. Thus, she had brought along Chun He and Chun Xing today. Typically, she wore flat shoes, and the moment she stepped onto the oil, the sensation was unmistakable. Being mentally prepared, she feigned a slip, prompting Chun He and Chun Xing to swiftly support her back to safety. Unexpectedly, Li Shi stepped right onto the slick and fell. Why did Li Shi always seem so unfortunate? Li Shi, with genuine concern, reminded Anran, Be cautious on your way back, especially not to fall. Anran nodded, suppressing her embarrassment with a smile. Thank you for the reminder. At that moment, another guest entered, and everyone turned towards the sound, rising to pay their respects. Greetings to the side foreign. The newcomer was adorned in a deep blue ceremonial outfit, exuding a gentle demeanor. Upon noticing the bows of respect, she quickly sidestepped and returned the greeting. It is I who should greet you all. The distinction between foreign and side foreign is significant. For instance, the foreign of the princes differs from those of royal relatives, and there exists a hierarchy even among side foreign. The present side foreign, Li Jiashi, who bore the crown prince's first son, held a naturally elevated status. As for the crown princess, Shi, of the Guerjia clan, her marriage to the crown prince would not take place until June of this year. Li Jiashi's arrival indicated the presence of a most esteemed individual, soon to be followed by the crown prince himself. Indeed, shortly after Li Jiashi took her seat, the young eunuch Xiao Li arrived with a message, stating that the banquet in the front courtyard had commenced, and the fourth master had sent for the second prince to be carried to the courtyard for everyone to admire. Despite her brief, pleasant conversation with the foreign, Feng Shi could not help but feel a pang of jealousy upon hearing this news. However, in such a setting, no one paid heed to her frosty demeanor. Ulanala was instead elated. The fourth master's willingness to bring Hong Hui to the courtyard signified the importance of the child in his eyes. She instructed Granny Wu to take good care of Hong Hui, and, suppressing her own sense of triumph, turned to the assembly with a smile. Since the banquet in the front courtyard has commenced, please take your seats. Chapter 81. Kai Wei in the front courtyard, with the exception of the 10th prince, who was observing filial piety. All the other princes had gathered. In the presence of his elder brothers and outside the palace, the 14th prince, like a wild horse unbridled, spiritedly led the 13th and a group of similarly aged royal cousins around the courtyard. When the crown prince arrived, the atmosphere was already lively. The 14th prince, rolling up his sleeves, declared a martial contest and struck a pose. However, the crowd immediately bowed and exclaimed, We pay our respects to the crown prince. Though slightly displeased, the 14th prince composed himself and followed his older brothers in greeting the crown prince. The crown prince, maintaining his dignified demeanor, waved his hand with a smile, saying, "There is no need to mind me. You may continue your merriment." Yinzhen promptly relinquished the main seat, yet the crown prince dismissed the gesture, teasing Yinzhen, "Today, I am but a guest. It is improper for a guest to occupy the main seat," having trailed behind the crown prince in his duties the previous year. Yinzhen was steady and effective in his tasks. Although his serious demeanor occasionally alienated others, it suited the crown prince perfectly, making him inclined to embrace Yinzhen's company. With the arrival of the crown prince, Yinzhen vacated his seat, and soon, Nurse Wu cradled Honghu, the chubby child symbolizing health. In the royal family, where life and death were commonplace, the crown prince did not overly treasure his firstborn son, yet the eldest and third princes, who had yet to father a son, expressed their envy. Perhaps unaccustomed to the presence of so many men after being surrounded by fragrant and gentle daughters, Honghu pouted and began to cry. At that moment, Nurse Wu felt the swaddling suddenly become warm and damp. "Oh dear, Honghu has wet himself," she exclaimed, glancing at Yinzhen. The crown prince, now a father, laughed heartily. "This little one certainly has a flair for the dramatic." Yinzhen, finding nothing amiss, thought it quite normal for a child to urinate. He had not intended for Honghu to linger in the courtyard for long, and since he had already made an appearance, he waved his hand, saying, "Then take him back to avoid catching a chill." "Yes," Nurse Wu promptly acquiesced, carrying Honghu away. With the departure of the child, the realm of men reigned supreme. As the host, Yinzhen indulged in ample wine, and by the time he stumbled into the main chamber, it was already past the hour of the dog. Honghu had long since fallen asleep. Ulanala attended to Yinzhen, ensuring he was clean and comfortable in bed. Noticing his furrowed brow and dazed expression, she bit her lip and instructed Jinju, "Go fetch the prepared, sobering soup." "Fujin." Jinju hesitated. "Quickly," Ulanala insisted firmly. With a resigned sigh, Jinju turned to comply, soon returning with a bowl of the sobering soup. Ulanala personally fed the soup to Yinzhen, observing as his brow relaxed, appearing half asleep. She softly remarked, "Send for Kai Wei." "Understood," Zhenju replied. When Kai Wei entered, the room was dimly lit by a single flickering candle. Ulanala sat at the bedside, her expression obscured in the shadows. Suppressing her inner excitement, she bent slightly, lowering her gaze as she knelt and softly said, "I pay my respects to Fourth Master." "On behalf of Fujin." "Rise," Yinzhen replied. Ulanara stepped aside, her voice calm and undisturbed. "I am feeling unwell today, so you shall attend to the Fourth Master." With that, she exited the room. The door was gently closed, and only then did Kai Wei dare to rise, approaching the bedside with great trepidation, her cheeks ablaze, her heart pounding fiercely. Yinzhen was in considerable discomfort, feeling as if flames were consuming his insides. He thought to himself, what is Su Peixing doing? Did he not provide the hangover remedy? As he groggily opened his eyes, he beheld a graceful woman standing by the bed. Is it Rana? Upon noticing his awakening, the woman hastily seated herself beside him. Producing a handkerchief to gently wipe his brow, her voice soft and melodious. "Master, you are awake. Do you still feel unwell?" "No, that is not right." Suddenly, Yinzhen regained his senses and forcefully pushed the woman's hand away, coldly inquiring, "Who are you?" He surveyed his surroundings. Indeed, it was the residence of the Fusion. But who was this woman? Kai Wei, startled, quickly knelt and said, "I am Kai Wei. I have come to attend to the Fourth Master." "Where is the Fusion?" Yinzhen sat up, his tone icy, already suspecting Ulanara's intentions. Kai Wei trembled as she replied, "The Fusion said she was unwell today, therefore she instructed me to serve the Fourth Master." Yinzhen closed his eyes briefly, then replied coolly, "I do not require your services. Please leave." Kai Wei was taken aback, biting her lip as she stood, moving closer to Yinzhen to assist him with his garments. "Master, you are unwell today. Allow me to serve you just this once." As she drew near, Yinzhen intended to push her away, but was unexpectedly met with a fragrant scent that filled his senses, causing a surge of heat within him. In a moment of fury, Yinzhen felt an inexplicable coolness from Wei's proximity, rendering him momentarily powerless. Sensing that Yinzhen did not push her away, Wei felt a surge of joy and sweetly called, "Master." Yinzhen fought against his body's impulses, suddenly realizing that Wei bore a striking resemblance to someone he knew. With her delicate features, fair skin, and hair cascading down in the dim light, she resembled Anren to a considerable degree. Absurd. Yinzhen suddenly found strength and forcefully shoved Wei to the ground, calling out with all his might, "Su Peixiong, get in here." Su Peixiong, who had been anxiously waiting at the door, was taken aback. He never imagined that in the short time he spent retrieving the hangover remedy, the Fusion would attempt to introduce a woman to the master. However, being the mistress of the household, the Fusion's wishes were not something a mere eunuch could contest. Since she had stated that the master had someone to attend to him and had already retired, he dared not enter. Yet, before he could stand for long, he heard the furious voice of his master, and his heart sank. He hurriedly maneuvered past Olenara, who was also waiting at the door, scrambling into the inner chamber. Yinzhen gathered his strength, not even glancing at the trembling Wei on the floor, and simply stated, "Assist me back to the front courtyard." "Yes." Su Peixiong promptly helped him up. Olenara entered, clutching her handkerchief, and said, "It is quite late. Master might as well rest here." Yinzhen cast a chilling glance at Olenara. That gaze made her feel as if she had plunged into an icy abyss. "Leave," he uttered, not saying another word, urging Su Peixiong to depart. A throng of individuals arrived in a flurry, only to depart just as hastily, leaving behind the bewildered Olenara and an enveloping silence within the room. In the courtyard, the aged physician was once again roused from his slumber in the dead of night. As he solemnly examined the pulse of the chilled Yinzhen, submerged in icy water, he lamented inwardly, and, with a furrowed brow, exclaimed, "Fourth Master, have you mistakenly ingested some form of medication? Speak plainly." Yinzhen, suppressing the tumult within, was incensed by the machinations of the noble consort. The physician hastily remarked, "You have indeed inadvertently consumed the love powder. When taken alone, it merely induces a mild heat. But combined with the scent of the Huan, the effects may be." Su Peixiong, in a state of agitation, trembled as he queried, "What shall we do now?" The physician suggested discreetly, "Fourth Master, perhaps it would be wise to retreat to the back courtyard." He pondered, perplexed, for the fourth master did not strike him as one lacking female companionship. So why was he immersed in cold water? Yinzhen's frustration deepened. If the noble consort wished to elevate someone, she could have simply communicated her intentions directly to him. Did he lack the capacity to grant her this semblance of dignity? Yet, she insisted on employing such subterfuge, even utilizing a bed in the main chamber and selecting a woman with a semblance to Ranner. Who was she attempting to offend? Initially, he had believed it was merely a thoughtless servant who had clandestinely introduced the fragrant powder, and he had intended to afford the noble consort a measure of grace on the occasion of Honghu's full moon. Little did he anticipate that the noble consort would resort to such tactics. Gritting his teeth, he commanded Su Peixiong to the back courtyard. Chapter 82, Yinzhen Su Peixiong. Recalling that Anren was still pregnant, stammered, "Should we go to Li Gege's place?" Yinzhen glared at him. "No, go to Yimei Garden. Clear the surrounding paths. We must not let anyone see." In this vulnerable state, he no longer trusted anyone but Anren in the courtyard. Moreover, he felt the need to shield the Fujin. If he were to visit the Li family, her penchant for making a fuss over trivial matters would ensure that the entire residence would soon know of his condition. Understood. Su Peixiong quickly acquiesced, though internally he pondered the futility of visiting in Gege, given her pregnancy. Upon Yinzhen's arrival, Anren was preparing to rest. Startled by his flushed face and dazed expression, she hurriedly inquired, "What happened?" Su Peixiong hastily laid Yinzhen upon the bed, exclaiming, in Gege, "The master has consumed something he shouldn't have. Please, can you help?" Furrowing her brow, Anren asked, "What did he eat? Why not summon the physician?" She reached out to touch Yinzhen's forehead, finding it alarmingly hot. "He has a fever?" The familiar scent of medicine enveloped her as her soft hand rested on his forehead. Yinzhen's tense brow relaxed slightly, and with a soft grunt, he pulled Anren gently into his embrace, murmuring, "Renner, I feel unwell." He held her tighter, his feverish breath warming her neck, causing her to feel a wave of heat. Anren instinctively shivered, pressing his disheveled head down, awkwardly glancing at Su Peisheng. "What did the physician say?" Lowering his head, Su Peisheng replied, "The physician mentioned that medication may not alleviate his condition." Anren was at a loss. If medication was ineffective, why bring him here? Could a pregnant woman like herself truly remedy his ailment? Su Peisheng bowed his head even lower. "The master said that the only person he can trust in the courtyard is in Gege." "Very well," she sighed. "You may leave for now. If needed, I shall call for you." Ouch! Su Peisheng dared not linger, promptly exiting while remaining obediently by the door, his mind troubled. The physician had suggested that only certain remedies could provide relief, yet within Gege's pregnancy, what if something went awry? Surely, the master would not spare him from consequences. Alas! Fourth master? Fourth master? Anren struggled to pry Yinzhen's head from her shoulder, but he clung to her neck like a leech, occasionally biting playfully, his hands insistently guiding her back towards the bed. "Fourth master, Yinzhen." He paused, his phoenix eyes half closed as he raised his head, supporting himself with a gentle laugh. "What did you just call me?" His face still bore a flush, and within the usually composed depths of his eyes shimmered a lake illuminated by moonlight, serene and tender, yet undeniably alluring. Anren felt a shiver run down her spine under his gaze, rising to her feet. What of it? Isn't a name meant to be called? With newfound courage, she turned her back, pouring some spring water into a teapot and offering it to him. "Here, drink some water. It may bring you some comfort." She was uncertain whether the spiritual spring water would prove beneficial, as there were no conditions provided for her to test its efficacy. Moreover, she lacked such remedies in her space, and it was unlikely that any reputable pharmacy would stock such a potion. Thus, she had no antidote on hand and could only resort to the spiritual spring water in a desperate gambit. Yinzhen gazed at the pot before him, questioning uncertainly. "Must I drink it all?" "Yes," Anren nodded. She feared that without consuming a sufficient quantity, it might have no effect. Yinzhen did not take the cup but smiled at Anren, saying, "I lack the strength. Will you feed me?" "How am I to do that?" Seeing him tilt his head back, Anren fetched the cup and settled at the bedside, feeding him sip by sip. "Drink slowly." As Yinzhen accepted the water from her hand, his gaze remained fixed on Anren, sparkling with mirth. A droplet escaped from the corner of his mouth, tracing a path down his slightly tilted chin, eventually disappearing into the open collar of his garment. Anren's eyes instinctively followed the mischievous bead of water, and she felt a flicker of thirst herself. "How do you feel after the last cup?" Why did her voice sound somewhat hoarse? "I still feel a bit uncomfortable." The flush on Yinzhen's face had diminished significantly, leaving only a subtle glow of inebriation. Still uncomfortable? Anren fed him the final cup, and, noticing no immediate effect, "Prepare to rise. Perhaps you should go elsewhere." As she shifted, she stumbled into Yinzhen's embrace, feeling the warmth of his lips against hers. Their eyes met, and Yinzhen, pressing closer, murmured, "Just a little more. I wish for you to partake." I still have the child. Be gentle, dear. Come closer." The teapot tumbled onto the carpet, producing a dull thud, yet the two remained undisturbed on the bed. As the moon dipped beneath the horizon and the sun ascended in the east, the following morning, Yinzhen peculiarly took a sick leave. When Kangxi received the news, he merely assumed Yinzhen had indulged too much and lamented, the fourth's sincere nature. He wouldn't feign illness even after drinking. "What ails him? Should we send a physician to examine him?" Su Peisheng, who had come to request leave, shuddered and promptly replied, "The household physician has already attended to him last night. He merely advised a day of rest." "Very well." Kangxi nodded in acknowledgement. Once Su Peisheng exited the palace gates, he finally exhaled in relief, having broken into a sweat in the frigid weather. In the Limei courtyard, Anren had sent Guo Bihua to request leave early that day, but learned that the Fujin had exempted her from the morning greeting. Remembering Yinzhen's condition from the previous night, she surmised that the Fujin must have engaged in something significant last night. However, she had no time to dwell on such thoughts. For despite the use of the spiritual spring water, Yinzhen had awakened with a fever that morning and was now deep in slumber. Fortunately, a fever was a minor concern for Anren. She instructed Chunha, have someone prepare some strong liquor and warm water. She attempted to turn Yinzhen onto his stomach, but found it a challenge. Su Peixiong arrived with the strong liquor and quickly set it down to assist. Anren wasted no time, directing, let him lie on his stomach first and have Guo Bihua summon the household physician. Yinzhen's hands and feet remained cold, prompting Anren to call for Xiao Shunzi. Master Su, please rub my lord's hands, and Xiao Shunzi, attend to his feet. Ensure they are warmed thoroughly. Chunha arrived with warm water, and Anren mixed it with strong liquor. She gently wiped Yinzhen's back, armpits, hands, and feet multiple times, covering him with a quilt afterward. She retrieved antipyretic medicine from the chest and dissolved it in the warm water before administering it to Yinzhen. When the physician arrived, he was out of breath but aware of the urgency. Upon entering, he stated, I anticipated that fourth master might develop a fever today, so I prepared some medicine in advance, which is now ready to be administered. Following closely behind him was Guo Bihua, who carried a medicinal stove. The physician, accustomed to checking pulses, suddenly murmured and took Yinzhen's other hand. Su Peixiong's heart raced as he trembled and inquired, Is there something wrong with the master? The physician stroked his beard and suddenly laughed, exclaiming, All is well. All is well. The fever has subsided. The medicine has worked, and my remedies need not be consumed. Su Peixiong instinctively felt Yinzhen's forehead, confirming that it was indeed cooler than before. Ba. He sighed in relief. The physician, surprised, remarked, This recovery is unusually swift. Could there be an extraordinary talent within our household? He instinctively glanced at Anren. Anren smiled and replied, I merely stumbled upon a home remedy. It is said that when a person has a fever and their hands and feet are cold, one should warm them up, using strong liquor mixed with warm water. One must rub their back and armpits several times. Of course, if strong liquor is unavailable, warm water will suffice, although its effects are not as potent. The physician nodded, intending to ask further, but Su Peixiong interjected, Since the master is currently stable, I kindly suggest that you take a moment outside. We can examine him in detail upon his awakening, to spare you from making unnecessary trips. The physician promptly agreed, adding, Although the fever has receded, the body is still somewhat weakened. I shall prescribe a few doses of medicine. If taken for a couple of days, he should recover fully. When Yinzhen awoke, it was already dusk, and the room was illuminated by a glass lamp. Anren sat beside his bed, engrossed in a book. What time is it? His voice was hoarse, and had Anren not been so close, he might not have been heard. Anren set the book aside and helped him sit up, smiling. It is 1/4 the hour of the rooster. You have slept all day. You must be hungry. I have made some millet porridge, which is warming on the stove. I shall fetch it. As she turned to leave, Yinzhen grasped her hand. Have Su Peixiong bring it. Very well. Anren draped a garment over Yinzhen and went to summon Su Peixiong, saying, The master has awakened. Please bring the millet porridge from the stove. At once. Su Peixiong exclaimed joyfully, eager to avoid sending Xiao Li on an errand, and he hurried to the kitchen himself. He brought the millet porridge to Anren and noticed that Yinzhen remained silent, so he dared not leave, instead standing half-bent, awaiting commands. Anren ladled a spoonful, blowing on it lightly, and softly urged, Master, try to see if it is too hot. Yinzhen opened his mouth and took a bite. The temperature was just right. The two of them, one feeding and the other eating, quickly finished a bowl of millet porridge. Anren smiled and said, You have just recovered from fever, so it is unwise to indulge in excessive food or overly rich dishes. This bowl will suffice to ease your hunger, and should you feel peckish later in the night, you may have another. Yinzhen nodded in agreement. Anren cast a glance at the attentive Su Peixiong, then looked back at the expressionless Yinzhen, suppressing a chuckle as she remarked, Unbeknownst to you, your antics last night nearly drove Su Gonggong to tears. He has been bustling about today, anxiously hovering nearby, and has yet to consume a single morsel or sip of water. Only then did Yinzhen deign to cast a glance at Su Peixiong. Master, Su Peixiong said with an ingratiating smile. This old fellow. Yinzhen closed his eyes briefly and said coolly, You may leave now. At once. Su Peixiong's eyes lit up as he promptly exited. Chapter 83. A fateful blow after having a bite to eat, Yinzhen felt rejuvenated. He gently caressed Ran's face, expressing his concern. "You must have kept vigil over me for yet another day." And Ran retorted playfully, "When you are ill, where else could I possibly go? Have you eaten? Are you weary?" Yinzhen urged her to rest, saying, "If you are tired, come lie down." And Ran chuckled at his teasing, handing him the book she had been holding. She removed her shoes and nestled into his embrace, saying, "Dinner has been served, but I have yet to read to our child today. Why don't you read to us both?" "Very well," Yinzhen replied with delight. As he read, Ran soon drifted into slumber. Gently, he removed her outer garment and helped her lie down, carefully tucking her in before stepping outside. Seeing Chun He still stationed at the door, he instructed, "Go inside and keep watch." "Yes, sir," she responded. Yinzhen gazed at the darkening sky, his voice cold and resolute. "Inform Gao Wuyong that the girl Kai Wei from Yilan Courtyard has plotted against the master. Drag her out and execute her immediately. The Fujin is in poor health and unable to manage the inner courtyard. Thus, the responsibility shall be entrusted to ensure, allowing her to recuperate without worry." Supeiseng promptly acknowledged in their stuth. When Gao Wuyong led his men into Yilan Courtyard, Ula Nara's heart, which had been in turmoil for a day and a night, plummeted. The dosage of the medicine she provided was not substantial, merely a means to enhance the evening's festivities. Yet, last night, Yinzhen's condition had been distinctly off. After some inquiries, it was revealed that Kai Wei had brought different medicine. She watched coldly as the guards dragged the trembling Kai Wei from her hiding place and forced her onto a stool, where the brutal blows fell, splattering blood. Su Peixing's voice cut through the night. "Fujin, allow me to report that this audacious girl Kai Wei attempted to harm the master. The master has decreed that the servants of Yilan Courtyard must witness this execution to serve as a warning. He also stated that due to the Fujin's poor health after childbirth, the management of affairs will henceforth be entrusted to Gege." Kai Wei's muffled cries echoed in the stillness of the night, and Su Peixing's words struck like thunder in Ula Nara's ears. She nearly faltered, but with the support of Zhenju and Wenyu, who were equally pale and trembling, they managed to hold each other up. Kai Wei, a defenseless woman, was met with merciless force from the guards. With a few strikes, it was over. She lifted her head with all her might, her eyes bloodshot, glaring defiantly at the Fujin standing in the corridor, but ultimately succumbed. With the deed done, Gao Wuyong and Su Peixing made no further delay, departing with their entourage, leaving behind a courtyard drenched in blood. Ulanara could not help but take a step back, her body reeling. The weakened legs of Zhenju, and when you could no longer support her, and they all collapsed to the ground. Fujin. Ulanara was truly unwell this time. Though she possessed some knowledge of clandestine methods, she had never witnessed such a gruesome spectacle before her eyes. Coupled with her own guilty conscience and her recent confinement after childbirth, the shock and fear rendered her bedridden. Upon learning of the matter, Yinzhen did not express much, merely handing the steward's card to Ran, encouraging her to manage the household with confidence. Ran felt the sudden weight of responsibility settle upon her shoulders. However, since Yinzhen had spoken, she would not dare to disregard his wishes. After taking the steward's card, she perused the accounts without uttering much, instructing the matrons and servants to report in the same manner as they had under the former mistress's management. Although the former mistress had committed a grave error, this matter could not be disclosed to outsiders. Should it become known, Yinzhen would acquire a reputation for being lax in his household governance. Thus, despite having stripped the former mistress of her authority, effectively placing her under house arrest, Ran understood that this confinement would not endure for long. Reflecting on the fate of Kai Wei, who had met her end at the rod, Ran summoned Guobi Hua, instructing him to investigate whether Kai Wei had any remaining family. Some matters she would not take the initiative to address, but it was prudent to be prepared. The former mistress's leverage must remain firmly in her grasp. 2 months swiftly passed, and soon April arrived, with tender green buds adorning the branches and peach blossoms exuberantly blooming. As the saying goes, the peach trees are resplendent, their blossoms ablaze. Ran was now over 8 months pregnant, her hands and feet beginning to swell. The shoe she had made last year no longer fit, but fortunately, Chun He was adept with her hands and quickly fashioned a new pair. On this particular day, with the sun shining brightly, and Ran had the swing, which had been idle all winter, refurbished and reclined upon it while reviewing the accounts. Chun He stood by, massaging in Ran's legs, concerned as her mistress had been experiencing nightly leg cramps. However, the household physician had assured her that everything was well. Swelling and cramps were normal responses during pregnancy. As Ran perused the accounts, she suddenly burst into laughter, pointing out a passage to Chun He. Look here, it was recorded 6 months ago that pork was 10 taels per pound, and it remains the same now. If I recall correctly, there was an outbreak of swine fever 6 months ago, which would have driven up the price. How could this swine fever possibly linger for half a year? Chun He tilted her head to glance at it and chuckled. No wonder they say the kitchen is well stocked. Everyone seems eager to sneak in there. With such abundance, even a beggar could be transformed into a plump individual. And Ran laughed for a moment, then closed the account book, using Chun He's hand to sit up. Cradling her belly as she remarked, whether the bounty is given to beggars or mice, it concerns us not. After all, we are merely temporary managers. Why should we fret over such trivialities? Come, I am hungry. Let us procure something to eat. What concern did a young lady like her have for the affairs of the former mistress? True to Ran's expectations, the Ulanara clan did not remain quiet for long. On the day of the birthday celebration for the defy, Ran, accompanied by Li Shi, Feng Shi, Lu Qi, and Ziyin, escorted Yinzhen to the door, only to find that Ulanara had been waiting there, having lost considerable weight, yet appearing quite spirited. Her demeanor now more serene. Greetings to the former mistress. Everyone saluted. Yinzhen cast a glance at Ulanara but said nothing, simply taking Ran's hand to help her rise. I told you not to come, yet you insisted. Be careful on your way back, and rest well. When I return, I shall teach the child to read. Understood, and Ran replied with a smile. Only then did Yinzhen turn and board the carriage. From the beginning to the end, he never exchanged a word with the Ulanala clan, yet he did not prevent her from entering the palace to celebrate the birthday of the esteemed concubine. The two of them sat in separate carriages, swaying as they made their way to the palace. Upon witnessing their departure, Anren supported Chunhe's hand, preparing to return. When she heard Feng's sarcastic remarks, some people, no matter how favored, can never surpass the rightful wife. They spend their days monopolizing the gentleman, becoming utterly arrogant after whispering a few sweet nothings. And a steward? Can they even read? Do they comprehend the accounts? Behind her, Qi and Ziyin exchanged glances but remained silent. Though they held legitimate titles, in terms of